The online novelist Sue finds herself ensnared in an infinite survival game. Within the realm of this game lie countless monsters born from grievances, lurking with lethal intent. Initially, many players were deceived by Sue's seemingly innocuous appearance, believing her to be an easy target. However, once Sue coolly dispatched these monsters, her malevolent nature was unveiled, and she spiraled into madness within the game world. Henceforth, a saying circulated throughout the game: never provoke a loli. You must believe it. This is no mere folly. Chapter 1. Hell from the outset. Boom! The thunderous sound jolted Sue from her slumber, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Fuming from the abrupt awakening, she was poised to seize the pillow beside her to vent her frustration when a dispassionate AI voice echoed in her ear. Welcome to Madtown. The newbie dungeon will commence in 10 minutes. All players, please prepare, comma. As she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, Sue, now seated on the edge of the bed, felt bewildered. In an instant, a floating panel illuminated before her. Game instructions, comma. Furrowing her brow, Sue thought, what on earth is this? How'd I end up here, and what is this game? Before she could react, the panel transformed with new text. Name: Sue, gender, female, age, 28, occupation, failed online novelist. Due to the overwhelming grievances stemming from player Sue's dismal reality as a novelist, the game has detected her powerful resentment and chosen her as a player, recognizing her immense sorrow, comma. Sue was left speechless. Was it truly necessary for both the real and virtual worlds to be aware of her failures? In grievances, was this game meant to alleviate her discontent? With a scoff, Sue remarked, am I to write a bestseller, or will you, AI, generate one for me automatically? Wait a moment. This game might actually serve as an excellent source for material. After participating in the game, she could narrate her experiences online. Real-life plots would undoubtedly provide a much deeper immersion than any fictional concoction, making her rise to literary fame inevitable. Sue inquired, could you first provide me with an introduction to this game? The floating panel responded, Madtown is a suspenseful horror escape game. Everything in the town can become part of the dungeon, filled with various grievances. Players must eliminate these grievances within the dungeon and survive after unlocking all the plot content to complete the game, comma. The panel continued. This year marks the 5th anniversary of Madtown. To celebrate this occasion, the game team has developed a special beginner's commemorative dungeon to ensure that this batch of new players has the most enjoyable experience, comma. Preparation time has concluded. Loading game dungeon, comma. Game loading complete, comma. Newbie 5th anniversary commemorative dungeon, Bloody Alice, comma. Mode, multiplayer, all new players. Dungeon level, hell, death rate. Comprehensive description. Bloody Alice is a commemorative dungeon for the 5th anniversary of Madtown, featuring a mild horror suspense mode, newly launched, and not particularly friendly for newcomers, with a death rate yet to be determined, comma. Player information loading complete, comma. Player name, Sue, fear level, 100. Note: all new players start the newbie dungeon with a fear level of 100, indicating normal status AT 60. The player receives a system alert at 40. The player becomes weak at 20. Hallucinations occur, and at 0, the player dies. Only after completing the newbie dungeon will the system provide accurate personal data, comma. Gazing at the data before her, Sue was filled with questions. She understood the concept of a newbie dungeon. Though she had never encountered a commemorative dungeon before, she could grasp the idea. Yet this level, how could a newbie dungeon be classified as hell? Was it even possible to enjoy the game under such conditions? Chapter 2, Bloody Alice 1. Once the floating panel vanished, Sue began to survey her surroundings. That moment, she found herself in a hotel room, a standard room complete with a transparent glass bathroom. The furniture and decor were brand new, and the air was tinged with a faint scent of formaldehyde, as if the hotel had just been constructed. If she was not mistaken, the dungeon she had been drawn into was likely linked to this very hotel. However, it was one thing to have no options in the dungeon, it was quite another to be stuck in this attire. Having entered the game from her dreams, she currently wore a set of pastel pink pajamas. The top featured a ruffled collar adorned with layers of lace and cheap gemstones. The pants boasted 2 charming bow-shaped pockets on either side, with the cuffs gathered and edged with lace, exuding an aura of cuteness and innocence. Such attire might be acceptable for sleeping at home, but in the game, it felt utterly out of place. Sue earnestly asked, is there no way for me to change this outfit? The floating panel reappeared, Apologies, this game does not provide such services for new players. Once players complete the newbie dungeon and earn points, they may purchase items from the system store, comma. As the panel vanished, she noticed players from the surrounding rooms know from the entire floor tentatively stepping out of their rooms. While the faces were unfamiliar, at least there were others present. Hey, do you know what's going on? No idea, I just took a nap and suddenly found myself in this strange place that I am clueless to. What kind of game is this? I've never encountered a game like this before. So what do we do now? Are we supposed to play? But it hasn't issued any tasks, so what are we meant to do? Didn't you look outside your rooms? We're already within the game's dungeon. In all my time playing games, I've never seen anyone who could leave without completing a level, said a boy in a yellow jacket with a small ponytail. The girl beside him, clad in a green dress with flowing hair, seemed to perceive his knowledge of the game and immediately pressed. Do you have any insights about this game? Please share, it might help us progress. Upon hearing the mention of progress, all eyes turned to the boy in yellow. He straightened his demeanor and stated, I can't claim to have insights, but based on my extensive gaming experience, we are indeed in the game world now, and the only way out is to complete the levels. How do we do that? I've played games before, and they always issue tasks, but this game only says to participate without providing any tasks. This game cannot be referenced against those we have played previously. Perhaps it does not immediately present tasks at the outset, but rather encourages us to seek and explore tasks throughout the gameplay. The man in the yellow attire reiterated, have you ever engaged in escape room games or played Werewolf? Although the game has only just commenced, it appears to align closely with such genres. Though the girl donned a pink pajamas similar to Sue's, her outfit was styled as a dress, accentuating a charming, princess-like aura. However, the dress proved less practical for gaming than trousers. Nevertheless, behind the tattooed man, a petite boy clad in a white t-shirt remarked, the first floor comprises 50 rooms, and I inhabit the last one. If each room houses an individual, that amounts to 50 people. While in my room, I discern noises from both above and below, leading me to suspect that the building might be fully occupied. However, I remain uncertain about the total number of floors. That I counted lightly. This hotel appears rather antiquated, and the floors do not reach the heights of the real world. It consists of 11 levels. Perhaps we should exclude the ground floor, thus assuming there are 10 floors. If every room is occupied, that could mean around 500 individuals. That is indeed a considerable number of people, but isn't that advantageous? The more individuals present, the sooner we can uncover the path to victory. Yet, a voice of dissent arose. The game hasn't even begun. Knowing there are many people is one thing, but if it turns out to be a solo game, wouldn't having more people pose a greater danger? Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the corridor. Yet the statement held merit. The game had not commenced, and for now, they were all friends. Once the game began, who would care about the identity of a stranger when survival was at stake? Enough, the tattooed man was about to erupt in anger when suddenly a voice emanated from the speakers above. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? The unexpected voice startled everyone in the corridor, causing some to recoil in fear. Only the girl in pink pajamas, named Lu Yitong, collapsed to the floor, her wide eyes darting around in panic. Who is speaking? It sounds like a little girl's voice. How heartless is this game to involve a child? The man in the white t-shirt frowned. After a moment of silence, Su spoke softly. Are you certain it is a player? What if it is an NPC? After all, it seems that all the people from our floor have emerged, and there is no sign of a child. Therefore, the likelihood of a child being on another floor is slim. Moreover, they, as players, were still within the corridor. How could a little girl possibly find a room with speakers so swiftly? This implies that the tender voice might indeed belong to an NPC. However, if it were an NPC, that would be terrifying. After all, both a little girl and a hotel are inherently frightening concepts combined. They evoke a truly nightmarish scenario, confirming that the hellish nature of this game is no exaggeration. Before they could fully process this, the speaker above echoed with the little girl's innocent voice, as if singing a nursery rhyme. The stars in the sky twinkle and blink. By the roadside lies a doll. Doll, do not be sad, do not be afraid. Let me lend you half of my mother, so together we can share a home. Let me lend you half of my father, so together we can share a home. Suddenly, the briefly silenced speaker crackled back to life, the little girl's voice resounding once more. Hee, there are so many of you. Are you all here to play games with me? The little girl clapped her hands excitedly. Come quickly, come find me. A floating panel flashed before the crowd. Urgent task. All players must gather at the platform at the back of the hotel's first floor. Countdown. 5 minutes, comma. What is this countdown? 04:55, 54, 53. Hearing her panicked exclamation, the tattooed man snapped, "Be quiet. The countdown is on. We must gather first." "What happens if we don't gather?" The boy in the yellow jacket with a low ponytail replied, "We will likely face a penalty. Just like in a typical game, if the time runs out without completing the task, aren't we subject to punishment? If that is the case, why wait any longer?" As soon as the words left his lips, the group surged towards the staircase. However, they had barely moved when Lu Yitong's personal floating panel began to react, her eyes widening in terror as she watched the numbers plummet before her, leaving her. Gasping for breath, system notification. Player Lu Yitong has reached a critical level of fear, 40, System warning. Player Lu Yitong's fear level is critically low at 60. Please maintain awareness, It was impossible to remain aware. Lu Yitong's fear level continued to plummet further. System warning. Player Lu Yitong's fear level, 50, System warning. Player Lu Yitong's fear level below 10. Hallucinations detected, System warning. Player Lu Yitong's fear level, 10, System notification. All players. Player Lu Yitong's fear level has reached 0. Game failed. Confirmed death, Caught in a state of terror, Lu Yitong had no opportunity to utter a word. In the instant her fear level dropped to 0, her body swayed and collapsed to the ground. The process of Lu Yitong's fear level reaching 0 remained unseen by the other players, yet the system's notification for all players was received by everyone, causing them to freeze mid-stride. Among the crowd, someone queried, "Lu Yitong, was that little girl, right? Is she dead?" The tattooed man pushed through the throng to check for Lu Yitong's breath, his face a mask of disbelief when he confirmed her demise. "She truly is dead." Countdown 3:49, 47, 45. The boy in the yellow jacket quickly grasped the situation. "So, the fear level equates to life points, correct? If this is all real, then her death is genuine. When the countdown expires, if we fail to reach the designated location, we may meet the same fate as her. Then what are we waiting for? Run." Upon witnessing the brutality of the game, the group, desperate to survive, dared not linger any longer and sprinted frantically towards the staircase. However, Lu Yitong's incident was not an isolated case. Even on their 4th floor, many individuals had already succumbed to fear and lost their lives during the chaotic escape. As they observed their companions collapsing around them, they had no time to grieve and were compelled to quicken their pace. When they finally squeezed into the stairwell, they found it utterly congested, with not a single inch of space visible amidst the throng of panicked faces. Frantic and desperate, they pushed and shoved at the entrance, cursing and shouting. Yet their efforts proved futile, as no amount of force could budge them an inch. It was only when Su, who had fallen behind due to her slippers, made an effort to push through for quite some time, without success, that she sensed something was amiss. She tugged at the sleeve of the tattooed man beside her and inquired, "Brother, we've been trying for ages and haven't moved at all. Could you check if the people in the stairwell are stuck?" The tattooed man, already agitated by his inability to get through, immediately grasped the situation upon hearing Su's words. Upon glancing inside, he confirmed that indeed, the stairwell was blocked by a mass of people trying to descend. Moreover, from the window, it was evident that they had jammed at the bottom of the stairs, preventing anyone from exiting. The tattooed man was flustered, wondering how this chaos had occurred. Su suggested, "In a hotel of this vintage, there should be more than one escape route. Did any of you pay attention to your surroundings when you left your rooms? Or did you see the floor plan somewhere in the corridor?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, a white male in front of them collapsed to the ground. The group was left in a state of shock as the system notification appeared before them, and those preparing to follow him and escape were momentarily dumbfounded. Once they regained their composure, they couldn't help but hurl insults at him for being so useless. The man in the yellow shirt with a ponytail interjected, "Stop the cursing, it's wasting time. I remember seeing something on the wall when we came this way. Even if we didn't it's fine. This route is blocked, so we must find another. We have to think of a way to locate and exit quickly." Time was of the essence, and they needed to hasten their escape. The man in the yellow shirt sprinted ahead and, en route, spotted the hotel's floor plan, as Su had mentioned. He paused for a moment and quickly identified another escape route. There was another staircase ahead. While he was halted, Su swiftly removed the white sneakers from a woman who had collapsed on the ground. However, she had no time to put them on before continuing with the group. This new escape route was just at the other end of the staircase, and having run a considerable distance, they did not have to run much longer. After turning a corner, they finally saw a fire exit. Through the glass of the fire door, they could clearly see that many people were flowing down the stairs. But the crowd was surging, and as long as they did not get stuck, those on the fourth floor had no reason to fear they wouldn't escape. With time pressing and the number of fallen increasing, Susu dared not slacken her pace. She quickly donned the white sneakers and opened the fire exit door, swiftly joining the escape party. On the second floor, the first floor, they could see that only 4 more steps remained to the exit, but to their dismay, several individuals were blocking the doorway. Although there was nothing outside, those at the entrance were unable to push through. The trapped individual shouted, "Let us through. Why are we stuck here? I don't want to be stuck either. Someone has got a hold of my hand, and I can't move. My foot is caught. You all need to loosen up and stop pushing." Due to inertia, as a gap opened in front, the people behind surged toward the exit, and those stuck at the door could not step aside in time, collapsing to the ground and becoming stepping stones for the others. Once they fell, they would never rise again. As Susu stepped onto an unknown body, she finally crossed through the door that mingled their lives and deaths. In a daze, she thought she heard a voice among the crowd exclaim, "These people lying on the ground are so pitiful. Let us save them." However, the crowd, preoccupied with their escape, had no time to heed the words of this would-be savior. As all those who surged through the door crossed into the yellow line outside, the floating panel reappeared. Susu's anxious heart finally settled, and she halted in her tracks. As the floating panel vanished, the wall of an office revealed countless small screens densely packed above, each showcasing the real-time footage of every player in the game. This scene resembled a large-scale, multiplayer livestream. Yet, only a handful of viewers were present. In front of the screens, 5 men and 2 women exchanged concerned glances. One of the men remarked, "There's a new game, and it's at the hell level." Another replied, "Yes, but it seems to be a novice task." A woman added, "But that is precisely what makes it terrifying. Newcomers only have fear points. And this dungeon looks exceedingly dreadful. Just a scare could lead to numerous deaths. Look, the latest statistics are in. The novice dungeon accommodates 500 players, and now there are only 379 left. Just from descending 1 floor, 121 have already perished, and the subsequent tasks have yet to be released. How could this group of novice players possibly endure? Wait, these players have exceptionally high fear points. Where? Among these 3 players were Susu, the man in the yellow shirt, and the tattooed man. Upon seeing their fear points, those in front of the screens were utterly astonished. These 3 individuals are extraordinary. Not only have they survived such a terrifying game, but they also maintain a fear point of 100. This has to be unprecedented since the game's inception. Does this mean our game has finally attracted some master players? If possible, it's too early to say that. Let us focus on surviving the novice dungeon first. As Susu reached the yellow line, she hadn't yet caught her breath when, as the floating panel disappeared, she suddenly spotted a little girl in a bright red dress, clutching a small rabbit doll, darting among the players. "Wow, so many people!" the little girl exclaimed joyfully, evidently delighted by the crowd. Although her steps never ceased, the striking red dress quickly drew Susu's attention. As Susu focused on the little girl, the floating panel reappeared. Gazing at the plethora of information that materialized before her, Susu furrowed her brow slightly. There was indeed quite a bit to address. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. As soon as the floating panel released its tasks, many players whose fear points had been nearly depleted suddenly found themselves terrified by the sight of the little girl, causing their fear points to drop to 0. Watching as individuals within the yellow line collapsed one after another, Alice, who had been so cheerful, abruptly stood still in confusion, only to quickly realize that these individuals were falling due to their fear of her. But was she truly that frightening? The little girl's innocent cries instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in the bewildered players, and before they could react, several more fell to the ground in fright. Simultaneously, the players standing at the edge of the yellow line suddenly noticed that the previously stationary line was slowly contracting inward, though its pace was gradual. What would happen if it continued to shrink to an infinitesimal size? What would become of the players who could not step outside the yellow line? The players near the yellow line hurriedly stepped inward, eagerly sharing the news with everyone. The yellow line was shrinking. It had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Yet, without warning, it began to contract. Soon, someone speculated whether this was due to Alice's displeasure. The game had just warned not to provoke Alice, and now, after her anger, the yellow line had begun to retreat. Surely, this was the reason. What should we do? Is this truly the consequence of upsetting Alice? Why wait any longer? We must placate her. However, the question remained, who would be the one to soothe her? Although the venue was filled with players, very few possessed the courage to approach her. taking a look at their dwindling fear values. None were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Thus, while many voiced their concerns, no one stepped forward. Su, initially reluctant to be anyone's sacrificial pawn, found herself unable to resist when she noticed Alice, a cute, pouting child of about 4 years old, wandering nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached Alice's side and said, "Alice, is that your name? I've never heard such a beautiful name, reminiscent of a lovely princess. So, are you a little princess?" Su had no children of a similar age at home, so she was unsure if this approach would be effective, but surely no child would dislike being called a beautiful princess. Even if it didn't work. As long as she didn't touch a nerve, it should be fine. "That's right, but you're so adorable. They must want to play the game with you. However, they're not feeling well, so how about you play by yourself for a while, while we take care of them?" "All right, little princess." With that, Alice cuddled her stuffed rabbit and found a step to sit down. Yet, once seated, she took on the role of a supervisor, scrutinizing every player within the yellow line. The only silver lining was that after Alice's mood lightened, the shrinking yellow line finally halted. However, with the immediate threat abated, the players within the line surged towards Su, questioning her vehemently. "Why did you agree to let her play the game? Couldn't you have opted not to play? If she agreed, wouldn't Tiwi be free to leave?" As expected, their concerns had come to fruition. Su, clad in a pink pajama set, glanced at the questioning players and retorted, "Are you all being too naive? We are already trapped in this game world. What is the name of this game? What is its objective? Everything in this scenario revolves around her. If we do not comply, we have no chance of clearing it. Moreover, before I agreed, I glanced at all of you, and since you remained silent, do not blame me afterward." Facing Su, a scruffy man in a tank top impatiently remarked, "You look like a decent girl, yet your words are so harsh." Indeed, the surrounding players chimed in agreement. Su smirked, "I may speak harshly, but your actions are far more unpleasant. Did I not ask for your opinions earlier? You chose to remain silent, yet now you turn to blame me. Frankly, you simply think I'm an easy target because of my appearance." Su's words seemed to strike a nerve with the scruffy man, and before she could finish, he lunged toward her. A heavily tattooed man, who had remained silent throughout, quickly stepped in front of Su to shield her. The ponytail man in yellow sighed and positioned himself between the scruffy man and the tattooed protector, stating, "Instead of arguing here, we should swiftly remove those who have collapsed to the ground outside the yellow line. Furthermore, I believe Su's actions were justified. Upon reflection, Alice does not possess the ability to harm us directly. It is the game's rules that are dangerous. Therefore, as long as we adhere to the rules and keep our fear values above 0, our survival is quite feasible. It's easy for you to say. I barely escaped with what little fear value I had left. Even though she cannot directly harm us, we are still terrified." Exactly. A mere scare could lead to our demise. The players engaged in a heated debate, causing Su to feel exasperated. Peeking out from behind the tattooed man, she asked, "So what suggestions do you have? Feel free to share. We are not so tyrannical as to insist you follow our lead. I don't want to play the game." One player muttered, turning his head away, his voice trembling. Su rolled her eyes at his remark, openly expressing her disdain. Your choice to play or not is not her concern. When did she become the overseer of this group of players? Whether you choose to play is entirely up to you. I cannot control your decisions. But you must understand, from the moment the countdown began, we were compelled to engage with Alice. The consequences of refusing to play are yours to bear. Do not place that burden on me. Among the crowd, a familiar female voice whined, "Why are you being like this? We are all players in this game. What is the harm in helping each other? Besides, everyone is merely voicing their thoughts. They're not truly blaming you." As soon as she spoke, Su recalled hearing that voice earlier, from the person who had tried to pull up those who had fallen while they were escaping. At that moment, everyone had been too preoccupied with their own survival to heed her words. Now that the immediate danger had passed, the players began to rally around her once more. If you want to be a saint, you can do so on your own. But aren't you aware that in dire times, saints often meet their demise first? Su cast a glance at the players surrounding the self-proclaimed saint and scoffed. Those of you following her now, be cautious not to find yourselves in peril when she leads you astray. Su swore she had no intention of sowing discord, but she wished to keep her distance from this saint. However, her reminder caused those still in shock to regain a semblance of clarity. And as they turned to the saintly figure, it was not just Su who wished to steer clear. Any rational individual would do the same. Just as the saint was about to retort, the timid players, under Alice's watchful eye, had already cleaned up the area within the yellow line. As soon as they finished tidying up, Alice eagerly approached Su. "All right, But Alice, what game do you wish to play? Sue, having ignored everyone else, quietly inquired. It felt rather childish. Upon reflection, it had been nearly 25 years since she had played such a trivial game. Yet, seeing Alice's eager expression, Sue found it impossible to refuse. All right then. After Sue agreed, the ponytail man boldly interjected, "Wait, playing drop the handkerchief requires us to form a circle. But there are too many of us, and the circle might extend beyond the yellow line. Moreover, Alice, you can't run such a large circle by yourself. How about we divide ourselves into 2 or 3 teams and take turns playing with you?" The ponytail man, having deduced that Alice could not directly manipulate them, tentatively proposed a small adjustment. To his surprise, Alice readily accepted. Following the ponytail man's arrangement, the 348 players were divided into 3 teams of 116 each. Naturally, the teams were formed based on players from the same floor, which meant that the ponytail man, Sue, and the tattooed protector ended up in the same team. Once the 3 teams were established, they selected a representative from each team to determine the order of their appearance. Their team chose the ponytail man, while the other 2 teams opted for a well-dressed man in glasses and the previously contentious scruffy man. 3 captains gathered together, and Sue proposed a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the outcome in a single round. None of the captains objected. However, the ponytail man surprisingly had his own agenda and, in this critical moment, insisted on an introduction. "Hello everyone, my name is Jean." He paused, then awkwardly chuckled, "Right? You make a valid point. Let us begin." Rock, paper, scissors commenced. Ponytail man chose paper. Glasses man also chose paper, while the sloppy man opted for rock. The next round followed. Ponytail man again chose paper, and glasses man picked scissors. Just as Sue was about to announce the final order, the system unexpectedly broadcasted their recent results to all players. Wait, what? Why is the system involved? We were playing this privately. The crucial point was that the system accurately identified each team member's name and provided a notification. Ponytail man murmured, "We are in a gaming world. Games are omnipresent. Even our game of rock, paper, scissors, though not sanctioned by the system, has been recorded." This implied that attempting to change the order was already futile. The woman in the green dress, who previously appeared disheveled in high-heeled sandals, had transformed entirely. Her hair was neatly tied back into a ponytail, and her sandals replaced with sneakers, albeit slightly oversized and ill-fitting, much like Sue's own. Ponytail man nodded. "Indeed, it's all right. Though we are not last. Being in the middle allows us to observe how the first team plays. Mistakes should be minimal." The sloppy man's entire team formed a large circle within the yellow line, seated and prepared for the game to commence. As the game initiation prompt sounded, all players in the circle began clapping and singing a familiar nursery rhyme. "Drop, drop. Drop the handkerchief, gently placed behind the little one, everyone don't." A sudden, piercing scream interrupted the players' singing. As the bewildered onlookers turned, the man who had screamed pointed in terror and crawled backward, sweat pouring from him. In mere moments, he displayed signs of respiratory distress and collapsed, life extinguished. The man's abrupt reaction left the players in shock, plunging them into a state of panicked fear. Soon, several more players succumbed to the same fate. The interruption of the game seemed to provoke Alice's ire, leading her to unleash a series of piercing screams. Her cries grew louder, accompanied by a howling wind that swept through her vicinity. The wind rustled the leaves around, and even the windows embedded in the walls were rattled by the commotion. Players, well aware of the consequences of inciting Alice's wrath, squinted at the yellow line behind them, now shrinking at an alarming rate, encroaching upon their feet. The 2 waiting teams, sensing the urgency, hastily moved inward, fearing they might perish before the game even began. "Come on, it's just a game for children. How hard can it be?" One player at the edge of the yellow line recalled how effortlessly Sue had calmed Alice earlier, stepping forward to take charge. At that moment, her eyes were bloodshot, her expression fierce, her mouth stretched wide in a scream, while her skin oozed blood and appeared swollen and decayed. Such a level of fright was unparalleled, and just a glance at her was enough to obliterate another player's sanity. Moreover, those surrounding Alice were not spared from the same fate. Sue watched as the floating panel before her flashed notifications of players who had perished, and finally, after a brief pause, she exhaled in relief. As she hesitated whether to comfort Alice, Ponytail Man tugged at her arm. "The yellow line has shrunk significantly. It cannot shrink further. I plan to comfort her, but I fear I might fail. Are you afraid? Would you accompany me?" Without hesitation, Sue agreed. "All right." She paused, realizing she had indeed been frightened. and losing some fright points was only natural. Noticing her halted movement, Ponytail Man inquired, "What's wrong?" "I lost some fright points," Su replied softly, her tone casual as though it were a trivial matter. Before Ponytail Man could act on how to soothe Alice, Su placed her large hand atop Alice's head. Instantly, she encountered a myriad of unsettling textures, slimy and grotesque. Admittedly, it was revolting, yet at that moment, Su felt compelled to avoid crouching before Alice and gently calling her Princess Alice. Thus, after a rapid contemplation, she devised a solution that could accommodate both her and Alice. At least she was standing, addressing Alice from above, allowing her to endure the encounter momentarily. Hearing Ponytail Man gasp sharply, Su reassured, "Alice, don't be angry. Let's handle this and continue playing with you, all right?" "How could I? Sister is not afraid of you." I'm still petting Alice's little head. "Our Alice is the most adorable little girl in the world. Who could ever dislike you?" Then she added, "If you don't believe me, just ask this brother." Due to Su's rather blunt approach to comforting, Ponytail Man was momentarily taken aback. Yet after a brief pause, he responded naturally, "Not at all. I'm not afraid of Alice. Alice is just a good child who wants to play games. I can play games with you, Alice, and not just me. Everyone wants to play with you." After speaking, Ponytail Man stepped aside, allowing Alice to see all the players who had not participated in the game. However, Alice's face, still not fully restored, was truly terrifying. And as Ponytail Man moved aside, several more players collapsed. The atmosphere grew tense. Even Alice gazed skeptically at Ponytail Man, her eyes seemingly demanding an explanation. Caught off guard by the timing of the players' fall, Ponytail Man was at a loss until Su interjected, "Ignore those players. There are still many of us left. We can take our time to play with you." Yes, there's still many people left," Ponytail Man echoed eagerly. Hearing Su's words, Alice, gradually calming, ceased to appear menacing. The remaining players collectively sighed in relief. Though it was an act of self-deception, Alice's now normal face offered a semblance of comfort. "Wait a moment. Alice, let us clear this area first, and we will play with you shortly." Once Alice settled back down with her stuffed rabbit, Su hastily wiped her sticky hands, smeared with grotesque remnants, onto the fallen player. Su maintained a stoic expression, her movements fluid and composed, as if she had merely washed her hands at a sink. The entire process appeared remarkably nonchalant. However, while Su exhibited calmness, the other players were terrified. Was this what young girls had become? Was she still human? Due to the overwhelming presence of disheveled individuals within the team, their emotions remained unadjusted, rendering them incapable of continuing the game in the short term. After a self-determined assessment, the system rearranged the order of the three teams, allowing the team, led by the Ponytail Boy, Su, to take the lead in gameplay. The Ponytail Boy remarked, "Indeed, as long as you do not provoke her. Look, her expression is quite normal. Isn't it?" They wished to comply, yet fear lingered in their hearts. Yes, this is the natural manifestation of fear, unrelated to anything else. Thus, all attempts at consolation are in vain. The Ponytail Boy twitched his lips and said, "All right, let us get started. In any case, do your best to control yourselves." After 100 players formed a circle and squatted on the ground, they began to sing a nursery rhyme in unison. "Drop, drop, drop the handkerchief, gently placing it behind the little one. Do not tell her, quickly catch her, quickly catch her." In this era, handkerchiefs were non-existent, so the handkerchief was substituted with the rabbit doll held by Alice. She picked up the doll and chased after the fleeting red shadow. However, this game was of a hellish caliber, and the process of playing was not so easily navigable. Merely a few steps into the chase, the once visible red shadow abruptly vanished before Su's eyes. A corporeal figure could not simply disappear. Upon confirming that the melodic laughter of Alice still resonated outside the circle, Su took a determined step forward in pursuit. The game concluded with Su's victory, accompanied by a sudden flash of white light. "Points?" Su exclaimed in surprise, eager to share the news. It was not her intention to motivate her teammates for the sake of encouragement. Rather, she understood that victory was not limited to her alone, and that others would also receive point rewards. Should someone else reveal this fact while she remained silent, she would be accused of deceit. Yet, perhaps due to the knowledge of impending rewards, those players who were initially fearful became invigorated. What? There are rewards? What are the points for? Will they assist in subsequent levels? If so, I shall play diligently. So, you're not afraid anymore? I am, but I desire the points even more. As the players engaged in idle chatter, Alice cheerfully approached Su. After returning the rabbit doll to her, a new round of the game commenced. Drop, drop. Drop the handkerchief. Quickly catch her. As the song faded, Alice placed the doll behind the ponytail boy, to the right of Sue Sue. The ponytail boy's fright value had only decreased by 2 points prior to the game, so there was no need for concern on his behalf. However, one unexpected detail was that during each round of chasing Alice, the visuals they witnessed were distinct. For instance, while pursuing Alice, she merely frightened Sue Sue with a simple flash, a challenge easily surmountable for her. In contrast, when it was the ponytail boy's turn, the moment he raised his gaze, Alice's face morphed into a grotesque visage, and with a naïve tone, she beckoned, "Come chase me." This was terror incarnate. Fixating on Alice's face, an unsettling sensation surged through the ponytail boy, and he finally comprehended why a member of the disheveled team had fled in fright during the game. Such a reaction was entirely normal. In that instant, his personal panel reflected a decrease of 2 fright points. Thankfully, the loss was minimal. The game eventually concluded. As the floating panel vanished, the ponytail boy hastily returned the rabbit doll to Alice, and, at the onset of the third round, could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire of Sue Sue, "Did you see anything while chasing Alice? Did you notice anything unusual?" Upon hearing this, Sue Sue quickly realized and asked, "Could it be that what we saw was different?" Yet, upon glancing over, she noted no distinct reaction from the ponytail boy. He replied, "If everything was the same, what would be the point of this game? My fright value dropped by 2 points. Just watch by the end of this game. Many might perish." In this round, Alice selected a little girl, who initially brimmed with confidence when witnessing 2 players successfully pass. However, after merely 2 or 3 steps in pursuit of Alice, she was overwhelmed. The girl's face contorted with terror, and before she could catch her breath, her fright value plummeted to 0, causing her to collapse. All players' floating panels flashed, confirming her death. What just happened? How could you all be so fearless? Others have perished from fright, and yet you continue to play without a care? Is this normal? Certainly, it was not normal. This was evidently a game capable of inducing fatal fright, yet they absurdly treated it as a trivial game meant for kindergarten children, which was utterly laughable. What could the little girl have possibly witnessed to cause her sudden demise? A heavily tattooed man beside Sue Sue urgently asked, "What transpired during your game that led to her death while you remain unscathed?" Yet, the visuals varied for each participant, some more intense than others, likely dependent on Alice's mood. However, the game was fundamentally about fright value, and with their already low levels, who could guarantee their ability to withstand such terror? The tattooed man grumbled, "Do not frighten yourselves. We don't want to provoke Alice into fury, or we'll all be doomed if the yellow line shrinks further." After several rounds of play, aside from Sue Sue and the ponytail boy, nearly everyone had succumbed. A reality unexpected by both the players in the game and those waiting for their turn. As the number of casualties increased and the circle shrank, Alice suddenly stopped behind Sue Sue and declared, "I no longer wish to play this." Just as the players intended to breathe a sigh of relief, Alice's tone shifted, and she excitedly exclaimed, "I want to play a different game, eagle catching chicks, and I shall be the eagle to catch you all." With that, she turned her gaze towards the other 2 teams, who had been observing from the sidelines. "I want you all to play with me." Alice's tone left no room for refusal, and naturally, the 2 teams, having rested for half a day, found themselves unable to decline. The sudden opportunity for a respite felt like a chance to catch their breath for the players in the ponytail boys team. Their previously tense hearts suddenly eased. A muscular young man, as he passed by Sue Sue, could not help but exclaim, "I get to live a little longer. How delightful." A woman in a green dress shot him a glance, retorting, "With your mindset and physique, you're not likely to perish anytime soon." However, no sooner had she spoken than the muscular man collapsed, a smile frozen on his face, having reached 0 fright value. The woman in the green dress staggered back in shock, unable to comprehend that while she struggled to survive, such a robust individual had fallen so easily after the game ended. The ponytail boy sighed, "Hurry and clear the scene. Toss these players out of the yellow line. Who knows when this game will conclude? Our main quest has yet to commence." Main quest? The players, too frightened to remember their tasks, collectively wore bewildered expressions at this revelation. However, when they realized the implication, they began to question, how can we complete the quest when we can't even exit the yellow circle? Thus, they were compelled to devise a means. It was impossible to squander the night confined within the yellow circle. With their dwindling numbers, it was clear they could not sustain until dawn. The hovering panel once again flashed before the eyes of the players. It lacked excitement, utterly devoid of interest. Couldn't one simply choose to ignore it? Furthermore, one could ponder whether they would even be alive by that time. Why worry excessively? The few players who remained stationary upon hearing these words found themselves at a loss for words. Was he truly so perfectly adapted to the game that he had learned to jest about it? It appeared so. I wonder how long he can last like this. The woman in the green dress had already adjusted her mindset, and after the player finished speaking, she remarked, "With that attitude, you should be able to survive for quite a while." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the players surrounding her tightened. Yet after a moment of seeing that he was still well, they instinctively exhaled in relief. However, the truth is, we may not necessarily make it to that time. Let us hasten our start, shall we? Indeed, while I desire to survive, I also yearn for an early end, as this prolonged suspense is a severe test of my nerves. After waiting for some time, Alice, noticing that the two teams were still unprepared, urged in her sweet voice, "Are you ready? I'm about to begin." The players, who were nearing readiness, shuddered in unison and prepared themselves. The game for both teams would commence simultaneously, with Alice assuming the role of the eagle, while the two roosters would be led by the bespectacled captain and the scruffy man. Once both teams were ready, the system provided a prompt. Unlike the game of Drop the Handkerchief, almost instantly as the game commenced, all participating players were confronted with varying degrees of hallucinations. Initially, the game as Mother Hen possessed a natural protective barrier, so the bespectacled captain and the scruffy man witnessed scenes not dissimilar to those earlier observed by Susu. Before them, apart from the fleeting little girl scurrying about, they were greeted by her melodious laughter. Setting aside Alice's inherent terror in this moment, it felt as though she were genuinely engaging with them in this simplistic game. There was an absence of fear, and it remained well within their comfort zones. Yet, the shrill screams from the players behind them were jarringly piercing, the degree of madness and screams rendering the hearts of the two leaders quite faint. "I know, it feels so real. I'm terrified. Please don't come near." However, the game mandated that Alice must not catch them. Once she did, who could fathom the consequences of such a capture? In the frantic endeavor to evade Alice's grasp, many players could not endure, their fright levels plummeting to zero. As more players succumbed, the interval shortened, and finally, a few remaining little chicks were seized by Alice. From the audience, Susu offered encouraging words. "Bravo, Alice, you are remarkable." Strangely, upon hearing Susu's praise, the players in their team mimicked her reaction, clapping in unison while praising the little girl who adored games. "Well done, Alice. You are impressive." Until Alice's cheeks flushed with embarrassment from the compliments, she shyly said, "All right, you can go now. I must continue playing." Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Alice discarded the few little chicks. "Oh no, players, she had just captured and resumed the game. Is that it?" The players instinctively turned to Susu, seeking her clarification. Susu, ever the analyst, confidently explained, "If I recall correctly, that is indeed how this game is played. The captured little chicks simply end their game and observe until all have been caught, at which point the entire game concludes." Yet, was there no punishment? Was it truly the case that once caught, they merely had to wait? Initially, I had presumed there would be some severe consequence that would terrify me. It turns out waiting is all that is required? How blissful! The ponytail boy chuckled. "Indeed, but what did you all witness that was so dreadful?" To avert the possibility of them partaking in this game later, he felt it necessary to probe the waters during the intermission. Of course, it likely wouldn't be needed, but it's always better to inquire for reassurance. Upon hearing his words, the players collectively shivered, and after a prolonged period of mental preparation, a young boy slowly spoke. "It was terrifying. I saw Alice transform into an enormous monster, as tall as the hotel floors, her body crawling with countless legs, and her upper body covered in numerous eyes, lunging towards me with her mouth agape, ready to bite. It truly frightened me. I had to run." A nearby girl exclaimed with relief, "Fortunately, I didn't see that. Otherwise, I would have fainted on the spot." I saw Alice morph into a version we had seen before, with a mouth about my size, chasing me and trying to bite. "Yours was still quite terrifying." "But mine was no better," another player chimed in. "I saw Alice covered in tiny bugs, crawling down her body towards me. I dread those little creatures." The worst part was that Alice hadn't completely perished. After the bug crawled off her, she twisted her head off and dismembered her own limbs. It almost made me sick. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. The moment I let go, it felt as though Alice was right beside me. That chill was more terrifying than seeing a monster. After all, the players understood that while encountering a creature might not lead to death, being caught by Alice was another matter entirely. Yet, they certainly did not anticipate that being caught by Alice would not result in death. Instead, they found themselves comfortably seated, spectating the gameplay of others. However, while they could observe the game, the countdown task loomed as a persistent concern at the back of their minds. With only 23 minutes remaining, the players who had just relaxed spoke up. I have a question. With the time for the remaining task running low, how can you all sit so calmly? Have you devised some solution, or have you resigned yourselves to fate? They preferred the former over the latter. After all, who would willingly embrace death? Regarding the main quest, the ponytail boy indeed felt uncertain. He turned to Susu and inquired, "Do you have any thoughts?" Susu, diligently watching the match and waiting to praise Alice, thought, what insights could she possibly offer? Susu replied, "You are our captain, and you possess gaming experience. It should be your prerogative to decide. The games I've played differ vastly from this one. While they can serve as a reference, they are not practical." The ponytailed boy half smiled, yet his gaze remained fixed on Susu, clearly trusting her, even though they had only known each other for an hour. And Susu couldn't even recall his full name. He recognized the validity of her perspective. There was indeed an issue. Typically in games, the system does not provide prompts without reason. Therefore, after darkness enveloped the area, what could that little mishap signify? The crux of the matter was whether that little mishap was genuinely insignificant. Regardless, there was no escaping Alice. The tattooed man rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, "Isn't that obvious? This game's dungeon is titled Bloody Alice. The entire game revolves around her. How could the forthcoming tasks not relate to her? However, based on your gaming experience, what do you think might transpire next? Can you provide a rough trajectory?" The man with the ponytail shook his head, completely devoid of any thoughts. Yet he was certain that the unfolding narrative would be no better than what had preceded it. "Have you noticed? This past hour, the game has merely been testing our mettle, eliminating those who lack courage first, followed by those whose stamina is poor or whose wits are dull. The remaining individuals among us, to varying degrees, possess a modicum of bravery and intellect. It is uncertain how long this modest courage and intellect will sustain us. But one thing is clear. The forthcoming game is likely to present the true storyline. Regardless of how the plot may evolve, the players who could not reach a consensus, after a fleeting moment of calm, chose to resign themselves to fate. However, if everyone resigns, would that not be tantamount to awaiting demise? The thought suddenly stirred anxiety within the ponytailed man. He seated himself beside Susu and whispered, "Do you truly have no thoughts at all? I have this foreboding that once the countdown ends, chaos will ensue." To this, the tattooed man beside them replied, "Isn't that to be expected? This game has been rife with turmoil from the outset." The ponytail man responded, "No, I believe this game is merely biding its time for something grand." "Do you truly have no theories?" "Why would you assume I have any theories?" Susu retorted, though she indeed had her own thoughts. Yet, no one could ascertain whether the game would unfold as she envisioned. Thus, she refrained from voicing her ideas, especially after observing the players who had completely given up. Fully embracing their roles as cheerleaders, Susu felt even less inclined to speak up. "I don't know, I just get the impression that you might have a plan, given your remarkable composure." Upon hearing this, the surrounding players turned to Susu and recognized that her calm demeanor was unlike that of the other players, perhaps leading to the ponytailed man's misunderstanding. Susu raised her hand in explanation. "I am unafraid because I am a writer of suspense and horror novels. To craft my narratives, I watch 2 or 3 horror or suspense films almost daily and read horror novels, particularly those from abroad before bed. After so much exposure, I have become somewhat immune to fear. However, I'm just an unsuccessful writer and not particularly well-versed in games, so I can't offer any useful insights." Upon hearing her explanation, the group understood. No wonder the frightening elements seemed mundane to her, as she was accustomed to them. Nevertheless, Susu tentatively added, "I do have a hypothesis, though I cannot say if it is correct. You may choose to believe it or not, but I suggest we observe the situation before entering the hotel. Let us not rush in recklessly." The woman in the green dress inquired, puzzled. "Why? Isn't our task to enter the hotel? Aren't they saying it's dangerous outside?" Indeed, the outside was perilous, but did that guarantee safety inside? Moreover, I never said we shouldn't enter the hotel. I merely suggested we take a moment before doing so. As long as we enter just before the final second, the system will not penalize us. As Susu finished speaking, the ponytailed man seemed to grasp her point. He rose and surveyed the area surrounding the yellow line, analyzing the situation within the hotel, and was suddenly filled with dread. Oh heavens, if such chaos were to unfold, how would we cope? Susu was unaware of the turmoil in his mind. She simply shook her head, concluding that it was best not to speak recklessly at this moment. Observing the two engaged in a cryptic exchange, the surrounding players, filled with trepidation, did not dare to ask questions. Many things cannot be resolved merely by asking for clarity. Sometimes, delving too deeply into certain matters can hasten one's demise. The players feigned ignorance, continuing to cheer for Alice, yet in their hearts, they silently resolved that whatever actions they took next, sticking close to the ponytailed man, and Su could not lead them astray. Go, Alice, go. The players in the audience, desperately embracing their roles as cheerleaders, became so engrossed that when Alice brought several groups of players to their side, the countdown finally reached the last 5 minutes. Simultaneously, the floating panel illuminated before all players. However, they dared not provoke Alice, and the game continued. The players within the game could not leave, but that did not mean the spectators could not. Or could they? What if the game deviated from its usual course? What if someone stepped outside the yellow line and perished? From the back of the crowd, a player wiped the sweat from his brow, unsteadily rising to his feet. My fear level is down to 10. All I see are illusions. I can barely hold my emotions together. I think I can't go on. I'll go test it for you. Suddenly, he appeared frozen, standing motionless at the yellow line's midpoint. Observing this player's immobility, the surrounding individuals anxiously questioned, "What's wrong with him? Is he dead? Surely not. If he were, the system would notify us," came the reply. "But why isn't he moving?" One player decided to investigate, pushing through the crowd to approach him. He stopped beside the stationary player, casting a cautious glance around before softly asking, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay?" However, the player remained unresponsive. The inquirer, not known for his patience, grew increasingly frustrated at the lack of reaction. He raised his foot, ready to kick the man to prompt a response, but just as he lifted his leg, the motionless player grabbed his foot and leapt beyond the yellow line. In an instant, both were propelled out of the yellow line. The immobile player, with a fear level of just 10, confirming his demise was not surprising. But what the other player? They had been ejected for quite some time, yet the system had yet to issue any alerts. After a moment, the player who had been pulled along stirred, and the others collectively exhaled, relieved. No harm done. It seems that stepping beyond the yellow line poses no danger. But what had just transpired? Was it a glitch in the game, or had that player simply acted maliciously? Yet, as he had stepped outside the yellow line, he must have known that it would not result in any consequences. Otherwise, he would not have had the strength to drag another with him. Why would he choose to do such a thing? Gazing at the now lifeless form, it seemed that the answer would forever remain elusive. After a brief moment of stunned silence, once it was confirmed that crossing the yellow line would not endanger them, both the players in the audience and those in the game surged toward the two escape routes of the hotel. In an instant, both escape routes were packed with individuals. Witnessing the impossibility of squeezing through the entrance, Su and the 20 or so others who had yet to move felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. One player, observing the scene, anxiously queried, "Should we not go in now?" Su replied, "The time isn't right. Let us wait until they successfully entered before deciding. If they can get in, we only need to enter the hotel at the last possible moment." The woman in the green dress, visibly tense, remarked, "This is bad. Alice looks angry. The yellow line will shrink, won't it?" The ponytailed man asserted, "It doesn't matter. The yellow line is no longer significant." Yet, contrary to expectations, the yellow line, which should have shrunk due to Alice's anger, surprisingly remained unchanged. Su glanced at the players around her, and then spoke reassuringly, "Alice, the game has been ongoing for quite some time. They must be exhausted. Perhaps we should take a break before engaging in another game. All right?" Alice, pouting and silent, merely gazed at Su. The ponytail boy explained, "We are not in good health. After prolonged play, we become fatigued and require a moment to recuperate before we can continue gaming. Perhaps, Alice, you should also take a short rest. Don't you wish to play with me?" Alice's voice trembled as she spoke, yet her gaze was icy, as if daring them to agree, threatening to extinguish them on the spot. "Not at all. We merely wish to rest for a bit, and besides, we have been engaged in these two games for quite some time. Alice, would you like to try a different game?" "Very well." Almost as soon as the words left her lips, Alice vanished from their sight. Simultaneously, the players who had surged into the hotel suddenly rushed back outside. Upon seeing Su and the fallen players at the edge of the yellow line, the crowd gathered at the hotel entrance exchanged bewildered glances. "How do we end up outside? I was clearly climbing upwards." "Yes, I barely took a few steps before I came upon a door, and as soon as I entered, I was expelled. It shouldn't be possible to find ourselves back on the first floor. This is peculiar. Something is amiss. Indeed, with so many of us, we shouldn't have been able to pile up in the corridor. It seems the game never intended for us to survive. As I witnessed over 100 players venting their frustrations in place, Su and her companions, who had remained still, were taken aback. Su was formidable. But I had no idea she was this insightful, able to predict our inability to enter the hotel. Seemingly atone to der tots, Su remarked. It was merely a wild guess. However, if my suspicions are accurate, I fear the terrifying part has yet to commence. So do be cautious not to be frightened later. Upon hearing this, the players beside Su felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. What? This isn't considered terrifying? I feel as though I've already been sufficiently frightened. It's quite possible I could perish at any moment. What could be more horrifying than this? Indeed. Could you offer some forewarning so we can brace ourselves? It would be futile. Even if we were warned, fear would still grip us. The ponytail boy echoed Su's sentiment. As everyone stood frozen in shock, the countdown approached its final moments. The instant the floating panel vanished, all resigned themselves to their fate, standing motionless. Yet, after a few seconds had passed and they realized they were still alive, a surge of exhilaration coursed through the group. We're alive. We didn't die. The countdown ended, and we're still here. I was terrified. I thought it would be just like the first task. Failure to reach the designated location by the appointed time would lead to death. Having narrowly escaped death, a lingering unease took hold. They glanced at the agitated crowd at the hotel entrance, and then at Su and her companions, who remained composed at the edge of the yellow line, and their mood soured. The self-righteous woman, already displeased with Su, stepped to the forefront of the crowd and pointed accusingly at her. We were all rushing inside. Why didn't you run? Did you already know it was safe not to enter the hotel? If that is the case, why didn't you inform us? With one person leading the charge, the remaining disgruntled spectators followed suit. Do you find amusement in toying with us? We're all players in this game, which is clearly not a solitary endeavor. Since you knew how to proceed, why not share that knowledge with us? Seeing the number of accusers growing, the woman in the green dress interjected. Who is toying with you? You were blocking the entrance, preventing us from entering, so we had to wait outside. You're the ones who frightened yourselves and are now taking your anger out on us. It's quite amusing. Indeed, with so many of you crowding the doorway, we had no way of getting in. When you emerged, we heard you speaking and wanted to try again, but we still couldn't get in. In essence, the group at the hotel entrance had not even had the chance to attempt entry, let alone those standing below Su and her friends. Thus, it was clear that Su and her companions were indeed not lying. The self-righteous woman, positioned at the center of the crowd, wore a smug expression as she gazed down at Su. Clearly, she sought to vent her frustrations after having previously been bested by Su. However, before Su and her companions could respond, as the countdown concluded, the horror scenario began in earnest. The players who had fallen to the ground abruptly rose, offering no opportunity for response. They emitted primal howls towards the sky before fixing their lifeless, gray eyes upon every player on the steps of the hotel, revealing ghastly grins. Witnessing such a sight sent shivers down the spines of the gathered players. The self-righteous woman at the front was so startled she fell to the ground, her voice trembling as she asked, They were dead, weren't they? Why are they standing again? Have they resurrected? How is that possible? Look at their faces. They bear no resemblance to the living. The likelihood of them being reanimated corpses is far greater. Reanimated corpses? So they have transformed into zombies, right? The mere mention of the term caused nearly everyone to instinctively recoil several steps. Then what is the current situation? And why are they looking in our direction? Su inquired, because they have transformed from the deceased into zombies. And what do zombies crave the most? Certainly, they desire the living, the ponytailed boy replied, exasperated. In other words, we may have become their targets. We originally had 500 players, and now only 187 remain. That means a staggering 313 have perished. There's no need to be so detailed. We are all aware, grumbled the tattooed man. Shouldn't we find a hiding place while they're still unable to move? Where we hide? The hotel? But the stairs are impassable, and there's nowhere to conceal ourselves. Thus, regardless of whether the hotel stairs had returned to normal, rashly entering the hotel at this juncture would be the gravest error. I think I understand your point, but remaining outside isn't a viable option either. It practically makes us a glaring target, the tattooed man remarked. As Su and her companions cautiously retreated further, their movement inadvertently attracted the attention of the zombies. As they stepped back, the zombies began to shuffle in their direction. Though their movements appeared slow and awkward, no one could guarantee they wouldn't evolve into something more agile. The ponytailed boy shuddered at the thought, proposing, while they're still unable to move freely. Shouldn't we urgently seek out usable weapons? Weapons? The group queried, confused. What weapons? And what would we do with them once found? The tattooed man scoffed. We retaliate when they attack you. Are you suggesting we hand them the weapons so they can strike us? But I have never killed anyone. Firstly, they are no longer human. They have mutated. Even if the term zombie isn't entirely accurate, they are certainly not human. Secondly, we are currently in a game world. What you kill isn't a real person, but a collection of data. Thus, there is no need to burden yourself with unnecessary psychological pressure. However, at the onset of this game, it was never clarified whether death within the game equated to demise in the real world. What if the players perished within the game, only to meet the same fate outside? In that case, one might as well await their end here. Honestly, during such dire circumstances, overthinking is unnecessary. One must treat it merely as a game, viewing ourselves as mere data, striving with utmost effort to survive until the very end. In moments like this, discussing morality and righteousness is futile. We cannot ascertain how many lives might be lost. The man with the ponytail offered reassurance. Such comforting words indeed eased my heart considerably. After all, we are not in the realm of reality. We are merely engaging in a game. So why ponder excessively? If you don't kill them, you can survive until the end. Given the game's level of horror, it's possible that we could all be wiped out. It would be far better to play with a sense of urgency. Silence. Must you always be so eloquent? Can't you utter a single auspicious word in times like these? The woman in the green dress nearly erupted in anger, narrowly restrained by the tattooed man. What are we waiting for? Let's act swiftly. A group of over 20 players quickly accepted the reality of seeking weapons for survival. However, a pressing question arose. The woman in the green dress queried, where might we find weapons in the hotel? The kitchen comes to mind, where there are knives, but surely those won't suffice for all of us. Take as many as you can, the tattooed man replied. Additionally, the security room should contain some useful items. Su turned to the ponytailed man and inquired, from the floor plan you observed earlier, were there indications of the kitchen and security room's locations? The floor plan was merely that of the 4th floor. It wouldn't specify such details. However, based on the hotel's design and our occupancy rate, it seems unlikely that they would be situated in the building we are currently in. The ponytailed man gestured towards a building behind the horde of zombies. That structure, which we have yet to explore, is within the same complex. Should we investigate? Is it even accessible? What if it's like the stairs here, leading us nowhere? Let's take a look. There are too many of us crowded here. We can't remain packed like this. We should spread out a bit for a better chance to escape. Agreed, but everyone must exercise caution when moving over. We cannot afford to be scratched by them. And above all, do not trust anyone. Before Su could finish her warning, the woman in the green dress interjected, don't trust that so-called savior. Keep your distance from her. Most importantly, we should not trust anyone who has previously threatened us. Such individuals may betray us when it matters most. Indeed, surviving this long suggests you are not foolish, but do not fall prey to that savior in the end. Seeing that everyone understood the gravity of the situation, Su felt no need to elaborate further. Once they were all prepared, the ponytailed man exchanged glances with those behind him, and the group swiftly mobilized, cleverly maneuvering around the rigidly moving zombie horde, sprinting towards the adjacent building. Yet, despite their dwindling numbers, they could not escape the attention of the over 100 pairs of eyes from the opposing group. As soon as they hastened their escape, those on the steps noticed their movement and shouted, "Hey, where are you going? Don't run away. Don't leave us behind. Where are you headed? Take us with you." Su and her companions had no intention of engaging with them. However, the zombies were inherently attracted to sound. Previously, the noise was minimal, with only the nearest zombies taking notice. However, the shout drew the attention of the horde. Isn't this an instance of fortunate misfortune? The ponytailed man nearly laughed aloud. Now's our chance, run. The group accelerated, and as the zombies turned their gaze towards the shouting crowd, they bolted to the entrance of the neighboring building. But what if they all come pouring in after us? We could end up slaughtered and transformed into one of them, which would be disastrous for us. One player exclaimed indignantly, "This group is nothing but a hindrance. We can't dwell on that now." The ponytailed man began, but the woman in the green dress interrupted. "I saw people running into the hotel." Cries of alarm echoed from within the adjacent hotel. Clearly, the previously inaccessible stairs had become a passage, and those who had entered to hide must have encountered the mutated zombies lying in wait. Let us not dwell on that. We need to find weapons first, one player urged. Yet, the old door resisted their attempts to open it. The tattooed man shoved through the crowd and kicked the door twice with force. But the ponytailed man stopped him. No, don't damage the door. We still need to fend off zombies. Hearing this, the tattooed man immediately halted and instead charged at the door with his shoulder. After several attempts, the door finally creaked open. As the tattooed man entered, a thick layer of dust filled the air, causing them to cough. Ugh, so much dust. Indeed, it seems no one has stepped foot in here for years. But the other side is cleaned up. Surely this side should be too. While they conversed, the tattooed man noticed Su still standing at the entrance. He hurried over and asked, "What are you looking at?" Su pointed towards the yellow line outside. "I think I found a solution. Look, the last batch of players who had been thrown outside the yellow line are still lying on the ground, yet to mutate. If we can manage to drive all the zombies beyond the yellow line, then we need not worry about safety inside the hotel. Since players who died within the yellow line became an obstruction, they would voluntarily discard those players outside the line after each game round. However, the last round players, terrified, had not yet been thrown out, allowing Su to make this unexpected discovery. Having a plan is certainly better than having none. The tattooed man, upon hearing this, had no objections. If we have the chance, let's try your method. If it fails, we revert to my plan of headshots. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. As they turned, the lights in the building flickered on, and the two hurried inside, shutting the door. After conveying their earlier analysis, they added rope to their list of weapons to seek. When considering what tool could most effectively ensnare those temporarily stiffened beings, rope was undoubtedly the answer. They would then drag all those zombies, not too far from the yellow line, into it, ensuring not a single one escaped. After thoroughly inspecting the hotel, they discovered the first floor was a restaurant. However, aside from tables, chairs, and tablecloths, nothing else was visible. But since the restaurant is here, the kitchen must be nearby, the woman in the green dress observed. Yet, after a thorough search of their group of over 20, they could not find any sign of the kitchen. Could it be on the second floor? I recall some kitchens being located there, a player suggested. Let us head upstairs and see. Amidst the screams outside, they quickly ascended the indoor staircase. Just as they had entered smoothly, they also managed to reach the second floor without issue. One player exhaled with relief. I was genuinely worried we wouldn't make it upstairs. The ponytail man explained, I believe we couldn't enter earlier because the countdown hadn't ended, preventing players from accessing the hotel. But now that the countdown is over, players have entered. Since they could get in from that side, it was only logical that this side had also returned to normal. As the player had suggested, the hotel's kitchen was indeed located on the second floor. They soon found themselves in the kitchen area. However, reality did not match their expectations. In this abandoned hotel, there were no utensils in sight, and the kitchen was completely bare. The only thing that remained was a large, half-hanging exhaust hood, making it nearly impossible to identify this space as a kitchen. This is absurd. There's nothing here. The tattooed man instinctively cursed, realizing the urgency of the situation. No, we must swiftly head to the security room. If it's empty like the kitchen, we'll need to devise another plan. Upon hearing this, the group became anxious, rushing towards the exit. However, whether by mere misfortune or fate, they found the security room adjacent to the kitchen just as vacant, save for a few dilapidated tables and chairs left in place. This is truly life-threatening. What should we do next? Amidst the crowd's flustered expressions, Su peered down the corridor, spotting a handful of quick-witted individuals weaving through the horde of zombies, making their way towards the building. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that these approaching figures bore varying degrees of injuries. Furrowing her brow, Su inquired, "Is the door downstairs secured?" "It's secured. We not only wedged the main handle tightly, but also barricaded the door with a cabinet. Unless an entire mob crashes against it, they shouldn't be able to force it open," replied the ponytailed man. Following Su's gaze, he asked, "Those people are rushing over, but they're injured. Do you think they will mutate?" "Certainly, but we must see it to believe it. I'll keep watch here. You all should quickly search the floors for anything useful before the door is breached." "Understood. We'll do that immediately." The building was only 4 stories high. They had already scoured the first floor upon entering and half of the second. The remaining 2.5 floors could be searched swiftly by the 20-plus individuals present. Yet, after a prolonged wait, as the injured downstairs began to mutate, Su observed that they had found nothing of value. Seeing their disheveled appearances, she remarked, "This boss is truly something. He left nothing useful behind." In a flash, Su recalled the tablecloth from the dining tables on the first floor. If we tie all the tablecloths together, could they serve as a rope? The zombies outside have exhibited more natural movement than before, and they instinctively avoid the yellow line. It's evident that luring someone inside the yellow line is effective, so we must act quickly and eliminate a portion first. The ponytailed man shook his head. It hasn't been long, yet so many have already perished. These must be the first wave of players who charge into the hotel and rush towards us. Once they learn their lesson, fewer will die. The group of over 20 descended to the first floor once more. They began to pry open the top glass panel and extracted the tablecloths beneath. After pulling out nearly 5 or 6, one player voiced a perplexing thought. I just realized something. The hotel has been emptied, and there's nothing left upstairs. Why are the tables on the first floor still here? Even a scrap. They would fetch some money. They shouldn't just be left behind. This question had not been considered earlier, but upon reflection, it posed a significant issue. The ponytailed man responded, You all continue dismantling. I'll look around. Susu, come with me. Startled, Susu quickly joined him. What are you thinking? I'm pondering whether the first floor is meant to conceal something. There could be something here worth finding. A violent crash emanated from the direction of the door, causing dust from the ceiling to rain down upon them. Cough, they're coming. What do we do? The entrance is too small. Even if we want to drag them into the yellow line, we might not be able to escape. The ponytail man urged, Let us not overthink it. A portion of you quickly tie the rope, while the rest assist me in barricading the door. Susu, please search for anything unusual on this floor. I'm counting on you. Susu felt speechless. Was there no discussion? He was assigning her such a crucial task without consultation. Despite her thoughts, she acted swiftly. Initially expecting the unusual to be in the basement or on the roof, she was surprised to find a back door at the rear of the first floor. Carefully opening the door and discovering it led outside, she hurriedly reported this fortunate news. Didn't you see it when you searched the first floor? It leads directly outside. There's a back door? One player timidly raised a hand, saying, I thought it was a restroom and didn't even open it. Are you serious? Amidst their curses and the impending sound of the door being breached, they quickly fled through the back door, ensuring that none left empty-handed, each clutching a chair they could wield. Yet as they departed, the ponytailed man remarked, I believe there is something on the first floor that they wish to conceal. Once we're safe, we should return to search. It might be related to the mission. All right, but what should we do now? Are we really going to charge in and drag the zombies into the yellow line? Questioned one player. But if we do it alone, won't we just be aiding those people? Fortunately, in moments of crisis, people tend to heed advice, especially with the ponytailed man's clear leadership. While they weren't entirely convinced by his words, there was no hint of rebellion among them. All right, we'll follow your lead. What's our next move? Let us circle to the front and observe where there are fewer people. We'll try dragging a few in to test it, the ponytailed man said earnestly. Prioritize your safety. His concern was not only about them being killed, but also about the possibility of them becoming zombies afterward, compounding the dire situation. Understood. The group of over 20 players began to move, their target still significant. The players who had scattered and hidden in the shadows due to fear now spotted the approaching group and began to cry out as if a trumpet had sounded. Help. Please save us. Don't abandon us. We promise we'll listen to you. Please. It was a deliberate ploy to attract the zombies, hoping to have them besieged. Susu glanced in the direction of the pleas, and the faces of the self-righteous and their team emerged from the corner. The self-righteous one's face radiated with smugness, and upon noticing Susu looking at her, her cries for help became even more exaggerated and desperate. Undoubtedly, their presence had been revealed. Those who had intended to stealthily blend into the horde of zombies had instantly become prime targets for attack. As the zombies turned to assault them, Susu nearly erupted in curses. If she survived, she would certainly seek an opportunity to eliminate that self-righteous woman. The woman in the green dress retreated in panic, warily eyeing the approaching zombies, her teeth clenched in frustration. Susu shook her head, saying, Unfortunately, calamity begets longevity. Someone like that self-righteous woman could survive for a long time. However, I do hope you succeed, regardless of what needed to be done next. The immediate task was to quickly set up the rope, run to the sides, encircle the zombies, and drag them inside. The ponytailed man scanned the surrounding situation, realizing they were indeed in a predicament. Thus, charging forward seemed more promising than retreating. Perhaps reaching the yellow line would grant them a glimmer of hope. Can we really do this? Will it work? The players wiped the sweat from their brows, feeling their hands tremble. Will we know unless we try? After all, we have no way back, one player asserted. With renewed determination, the group of over 20 players resolved to fight for their survival. However, the current circumstances were far more perilous than before. The sheer number of zombies surrounding them made evasion difficult, let alone dragging them into the yellow line simultaneously. Susu quickly called for a halt. Wait, don't rush at the zombies yet. Protecting our safety is paramount. Let us first get into the yellow line. If it's not safe within, we should make a swift exit. As the four nimble-footed young men prepared to tug on the rope to capture the zombies, they were suddenly halted by Sue's words. Instantly, they relinquished their grip on the rope and hurriedly dashed towards the yellow line, leading the way, while the rest of their group followed closely behind. However, for these players who emerged without anything in hand, their frantic escape while clutching chairs was indeed a comical sight. They were unable to run swiftly and soon found themselves besieged by the slowly advancing zombies. Observing their impending entrapment, the members of the Mother Teresa team swiftly transitioned from cries for help to derisive laughter. Were they foolish enough to flee with chairs in hand, intending to meet their demise seated? A classic display of heroism. Indeed, I am eager to see what they plan to do, regardless of their intentions. Faced with such a multitude of zombies, what awaits them but death? Within the crowd, several players quietly pondered. It seems they might have a plan. Should we not go assist them? If they wish to perish, let them. Besides, wouldn't it be more advantageous for us to stay back and reap the rewards? Why risk ourselves? The mocking voices from the Mother Teresa team grew louder, and the woman in the green dress nearly choked with indignation upon hearing them. After striking a zombie on the head with her chair, she angrily addressed Sue. Did you not hear that? How can you tolerate such words? Of course not. Sue shot her a glance, her tone notably calm as she lowered her voice. The game isn't over yet. Why the rush? The priority is to survive. With Sue's stance made clear, the woman in the green dress resolved to swallow her pride for the time being, stating, no matter the occasion, take me with you. Thus, the group officially plunged into battle. The four swift players quickly evaded danger and reached the safety of the yellow line. Upon confirming that the area within the yellow line was indeed, as Sue had described, a safe haven, they immediately engaged the zombies surrounding the yellow line, deftly dispatching them and creating an escape route for the players yet to enter. With mutual cooperation, the remaining 20-odd players successfully made their way into the safety zone. Observing the fallen zombies at their feet, the tattooed man couldn't help but praise, well done. For now, we are safe. After a brief respite, the ponytailed man and the tattooed man synchronously picked up a tablecloth rope from the ground and set to work on the zombies at the edge of the yellow line. The tattooed man, tall and robust, was a formidable force, while the ponytailed man, slender yet muscular beneath his yellow jacket, proved to be a seasoned fighter. Together, they swiftly eliminated several more zombies in their vicinity. As Sue noticed the progress bar beginning to move, she let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could act, that was all that mattered. This method is promising. While the zombies are still stiff, let us draw them in quickly. Those further away can be used as bait later on to lure them in, lest they regain their agility and become harder to deal with. Yes, let us strike while the iron is hot. The Mother Teresa team, who had previously mocked them, finally fell silent as they witnessed the ongoing extermination of waves of zombies. When Sue and her group's progress bar reached 30, the crowd could no longer contain their astonishment. Could it be that they unlocked some hidden insight? How else would they know how to navigate this game? It must be a coincidence. What kind of coincidence could it be? Especially with that woman, Sue, and that man, the ponytailed one. They seem to be orchestrating everything. Surely they must have played this game before. This was a novice dungeon, and hadn't it been stated that this was its inaugural activation? Regardless of whether those two had prior experience, it was evident this game was their first encounter. Then they must possess some kind of item. Otherwise, the advantages they have are simply too great. Once all the zombies surrounding the yellow line were dealt with, those that had wandered further away had largely regained their normal movements. While they could not run, their actions were no longer as stiff as before. The ponytail man glanced at the remaining time, 1 hour. They had evolved to this extent within an hour. With less than an hour remaining, they would likely reach our level. Shouldn't we hasten our pace? Sue observed the zombies roaming outside the yellow line, as well as those fallen within, noting a discrepancy in the number of dead compared to the System-S report. A sinking feeling washed over her. Did you notice that none of the zombies from the hotel have emerged? The numbers don't add up. Surely not a single one has made it out. What? None of the hotel zombies have come out? We've made quite a commotion. If they could hear us, they would have surely come out. As they spoke, the tattooed man and the ponytailed man seized a few more zombies and drew them into the yellow line. After catching his breath, the ponytailed man suggested, let us create some noise to attract the remaining zombies. The ones around the yellow line are nearly gone. We need to make some sound to lure the distant ones over. At that moment, the woman in the green dress disregarded everyone and stepped outside the yellow line. letting out a loud scream. Her voice, intended to attract zombies, resonated more like a venting of frustration, and the volume startled the nearby Mother Teresa team, who had been hiding not far away. What are they doing? Don't they fear attracting all the zombies? Haven T, they've been drawing zombies into the yellow line. Even if they want to lure zombies, a little noise would suffice. Why the excessive shouting? What on earth do they intend to accomplish? The scruffy man, glancing at his dwindling fear meter, desperately calmed his racing heart until they spotted a lone zombie meandering nearby, prompting a chorus of screams from a group. In response to this development, the tattooed man shouted in exasperation, "Stop dying. Don't you know you'll turn into zombies after death? Can't you just hold on a bit longer? What nonsense!" The woman in the green dress was momentarily taken aback by this chain of reactions, coughing for a while before recovering, but as long as the outcome was favorable, that was what mattered. The zombies outside the yellow line, drawn by the sound, began to shuffle over, while Su confirmed that the number of hotel zombies was indeed substantial. However, despite the noise, not a single one had exited the hotel. This indicated that the zombies did react to sound, but simply could not emerge. How terrifying is that? Oh my goodness, you don't think they truly can't get out, do you? A player tentatively inquired. Do you have any idea why the system warned us not to stay outside the hotel after dark? What if we're forced to enter the hotel when a countdown begins, and we end up as fodder? Another player lamented, I get now. But what should we do? The noise isn't drawing them out. Su and the woman in the green dress simultaneously declared. Then let us kill someone and spill some blood. I refuse to believe the sin of blood 1T attract these creatures. As soon as they finished speaking, the two exchanged a conspiratorial smile, only to see the very Mother Teresa team that had previously mocked them rushing into the yellow line. Upon hearing about their plan to spill blood, they instinctively recoiled in fear, yet the instinct for survival compelled them to remain at the edge of the yellow line. Frozen in place, the ponytailed man, witnessing their approach, twitched his lips and questioned, "What brings you here?" The Mother Teresa team, eager to cast blame, retorted, "What is it to you? If it weren't for your shouting, would we have lost so many and exposed our hiding spot?" However, Su suddenly became aware of a dilemma. Wait a moment. When these zombies first reacted, their bodies were stiff, making even walking a challenge. There was no way they could descend the stairs at that time. While their movements have become somewhat more fluid now, who could guarantee that they could manage to navigate the stairs? Hence, our calls have proven futile, as they might be utterly incapable of descending, and naturally, they cannot emerge either. The woman in the green dress instinctively remarked, "So, I just wasted my breath." "Not entirely," the ponytail man retorted. "At the very least, it demonstrates you possess a commendable vocal range. Should the need arise again, I would appreciate another shout." After making this comment, he added, "We overlooked this issue earlier. Let us first address the zombies outside the yellow line." Observing that Su and her group of players were engrossed in their own discussions, completely disregarding the presence of the altruistic team, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the latter. They had initially come to provoke a quarrel, but now that had been interrupted, leaving them at a loss for words. Yet, given that it was Su who had spoken, the altruists could not let such an opportunity slip by. They would not hesitate to contrive a counter-argument against her. The altruist scoffed, "So if you say it is thus, then it is thus? Those zombies cannot possibly have been sealed by the hotel. They simply could not descend." Su had no intention of engaging with her, merely responding dismissively. "If that is what you choose to believe, then so be it. My statement was merely conjecture. I never claimed your assumption was incorrect." The altruist replied, "It feels like striking a punch into cotton." Just as she was about to further refute, the tattooed man interjected impatiently, "I've already let you win. Why are you still prattling on?" The altruist retorted, "That's precisely what infuriates me. Who asked you to concede? Then I shan't concede." The woman in the green dress replied nonchalantly. However, this only served to enrage the altruist further, who promptly turned to the man beside her to complain, her exaggeratedly coy demeanor making it difficult for onlookers to maintain their composure. The woman in the green dress, observing the altruist's antics, grimaced and exclaimed, "They say in the apocalypse, one should eliminate the altruist first. Even if not killed, one should at least keep their distance. Who knows when danger might strike? She'd be the first to throw someone to their demise. Such a reckless lot." Just as her words fell, the members of the altruistic team, standing perilously close to the zombies outside the yellow line, were suddenly startled into screams by the approaching undead. One scream sent shockwaves through the surrounding group, causing the altruist, who had been standing right at the edge of the yellow line, to instinctively shove the man beside her outward, sending him directly into the arms of the zombies. Unquestionably, the man was injured. Moreover, it was ironically fitting, as the woman's words had come true. The ponytail man sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. "I've just realized, you truly possess the tongue of a raven." The woman in the green dress did not seem to mind this characterization, playfully responding, "Indeed. A raven with a 50% hit rate." It was unfortunate that her accuracy lingered at 50. Otherwise, the altruist would have been her first target. Beyond the yellow line, the man who had fallen into the zombie's clutches felt the excruciating pain of flesh being torn apart, plunging his mind into a state of blankness. Once he regained his composure, he glanced at the players within the yellow line, desperately extending his arms. Help me." His voice was weak, trembling to the point of being nearly inaudible. Although the players were merely a step away, upon witnessing his plea, they not only refrained from offering assistance, but instead retreated in terror. The man realized that within this group, no one would come to his aid. In despair, a ruthless thought flickered through his mind. He gathered all his strength and lunged at the zombie gnawing at him, propelling himself into the yellow line. The zombie collapsed, granting him a brief respite. However, he was injured, although his consciousness remained temporarily lucid, and his body, not yet fully transformed, could move freely within the yellow line. He himself, carrying the mutated virus, was an exceedingly dangerous entity. Supporting his bloodied form, he gradually maneuvered from the edge of the yellow line to its center, surveying the players within as though he were a beast in search of prey, his gaze filled with malevolence. The altruist, feeling guilty and terrified, instinctively hid behind another man in the group, only stopping when she nearly found herself pushed out of the yellow line. Yet upon catching sight of the man's eyes, her guilt morphed into a questioning tone. "What are you looking at?" The man scoffed at her demeanor, but this only spurred him to charge toward his intended prey. Yet, before he could initiate his attack, he stumbled and fell to the ground. After a moment, confirming he could not rise, the altruistic team dared to inquire, "What has happened to him?" The ponytail man explained, "The yellow line is the player's safety zone. He was fine standing inside with his awareness intact. But once the zombie virus manifested, he lost consciousness. Thus, the yellow line protected the players from him when he fell, rendering you all safe." "Oh, is that so?" one of the altruists inquired, puzzled. "But how do you know the yellow line is the player's safety zone?" "Use your brain. If you lack one, then simply obey." "Why are there so many questions?" The tattooed man, sensing the growing number of players within the yellow line, felt inexplicably irritated. Had anyone else said such a thing, there would have been rebuttals. But given that it was the tattooed man speaking, his intimidating tattoos and muscular build discouraged any dissent. Therefore, the group fell silent, ultimately refraining from voicing any objections. However, now that they stood within the yellow line, it was impossible to remain idle. The tattooed man tossed a tablecloth rope to the opposite side, declaring, "Since you're already here, it would be unreasonable to watch others work while remaining idle. You will join us in luring the surrounding zombies into the yellow line." Upon hearing the perilous task proposed, the players erupted in protest. "No, that's far too dangerous." Perhaps realizing their words were inappropriate, they quickly amended, "We can't do that. Before this, we couldn't. Now, we will learn to do it. Otherwise, do you intend for us to protect you?" Without a moment's hesitation, the tattooed man replied, "Don't dream. I fear that if I were to protect you lot, I would be more likely to be killed by you than by the zombies." The altruist gasped. She recognized that his words were directed at her. Yet, confronted by the tattooed man, she found herself unable to counter. Cautiously, she glanced at her teammates' expressions, and upon seeing some genuinely swayed, she adopted a pitiful demeanor. "I truly did not mean it earlier. Please trust me. Must you cling to one issue relentlessly?" Her gentleness was enough to sway some dim-witted men, even if just for a moment. Noticing that some in the group still believed her, she swiftly turned her gaze towards Sue and the woman in the green dress. However, to her surprise, just as she intended to provoke them, the tattooed man obstructed her line of sight. He was not interested in wasting time on foolishness. Resigned, the altruist finally fell silent. Yet the tablecloth rope lay on the ground, unclaimed. "Hurry, let us not waste time. We haven't even started the main quest." The players from the altruist S-team displayed commendable awareness, as surviving until dawn was indeed one of their missions. It seemed among all these tasks, they had only remembered the last one. The ponytail man, instead of showing anger, chuckled lightly. "Well, your survival is of no concern to us. While we may disregard your fate when outside, we cannot do so within the yellow line. You may choose an action, but we are apprehensive that your inaction might inadvertently turn against us during our endeavor to eliminate the zombies." Although his words were not explicit, the implication was clear. He was indeed worried about the possibility of the so-called Saint Mother betraying them from behind while they were engaged in exterminating the undead. The Saint Mother felt unjustly wronged, as these individuals clung to her single mistake, despite her repeated insistence that it had not been intentional. We never accused you of intent. Yet the reality remains. Those lives have been extinguished, intentionally or not. Thus, there was no point in further arguing. It was futile. The Saint Mother, unable to articulate her defense, felt a surge of anxiety as the group still showed no inclination to cooperate. Finally, 5 players, who had previously harbored discontent towards the Saint Mother team, stepped forth from the crowd, declaring, "Let us proceed. But could you perhaps instruct us on how to accomplish this?" "Certainly," the ponytail man replied. Recognizing these 5 players as those who had been stuck at the door when they first entered the hotel and had spoken on her behalf, he felt inclined to teach them. Although it was termed teaching, the actual process was rather straightforward. 2 individuals would each grasp a rope and throw it into the air, ensnaring the zombies and dragging them in. Once inside the yellow circle, the zombies would collapse immediately, posing no real threat, for the danger lay outside the yellow line, not within it. After successfully dragging the last zombie from outside the hotel into the yellow line, a task progress bar materialized before Susu, indicating a completion rate of 49. However, another stark reality confronted them. The zombies inside the hotel had shown no inclination to venture beyond its confines. Regardless of the commotion outside, Susu once again inquired, "What shall we do about the zombies within the hotel?" The members of the Saint Mother team, despite their innocence, lamented in despair. "Must we truly confront those inside? Why must we seek our demise?" Just as the tattooed man contemplated a violent solution, the ponytail man interjected soothingly, "Allow me." While they understood his intent, they remained skeptical, questioning how he could be certain of the game's implications. What if his analysis was flawed? "Then do not listen," came the retort from the woman in the green dress, who was far less accommodating than the tattooed man. "Your lack of intellect and refusal to think critically, coupled with your penchant for rebuttal, suggests that if anyone is to perish, it would be you." The tattooed man nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. After being subjected to their sharp remarks, the Saint Mother team's members finally fell silent. With the zombies outside the hotel neutralized, the dilemma of how to lure out those within remained, and whether it was even feasible was another question entirely. After a moment of contemplation, the ponytail man proposed, "What if we try luring them out with blood? Perhaps we could test this theory?" Susu pointed toward the pool of blood outside the yellow line, explaining, "I observed that this blood was left by the man who was recently bitten. I wonder if it carries the same virus as theirs." Although the wandering zombies paused to sniff it, they soon lose interest and depart. Conversely, the zombies within the hotel only reacted momentarily when the scent was strong, quickly returning to silence. I suspect they may not be attracted to it at all. Typically, zombies are sensitive to the scent of blood and sound. If we remain uncertain, we could conduct another experiment. However, the ponytail man struggled to devise a plan. Turning his gaze towards the Saint Mother team, they were indeed an eyesore. In a moment of irony, he gestured to the Saint Mother team. Some matters must be tested to ascertain their viability. So, regardless of the outcome, we ought to proceed with the trial. Now, who shall we sacrifice? The tattooed man immediately grasped the implication, brandishing the tablecloth rope menacingly at the Saint Mother team. Naturally, they were filled with trepidation. Initially, their team had boasted over 100 members, but upon witnessing their fellow players transform into zombies, fear scattered them, diminishing their ranks to merely a dozen by the time they reached the yellow line. Moreover, with 5 players having defected to Susu's team, the Saint Mother team now consisted of only 7 individuals. How could a mere 7 stand against 30? With a fierce glare from the tattooed man, the members of the Saint Mother team recoiled in terror, inadvertently retreating towards the yellow line's perimeter. With no zombies outside, and the hotel's inhabitants unable to emerge, they pondered their purpose in remaining there. "Run!" Almost instantaneously, the Saint Mother team shouted this command, scattering in all directions. The ponytail man observed their panicked exodus, remarking, "What cowards! Let's not concern ourselves with them. Their presence here only adds to our apprehension of their possible treachery. It is far more prudent to separate." Susu suggested, "What shall we do next? Do you have any strategies?" The ponytail man shook his head. "I will venture forth to scout. It will be ideal to lure them out. If that proves impossible, we shall address that later." The inky darkness of the game's night loomed ominously, with their only beacon being the faint light emanating from the restaurant on the first floor of the adjacent building. This illumination barely illuminated the yellow line's vicinity, rendering anything further obscured in shadows. As the ponytail man cautiously stepped beyond the yellow line, Su cautioned, "Beware of shadows. If you draw too close to the door, you may be seized." He wiped the sweat from his brow, replying, "I am not so inept." With that, he continued towards the hotel's emergency exit. The absence of any immediate threats allowed him to ascend the hotel steps without hesitation. Coincidentally, the moment his foot landed on the step, the sound from within the hotel abruptly ceased. After several trials, he appeared to have discerned the mechanism. Whenever something appeared on the steps, even a mere stone, the zombies within the hotel would awaken, unleashing a cacophony of growls. The longer an external object remained in contact with the hotel's threshold, the louder the roars became, resonating as if the very heavens were trembling. Yet, despite the commotion, not a single zombie emerged, leading them to realize that the zombies could not exit the hotel of their own accord. Gazing at the stone at the foot of the steps, the ponytail man, standing within the yellow line, wore a grim expression. "We are in trouble. It seems we must enter the hotel to manage this horde of zombies." Susu, pointing to the building where they had been piecing together the tablecloth. "We could take refuge inside there. That should pose no issue." She shrugged, her hands open in surrender, finding no grounds to dispute the ponytail man's assertion, for it indeed held merit. "However, should we not remove that stone on the steps? While the zombies inside cannot escape, the collective roar of so many could be quite unsettling in the dead of night." "I meant to say something earlier, but I hesitated to interrupt," a player remarked, rubbing their arms, clearly unnerved by the din. The ponytail man apologized. "I shall attend to it immediately." With a resounding crash, as he prepared to step out of the yellow line, a series of loud bangs erupted from the side wall of the hotel. They cautiously moved from the yellow line to investigate the source of the noise, but upon glimpsing the objects illuminated by the dim light from the adjacent hall, all instinctively cursed, "Damn it! Despair, despair." The zombies have emerged from the hotel, relentlessly breaking through the walls of the corridor and leaping down from the upper floors. Players within the yellow line observed in horror as the zombies tumbled from the breach in the staircase. The man with the ponytail immediately approached to investigate upon hearing the commotion, and with a single glance, he grasped the situation. He explained, "This location appears to be the emergency exit. If I'm not mistaken, this is where we got trapped during the countdown, unable to descend." With the ponytail man's remark, the remaining players could easily envision the dire circumstances. At that time, dozens of players have been immobilized in the stairwell on the third and fourth floors. Unable to move, they were inevitably unable to reach the yellow line within the allotted time, leaving their bodies stranded until now. The zombies, unable to endure such prolonged agitation, had naturally awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, their foremost instinct was to break free from their constraints. The structures made of bricks could scarcely withstand the struggles of so many zombies. As bricks crumbled, one after another, zombies emerged from the debris. The ponytail man couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging that their descent was fortuitous. Realistically, even with just that handful of people, it would have been exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. Now, however, they were conveniently ushered into the yellow line. The tattooed man chimed in. "Who would have thought they would be so foolish as to bring about their own demise? Once these zombies have all fallen, we must act swiftly. I can hardly endure this cursed game any longer." Fortunately, the yellow line was a safe zone. Otherwise, facing such a horde of zombies, they might not withstand the onslaught. "Indeed, just watching from afar makes my legs feel weak," echoed a player at the end of the line. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of numerous shadowy figures swaying behind him. The sight rendered him speechless, and in a panic, he grasped the arm of a nearby companion, exerting all his strength to convey the alarming news. His companion quickly registered the situation, but upon witnessing the scene behind them, he lost all composure and screamed, "Help!" The cry not only attracted their attention, but also drew the attention of the surrounding zombies. Before they could react, they found themselves fully exposed within the zombies' line of sight. In an instant, all were stunned. What is happening? Why can the zombies within the yellow line move? The players quickly huddled together, warily observing the still stiff zombies around them. What is going on? Was the yellow line supposed to be safe? It had always been secure. Could there be a malfunction? "Quick, let us check," urged a team member on the right, pointing to the yellow line, which had been damaged by falling debris. "Look, the yellow line over there has been compromised by the rubble." As they scrutinized the area, it became evident that the yellow line was nearly beyond repair. "What now? This is a disaster." With the yellow line breached, it naturally lost its protective function, and the zombies that once lay motionless within it began to rise again. A development that was hardly surprising. Hearing the growls of the zombies, all players tensed up. Yet, remaining stationary was not an option. The ponytail man declared, "We cannot sit idly by. While the zombies are still somewhat sluggish, we must flee. Let us scatter and run separately to avoid total annihilation." Though he refrained from voicing that concern, it's futile. There are too many zombies, and the platforms behind us are too limited to allow for an escape. We can't just wait to die. As long as the zombies remain somewhat stiff, we have a glimmer of hope. With that, the ponytail man shouted, "Run." At his command, the group of 30 immediately dispersed. But running was one thing. Knowing where to run posed another challenge. Facing the hotel's left rear, Su dashed in that direction, wielding a chair to fend off 2 sluggish zombies along the way. However, as she continued to run, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, the outside is so vast. Where have the others gone? With over 100 players, the hotel consisted of 2 buildings. One was infested with zombies and impossible to enter, while the first floor of the other building was in ruins, right under their noses, making entry impossible. Furthermore, the hotel was encircled by a wall, and the main entrance was locked tight, leaving no means of escape. Where could all those people possibly be hiding? At that moment, the ponytail man, who had caught up with her, felt a surge of excitement. It indicated that there might still be an undiscovered safe location within the hotel. It must be so. Let us search. After striking a zombie in the head with his chair, which shattered upon impact, the ponytail man managed to push the creature back, granting him a moment to flee. A player beside Su glanced back, desperation etched on his face. What do we do? There are too many zombies. Even with our stamina, we can't run for long. We'll likely be caught soon. As long as we aren't caught, we must not give up. Su reassured the nearly distraught player. Just then, she caught sight of something red beneath a withered tree in the distance, a small, abandoned object. She recognized it as the red rabbit plush that Alice had previously used during their game. Why was Alice's toy discarded by the roadside? Without hesitation, Su snatched up the toy and rejoined the fleeing group. The ponytail man glanced at her, took the chair from her grasp, and swung it at the pursuing zombies until it splintered beyond use, then asked, "Why did you pick that up?" "Isn't that Alice's little rabbit?" "I don't know. I just felt it shouldn't be left behind." With the rabbit already retrieved, the ponytail man had little room to comment further. As he looked back at the ever-growing horde of zombies, his hair stood on end. "I'm starting to feel scared. Are we really going to die here?" His fear level dropped by 10, leaving him with only 86 points. Upon hearing this, surrounding players nearly erupted in exasperation. "I only have 30 left. What are you talking about?" "Exactly. I'm starting to hallucinate. If I hadn't been with you, I'd have perished already. You still have over 80 points. And you dare complain about being scared?" The ponytail man, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, "I may have lost fewer points, but I can still feel fear." Su ignored their banter, noting a turn ahead. "A turn is coming. Be careful not to fall." After rounding the corner, they encountered a woman in a green dress running in the opposite direction. Upon seeing them, she immediately said, "I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which you want to hear?" The ponytail man, bemused, replied, "Miss, we're trying to escape. The zombies are almost upon us. Who has time for games right now?" The woman in the green dress revealed the answer directly. "I discovered an underground parking lot situated to the right of the hotel, which you all failed to notice as you didn't escape in that direction. This parking lot is equipped with a rolling shutter door, and to the side of the door, there's a small breach that has been damaged, allowing a person to slip inside and hide." The tattooed man exclaimed with delight. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to conceal ourselves." The unfortunate news was that as I rushed over, I found the rolling shutter door was being guarded by the Virgin Mary herself. I surmised she was there to watch over us, and as soon as she spotted me, she immediately barred the entrance. With zombies closing in behind me and no weapon in hand, I dared not linger and promptly sought you all out. "Are you implying we are doomed?" "Susuinquir." The tattooed man cursed vehemently. "That virgin! Had I known, I would have dealt with her from the outset. Let's not dwell on that. What shall we do?" "Running aimlessly is not a viable solution," he continued, as this group of players nearly regrouped. The horde of zombies pursuing them also converged, and the previously terrified players, who had been too frightened to speak, were now compelled to urge one another, "Run faster. Run faster." In the midst of their flight, the ponytailed man inadvertently stepped on a loose stone and nearly stumbled, only to be caught by the tattooed man in a swift embrace, narrowly avoiding disaster. Once he regained his breath, he hastily queried, "Su, Do you have any ideas? If you do, speak quickly. While we still possess some stamina and the zombies cannot run swiftly, we must resolve this. Otherwise, it will truly be the end for us. What other options do we have? It's only because the zombies are slow that we haven't been overwhelmed already. And why do you place your hopes upon me? Su replied, feeling the pressure mounting. Yet, she indeed had a rather unscrupulous suggestion, one she hesitated to voice. Is there any room for scruples at this juncture? Hurry up, urged the woman in the green dress, excited at the prospect that Su might have a solution. As they ran, Su explained, I'm not certain if it will work, but earlier, when we were tying the tablecloth, I asked to check if there were any hidden things on the first floor over there. Due to the zombies, I didn't have a chance to investigate. If you buy me some time, I could take a few people over to explore. Perhaps we can uncover a hidden passage. Even if we don't find a hidden passage, discovering some clues to progress is certainly better than running in circles with the zombies. The tattooed man furrowed his brow. But that won't buy us much time. The platform behind the hotel is limited, and with so many zombies, we can't circle around for long. Moreover, what does this have to do with scruples? The longer we delay, the more likely we are to get injured. While sacrifices are acceptable, this method of sacrifice seems rather unjust. You can't possibly circle around by yourselves, but what if we lead them to the parking lot? Su suggested mischievously. That would be exceedingly unscrupulous indeed. It would essentially force the Virgin and her group into dire straits. Though her words were not explicitly stated, those who understood grasped her meaning entirely. Moreover, this idea resonated deeply with the players. Previously, they had welcomed the Virgin and her group into the Yellow Line despite their provocations and ridicule, granting them a chance at survival. Yet, how did the Virgin repay their kindness? By prohibiting their access to the parking lot, she must surely consider the consequences. Su frowned, but don't get too excited. I do have one concern. Will the remaining 100 or so players have hidden themselves in the parking lot as well? After all, they're innocent. To be taken out like this would indeed be a pity. However, no one paid her any heed. The tattooed man retorted, Did you see those 100 or so players enter? The answer is clearly no. Since they haven't that means they're not inside. He was eager to act without delay, declaring, Let us move quickly. The woman in the green dress asserted, I will take the lead. Even if I must perish in this game, I shall pave the way. If we can eliminate that Virgin, my journey in this game will not have been in vain. The 4 swift-footed individuals agreed, We will join you. The remaining players chimed in. You all draw a portion of the zombies to the parking lot while we lead a smaller quantity around the vicinity, keeping an eye on Su's situation to relay information. Be clever about it. Our aim is not to sacrifice ourselves or others, but Su began, yet was interrupted by the woman in the green dress. We all understand. Hurry. Take this opportunity to find clues, and we shall swiftly head to the parking lot. Brothers, grab your weapons. With a resounding affirmation, the woman in the green dress not only captured the attention of the majority of the zombies, but also instilled courage in her fellow players. Meanwhile, Su and the ponytailed man, along with 2 other players, carefully evaded the zombies' gaze and cautiously entered the building at the rear. The first-floor dining area remained in its previously devastated state, but thankfully, as there had never been much within, it did not appear overly chaotic. Let us commence our search immediately. We must scour every nook and cranny without neglecting a single spot, the ponytailed man insisted. And we must ensure that the previous restroom incident does not recur. The mere thought of the prior restroom incident left them feeling uneasy. We understand, they replied. With that, the 4 dispersed into various corners of the area. The search process was far from smooth, amidst the movements of the zombies. They even inspected every tile on the first floor, yet not a single hidden compartment or clue was uncovered. A loud crash resounded nearby, startling the 4 into a state of heightened alert before they resumed their exploration. The ponytailed man found it hard to believe that they could find nothing, reasoning that there should indeed be something on this floor. Where else could we look? We ought to have searched every spot by now. How about we check the restroom? We haven't been there yet, suggested one player. The 4 hastened to the restroom near the back door, only to find it was an ordinary lavatory. Aside from a sink to the left upon entry, the only other feature was a toilet, which appeared utterly empty at first glance. I will search more thoroughly, the ponytailed man declared, immediately beginning a meticulous examination of the restroom. However, after a thorough search, he could ascertain that there was indeed nothing within. Just as they were about to leave in disappointment, Su's rabbit plush toy caught on the doorframe. She halted, quickly freeing the toy's hand. But as she took a few steps forward, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The doorframe was smooth and unbroken, so how had the toy gotten snagged? gazing at the rabbit plushie. Su smiled. You're giving me a hint, aren't you? The clue is in the restroom, correct? Wait, don't leave. The clue must be here, she urged. The ponytailed man, leading the way, furrowed his brow. We just searched and found nothing. Are you thinking of something? But in such a small area of 5 square meters. How much could possibly be hidden? He shook his head in disbelief. Su felt a twinge of doubt. Had she perhaps overthought it? She glanced again at the plushie in her arms and noticed that it had shifted positions, with the previously snagged hand now pointing directly at the toilet in the corner. Could it be that the clue lay with the toilet? Meanwhile, after parting ways with Su and her group, the woman in the green dress turned to the tattooed man and said, Brother, we cannot afford to part with the chair. We have to fend off the zombies. But didn't a lot of debris fall to the ground when the wall collapsed earlier? Let us gather some stones and hurl them at the roller shutter of the parking lot. That contraption makes quite the racket, which should initially capture the attention of a portion of the zombies. Ideally, we can keep them occupied there, even if we cannot delay many. Creating some distance would be advantageous. This idea is quite commendable, the tattooed brother declared. Allow me to throw. My strength is considerable and my aim precise, ensuring a resounding noise. Once I've thrown my stones, if the zombies react, you may continue to throw. Very well. With a resounding agreement, all players prepared for action. Originally, they were not far from the toppled wall, and as they passed by, each member eagerly picked up several bricks, particularly the tattooed brother, who secured a large and sturdy stone. A woman in a green dress teased, Can you even throw such a hefty stone? I have a smaller one. If you struggle, I can toss the smaller one instead. However, the larger one will certainly make a louder sound, and ideally, it would break the shutter, as that metal is not particularly robust. A modest mound of rubble briefly obstructed the zombies' path, creating a slight gap between them. The tattooed brother promptly took the lead, saying, I shall go first. You all hurry over. With that, he turned the corner and, under the moonlight, accurately threw the large stone against the roller shutter. Seeing that throwing stones proved effective, the nearby players rushed to the shutter, imitating his actions and flinging their stones at it. At this point, the majority of the zombies had congested at the entrance of the shutter. The closer they pressed, the louder and longer the noise became. In no time, the roller shutter was overwhelmed by the horde, and only after all the zombies surged into the parking lot did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Though they had evaded the zombies, the fate of others was truly beyond their control. After the virtual screen vanished, everyone was left in utter astonishment at this impressive maneuver. They were still fleeing for their lives, and yet suddenly found themselves engaged in a game. However, they assumed this was merely a character introduction and did not take it too seriously, as they certainly did not anticipate being forced into game mode at this late hour. As the virtual screen disappeared, Su, still in the restroom, urged, Forget about that. Let us search again. It's impossible we can't find anything. The ponytailed boy nodded repeatedly, yet he had already scoured the toilet multiple times without success. Frustrated, as he stood up, his finger inadvertently pressed the flush button. The sound of water echoed. The hidden door beside the toilet swung open. The 4 players crammed in the restroom were momentarily bewildered. This feeling of confusion surpassed even the surprise of being prompted to play a game. Didn't he expect it to open? The ponytailed boy mused. He had suspected secrets existed on this floor, but he certainly never imagined the switch would be the toilet button. Su exhaled in relief, saying, Regardless of what's inside, you all go first. I'll stay at the entrance to call others in. Whatever lies within here is certainly safer than outside. The ponytailed boy led the other 2 teammates inside, and, as the 3 entered, the water from the flush ceased, and simultaneously, the hidden door closed behind them. With just one glance, Su understood that the flush button served as the switch. Once the water flowed, the door opened, and when the flushing ceased, the door naturally closed. Curious if it could still be opened, she tested it and found it easy to operate. Turning, she dashed toward the entrance to hide. Hiding behind the door, Su waited until she heard a series of thuds, and after a moment, she finally spotted several figures running toward her. Upon recognizing their agile forms, she eagerly waved to them. 3 teammates approached her, breathless, and quickly inquired, Did you find anything? I discovered a hidden door, and I sent the ponytail boy inside. Follow me. We'll go to the restroom. All right. In a jubilant atmosphere, Su led the 3 into the restroom and, after pressing the flush button, sent the astonished trio through the hidden door. With most zombies temporarily dealt with, a small number that had slipped through would be addressed later. The tattooed brother urged, Quickly take a group inside, and leave a few to help me hold them off. Almost instantaneously, the players organized themselves. Those with stamina teamed up with the tattooed brother to barricade the entrance, while the less vigorous followed Su to the hidden door. As Su pressed the flush button without time to explain, she pushed the bewildered group inside, urging, "Hurry, the ponytail boy and the other shouldn't be far." Quickly join them. After ushering the group into the hidden door, Su exited the restroom just as the tattooed brother and his companions were nearly overwhelmed by the approaching zombies. Place this glass surface against the narrow passage at the back. It should hold them off for a while. We need to seal the restroom door. We should be able to enter the hidden door, she instructed. Go open the door. We'll be right there. Su re-entered the restroom, pressed the flush button, and as the hidden door opened, the 8 members led by the tattooed brother swiftly dashed into the restroom, managing to shut the door behind them. However, the smooth glass surface was inadequate to withstand the onslaught for long. Nearly as soon as the restroom door closed, the zombies surged forward. In mere moments, the door was breached, and in a panic, Su urged, "Quickly, get in. There is no time." Watching the slowly closing hidden door and the zombies breaking through, a veiny hand reached toward her. Instinctively, Su ducked aside, and at that very moment, the tattooed brother hurled his wooden stick, forcefully pushing the zombie's hand back against the wall, successfully blocking the imminent entry. The hidden door finally shut, and the zombies were confined outside. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Had either Su or the tattooed brother hesitated for even a second, the zombie would have been caught in the door, and once trapped, it could have burst in at any moment. Fortunately, they were safe for the time being. As the hidden door sealed, though the pounding from outside persisted, they could no longer afford to concern themselves with it. "Thank you, brother," Su gasped, grateful for her narrow escape. Yet, it was evident that the recent events had exhausted the group. The tattooed brother could hardly muster a word, merely gesturing to indicate he understood before dropping the subject. Shortly thereafter, in the dim light, the ponytail boy approached them and, after counting the numbers, exhaled in relief, stating, "We are incredibly fortunate. All 30 of us are still alive." Afterward, the ponytailed boy continued, "While I was feeling my way in the dark, I happened upon the main power switch. Thankfully, this hotel uses quality electrical materials, and when I flipped it, the lights came on. All things considered, we've been quite lucky." The group nodded in agreement. Yet before they could express their thoughts, the countdown that had been overshadowed by their escape reappeared before them. It seemed they were not as fortunate as they had initially believed. Having just narrowly escaped one peril, they could hardly fathom plunging into another danger. After all, they had fought hard to survive, and none wished to meet their demise. Who says we will die? The countdown never mentioned where it would lead us before it ends. So even if the countdown expires, we shall not perish. The players expressed their concerns. I am somewhat apprehensive about what game Alice might make us play. To be honest, her games are quite terrifying. Upon hearing this, the little rabbit plushie that had been quietly nestled in Su's arms suddenly tilted, nearly tumbling out of her embrace. Su quickly righted it, gently stroking its small head to offer comfort. If picking it up had been a mere chance occurrence before, now, after the rabbit's subtle guidance, she could confidently ascertain that the plushie was indeed assisting her. And who did the rabbit belong to? It was only natural for it to react upon hearing someone speak of Alice in such a manner. Taking one step at a time, they pondered whether they could resist or not. Just as they were helping one another rise from the ground, a familiar sound suddenly reverberated from all directions overhead. "Don't frighten yourself. We are trapped behind a hidden door. What if we die of fright and become zombies? This could lead to our demise in confinement." The ponytail boy forcibly helped this player to their feet while reassuring the few remaining players. However, before he could finish his words, Alice's voice echoed once more from the speakers. The floating panel vanished, and the game officially commenced. As many players succumbed to despair, the phantoms they feared did not manifest before their eyes. Ah, the game has begun, but where are the illusions? Why are there no illusions? Isn't it better that there are none? Do you need to see the illusions to feel at ease? Nonsense. I fear the illusions, which is why I dread playing the game. If there are no illusions, I might manage to hold on for a while. Phew, that nearly scared me to death. But how do we even play this game? Su explained, "Haven't you ever played hide and seek? Did you not have a childhood? This is nothing like the childhood game of hide and seek." The ponytailed boy retorted, "Alice must be a ghost, and we, over 100 of us, are undoubtedly the ones captured. However, I wonder if Alice's version of hide and seek follows the same rules we used to play." Yet, most surprisingly, those over 100 who had no idea where to hide were still alive and well. Indeed, now that you mention it, I remember there are still over 100 of us left in this game. I just hope that among those who later perished, there are no saints. Just thinking of her makes me feel uneasy. Observing the woman in a green dress looking as if she wanted to curse, they all could tell she was genuinely distressed. Unfortunately, they had not seen her. One player comforted, "Let us wait a bit longer. There will surely be a chance to confirm. May your words be fulfilled." After parting ways with the group of saints, they gradually moved into the parking lot, even hiding there for a while. But soon enough, the saints also took refuge there. They realized this person was unreliable. Thus, with a significant advantage in time, they familiarized themselves with the parking lot's layout and, upon the saints' arrival, swiftly distanced themselves, hiding in a corner. Subsequently, the zombies broke through the walls, and they also slipped from the parking lot into the hotel's interior. Inside the hotel, many zombies, alerted by the commotion, emerged alongside those trapped in the hallways. Yet, some zombies did not respond. They took risks to sneak into various rooms, retrieving usable weapons and successfully clearing out the remaining zombies left in the hotel. They then sought refuge in the rooms, supporting one another as they awaited dawn. However, none anticipated that before the break of day, a new round of the game would commence. This dealt them a crushing blow. In the eyes of all, despair reigned as they silently questioned, would they survive until dawn? Since this is hide and seek, does that mean we just have to wait for Alice to catch us? Shouldn't we take this limited time to explore the hidden chamber behind this secret door? The ponytailed boy's eyes sparkled as he said, "I believe this hidden chamber will undoubtedly bring us many surprises." He continued, "Games are generally designed this way. Such hidden chambers often conceal unspeakable secrets. All right, since we're confined here anyway, it would be best to uncover any clues related to the game." The woman in the green dress remarked, "Didn't you arrive a bit earlier? Have you found anything?" "We did arrive earlier. The countdown had just begun, and when you entered, it had not yet ended. In such a short span, I only managed to turn on the main power." The ponytailed boy gestured toward a sizable electrical box set against the wall at the end of the passage. Although the distance was not great, traversing in darkness would still take some time. The woman in the green dress smiled. "I was just asking. Why do you seem so put out?" Although they had not yet begun searching for clues, the players found it difficult to remain vigilant in their now relaxed state. After running for so long, not everyone had the strength to move again. "I can't go on. My feet can no longer bear me. I feel the same. My legs feel as if they're no longer mine." Susu replied, "Since this place is safe now, if you can't move, just rest here for a while. As long as we stick together, there shouldn't be any major issues." "But what if Alice comes? What should we do then?" A player, now seated on the ground, asked anxiously. Yet, Susu had no answers to offer. "If she comes, she comes. You need to understand the game's rules. Alice cannot kill you directly, so you won't be eliminated by her. And in our current situation, you cannot be eliminated. You must survive in this hidden chamber until the end of the game. Understood?" Their lack of reassurance only heightened their fear. Nevertheless, they were not about to move again, not a single step. After saying this, the group of players practically collapsed onto the ground. "You all go ahead. We'll rest for a bit and join you shortly. We promise to do our utmost to survive, but ultimately, the outcome may be beyond our control." Susu smiled and said, "You should lie further inside. After all, the nearer you are to the exit, the closer the zombies are. It's safer deeper in. Rest well. There are still over 6 hours until dawn, and I suspect we will have our hands full shortly." With that, Susu led the ponytailed boy, the woman in the green dress, the heavily tattooed man, and a young boy in a purple shirt deeper into the hidden chamber. Once they left, the players near the door all moved to the innermost part and lay down again. This time, they truly did not intend to move anymore. The 5 of them traversed the brick wall to reach the main power switch, and to its right lay a red brick passage and a steep staircase. The staircase was quite perilous, with each step designed rather unscientifically. It was not only a spiral staircase, but also lacked handrails. With each step, Susu had to brace herself against the wall to carefully descend, or she would surely fall. Moreover, the wall itself was a source of complaint. As soon as her hand touched the surface, the cement began to crumble, sending down a cloud of dust and revealing the shoddy construction. Susu cautiously made her way down, and after scraping against countless layers of plaster, she lamented, "Couldn't they have smoothed the outside with cement?" Which hidden chamber is constructed to resemble a half-finished building? It was probably built in haste, but there could be other reasons. The hotel only operated for 2 months before closing. Perhaps the owner intended to conduct renovations while in business. But who could have predicted that the renovations never commenced or were left halfway? The boy in the purple shirt remarked, "My family is in construction. I often accompany my father to job sites during breaks, and such situations frequently occur. So, Do you think this derelict hidden chamber truly holds any significant clues? Setting aside the clues for now, the first to descend, Su, was met with a wooden door barring their path. The tattooed man behind her couldn't help but scoff. Is this wooden door meant to be a joke? After speaking, he stepped past Su and with a single kick, sent the entire door crashing down, showcasing his immense strength. Su inquired earnestly, "Brother, what do you do outside?" "I collect protection fees," the tattooed man jested, eliciting astonished looks from the group. "Just kidding. I teach boxing." It was no wonder, given his muscular physique, it would be a waste not to teach combat. Amidst the banter, the group of 5 stepped onto the fallen door and ventured inside. The corridor within was also electrified, dimly illuminated, revealing a roughly 3-meter-long passageway constructed of red bricks, appearing as rudimentary as the upper floor. However, at the far end of the corridor stood a particularly sturdy and exquisitely crafted door, which seemed somewhat out of place compared to its surroundings. "Let us go take a look," one of them suggested. "I didn't expect we would reach the end so soon. I thought we had several more flights to descend." Indeed, they agreed as they arrived at the imposing door, only to be momentarily taken aback by something affixed to it. This seemingly robust door bore a combination lock, not the type integrated into a doorknob, but rather a traditional keyhole lock with an external combination mechanism. The ponytailed man examined the lock, noting it was 4 digits long, perplexed by the necessity of such an arrangement. "I feel like combining both locks doesn't make it particularly secure," he mused. "Why not just break the door down?" The tattooed man, already possessing significant strength, found the door, although sturdy, was a product of 2 decades past, and with a single blow, loosened the hinges embedded in the right wall. Following that, he struck it twice more, and the formidable door began to teeter precariously. With a leap onto the nearly toppled door, he pushed against the left hinge, which gave way with a click, and the door finally lay flat upon the ground. Yet, as they peered into the hidden chamber beyond, the contents within startled them profoundly. In the dimly lit secret room, they beheld a narrow passage approximately 2 meters long, not particularly spacious, but alarming nonetheless, for at the far end stood a life-size statue of Guan Yu, the legendary warrior. The statue's fierce gaze and furrowed brow, coupled with the imposing pose of the green dragon crescent blade, evoked an overwhelming sense of awe. Taken aback, Su instinctively placed a hand upon her chest, exclaiming, "That was more terrifying than a ghost. My fright level has plummeted." "Mine too," another echoed. "I'm not even close," yet another chimed in. "But why is the statue of Guan Yu here in this secret chamber?" The tattooed man offered a tidbit of wisdom. "Do not be deceived by his fearsome appearance. Lord Guan is the embodiment of justice, serving to ward off evil and protect the home." "To ward off evil and protect the home," he continued, suddenly realizing. "So, there must be something sinister lurking here. Isn't that quite normal?" Another interjected. "And if there is evil, it must be Alice, considering this scenario is titled Bloodstained Alice. Thus, it seems we have indeed found the right location," the ponytailed man expounded. However, their reaction seemed overly composed given the circumstances. The purple-clad boy voiced his skepticism. "Wait, after all this time, can you still maintain such rigid logic? I'm genuinely too frightened to think straight." "Do not underestimate yourselves. Surviving this long indicates exceptional qualities," the woman in the green dress asserted. "What are we waiting for? Let us go inside and investigate." Initially, they thought encountering the Guan Yu statue would be the most terrifying experience, but upon traversing the corridor into the room, they were astonished to find every surface plastered with yellow paper bearing talismans. Faced with the overwhelming sight of these talismanic papers, fear was not the only emotion. They were at a loss as to how to search for anything amidst the chaos. "There is so much yellow paper, I can't even distinguish one from another. And with all this talismanic paper, I have no idea what I should or shouldn't touch," the ponytailed man lamented, a headache forming. "Let us explore a bit before diving into searching for clues," Su suggested, leading the group to wander around the room. The chamber itself was constructed quite simply, with unpainted red brick walls. As her hand brushed against the wall, the crumbling plaster fell away like in other parts of the building. The room lacked any separate partitions, divided only by the imposing Guan Yu statue at the entrance, creating a large open space. On the left side, after careful examination, Su concluded that beneath the pile of talismanic papers lay a cabinet, a desk, and 2 large wooden boxes. To the right lay an assortment of tools, their utility uncertain, but there were many. The distinction between the 2 sides was stark, as the left side was inundated with more talismanic papers than the right. Thus, It was evident that the left room held greater significance. "Let us head left," Su declared. The other four were taken aback by her decisiveness, and, in their panic, failed to stop her, watching as she removed all the yellow papers without a single one remaining. "What are you doing? If you release whatever is contained, we could all be doomed," the ponytailed man exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Relax," Su replied calmly. "Although I'm not an expert in this area, I understand that if these talismans are effective, one is sufficient. If they are ineffective, then no amount will have any effect. Thus, the answer is clear. These talismans are useless, and removing them will only expedite our investigation." The ponytailed man sighed. "I see my error. Alice is still outside." "But what if the entity bound here isn't Alice?" the purple-clad boy questioned. "Then the game should change its protagonist's name," Su urged. "Stop standing around and get to work." With that, the four sprang into action, and soon all the talismanic papers from the furniture lay scattered on the ground. On the desk before Su, the sole item remaining was a storybook titled Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. The book, encased in thick cardboard, contained numerous pages, giving it a substantial feel. However, one curious detail was that on the right side of the pages a lock clasp was attached. Yet the key was nowhere to be found on the desk. "Do you have any clues?" The woman in the green dress, rummaging through one of the boxes, replied, "A box full of children's clothing. It appears to belong to Alice." The tattooed man added, "My box is filled with little girls' toys. They likely belong to Alice as well." The purple-clad boy and the ponytailed man searched the bookshelf, discovering only children's fairy tales and drawings, along with some watercolor pens, but nothing else of significance. "There's still the bottom shelf. Let me check," the ponytail man said. After opening the bottom shelf and finding it devoid of anything, he felt despondent. "Nothing, absolutely nothing. Surely we can't overlook something so glaringly obvious." As the five gathered around the desk, they beheld the storybook in Su's hands, their expressions a mix of disbelief. It resembled the diaries we used in elementary school, with locks both keyed and combination style. However, I recall the key being quite small, and in this disarray, it would likely be difficult to locate. "Do not complain. Do you still wish to cling to life? Hurry and search." The five individuals dispersed once more within the room. Yet despite their frantic efforts, they could not locate a diminutive key amidst the chaos. Just as despair began to settle in, the plush rabbit toy nestled in Su's arms inexplicably shifted direction, its soft, cottony paw pointing towards the back of the bookshelf. Could it be that the key lies there? Upon hearing Su's words, the other four paused in surprise. They too harbored doubts, for Su rarely issued commands, often speaking ambiguously when questioned about certain matters. This was understandable. When life and death hang in the balance, who would willingly shoulder the responsibility for another's fate? However, once Su did give an order, success was almost assured. The violet-haired boy could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Have you acquired some sort of tool? How is it that you consistently manage to pinpoint its location, just as you did in the restroom?" Being part of the restroom quartet, he had witnessed everything unfold and was understandably filled with skepticism. As soon as the boy finished speaking, the gazes of the other three turned towards her. Su, not wishing to conceal anything, proudly lifted the rabbit to showcase it before them, exclaiming, "It was it that guided me." It was the same in the restroom. The boy with the ponytail wore a perplexed expression, pondering how a stuffed toy could offer guidance. "It's rather peculiar that you chose to pick up this doll during such a perilous moment," he remarked. "As we fled, I caught a glimpse of it lying in the corner, and a singular thought crossed my mind. It must not be left behind," Su explained. Later, while we were seeking clues in the restroom, the rabbit's hand suddenly grasped the door frame, pulling me slightly. There was nothing on the frame that could catch a person, so I felt the rabbit was trying to signal me. Then, when we were at a loss for clues, its hand suddenly pointed toward the toilet. That is when I tentatively suggested that the mechanism might be there, and you found it. I had been unable to explain due to the urgency of the situation. And of course, none of you had asked. That matter was of no concern to her now. However, once Su had finished speaking, the four before her harbored no doubts about her words. The woman in the green dress remarked, "I too sense that aside from your remarkable courage, Alice seems to have a particular fondness for you." The violet-haired boy added, "Indeed, she frightens us but not you. Perhaps it is because you were the first to speak to her, and you were unafraid, making you special. If this rabbit is indeed Alice's, it would be entirely natural for it to offer you hints, for this is, after all, a game world where anything illogical can become logical." The boy with the ponytail asked earnestly, "So the rabbit pointed towards the bookshelf?" "Yes, It did so after we had searched for quite some time and found nothing. So came enfermo. The tattooed man, feeling a sudden sense of relief, remarked, "So it couldn't bear to watch us struggle, and came to guide us? Well, as long as we have a hint, it matters not who provided it," the ponytail boy replied. "I will fetch some tool from the next room and dismantle this bookshelf to see what lies within." He returned with 2 pairs of pliers, which sufficed as the bookshelf was rather flimsy. After surveying the bookshelf, the ponytail boy's gaze settled upon the bottom, where a raised wooden panel concealed a hollow compartment, designed for aesthetic purposes but ideal for hiding objects. He began to chip away at the wooden panel piece by piece, using the pliers to pry off adjacent boards. Once most of the wood was removed, a palm-sized, round biscuit tin came into view. The tin was rusted, and upon picking it up, the ponytailed boy could hardly feel its weight, yet the sound of something shifting inside could be heard. Upon opening the tin, they found, as expected, the key to the fairy tale book. "Quickly, let us open the fairy tale book." Yet, in an instant, the whirlwind of chaos subsided, leaving them surrounded by an eerie stillness as if nothing had transpired. The ponytail boy exhaled a heavy breath, stating, "It seems we have found the right one." Before they could revel in their triumph, notifications of players who had succumbed to fear flashed before them incessantly. After a flurry of over 20 notifications, Susu rubbed her eyes and asked, "How exactly does this game operate? Why have so many perished? Who knows? Let's not dwell on that. We should focus on our own tasks. We will tackle the game as it comes," Susu replied, nodding as she turned the key halfway, successfully unlocking it. However, upon flipping the page, they were met with the absence of a table of contents. As they proceeded to read further, they discovered that the content of this book bore no resemblance to the narrative they had encountered in the real world. The majority of each page was adorned with illustrations, with only a small portion containing text. From the illustrations, it became apparent that the plush rabbit bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in Susu's arms. Save for a difference in clothing color, the depicted toy was clad in pink, while her toy was a vibrant red. The violet-haired boy speculated, "So the game time of 1,123 minutes is a tribute to this?" The ponytail boy replied, "Not necessarily. Let us keep reading." Unsurprisingly, the setting depicted in the book was the very hotel they found themselves in during the game. The narrative then unfolded, recounting how Alice had caused a ruckus in the middle of the night, rendering the newly constructed hotel uninhabitable for its guests, ultimately forcing it to close for over 20 years until its recent reopening. Strangely enough, as they perused the illustrations and text, they found the contents of the book bore a striking resemblance to their own experiences that day. First, many individuals inexplicably awoke in the hotel rooms. Due to the sheer number of people waking at the same time, the faces were random, yet Susu was taken aback to recognize a familiar visage among them. Subsequently, a crowd rushed down the stairs, though the countdown was notably absent from the illustrations. However, the yellow line marking the area behind the hotel platform was clearly delineated, for it was not only their initial save point, but also the burial site of Alice. Then the figure of the red-clad Alice emerged from the throng, proposing a game. Naturally, the storybook would not depict the horrifying scenes that Alice had shown them, yet the high death toll during the game was impossible to ignore. As the game continued, deceased players transformed into zombies to pursue them, leading to a frantic escape into the parking lot, ultimately culminating in their retreat to a hidden door until they found themselves in this disheveled secret room. Although much of the content had been edited down, there was not a single detail amiss, sending chills down their spines. Finally, the illustrations in the fairy tale book froze on the image of the 5 of them perusing a storybook together. The alignment of their positions and the simultaneous expressions of shock on their faces compelled them to hurl the storybook from their grasp in sheer terror. Just as they recoiled in astonishment, a virtual screen illuminated before them. As the screen dimmed, the gazes of the 5 players finally met. "So, you received hints as well, did you not? Having finished reading the storybook, we have completed 35 of the main quest." Such a main quest was evidently exploratory in nature, so this format posed no issue, yet the contents of the storybook were undeniably chilling. "But why do we find ourselves within the pages of storybook?" pondered the purple-clad boy. Although as documented through illustrations, the resemblance of those 5 individuals to us is strikingly uncanny. This cannot merely be a coincidence. Based on the information provided by the virtual screen, it is evident that the book we are perusing chronicles the life of Alice. While the origins of this tome remain a mystery, the sequence of events is undeniably coherent. Whether it pertains to the hotel's abandonment 2 decades ago or its present restoration, This narrative has the capacity to encapsulate both eras, analyzed the ponytailed man. But when does it reach its conclusion? What remains of our main quest? To survive until dawn and fulfill Alice's wish. A wish? If I am not mistaken, Alice's desire is likely to be far from simple, remarked the woman in the green dress. After all, she was abused to death, and even in death, she was subjected to further indignities. Were I in her position, my wish would undoubtedly be to ensure that the perpetrator experiences a tenfold, a hundredfold retribution. Thus, it seems her desire must involve the demise of the wealthy merchant. But how shall we accomplish this? We are unaware of the merchant's whereabouts, and more critically, we are unable to escape, the heavily tattooed man interjected. The pressing issue is the lack of time. The scenario concludes at dawn. I surmise that Alice's wish is not this straightforward. Susu steadied herself and once more opened the fairy tale book. Upon reading about Alice's posthumous mistreatment, the rabbit plushie could no longer contain itself and leapt from her embrace, bounding towards the illustrated Alice. Even though the rabbit was merely a doll, Susu could feel the profound sorrow emanating from it. She did not move the rabbit and, amidst the group's puzzled expressions, questioned, "Is the Alice playing outside truly the same Alice depicted here?" Upon hearing her words, the seemingly motionless plushie stiffened slightly, a subtle movement, yet one that Susu, with her keen sensitivity, detected. It appeared her speculation was correct. The purple-clad boy asked in confusion, "Susu, what do you mean? Isn't Alice simply Alice? The Alice we play games with looks identical to the one in the illustrations. Does similarity guarantee identity? We are not in the real world. This is a game realm. Moreover, consider Alice's depiction. When she was buried, a coin was placed in her mouth, and a talisman was affixed to her head. I recall a folk belief that stuffing a corpse's mouth with money prevents them from accusing the living in the afterlife. As for the talisman, it clearly indicates wrongdoing, a precaution against vengeful spirits. If that is the case, how could Alice emerge to engage with everyone in play? Additionally, while the external Alice shares a visage with the storybook Alice, the former appears no older than 3 or 4, whereas the narrative states that Alice perished at the age of 5. A year may seem brief, yet in a child's development, it is significant. Thus, I believe these two Alices are not the same person. If the Alice outside is not the true Alice, then what manner of being is participating in the game? The purple-clad boy earnestly inquired, "So what shall we do next?" He sensed a portentous undertone in Susu's demeanor. After a moment, the ponytail man finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, "You can't possibly mean." "Indeed, what time is it now?" The group glanced at the virtual screen, realizing it was already 12:24. An hour had slipped away unawares. "How many survivors remain?" "Susupreste." The heavily tattooed man cursed. "I have no sense of time passing. Astonishingly, only 87 survivors are left." The dire reality was that 30 of them remained here, meaning countless others had perished outside in a frightfully brief span. "What exactly do you intend to do?" queried the woman in the green dress, her confusion palpable. "I propose we excavate Alice from her grave, remove the grotesque remnants affixed to her, and incinerate her remains, allowing her to rest in peace and facilitating her rebirth." Susuriblaive. As for her wish, she cradled the rabbit plushie and turned to the final page of the fairy tale book. Yet, it became evident that their scene of reading had not concluded. A new page began to materialize as they deliberated their next steps. Notably, half of the book remained blank, indicating that the potential for subsequent narrative developments was indeed substantial. Let us first resolve these distressing matters, then grant Alice a beautiful fairy tale world within Wonderland. After all, there are no rules that dictate a fairy tale cannot have sequels, Susu asserted. Upon understanding her intentions, the other 4 did not voice any objections. However, it was clear they were not merely embarking on minor escapades. They were poised for significant undertakings. Given this, it is prudent to offer suggestions for future actions and arrangements. The ponytailed man remarked, "I grasp your perspective. With ample time remaining, rather than hiding here, we should engage in more meaningful endeavors, even if it is merely a game. Perhaps it is the key to unraveling the game's secrets, and upon completion, we might achieve a total victory. However, do not forget, outside lurks a horde of zombies, and Alice's protective barrier has been compromised. We cannot unearth her remains without attracting attention." "I have a plan," Susu stated amid the group's puzzled gazes. "The answer lies in the adjoining room." When the others remained perplexed, Susu elaborated, "Did you not observe the contents of that room when you searched earlier? It is filled with tools, knives, pots, bowls, and gardening implements like shovels and hoes." I am not suggesting we execute this plan without due consideration. While I hold such thoughts, it is impossible for just us to confront over 400 zombies. Thus, we must act judiciously. Su was aware of her limitations. To impose such a demanding task would render her no different from the self-righteous figures outside. The woman in the green dress inquired, I have no objections to your assertions. But how precisely do you propose we proceed? Quite simply, we shall first listen at the door to gauge the outside commotion. If the zombies in the restroom remain stationary, we will utilize the tools to eliminate them. Once we confirm the first floor is secure, we can swiftly return to reinforce Alice's protective barrier, Su suggested. My recommendation is that if we are to act, we should do so collectively, as the remaining players are already few. Dispersing further is unnecessary. Su continued. Once we ascertain the safety of the barrier, we can commence our work. Although we know where Alice is buried, I fear the ground may not yield easily. Additionally, I hope to create several outfits for Alice. Furthermore, I wonder if anyone among us possesses artistic talent. The young boy in purple raised his right hand eagerly and proclaimed, I can draw. I am from an art academy. However, the tattooed man did not comprehend. I understand the tasks you mentioned, but why do we need to make Alice a dress? She is already wearing one, and there are garments in the box as well. Yet, did you not notice that all the clothing in the box is white? The fairy tale book has mentioned that this is the color favored by wealthy merchants for Alice's attire. But does Alice like it? Moreover, what gives this scoundrel the right to dictate what Alice should wear? More importantly, the dress Alice is currently wearing has been stained with blood. I am concerned that if she continues to wear this red clothing, she may turn into a vengeful spirit. Therefore, I wish to replace it. Upon hearing this explanation, the four present had no objections, though they were indeed perplexed. Where can we find fabric? Where can we procure needles and thread? Your intentions are noble, and there is ample time for us to accomplish these tasks. But this is a very practical issue, sighed the man with the ponytail. At that moment, the woman in the green dress timidly remarked, there are needles and threads in the box where Alice's clothes are kept. It would be more than sufficient to make a dress for a child. As for fabric, the woman in the green dress turned to Su and smiled. Your nightgown looks quite lovely. Su, upon hearing this, was not at all offended and replied, that was precisely my intention. To cut my dress and use the fabric to make a garment for the child. It will be more than enough. With the discussion reaching this point, everyone naturally acquiesced to Su's plan. The man with the ponytail said, are there any bags in this room to carry things? Let's gather everything we can take upstairs so we won't waste time looking for something later. Let's also organize our tools and call down the people upstairs. After resting for so long, we must get to work. Understood. While Su and the others were tidying up in the basement, the young boy in purple quickly ascended the stairs, awakening everyone who had been resting upstairs. However, the 25 individuals who entered the secret room with the young boy were utterly astonished. This room is a bit terrifying, one remarked. Just a bit terrifying? My fear level has dropped. Don't let your fear level drop any further. It was already insufficient. What if you run out entirely? That's an amusing comment, but I must be able to endure. As these words were exchanged, the man with the ponytail handed over the organized tools one by one to the group, informing them of the matters they had clarified and the tasks that lay ahead. The man with the ponytail emphasized, you are not obligated to follow us. This is purely voluntary. We will not force you. No, we will follow you. We are too frightened to think clearly. Just tell us what to do, and we shall comply. We have no objections. Rather than seeking temporary safety by separating from the group, they prefer to stay together. In life or death, at least they would not be alone. That was sufficient. If they were to face the situation alone, they genuinely could not fathom how they would perish. All right, as long as you follow our instructions, your safety is assured. The tattooed man gathered a variety of tools and distributed them among the remaining players. Until the tools reached the very last individual, a young boy timidly spoke, can I stay behind? I wish to hide in the dark room until the game concludes. The tattooed man, unperturbed, nodded in agreement. Very well, then you can hide. After saying this, he turned and left with the tools. The current situation was that among 30 individuals, one would remain in the dark room, while the remaining 24 held shovels, hammers, hoes, and knives. The man with the ponytail and the tattooed man both had tools as well. The tattooed man wielded a wooden stick while the man with the ponytail carried paint and brushes. He then glanced at the 3 individuals nearby. The young boy in purple carried what appeared to be Alice's pink backpack, filled with drawing tools and the fairy tale book. Meanwhile, Su and the woman in the green dress found 2 larger garments in a box, stuffed all they could carry into the clothing, and tightly secured it, embracing the 4 bundles. Once everyone was prepared, The man with the ponytail took the lead, and they all ascended the stairs. In the office, the 7 individuals before the display screen watched the poised 29 with utter disbelief. This group was perhaps too naive. Did they truly believe the game was played in such a manner? Was Alice truly the only one in need of such preparations? What if they inadvertently broke the game? Could the game really break? A woman nearby asked earnestly, having never witnessed a game collapse since its inception. I was merely making an analogy. But who plays a game like this? It is utterly presumptuous. What if the yellow line fills up and the paint becomes useless? Aren't they merely heading towards their demise? This was sheer folly. Initially, it was thought that a few prodigies would emerge from such a large group of newcomers, but it seems that was spoken too soon. These individuals would inevitably self-destruct. Your conclusion seems rather premature. What if there's a plot twist? A plot twist? That means all these people perish. Otherwise, I will invite those who survive to work in our office. This is hardly a desirable job, with no wages. If you want them to come, they will come. What's so special about that? All right. Why are you arguing while watching a game? Let us continue to observe. Dawn is merely hours away, and soon everything will be revealed. After toiling for so long, the time finally reached 1 o'clock in the morning. They speculated. Could it be that there are no zombies outside? Have they simply fled? While this is not impossible, it is best not to be complacent. The team should stand slightly further back. I will open the door. Although the switch outside this dark door was cleverly concealed, the white light switch on the red brick wall was quite prominent. There was almost no doubt. They pressed the button to turn on the light, and the sound of water from a toilet echoed as the door swung open. Almost the moment the door opened, a zombie charged into the dark room. With tools in hand, they were no longer as frightened as before, and they swung at the zombie's head. Within moments, its skull was smashed to bits. Soon after, several more zombies squeezed through the dark door. Without hesitation, as the weapons fell, those zombies could no longer rise. As they caught their breath, they recognized the clothing of the zombies before them. These were the same ones that had previously blocked their path in the restroom. After lingering at the doorway for a while and confirming that nothing was attacking from outside, a few players near the dark door cautiously peered out. Unfortunately, the sound of the toilet water ceased at that moment. Just as Su was about to press the button again, the man with the ponytail stopped her, saying, "These zombies are blocking the door. No need to press it. The door cannot close, or we will attract the zombies from afar." Understood. The few at the door observed for a moment and said, "It seems we can go out. Let us venture outside first." Once these individuals stepped out of the dark room and peered around the restroom, confirming that the hall was free of zombies, they quickly beckoned the rest to come out. "Hurry, there is nothing outside." Stepping over the carcasses of the zombies, the remaining 20 or so emerged from the dark door. As the last person exited, they dragged the zombies' bodies out, and the secret door was promptly closed behind them. To avoid alarming any lurking threats, they did not rush outside, but instead found corners to conceal themselves, just as she had barely found her hiding spot. A floating panel displaying a series of alarming notifications flickered before her eyes, indicating that someone's fright level had plummeted to 0. The tattooed man murmured, "Wait, how can there be another death? Did someone die in the game?" The frequency of these fatalities is staggering. He hesitated for a moment, recognizing the boy who had just been left in the secret room. Did he die while playing? How could that happen? He reasoned, if death resulted from a game, there would have been a game over message before confirming the demise. If he was scared to death, it would show the fright level at 0, followed by confirmation of death. Thus, he must have perished from fright. But we didn't hear anything unusual. How could he have been scared to death? He was merely one staircase away from us. If anything had happened, he could have easily reached out to us. The corridor outside was short, and with so many people present, it was nearly impossible for them all to fit. If descending the stairs led to the secret room, upon noticing something amiss, why didn't they rush over? Lost in their thoughts, Alice suddenly appeared behind Su. After extending an invitation to play a game, Alice gently tapped Su's shoulder, her tone brimming with excitement and joy, clearly delighted to have someone to join her and play. Yet, with Alice's touch, an unsettling sensation gripped Su's heart, as if something dreadful was imminent, causing her legs to weaken uncontrollably, and she collapsed to the floor. As Su fell, the woman in the green dress beside her also stumbled down. Following the tap on both shoulders, Alice vanished, and simultaneously, the virtual screen before them illuminated. Upon seeing the game prompt, Su's heart sank. 10 minutes. If Alice tapped many shoulders simultaneously, it would explain the simultaneous deaths. With Alice's disappearance, the tattooed man quickly helped the two girls to their feet. Su exclaimed, "Alice wants us to play a game with her. It's a game of hide and seek." similar to the rules we played as children. Alice tapped my shoulder, making me it. During this time, I must find the next person to take on the role of it, or else I will die in 10 minutes. Alternatively, to survive, I must locate the original starting point of Alice's game, which should be where we used to count as children, but we have no idea where that is. Thus, her only chance to survive lay in finding the next player to take her place within that time frame. Setting aside whether the others would agree, Su felt the weight of desperation. She couldn't openly ask someone else to take her place. In that moment, a chilling realization washed over her. I feel as if I am on the brink of death. However, upon hearing her words, the ponytail boy immediately conceived an entirely different notion. Thinking, this is trivial, I can resolve it. A flurry of question marks floated above the heads of all players. The woman in the green dress, just standing up, inquired, how can this be resolved? Are you suggesting you will take on the role of it? Wouldn't that mean you would die? Although they were allies, she doubted the ponytailed boy's willingness to make such a sacrifice. After all, they were merely strangers who had recently met, bound together by circumstance. If their lives were truly threatened, they would likely disband in an instant. Seeing her skepticism, the ponytailed boy explained, the game requires you to find the next it within the designated time. Therefore, we can simply keep swapping roles during that time. Noting the confusion among the others, he elaborated, for instance, if Su is in tags me, she ceases to be it. Once I become it, I must tag the next player within 10 minutes. And thus 10 minutes pass again. We can repeat this cycle until dawn. Why shouldn't it work? There are so many of us. Su, momentarily felt a surge of clarity. Your idea is sound, but for it to work, we need to trust each other. If I make you it, would you dare accept? Who will bear the risk? I will, he replied confidently. Moreover, your reasoning is flawed. In the absence of solutions, we may harbor distrust, but since we have a solution, why should we act this way? We should support one another and overcome this challenge together. The tattooed man shot him a glance, his expression one of incredulity. What do you do for a living? Surely, you aren't involved in some pyramid scheme? To be honest, I work in sales. That explains it. Salespeople must be quick-witted and persuasive. Enough of that. We should first restore the yellow line and ensure it is effective. Given the eerie silence outside, there were hardly any zombies nearby, and those that existed merely wandered aimlessly in the distance. Seizing the opportunity, the ponytail boy took a paint bucket and, with 4 players providing cover, scurried towards the yellow line. The 5 of them intentionally moved quietly, and remarkably, they attracted little attention from the distant zombies. Upon finally entering the designated area, the sight of a pile of rubble left them at a loss. Were they meant to clear the stones to draw the line? However, a moment of realization struck him. Why should they draw the line in place? Instead, they could extend the yellow line into the rubble and connect the 2 sides, minimizing the noise and expediting the task. The ponytail boy opened the paint bucket, dipped a brush into the yellow paint, and connected the lines. At long last, they were unified. Initially, they intended to test the effectiveness of the yellow line against the zombies. However, just as they were about to make some noise, one player noticed a section of the yellow line that appeared to have been damaged. The ponytail boy approached to examine it closely, immediately sensing something was amiss. The location was too distant from where the stones had fallen, and the marks left behind did not resemble damage from the stones. In simpler terms, it appeared to be deliberately tampered with. Let us not dwell on that. We should quickly attract the zombies to see if the line works. Without hesitation, after patching the damaged section, a player tossed a stone near the yellow line. Though the sound was subtle, it was sufficient to draw the nearby zombies. As the reanimated beings approached, searching for the source of the noise outside the yellow line, it became evident that the area within the line had reverted to safety. The ponytailed boy waved to his companions, signaling for them to regroup. Let us go. That area is secure. The building they were in was already very close to the yellow line, merely a few steps away. Before they encountered any danger, they had managed to take refuge within the line. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the ponytailed boy relayed the news of the malicious tampering with the yellow line. The woman in the green dress indignantly remarked, "Who could it be but that saintly figure? I could think of no one else. I suspect it is indeed her. She holds grudges, and, having suffered here, it would be unsurprising for her to act in such a manner. I just hope she hasn't met her demise. Otherwise, I would surely make her pay." After her words, the ponytailed boy wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "How much time do we have left? Let us see what method we should use to pass this on." "All right, we have less than 3 minutes remaining," Su replied. "Earlier, Alice tapped my shoulder. Could it be that we need to do the same?" The ponytailed boy presented his shoulder to her, saying, "Go ahead, give it a try," with everyone encouraging her. She naturally obliged, and tapped the ponytailed boy's shoulder. The shoulder was indeed padded, yet the incessant countdown displayed before them sent them into a state of panic. It was futile. The countdown persisted, and I could still sense my spectral existence. No, wait, Alice did indeed pat your shoulder. This must be the method to summon the ghost. The ponytailed youth remarked, surely, your approach to the patting was incorrect. You should alter your angle. Alice patted from behind you. Immediately after speaking, he turned around, presenting his back to Su. However, when Su delivered a slap, the countdown remained unchanged. This realization caused her to feel a twinge of anxiety. Time was now under 2 minutes. Pat somewhere else, and do it a few more times. Su promptly began to slap the ponytailed youth haphazardly. Nonetheless, regardless of whether she struck from the front or back, with varying degrees of force. After a flurry of attempts, the countdown still did not budge. Only a minute remained. The woman in the green dress began to feel anxious as well. What shall we do? There is only a minute left. Is there truly no other option? The ponytailed youth was bewildered, although he felt pain from Su's strikes. He dared not utter a sound. It's over. Only 30 seconds remain. It can't be that we shouldn't strike the body. Perhaps we should try the face. The woman in the green dress began to shout in place. But before the ponytailed youth could protest, Su reluctantly halted her hand. Is this a grudge? If so, you should strike yourself. Why must I be the one to do it? When did we become adversaries? The ponytailed youth replied, exasperated. 20 seconds left? Just strike. What if it is the solution? We cannot miss any opportunity. Su contemplated. It was merely a slap, yet the key was to aim for the face. The ponytailed youth had saved her life, and she was undoubtedly grateful. Yet saving her life did not equate to her survival. If she perished, it was likely the ponytailed youth would not hold it against the corpse. With this thought in mind, Su raised her hand, and as the countdown dwindled to 10 seconds, she swung towards the ponytailed youth's face. A resounding slap echoed, and the surrounding breaths seemed to still. However, when their gazes met, they hurriedly shouted to those nearby, slap your hands, quickly. In the final second of the countdown, the woman in the green dress successfully struck the tattooed man's hand. Consequently, a new countdown commenced for both the tattooed man and the ponytailed youth. The ponytailed youth, feeling somewhat apologetic, explained, it's not that I was afraid. Your hand was raised too high, and I instinctively caught it. But who would have thought it would lead to a blunder? Indeed, when Su prepared to slap the ponytailed youth, he, overwhelmed by fear, inadvertently caught her hand, thus mistakenly finding the correct means of exchange. At least they had found a solution. After all, among the 29 individuals, besides the ponytailed youth, only Su possessed a semblance of common sense. Frankly speaking, if Su were absent, the ponytailed youth felt he might struggle to manage so many people alone. Recognizing the efficacy of this exchange method, the ponytailed youth promptly declared, once I receive the slap, the countdown will also begin at 10 minutes. So let us start from 9 minutes and 30 seconds, taking turns to slap each person in succession. If anyone is too frightened to participate, the rest of us should not hesitate to toss them out to the zombies. In times like these, we must unite and refrain from selfishness. The platform beneath them was entirely paved with concrete. Concrete is sturdy. If it were freshly laid and not subjected to the repeated pressure of vehicles, it would be quite durable. However, this hotel had been abandoned for over 20 years, and no matter how good the materials were, they could not withstand the ravages of time. Thus, Su was completely unconcerned about it failing to break. Holding the fairy tale book handed to her by the purple-clad boy, she accurately pinpointed the location based on the illustrations and instructed the nearby players, right here. Let's get to work. The players, unhesitatingly, began to strike the spot Su indicated. Indeed, after just a few blows, the aged concrete yielded a small opening, and as their strikes grew heavier, the area being damaged expanded. However, although it was safe within the yellow line and the zombies could not enter, it did not mean they were oblivious to the commotion occurring inside. As the construction team of players created noise, the previously dazed zombies began to search for the source of the sound at the edge of the yellow line. Observing the frenzied zombies outside, the players' digging suddenly faltered. I can't continue working under the gaze of the zombies. It's far more terrifying than being scrutinized by a schoolteacher. Nonsense, it's equally terrifying. Although the zombies are frightening, they cannot enter, while a teacher can come and go as they please. What time is it? Are you still dawdling? Hurry up. There is not much time left. It's seeing the zombies so agitated, who would dare to continue? It felt as though they might charge in at any moment. It was simply too terrifying. The sight outside the yellow line was indeed hard to bear. After a moment's thought, the ponytailed youth suggested, What if we lure the zombies away? Susu was taken aback. Are you willing to risk yourself? Although they are agitated, they cannot enter immediately. There is no need for such self-sacrifice. The ponytailed youth chuckled. What are you saying? I meant, look at the ground floor hall of the building we escaped from. ISNT, there are a lot of glass. If we throw stones to shatter the glass, and continue to throw stones in that direction, the noise will distract the zombies. There was no need to worry about a lack of stones. Weren't they currently breaking ground? If that was insufficient, there were plenty of bricks falling from above. So they would certainly have enough. However, this prompted a new concern for Susu. The zombies possessed immense strength and lacked reasoning. What if, just what if, they caused the building to collapse? The building was so close to their yellow line. If it fell towards them, it would be disastrous. They could not step outside the yellow line, and if the building did collapse towards them, it would be a minor issue if it crushed the zombies. But it would be the end for them. Of course, this was merely speculation. It might not collapse at all, but what if? Moreover, had they considered that at this moment, there were only about 20 zombies outside? Why not simply eliminate them? They could lure them into the yellow line, eliminate them, and then toss them out. How could I have been so foolish to not think of this sooner? The ponytailed youth grew increasingly excited, beckoning those players who had not been digging to engage the zombies outside. Meanwhile, Susu took a deep breath and, feeling helpless, addressed the woman in the green dress who was cutting her pants. Be careful. I have a feeling you might sever my leg. The woman in the green dress replied helplessly, I wish I could, but these scissors are too dull from disuse. You could have just removed your pants for me to cut. You keep talking, and it makes it hard for me to operate. Susu shot her a glare. Such words could only come from her. Anyone else, and she would have swung a shovel at their head and then tossed them to the zombies. You wicked-minded woman. The woman in the green dress laughed instead. You're just looking for trouble. Why must Alice wear your clothes? She even had them specially made. Let me tell you, I can't sew. I'm of no help with that. I am capable. In my childhood, I crafted garments for Barbie dolls. So I suppose creating outfits for children should pose no challenge. With that, Susu spoke earnestly. Please don't find me troublesome. Do you recall our game introduction? It combines suspense with a touch of horror. What if the white dress is stained crimson, and Alice truly transforms into a vengeful spirit? We can manage the zombies for now. They are at least tangible entities. If we encounter something else, we might not survive until the end of the game. So exercising caution is undoubtedly wise. I cannot argue with you. Very well, the cutting is done. As she finished speaking, the woman in the green dress had not yet set down the scissors, and the floating screen before Susu illuminated. Upon seeing the side quest, both Susu and the woman in green were momentarily taken aback. How did this trigger a side quest? After a brief moment of astonishment, the woman in the green dress chuckled. Your mind is truly sharp. You managed to uncover this side quest. Acknowledging that it was not her doing, but rather a series of random analyses, coupled with the players allowing her to indulge in her speculations, resulting in this serendipitous discovery. However, with the side quest now activated, the woman in the green dress could no longer remain a mere observer. She stated, Come on, since this is a task. I shall assist you. Tell me, how do you intend to proceed? Susu, her hands never ceasing, replied, First, let's dismantle the threads on the fabric. After some thought, I realized that the cut fabric is rather limited. Attempting to create both a top and bottom would be a stretch. It would be better to fashion it into a nightgown-style dress. Alice is only 5 years old, and at that tender age, she is quite petite. This fabric should suffice. Agreed. Once the general style of the clothing was established, they could directly begin piecing together the design. The pant legs cut from her nightgown would serve perfectly as the hem of the dress, and even the lace trim from the pant cuffs could be repurposed as embellishment. After assembling the sleeves, they could form the top of the nightgown, adding a portion of the sleeve, and finally sewing on sequins, diamonds, and lace trim. The garment would be complete. Yet, while the dress appeared simple in theory, the task of sewing on faux diamonds was indeed a considerable undertaking. Susu contemplated. Sewing them on one by one is rather tedious. Perhaps we can string them together and then sew them into shape, which would save us a great deal of effort. You are indeed clever. Allow me to string these faux diamonds together. Under the dim light of the neighboring building, amidst the incessant clattering sound around them, the two women squinted their eyes and swiftly completed the majority of the dress. When the side quest indicated that they had reached a 50 completion rate, the ponytail-wearing man and a group of players had already dealt with all the zombies outside. Once they had sufficiently rested, Susu and the woman in the green dress had finished crafting Alice's new attire. The woman in the green dress remarked, It was simpler than I had imagined. Yet not entirely so. And then there was silence. The The woman in green inquired, "Is there no reward upon completion? Is this side quest devoid of any reward?" Susu genuinely did not know. After all, she had not completed the previous zombie side quest, and given the current circumstances, it seemed this side quest was unlikely to reach completion. "I have no idea, but has Alice's body not yet been unearthed after all this time?" The players tasked with digging continued to alternate in their efforts, tirelessly excavating Alice's remains. The newcomers were predominantly teenagers to those in their 30s, brimming with energy and thus undeterred by fatigue. Susu cast a cursory glance, noting that the pit they were digging was already over a person's height. Yet they still had not found any trace of Alice. The players at the bottom of the pit expressed their confusion. Could it be that we were digging in the wrong spot? It cannot be. The location indicated in the illustration is indeed here. If our deduction is flawed, we would have to start anew. Moreover, I received and completed the side quest. If it were not here, the quest would not have reacted at this moment. They had not concealed the side quest from the others. So the mention clarified matters for everyone. The boy in purple had been studying the storybook. Amidst the collective uncertainty, he remarked, "Could it be that she is buried very deep, which is why we cannot locate her?" According to the comic, when that wealthy merchant buried Alice, this area was undergoing renovations. From the illustrations, it appears that it was after the piling. By this depth, we should be close. Keep digging. We might be nearing it. No sooner had the boy in purple finished speaking than one player wielding a hoe managed to hook onto something. The player promptly shouted, "I found it. It seems I found something." The surrounding area was already shrouded in darkness, and without flashlights, the bottom of the pit was even darker. To avoid harming Alice, the players abandoned their tools and began to excavate with their hands. After a short while, a large black woven bag was unearthed from the earth. However, when one player excitedly intended to lift Alice and bring her up, he unexpectedly discovered that the bag was too heavy to raise. "Wait, this doesn't make sense. Alice is only 5 years old. How could such a small child weigh so much? I can't lift this bag with both hands." The player felt around the exterior of the bag and realized there was indeed a person inside, but it was an adult, not Alice. An adult? Could it be something else here? Or perhaps another side quest? The ponytail-wearing man suggested, "You all work together to bring this bag up. Let's open it and see what it contains." The woven bag took 4 players to hoist it overhead and hand it up. The ponytail-wearing man quickly took it, dragging it to the side, and then instructed the players below, "Do not come up yet. Let me assess the situation first. You all rest for now." "All right. Do you remember that red, white, and blue woven bag that many used a long time ago? This black bag is of the same style and material. These tote bags come in various sizes, and crucially, they have large openings, making them capable of accommodating any item of suitable size." The ponytail-wearing man said, "Let us see what's inside." With that, he unzipped the bag, and in the dim light, a female corpse appeared before their eyes. Even with mental preparation, the sudden sight startled the surrounding players, for the body within the bag looked disturbingly lifelike. It did not resemble a corpse, but rather appeared as if it were merely asleep, serene and tranquil. Yet, everyone understood that buried so deeply, this person could not possibly still be alive. The ponytail-wearing man frowned and stated, "Let us first extract her from the bag. If this corpse is buried here, there must be a reason. We should investigate." Upon reaching out to the corpse, they were surprised to find that what they had expected to be a rigid body was, in fact, quite supple, though an icy chill emanated from it, penetrating to the bone. How cold! Could this be the essence of the underworld? One player quipped, which eased the prior tension somewhat. After laying the female corpse on the ground, they began their examination. The deceased woman had shoulder-length hair, a delicate appearance, likely between the ages of 20 and 25, standing at 163 centimeters, with a physique that seemed somewhat frail, as if she might topple over with a gust of wind. Yet, the most shocking aspect was that her body was covered in numerous wounds, both fresh and old, clearly indicative of prolonged abuse. Susu furrowed her brow and inquired, could this woman possibly be connected to the wealthy merchant? If he could kill Alice, why wouldn't he be capable of harming others? What could her identity be? They remained in place for an extended period, initially expecting that upon discovering a clue, the game's backend would provide some guidance or task direction. However, much to their astonishment, the floating panel did illuminate, but only to convey the message of a certain player's game failure and confirmation of death. After which, there was nothing more. The ponytailed man, perplexed, inquired, is this the end? What are we supposed to do now? Let us set that aside for the moment. Our immediate priority is to exhume Alice's body. With the game system offering no cues, the sudden appearance of a corpse leaves us at a loss for answers. Yet, a thought struck him. Could there be hints in the comic? Susu hastily asked, "Does the comic book contain any content about this woman?" The purple-haired boy replied with curiosity, "No, not a single word, not even a mention of the series of events leading to you retrieving the body." This was indeed peculiar. Susu glanced at the floating panel, which now indicated 4 a.m., signifying that only 2 hours remained until dawn, with the main quest of finding Alice unresolved. Who could be concerned about this unidentified female corpse? Let's not dwell on her for now. We should focus on digging Alice out, the ponytail man urged. I suspect that Alice won't be beneath this corpse. Dig around the sides. She must be nearby. The players asked no questions, picking up their tools to continue their work. Half an hour later, just as anxiety began to mount among them, one player's shovel snagged the handle of a woven bag buried in the earth. That player exclaimed in excitement, "I found it!" Another bag. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players immediately discarded their tools and began to excavate with their hands, managing to pull up a smaller black woven bag. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, rustling the previously tranquil leaves, while the displaced earth from their digging was suddenly swept up, filling the players' mouths and eyes. Susu felt a sharp sting on her face. Recalling her experience in the secret room, she quickly crouched down and covered her head, thus narrowly avoiding the gritty onslaught. Fortunately, the gust was brief, subsiding after a few seconds. Once calm returned, the tattooed man remarked, "This wind feels oddly familiar. It's similar to the one we encountered in the secret room. It seems we're on the right track." The ponytail man urged, "Quickly, pass it here. You can all come up now." He took the bag and placed it on the ground before promptly unzipping the black woven bag. Just like the previous female corpse, upon unzipping, Alice appeared within, resembling a slumbering doll, exquisite and beautiful. Were it not for the yellow talisman paper on her forehead, they might have mistaken her for merely asleep. The ponytail man instructed, "Help me remove the bag. I'll carry Alice out first." Upon touching Alice, he found her body cold. It was a different kind of chill compared to that of the other woman. The previous woman felt freezing, almost painfully so. Why doesn't Alice feel the same? He wondered aloud. Susu approached to feel the body of the other woman, then touched Alice, realizing that indeed, Alice's body bore an unnaturally cold sensation, as if it had just been taken from a refrigerator and buried in the ground. Who would place a corpse in a refrigerator? Moreover, the body was frozen stiff. How could it be bagged and buried? The ponytail man urged, "Let us not overthink it. We need to get things done. We'll wait until dawn to complete the game." However, he hesitated. Is it really safe to remove the talisman from Alice's forehead? She won become violent. Will she? Minutes later, clad in new attire, albeit rough in style, fabric, and craftsmanship, Susu felt a sense of relief. Additionally, having some extra fabric, she whimsically crafted a matching outfit for the little rabbit, creating a sort of parent-child ensemble. Once she had dressed both the child and the rabbit, she proceeded to the final step. She turned Alice's head to the right side of her body, pinched her mouth shut, and at that moment, Susu confirmed that there was indeed something inside Alice's mouth. After shaking Alice's head gently downwards, a small black bead was expelled from her lips. Without hesitation, Susu swiftly tore away the talisman from Alice's forehead. Fortunately, Alice exhibited no abnormal reactions, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, they should incinerate Alice, right? The ponytail man calmly inquired, "What about the nameless female corpse? Shall we burn her together?" Since they had unearthed her, it seemed fitting to incinerate her as well, as they had entered the game devoid of any belongings from their world. When Susu proposed to burn Alice, the ponytail man began searching for fire-starting equipment. Luckily, such items were available in the secret room, and they soon found a lighter. However, simply burning it wouldn't suffice. After surveying the area, the ponytailed man suggested, "Everyone with jackets, take them off and lay them underneath. Do the same with Alice's clothes. Otherwise, the fire won't catch. We also need to gather some wood to place atop the clothes for ignition. Otherwise, the body will remain unburned while the clothes are consumed." After much bustling, the ponytailed man flicked the lighter, and soon, Alice and the unknown woman were engulfed in flames. The floating panel lit up, seeing this prompt. Everyone was puzzled. Halfway? Why only half completed? What else remains? The woman in the green dress urged, "Susu, think harder. Have we overlooked something? You're sharp. You can surely figure out. Alice in Wonderland. Yet Alice has never been to Wonderland. We mentioned giving her a beautiful fairy tale world before burning her. Though we don't know if the remaining half involves this, we Haven fulfill that promise. But how do we create this fairy tale world?" The ponytail man suddenly laughed. "We can draw it in the book. We brought pens and paper when we left the secret room. ISNT, the purple-haired boy and artist. The back of the book is filled with blank pages. Why can't we create our own? For the purple-haired boy, drawing posed no challenge. Yet he struggled with what to depict. This is your area of expertise, Su. You're the novelist. Su initially thought to refute, but soon realized it would be more effective for her to convey her vision to the players instead of letting them write. After considering, she narrated the scenes from her mind to the purple-haired boy, who then illustrated them in the Alice in Wonderland book. Fortunately, the book allowed them free rein, and after bestowing Alice with a beautiful and happy life, they completed their task. Half an hour later, the floating panel lit up once more. Did we complete the task? We actually finished. The players erupted in excited cheers, but suddenly recalling the zombies still lurking in the parking lot, they quickly fell silent. The tattooed man, with a hint of excitement in his voice, asked, "So the only remaining task is to survive until dawn, right? As long as we stay within the yellow lines, we should be safe until daybreak." This naturally indicated task completion and game conclusion, almost simultaneously with the descent of the floating panel. The small building on the 4th floor of the secret room collapsed in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the small building plummeted to the ground, the sound of its collapse resonating like a cataclysm, as if it could shatter the very concrete beneath it. Faced with the impending horde of zombies, all players within the yellow line erupted in a chorus of curses, exclaiming, "Damn it!" Yet, such an exclamation scarcely encapsulated the turmoil swirling within them. The ponytailed man wore a look of disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this even possible? This is against the rules." No wonder it was labeled hellish. If there was no danger, it conjured danger to ensure we wouldn't survive. Su inquired, "What time is it now?" With a serious demeanor, she declared, "We have less than an hour left. Regardless, we must endure." Swiftly, she urged, "Let us check if the yellow line has been compromised. We still have some yellow paint left, don't we? We must touch it up. Even if the color is faded, we need to add some more." Within the confines of the yellow line, their escape routes had dwindled. "By the way, where have the other 8 players gone? Shouldn't we gather them? Otherwise, if the zombies emerge from the parking lot, we will truly have nowhere to flee," the ponytailed man remarked. Yet, bringing them back would not be a simple task. They were unaware of where those players had hidden. But the noises emanating from the hotel during the digging suggested that they had likely found refuge inside. However, it was important to note that those who had sought shelter in the hotel numbered over 100. Whereas only 8 remain alive now. Thus, the remaining 100 had likely transformed into zombies. Not to mention, even if they managed to escape, the slightest noise could lead to dire consequences. Remaining hidden was equally perilous, as without guidance, the zombies would merely run outward, easily colliding with the parking lot exit, which happened to be adjacent to the hotel. The zombies were relentless. Once they crashed into something, they would not leave until they had cleared the path. The collapse of the building was a minor concern. But what if it crushed them within the yellow line? Even if they miraculously survived this ordeal, the release of the zombies within the hotel would pose a new threat. It was crucial to note that the current survivor count stood at merely 37, not accounting for the 20 or so zombies dealt with by the ponytailed man. There remained over 400 zombies, a number far beyond what mere mortals could contend with. Yet, despite all this contemplation, were they truly safe? The woman in the green dress asked, "Previously, the yellow line protected us because of Alice. But Alice has already been burned. Does the yellow line still offer us protection?" Her words momentarily stunned the players, who quickly regained their senses. "Oh my God, don't scare me like that." Another exclaimed, "This is no joking matter." Who is joking? Do you genuinely believe such occurrences are impossible? The woman in the green dress responded, "After all, this is a game, and its intentions are unpredictable. If it wishes to eliminate us by rendering the yellow line ineffective, it won't care about Alice." Her statement instilled profound fear among the players. Her expression was difficult to decipher, as she replied, "Don't look at me. I have no idea if it's still effective. Besides, we have nowhere else to hide. If it is ineffective, where can we possibly escape? So, are we just to wait here for death?" One player exclaimed passionately, "No, since we still have yellow paint, why not relocate and draw a circle elsewhere? We could position ourselves farther from the hotel, hiding in a corner until dawn." However, Su was skeptical. "Do you truly believe that changing locations will guarantee our survival until dawn? And are you certain that this bucket of yellow paint is what protects us? What does that imply? Wasn't it the yellow line that shielded us? The line merely delineates the area. In reality, it has always been Alice that safeguarded us. Had Alice's body not been buried here, Do you think the yellow line would have been drawn in this place? Upon reflection, the words of the woman in the green dress bore a semblance of truth. What should we do then? Should we remain here and wait for death? As anticipated, the zombies that emerged from the hotel charged blindly toward the building. In their frenzied assault, the walls of the hotel swiftly crumbled. The first floor of the hotel had not been designed with rooms, and while they hadn't scrutinized it closely, they knew there were few walls. As one large section crumbled, the zombies also shattered the hotel as columns in their rampage. Fortunately, the hotel did not collapse toward their direction, and thankfully, the debris that fell buried the approaching zombies, providing a temporary reprieve from their anxiety. However, zombies, being lifeless entities, were undeterred by the dust settling. They soon emerged from the rubble, eyes fixated on the living. Faced with the lifeless gaze of the zombies, the despondent players could not spare a thought for the 7 players buried within the debris, instead exclaiming, "Look, the fallen bricks have blocked the exits on both sides. Now, even if we wanted to run, we have nowhere to go. There is no need to flee. The movements of these zombies are now akin to ours, if not superior. If the yellow line is ineffective, we cannot escape the pursuit of over 400 zombies, regardless of our actions. Are we to simply resign ourselves to fate? No, we leave everything to destiny, the yellow line." As the ponytailed man concluded, the approaching zombies instilled terror, causing the players to back away several steps. Yet, just as they were about to step beyond the yellow line, their feet halted abruptly. Once the zombies finally crossed into the yellow line's domain, the players found themselves sobbing in helplessness. It was utterly disheartening. Merely half an hour remained. They had survived so much to reach this point. And why should it end like this? I don't want to die. I've fought so hard to stay alive. The zombies, sensitive to sound, were drawn to the players' unrestrained voices and immediately surged toward them. In that moment, all closed their eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. Yet, just as the zombies were about to make contact, an unseen force emanated from the players, sending the nearest zombies sprawling several meters away. The impact elicited howls from the zombies, echoing loudly and instilling fear. Yet, the anticipated pain did not follow. As the cries subsided, the players cautiously opened their eyes. What was happening? Just moments ago, the zombies were nearly upon them. How had they retreated so far? Moreover, the zombies now appeared as though they had been repelled by an unseen force. Who among them possessed such power to fend off so many zombies? Though their whispers were quiet, the living naturally attracted the attention of the zombies, who, upon rising, charged toward them once more. However, just as the zombies approached, another wave of that invisible force surged forth, knocking the recently risen zombies down once again. It became clear to the players that this force was indeed emanating from them. Who is it? I felt a breeze sweep past my legs. A breeze? Susu opened her left hand, glancing quizzically at the black orb she held, which had emerged from Alice's mouth. It seemed that during the previous 2 instances when the zombies were flung away, a gentle wind had brushed against her palm. The sensation was so subtle that had no player mentioned it, she might have overlooked it entirely. Could this black orb be their protector? The zombies inflicted no fatal wounds. Their resurgence was but a fleeting moment. However, with their overwhelming numbers, another wave of zombies surged forth in the blink of an eye. This time, as the orb lay exposed before Susu, an almost imperceptible force seemed to amplify, radiating outward and stirring a gentle breeze that brushed against all players, awakening a shared sense of unease. It was Susu. The wind emanated from her presence. "What is this object in your hand? Can it shield us?" one player inquired. Susu explained, "This is something that fell from Alice's mouth. I suspect the barrier protecting us within the yellow line is also formed from it." "Does that mean we're safe then?" asked the ponytailed man. "It's possible," he replied. The reason for such uncertainty was simple. The game system was rigged. It could see that they would be safe until dawn, and thus release the zombies they had previously vanquished to enhance the gaming experience. And what did this experience entail? If not the price of their lives? Who could say whether the system would cheat once more? With only 14 minutes remaining until 6 o'clock, they resolved to endure a little longer. After all, they had already persevered for so long. Surely, they could hold out for another 14 minutes? With the newfound protection, the players felt a surge of confidence. Yet, as the ponytailed man feared, they could not escape the game's design. The longer they lingered amidst the horde, the shorter the distance the zombies were repelled, until they found themselves within less than a meter of the encroaching undead. At that moment, the suspended interface illuminated once more. "Look at the weakening black orb," Susu exclaimed in alarm. "It's losing its effect, but there are only 5 minutes left. Can't we hold on a bit longer?" Yes, just a little over 4 minutes, and we'll reach the end. Can't we endure a bit more? The crux of the matter was that she had lost control, and no one doubted Susu's words. They were so close to the finish. Who would wish to falter at the last moment? But as the zombies closed in, now within mere arm's length, the black orb in Susu's hand finally shattered with a sharp crack, exploding in her grasp. From the fissures of the orb, beams of white light erupted, forming a radiant wall, transparent yet tangible, that enveloped the players in an immense elliptical barrier, staunchly repelling the zombies' advance. The ponytail man instantly recognized it as a barrier. This must be a protective shield. Could it be that Alice has manifested? Regardless of that, this barrier will shift. Hurry! I cannot withstand the brute force of the zombies. Susuke Mandith. With newfound hope among the other 28 players, they pressed their bodies against the barrier, hoping to withstand the onslaught of the undead while remaining stationary. It was not just a precaution. The deep pit they had dug in search of Alice lay right behind them. A misstep could spell their doom. Yet, how could they possibly withstand the zombies' might? Finally, a player at the back, nearly teetering into the pit, cried out, "Don't retreat. I'm about to fall." In a moment of panic, the ponytailed man glanced around and, with a surge of excitement, shouted, "Everyone, jump into the pit. The barrier will surely get lodged down there, and we won't have to worry about being pushed by the zombies. But if anything goes wrong with the barrier, we'd be trapped like fish in a barrel, at the mercy of the zombies," protested a woman in a green dress, though she found merit in the suggestion. "There's just over a minute left. We should be able to withstand it. If not, it's our lives at stake. Susu, you decide." Susu was exasperated. "Stop relying on me at such critical moments." Yet there was no time for hesitation. Before she could finish her sentence, players nearest to the pit had already tumbled in. In the time it took for the three to speak, nearly half the players had already descended into the pit. Let us go. They surrendered to despair. Leaping into the pit, as the barrier lodged above them, they felt a significant relief. However, the zombies, upon realizing their location beneath the pit, began to leap down, crashing atop the barrier. As the zombies completely obscured the dawn light, the radiant barrier suddenly fractured from its summit, swiftly developing numerous cracks. The sound of splintering echoed in the players' ears, but they could only pray silently for the barrier to endure a little longer. A corner of the fractured barrier was smashed by a zombie's brute force, creating a small opening through which countless hands of the undead reached eagerly. The barrier, originally elevated, proved fortuitous as the players lacked the strength to stand, thus narrowly avoiding this minor mishap. Yet, the longer they remained in this situation, the more it felt like a lifetime. As the players gazed at the nearly shattered barrier above, they finally closed their eyes in despair. When a number 1 illuminated on the floating screen, the protective barrier shattered and the zombies above them plummeted down, just as the horde was about to descend upon them. The game seemingly paused, and the interface lit up before their eyes. Fortune favored them. At the moment the zombies were about to strike, the game reached its conclusion. Following a series of notifications from the interface, they successfully extricated themselves from the game. Throughout this ordeal, Susu felt naught. It was only when the blinding white light subsided that she cautiously opened her eyes. At that moment, Susu, all the players from their instance, found themselves sprawled on the floor of an opulent hall. The decor lavish to a degree that even a struggling author like Susu could hardly describe with her limited vocabulary. Yet, all this grandeur was overshadowed by the icy tiled floor beneath them. Now clad only in a short outfit, Susu found it impossible to remain on the cold ground. "It's so cold," she exclaimed, hastily rising to her feet. The other players, awakened by her movements, began to stir as well. Seeing them rouse, Susu quickly inquired, "How are you all? Are you all right? Didn't we just exit the game? Why are we still together?" At her words, the players surveyed their surroundings, and after absorbing the luxurious environment, one finally spoke up, "This can't be the real world. I've never encountered such a high-end place in reality. So where are we now? Could it be that after completing one game, we've just moved on to the next? Can we not speak such terrifying words?" The tattooed man, aware of the ponytailed man's familiarity with the game, quickly asked, "Didn't you play this game a lot? Do you know what is going on? Why are we still together after leaving the game?" Yet, faced with the situation, the ponytailed man found himself at a loss. After pondering for a moment, he speculated, could this be designed as the game's lobby? As the ponytail man was about to finish his sentence, the woman in the green dress suddenly erupted with fervor, exclaiming loudly, "Why are you still alive? So many have perished in the game, yet you remain. Truly, a calamity that haunts us for a millennium." The woman in the green dress was known for her brusque demeanor, And it was even more audacious considering the person she berated had made enemies within the game. Indeed, that individual was the so-called saint, and they had sensed something amiss. Despite the party comprising only 29 members, the final count always registered as 30. While the exact means by which this saint had survived remained a mystery, it was evident that she too was feeling vexed at this moment. What did it mean to officially check in? Why did it resemble a hotel experience? Stop speculating wildly. The floating panel has provided a hint. Based on past experiences, if we do not follow the prompts, we will not be able to progress further, and thus, we cannot leave this place, the ponytail man remarked. Your attitude suggests you are quite accepting of the current situation. Drawing from years of gaming experience, he speculated, this should be the central hall of the game world. Since there are no further hints, we should proceed with the check-in. Otherwise, we might find ourselves unable to leave the hall at all. Moreover, in a game of this magnitude, it is improbable that we are the only players here. If we encounter others, we could exchange gaming strategies or gather some intelligence. The ponytail man's reasoning was sound, and having reached this point in the discussion, further hesitation seemed pointless. In fact, just adjacent to where they lay, almost within sight of the 30 players, was the reception area. However, it appeared that the front desk was merely a decorative feature of the hall. For directly in front of it stood a row of 10 touch-screen kiosks, each adorned with a printed guide detailing the check-in process, evidently intended for players to refer to for convenience. Quite considerate, the ponytail man muttered, preparing to engage with the machine. As he approached, the camera above the kiosk automatically recognized his face, and after the messages, registering and registration complete, flashed by, the screen prompted, please place your left hand on your chest, followed by left hand recognition in progress, and recognition complete. Instantly, a small blue dot appeared on the back of his left hand. That was a virtual entity that players could control with their thoughts. When not in use, they could extinguish it similarly. The complete information on the panel was visible only to the player, while others, even if they attempted to peek, would see only the player's name, ensuring a commendable level of privacy. Once the check-in was concluded, the ponytail man examined the purpose of the small blue dot, explaining, this blue dot serves as our identity card within this building. It is our room key as well as the access key to various areas. To enter any region within this building, we must scan our blue dot access card for identification. Each person has their own, and it cannot be used by others, as it must also match one's face. When players open their panels, they could view not only their basic attributes, but also their points and inventory. However, there was a countdown timer displayed at the top of the panel, which had not been explained during the check-in process. With over 4 days remaining on the countdown, he suggested, let us not dwell on this for now. I've registered without any abnormalities. You should all register quickly as well. It would be good to see if there are other players, and we might inquire about the situation. After his remarks, Su promptly checked herself in, stating, I'm in room 3906. The ponytail man replied, I'm in 3908. We're on the same floor, but is this hotel really that tall? One of the registered players exclaimed, can you believe it? I'm in 6102. Could this building have 61 floors? I'm in 8309. My goodness, 83 floors. How high must that be? I'm on the 10th floor, room 1003. I thought we would all be on the same floor since we entered together, but it seems it was random. The woman in the green dress added, I'm also on the 39th floor, 3901. The tattooed man chimed in, I'm above you, 4017. His room number was the highest among them thus far. How many rooms are there on each floor? And we have no way to contact one another. Once someone leaves, won't we be scattered? If we disperse, reuniting will become quite difficult. In the office, ever since Su and the other players have been extracted from the game, the 7 individuals present could not calm their nerves. When the game first emerged, they had also played it, and to escape, they had obliterated various dungeons. Yet, regardless of how damaged a dungeon became, it always returned to its original state upon completion, awaiting the next batch of players. However, this new dungeon, a hellish one, did not revert to its former state after being destroyed. Instead, it sealed off the passage. This had never occurred before. One staff member peered out the window and observed that the lights indicating the location of the Alice dungeon had extinguished as well. Look, the lights for this dungeon are out. It seems to have truly shut down. Does this mean the game can be turned off? But why would such a situation arise? We VE completed dungeons with a 100 success rate before, yet never experienced the lights going out. Did we overlook something during our completion? Furthermore, regarding this dungeon, I only focused on Su and her group. Many aspects remain unclear to me. What is unclear? Speak up. Let us see if I can clarify it. It's about Alice, the child who played the game with them. Is she really Alice? Of course not. It's evident that the rabbit has developed its own consciousness, taking on Alice's form to play with the players while Alice was sealed away. Indeed, the side quest hints for the Alice dungeon were quite apparent. We were so engrossed in the narrative that we missed them. Do you all recall the nursery rhyme Alice sang in the audio? Doll, do not be sad. Do not be afraid. Let me share with you half of my father and mother, so we may together have a home. It seems the doll is comforting itself or soothing Alice, encouraging her not to be sad or afraid. In the end, the notion of borrowing half of one's parents to have a home aligns perfectly with Alice's side quest wish for a beautiful family. This dungeon actually provided all the hints from the outset. I am unsure if Sue completed the quest following this nursery rhyme. If she did, her intellect cannot be overlooked, and if not, her luck is equally impressive. Yet, why is this dungeon named Bloodstained Alice? Hearing this title makes it seem as though Alice has killed many, but she cannot directly inflict harm. Indeed, the title can easily mislead. Bloodstained Alice does not imply that Alice has shed blood harming others. Rather, it signifies her tragic demise at the hands of a wealthy merchant. From the very beginning, this game has been a tragedy, as the game's introduction stated that Alice is a kind-hearted girl. How could a kind-hearted girl ever commit acts of harm? This dungeon is fraught with pitfalls and ripe for misunderstanding. Previously, we mentioned that if Sue survived, we would invite her to join us. What now? Should we contact Sue and have her join us? Perhaps we should wait. Let her survive a couple more dungeons. We can observe a few more players before inviting her, which would be more prudent. Are you worried that Sue's survival is merely due to luck? What if she dies in the next game? Yes, I am concerned. Are you not? Just as this group of players grappled with their predicament, the floating screen illuminated once more. Newcomer manual. Did you see that? I didn't expect this to exist. Quickly, let's take a look. The manual introduces a replica game titled Crazy Town, which is modeled after the real world, incorporating various elements such as hospitals, schools, and hotels. In this town, every nook and cranny, from the grand scale of the entire town to the minutiae of a corner, can serve as a game instance, unrestricted by the constraints of time. Upon completing the initial tutorial tasks, players are ushered into the present edifice known as the Central Building, where they find themselves in the Central Hall located on the first floor. The Central Building boasts a total of 100 stories. The first floor houses a reception desk and check-in kiosks, alongside 10 spacious passenger elevators, each capable of accommodating 20 individuals at once. Before ascending to their designated floors, players must scan their blue points, allowing one person to enter the elevator at a time. Should the number exceed the limit, access will be denied. Lodging for players commences from the 10th floor, spanning up to the 90th, offering a total of 80 levels dedicated to accommodations, with each floor featuring 50 guest rooms. Each guest room is equipped with a double bed, private restroom, and balcony, culminating in a grand total of 4,000 rooms, an impressive figure for the players. Sue speculated that not all 4,000 rooms would be occupied. Otherwise, the influx of new players would render check-in impossible. However, given that this is a special edition celebrating the game's 5th anniversary, it is evident that the existing player base is substantial, due to the high volume of players. The Central Building contains dining areas on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, each offering distinct culinary delights, with the 3rd and 4th floors specifically designated for Chinese cuisine. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floors serve as staff dormitories and are thus inaccessible to players. The manual also notes that players residing in the Central Building enjoy complimentary accommodations and meals. Upon reading this, Sue interjected, assuming that the points earned in the game would cover their expenses. The ponytailed male suggested turning the page, where the usage of points was subsequently explained. There remain 10 additional floors from the 90th to the 100th, the latter being an office inaccessible to players. The 99th floor is marked as the staff office, while the 91st, 94th, 97th, and 98th floors are designated as to be opened, implying they are not yet in use. The remaining 95th and 96th floors serve as point exchange shops, where players can convert their points into items that can be stored in their Blue Point warehouses, allowing for use within the game. Crazy Town is a perilous game, as all players engage in the instances with their real bodies. Should a player meet an untimely demise within the game, they would face tragic consequences in reality, potentially leading to their demise. The game comprises both single-player and multiplayer instances, yet the instances players enter are randomized, leaving them unable to select their paths. Regarding the randomness of the game, the manual elaborates on the 2nd floor area, known as the gaming hall. Players must take the elevator to the 2nd floor, where they authenticate their information at the entrance using their blue points before officially entering the internal area, which is merely a door. Players simply need to push open this door to commence their journey into the game instances. The element of randomness is underscored by the fact that even if players form a team beforehand and enter simultaneously, they may still be assigned to different instances, with a mere 5 chance of encountering familiar faces, rendering each instance akin to a solitary endeavor. At this juncture, one player queried whether the cafeteria would be the most populated area aside from the rooms, suggesting that if they familiarize themselves with others beforehand, they could avoid entering instances with strangers. The woman in the green dress remarked, "How can you be certain of others' intentions? What if you team up with a misguided altruist in the game?" The self-righteous player retorted defensively, prompting further discussion. At the bottom of the page, the manual emphasized a crucial note in red. As long as players do not perish within the instances, all injuries will heal instantaneously upon exiting the game, restoring them to their original state, indicating that survival is paramount, and other concerns may be temporarily set aside. Upon turning to a new page, the previously puzzling countdown timer at check-in was clarified. Each player, upon exiting an instance, is granted 5 days within the central building to replenish their energy. However, before the countdown concludes, players must enter another instance. Otherwise, they will be forcibly returned to the game, and their attribute panel values will be halved. Replenishing energy is straightforward. Staying in the hotel to eat, drink, play, and rest is sufficient. With a good routine, 5 days is ample time to restore all attributes. For days, 22 hours and 12 minutes. Quite ample time indeed, Susu mused, though she found it peculiar that there was no mention of how to exit the game. Typically, completing the game would allow for an exit, yet this manual offered no such guidance. The ponytailed male suggested they should head to the cafeteria, as it might provide an opportunity to inquire with others. The tattooed man chimed in, "Not only for a meal, our attire is in tatters. Shouldn't we prioritize acquiring some clothing? Moreover, since we can't leave, I am keen to see if there are any suitable weapons available." The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the suggestion. However, regarding clothing, the woman in the green dress added, "Did we not receive a new outfit as a reward upon finishing the game? I was preoccupied and didn't get a chance to check." "New clothes?" The players responded in confusion. "We did not receive such a reward. If there are garments available, then you should hasten to change. No matter how they look, they will surely be preferable to your current attire." The ponytailed male could hardly bear to look at their clothing, had he not been concerned that the players had just emerged from the game and were still regaining their composure. He would have immediately taken them to the shop for new clothes, of course at their own expense. Without hesitation, Susu and the woman in the green dress activated their blue points to open their unopened new outfits. As soon as Susu's finger made contact, the dress adorned her form, and she was utterly delighted with the garment. "In my 28 years of life, I have never worn anything so exquisite." She wore a delightful pink and white spaghetti strap dress, with the straps fashioned into bows cascading gracefully down her shoulders. The upper portion of the dress was divided into 2 sections, featuring a bow at the chest adorned with a delicate pink lace trim. The waist was cinched, embellished with ties and lace accents at the front and back, accentuating her figure while showcasing both creativity and subtlety in design. The lower half of the dress mirrors the top, elegantly supported by delicate pink lace that exudes both design and refinement. Beneath it, aside from the lining and the crinoline, lies a pure white foundation. This particular dress is not excessively long, thus it is accompanied by a pair of safety shorts that match its length, alleviating any concerns regarding modesty. Complementing the ensemble are a pair of pink flat shoes featuring a charming lace-up design. The combination of the dress and shoes radiates a gentle yet potent ballet-inspired aesthetic, striking a chord deep within Susu's heart. However, the ensemble does not conclude here. In addition to the attire and footwear, the system has styled her hair into playful twin tails, adorned with a pink hair accessory crafted from the same fabric as her dress, serving as a delightful embellishment. When all these elements harmoniously converge, the overall style of the outfit unmistakably resembles that of a runaway princess draped in whimsical fashion. Yet, it is evident that her exquisite attire is ill-suited for the surrounding ambience, causing Susu to feel a twinge of embarrassment under the scrutinizing gazes of many. "I should probably change. This is far too refined for the current occasion," she remarked with a slight pout. "What kind of outfit is this, anyway?" Just as she was about to engage the item, her hand hesitated mid-air. The woman in the green dress scrutinized Susu several times, her voice trembling as she said, "Surely, not all outfits belong to this style. I can't possibly wear something like this. I've never donned such attire in my life. It was as if she were implying that Su had experience with it. Su scoffed lightly, retorting, "That rag of yours will be unwearable in just a couple of days. Do you plan to wait until then to change?" Reluctantly, the woman in the green dress activated the item, and the garment seamlessly enveloped her. At that moment, she exhaled in relief. For the dress she now wore bore an uncanny resemblance to her original attire. Were it not for the severe damage to her previous outfit, she would never have discerned any alteration. Furthermore, the system had paired this dress with a pair of green shoes. Soft and perfectly fitted, they were exceptionally comfortable. The woman in the green dress chuckled. "It seems only you have received the favor of Alice or the White Rabbit. Let us go. We've changed our clothes. And I must admit, I'm rather hungry now." Towering over Su by more than a head, she draped her arm over Su's shoulder and led her forcibly toward the elevator. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurking in the crowd was casting a venomous gaze upon the group of players ahead. Opting for the third-floor cafeteria, the players did not hesitate. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a massive inscription on the cafeteria wall that read, 24-hour unlimited supply. Is this a bid to ensure visibility? Those letters are excessively large, one player chuckled. An unlimited supply, no less, available round the clock. Truly extravagant. Another remarked, "This is not the real world. We aren't spending any money. What we consume could merely be a collection of data," mused the ponytailed male, intrigued by the prospect of tasting food generated from data. With that thought, he excitedly made his way toward the cafeteria entrance. On either side of the entrance stood 5 check-in machines. Players simply had to swipe their blue tokens to gain access. One by one, they checked in before officially entering the dining hall. Having read the newcomer manual, they were aware that the building housed a substantial number of players. Thus, the cafeteria size was expected to be considerable. However, they were taken aback by its vastness. The ponytailed male estimated its area to exceed that of 3 large football fields, if not more. Moreover, referring to it as merely a cafeteria would be misleading. It resembled a stylish, atmospheric restaurant, with every detail of its decor exuding an air of opulence. The scene within the dining hall was almost instantly discernible. They could see numerous players enjoying breakfast, along with several waitstaff pushing food carts. Strangely, however, there was a distinct lack of interaction among players. Most occupied solitary tables, engaging in their own meals with little to no communication. Even when a few players gathered, their numbers rarely exceeded 3. This is rather peculiar. There must be information hidden beneath the surface that we are unaware of, the ponytailed male suggested. Let us try to find a place where conversations are happening. It would be ideal if we could strike up a dialogue. As they approached their target, settling into a position next to a small group of 3, a small virtual screen flickered to life before them. The player at the adjacent table jumped in surprise. "What is this? Why is the virtual screen lit up again? And why is it so small?" Perhaps their presence in the cafeteria was too conspicuous, for as soon as the words left his mouth, the trio at the neighboring table initiated conversation. One player explained, "This is for ordering. You simply select with your mind, and soon enough, someone will bring it to you." Su nodded in gratitude. "It's our first time in the cafeteria. We're not familiar with these processes. Thank you for your assistance." The trio exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. "Your first time? Did you just emerge from the novice dungeon? Are there really that many of you?" Their curiosity was warranted, for prior to the Alice commemorative dungeon, all novice dungeons were solo experiences. While this game might accommodate numerous players simultaneously initiating various novice dungeons, only a handful typically survived to tell the tale. Additionally, the timing of game exits varied across dungeons. Even if many players were fortunate enough to survive, it was rare for them to enter the cafeteria together. The dungeon we participated in was a special commemorative version celebrating the game's 5th anniversary. "It is newly released and utilized for the first time," Su replied with a smile. "That is what the game told us, but who knows if it's true. We simply came out together to have breakfast." Upon hearing Su's words, the 3 players regarded their group with a curious expression. A 5th anniversary commemorative dungeon? Such a thing had never crossed their minds. Yet, as game dungeons are often recycled, they inquired, "Can you elaborate on this new dungeon of yours?" Perhaps sensing the urgency of their curiosity, one of them introduced himself. "I am Xiang Wenrui. Seated beside me is Dong Yuchu, and across from me is Cheng Jing." Xiang Wenrui continued, "I have been in the game for 3 years. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." An information exchange seemed a fair trade. However, the notion that this player had been in the game for 3 years raised an eyebrow. 3 years? You haven't left the game in that time? Leave? Xiang Wenrui chuckled. This game has no intention of letting us leave. If you've read the newcomer manual, you should have noticed that. We are aware of this. It struck us as odd that while the manual outlines game rules, it neglects to mention how to exit, the ponytailed male remarked. Yet typically, isn't it true that once you complete the game, you can exit? In general terms, completing a game indeed allows for an exit. Yet thus far, no one had achieved that milestone. Su inquired. So, you've been participating in games continuously, taking a 5-day break, and maintaining that cycle for 3 years? 5 days? It's not that straightforward. Each game provides varying amounts of rest time. For example, the novice task you participated in offers 5 days, while another game might grant 6 or 7 days. I recall a game where the final break was 15 days, but that wasn't the longest. Dong Yuchu once had a break lasting a month. Dong Yuchu nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the blissful respite of that month, free from any burdens. The ponytailed young man pressed further, inquiring, will the dungeons everyone participates in repeat? Not all, Chung Jing replied. All 3 of us have been immersed in this game for 2 to 3 years, and we've never encountered a repeated dungeon. It speaks volumes about the robustness of the game's underlying database. Have you ever sought a way to escape? A somewhat agitated player interjected. Surely we can't be trapped in this virtual realm for eternity. Over time, one inevitably becomes desensitized. Chung Jing, noticing their troubled expressions, did not afford them a moment of respite, simply stating, you've gathered a wealth of information, so perhaps it's time you share some with us. Su, having finalized her order telepathically and closed the virtual screen, said allow me to speak. Although they had just learned that their dungeon was a large-scale one, they were utterly unprepared to discover it was of hellish difficulty. Xiang Wenrui remarked, the survival rate is astonishingly high. I once participated in a 1,000-player dungeon of a lower tier. Can you guess how many survived? Su quipped, you didn't manage to be the sole survivor, did you? Xiang Wenrui shook his head, revealing that aside from him, there was only one other survivor. The individual he indicated was seated against the wall. And yet Su couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Was there truly a child in this game? She appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, which implied she had entered the game at the tender age of 8 or 9. Wow, she must possess a remarkable intellect, a player exclaimed, and a commendable amount of bravery. But was that the crux of the matter? No, in a lower-tier dungeon, how could only 2 individuals survive? In contrast, their hellish dungeon had seen around 30 survivors. By comparison, the mortality rate of their dungeon did not seem excessively high. All gazes inevitably turned towards the so-called saint. Ever since they had begun following Su and the ponytailed young man, it seemed that hardly anyone had perished in their vicinity. Yet, the saint herself had a prior incident where she had pushed a player into the clutches of zombies, resulting in the demise of a 100-strong team, leaving her as the sole survivor. It was difficult not to entertain suspicions. Of course, they had no concrete evidence, which is why their scrutiny fell upon her. The saint, feeling the weight of their gaze, retorted defensively, what are you all staring at? You ostracize me in the game and continue to do so outside of it. You simply cannot stand my presence. Fine, if you want me to leave, I shall. After all, they would likely not cross paths again, so it was better to depart swiftly than endure their judgmental stares. With the saint storming off in a huff, Su, as if nothing had transpired, turned to the 3 beside her and said, so, does that mean we only have a 5 chance of encountering one another in future dungeons? That seems almost impossible, considering the multitude of dungeons available. I understand now. Su observed her attire and explained to the players. It's akin to how we receive these outfits from a side quest. Those lacking game experience might find it challenging to acquire such items. Indeed, they affirmed, as main quests typically reward points, only side quests yield items. Speaking of items, Su recalled another item in her inventory. Have any of you obtained something called a soul card? I acquired one in the last game, but I'm unsure of its purpose. Soul shards? No, I've never encountered that, Xiang Wenrui replied, glancing at Dong Yuchu and Chung Jing, both of whom shook their heads in agreement. Let us check the shop upstairs. Who knows, it might be available there. As Su concluded her thought, the trio hesitated, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refrained. The Point Shop, the store on the 95th floor, offered items familiar from the real world. The exchange rate mirrored reality. $1 equated to 1 point, allowing for straightforward blue dot purchases. Without hesitation, the tattooed man approached the counter to purchase a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, later acquiring a slightly pricier knife. Though it consumed a significant portion of his points, he deemed the knife practical enough to warrant the expense. The others hesitated, opting to explore the upper floor before deciding what to buy. Upon reaching the 96th floor and witnessing the items for sale, Su suddenly comprehended why Xiang Wenrui and the others had hesitated. The items here were all those that could appear in-game, yet they were presented in a blind box format, each priced at 80 points. Not only were they expensive, but buyers had no way of knowing what they would receive, making such purchases appealing only to the affluent. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Their exit from the game was scheduled for 6 a.m. To avoid being forcibly drawn back into the game after oversleeping, the group of 29 arrived at the gaming hall on the second floor after a late-night meal. Even in the elevator, Su could sense many players trembling with anxiety. Rather than offering hollow reassurances, she chose to feign ignorance. Upon exiting the elevator and scanning their blue dots, they officially entered the game. Xiang Wenrui remarked, "I didn't expect our timelines to align. Let's enter together." Agreed. The players followed the crowd toward the grand entrance of the game. In an instant, they felt a lightness in their bodies, and as a flash of white light enveloped them, they found themselves within the dungeon. Incident report. 1. On September 13th, 2023, Wen Xiao of Class 13 fell into a pond at 7:23 p.m. and drowned. 2. On September 21st, 2023, Tian Yi of Class 13 suffocated in a library corner at 1:04 p.m., having placed a plastic bag over his head. 3. On October 12th, 2023, Jiang Xie of Class 13 jumped from a library at 5:37 p.m. and died on impact. Su abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath as she hurriedly scanned her surroundings. She stood at the front of the classroom, clutching an eraser as if she had just wiped the blackboard. A few classmates sauntered by in the hallway, but her classroom stood eerily empty. Gazing out at the pitch-black sky, she quickly activated her floating panel to check the time. Her main quest was to alter Enrant's fate. Was the turning point in Enrant's destiny set for today after school at 7:20? But it was already 7:34. First, she was uncertain of Enrant's current circumstances or her own whereabouts. Secondly, due to Enrant's exceedingly introverted nature, she had no contact information for her, having hardly known her. With 15 minutes past dismissal, how could she locate Enrant swiftly to prevent the impending tragedy? Lastly, why did the woman in the green dress bear such a striking resemblance to Enrant? Not only in appearance, but even in name, both shared the same. Moreover, the name of the woman in the green dress was revealed only after they had entered the central building and discussed it in the cafeteria. While many people share the same name, such a striking similarity was bound to raise suspicions. Yet, as Xiang Wenrui had mentioned, familiar players have only a 5% chance of being in the same dungeon. Surely, it couldn't be that fortunate for her to encounter an acquaintance right at the outset. Whether motivated by the desire to assist Anrin or to confirm her identity, at this moment, Su was eager to locate her as quickly as possible. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she secured the classroom door and dashed out of the school. The span of a mere 10 minutes felt exceedingly brief, short enough that if Anrin struggled for just a moment, she would not be taken too far from the school. Thus, Su's chances of finding Anrin would naturally increase significantly. The system had indicated that Anrin was surrounded and assaulted by a group, implying that her assailants were numerous. The tendency of the Chinese populace to relish in commotion was well known, yet students typically shied away from such disturbances. Therefore, it was undoubtedly prudent to flee to less populated or unusual areas upon exiting the school. Su quickened her pace as she descended the stairs, and upon reaching the school gate, she glanced left and right before finally discerning an anomaly to her right. The buildings in that direction primarily belonged to a landscaped area, designed with meandering paths and towering trees, creating a series of hidden trails. Su hastened her steps, and before long, she spotted Anrin lying on the ground, entirely naked and covered in bruises. Rushing forward, she draped the scattered clothing over Anrin's body and urgently called out to the nearly unconscious girl. Anrin, wake up. Can you hear me? Do you need me to call an ambulance? A painful groan escaped Anrin's lips in response to Su's actions, despite her eyes remaining closed. She cursed. Damn it, who the hell hit me? It hurts so much. The familiar tone of voice was unmistakably not that of the original Anrin from the game's memories, which led Su to realize that the woman speaking could only be the one in the green dress. Anrin, is that you? It's me, Su. Upon hearing the familiar name, the woman murmured and opened her eyes. After recognizing Su's face, she asked in confusion, Su? Su reassured her, stop cursing. Let's first check if your injuries are serious. The pain radiating through Anrin's body elicited more groans, but she soon replied, I think I'll be all right. If I had broken bones or serious injuries, they would have taken me to the hospital for a few days. Thus, she had no time to attend to the subsequent matters. However, upon realizing how she had been treated, Anrin couldn't help but curse again. Damn, I won't let this slide. She winced. Ouch, my hand hurts so much I can't lift it. Susu, could you please help me put on my clothes? Thank you. Susu hastily dressed her in the clothes that had been draped over her. The weather was not particularly cold, and within moments, Anrin was clothed. After sitting up on the ground and resting for a while, she leaned against Susu as she slowly rose. Susu had been feeling anxious ever since entering the garden, and upon seeing Anrin able to move, she urged, "Hurry, I felt something was off when I came in. It just doesn't feel safe here. Let us leave quickly." Not safe. Anrin paused at Susu's words and grabbed her hand, sprinting towards the garden's exit. Having experienced the previous game round, Anrin inherently trusted Susu's instincts. If Susu felt it was unsafe, they certainly could not linger there. However, neither of them anticipated that as they exited the garden, a girl in a school uniform emerged from behind a large tree, watching their departing figures with a smirk, as if she had discovered something delightful. At the convenience store, Anrin was covered in numerous and extensive wounds, quickly consuming more than half of a bottle of iodine. Regardless of how meticulously Susu tended to her injuries, Anrin seemed to exist on an entirely different plane. Observing Anrin sitting on a chair, devouring instant noodles. Susuwis increíbles. Honestly, how can you eat after being beaten like this? This just proves my body is fine, and besides, I was assaulted by a few girls without any weapons. How severe could it be? Anrin retorted, casting a glance at Susu. After sipping the broth, she leaned closer to whisper, "And you think I wanted this? I haven't eaten all day, and if I hadn't been so starving when I was attacked, I believe I could have held out longer." Held out? You mean to endure more beatings? Susu rolled her eyes and handed Anrin a sandwich, commenting disdainfully, "You might as well have fainted earlier. Take your time. Eat this first. Do you need me to get you anything else? Another rice ball, a sandwich, oh, and a drink. You should eat too. I can't be the only one." Anrin exclaimed, "It's rare to have someone familiar in the game. I won't let you go until we sort this out." With a resigned sigh, Susu stood up and retrieved Anrin's requested items, a sandwich, a rice ball, and a drink, before grabbing herself a bowl of instant noodles. After the cashier prepared her meal with hot water, she set it on the table and was about to dig in when her phone rang. She glanced at her phone. It was a call from the original game's mother. "I need to take this call," she said, pressing the answer button. "Hello, Mom," Anrin explained, based on memory analysis. The original owner of this body comes from a less fortunate background. She was accepted here solely due to her academic performance. Her parents are busy with work and neglectful of her, which has resulted in her introverted and submissive nature, even when bullied. At this time, I suspect her parents are still working and unaware of my situation. Upon learning of her impending tragic fate, Anrin felt a deep-seated resentment towards her indifferent parents. Yet, upon reflection, she thought it was merely a matter of lineage. What was there to be angry about? I've really been influenced by the original owner's emotions. Let's focus on our tasks. Anrin set down her noodles and continued. My main objective is to alter Anrin's, my own, fate, preventing the tragedy of senior year from occurring, while also identifying the true culprits behind my tragedy and 3 other cases. Unfortunately, it seems the game isn't designed for me to save Anrin. Otherwise, why would I have entered at 7:30 after school when it was already too late? Anrin lamented. Coincidentally, Susu shared the same sentiment. The game was deliberately structured this way. Had I entered at dismissal time or during the beating, I could have easily subdued my assailants. So, your late arrival is not your fault. It's just how the game is arranged. And what will happen next? My nude photos will be posted on the school forum, and I'll be ridiculed by classmates? Anrin mused, seemingly unbothered. Honestly, I don't care at all. First, I'm not the original owner of this body. Secondly, what's done is done. I've already exposed myself, so what can I do? Moreover, this is just a game. I can leave whenever I want. It's not my real life. So why should I be concerned? Susu, taken aback, replied, "You are far too nonchalant about this." Anrin shrugged. I'm not the original owner. So this trivial matter won't send me into despair. Besides, this is a game world. Even if I am mocked, the time limit is just 9 days. Once those days are over, I can leave. So, what is there to worry about? If I can endure it, I will. If not, I will retaliate. As long as it's not the entire school ganging up on me, I refuse to believe I can't handle a few girls. Eventually, I'll find someone I can overpower. Susu was left speechless. This was a private high school, essentially a prestigious institution akin to those depicted in novels. Most of the students here hailed from prominent families in the city. While taking on one or two might be plausible, engaging multiple opponents would likely lead to either suspension or expulsion before the 9 days were up. Should one encounter those affluent and privileged students, the consequences may be unpredictable. Thus, one need not even mention the tasks at hand, for it is likely that they will be ensnared within the game prematurely. What then? The very thought of having to endure in silence for the ensuing days renders her quite discontented. Yet, upon reflection, she recognizes that all of this is for the sake of survival, and thus, she resolves that there is nothing she cannot endure, resolutely affirming, "I can bear it. Surely I can manage." Su, with a sense of resignation, shook her head. The design of this game, along with the main storyline we are tasked with, does not seem to be something that can merely be navigated by mere endurance. At the very least, the main quest that concerns altering Rand's fate cannot be accomplished through mere patience. The mention of the task plunged Rand into despair. With only 9 days remaining and 3 main quests to complete, compounded by the fact that she also has classes to attend, most of her time is consumed in lectures. The most pressing issue is that we possess not a shred of clues. How on earth are we to proceed? And Rand earnestly inquired, "Do you think it is feasible for us to skip a class?" "Not necessary," Su replied, posing another question, after consuming so much. "Have you not recalled who struck you?" And Rand, with a face full of regret, responded, "I truly do not know. I am at a loss." Yet, having eaten and tended to her wounds, why has the answer not changed? Su felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming, "Could you not ponder this more carefully? I am indeed contemplating this matter thoroughly. However, I genuinely cannot deduce anything," and Rand replied. "But in a fleeting moment, I believe there were about 4 or 5 individuals. And among them, someone was donning our school's uniform." "Are you certain?" And Rand nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, I can confirm this. It resembles the attire I am wearing." "That is sufficient." Su stirred her instant noodles with a fork and, after sipping the broth, stated, "All right, I have a general understanding now." "Understanding what?" And Rand queried, utterly perplexed, as she did not believe she had provided any useful information. "Do you perhaps already have a strategy for overcoming the challenges?" "Well, it is merely a rather straightforward line of reasoning. This dungeon is titled Starting Point Women's Academy, thus everything within it must pertain to our school. The 3 individuals who perished were all classmates from a senior class, 12, and you are also from that class. Such a coincidence is hardly plausible. Hence, the breakthrough lies within our class. I suspect that the assailant may also be one of our classmates." This analysis, while seemingly logical, raised doubts in Rand's mind. Is such a simplistic line of reasoning truly viable? Wait, if that is the case, why did you ask me so many questions? We could simply investigate within our class during school hours, as we are all in the same institution. True, we're in the same school. But if you could recall the faces of those who attacked you, the matter would be considerably more straightforward, Su remarked, yet she held a modicum of uncertainty. It is now 2023, in an era rife with surveillance. How could it be that in our notoriously monitored school, 3 incidents of murder occurred simultaneously while the surveillance systems all malfunctioned? This situation clearly reeks of foul play. And Rand interjected, "Are you suggesting that someone is shielding their daughter from the truth of these crimes and has arranged for the deletion of the surveillance footage? If this is indeed the case, the individual backing her must wield considerable power." "Precisely. It is precisely for this reason that we have narrowed down the list of suspects. After all, this entire affair has entangled our senior class, 12, from beginning to end, so conventional reasoning dictates that we focus our suspicions within our class. If it is someone from our class, I can think of one student who possesses such influence." "Who?" "AI Ning." Upon hearing a name she did not recognize, and Rand momentarily faltered. However, after a brief mental search, she recalled the individual. Was she not the transfer student who joined our class at the beginning of the senior year? "Indeed, that is her." And Rand, puzzled, queried, "But she's a new transfer student, is she not? Even if she quickly formed her own clique, it seems rather implausible that she would commence bullying so soon, and she appears quite demure, not at all like someone capable of such actions. What for being a new transfer student? One must not judge a book by its cover. Tell me, what is the surname of the affluent businessman who funded the establishment of this school? And what is the surname of our new transfer student? Prior to her arrival, had there been any incidents of this nature? Since her arrival, it has been one calamity after another, all within the same class. Clearly, something is amiss. Were this to transpire in the real world, absent any evidence, she would not recklessly suspect others. However, within the confines of the game world, where the parameters are so limited, All these coincidences amalgamated cannot simply be dismissed as mere chance. But why would she resort to such measures? And Rand pondered, her understanding faltering. How should I know? Sometimes, actions may necessitate justification, yet perhaps the individual is simply malevolent. Su replied, regardless, we have identified a target. As Su prepared to depart, and Rand felt a pang of reluctance. Wait, are you leaving already? It seems we have yet to discuss anything substantive. Do you not intend to devise a plan for me to execute? What is there to plan? We shall take it one step at a time. Tomorrow is Sunday, a day of rest. At this, Su paused, adding, how cunning of the school. Sunday is already a holiday. Yet their announcement makes it seem as though they are granting us an extra day off. Very well, take the day to rest, given your injuries. One day will hardly suffice for recovery, and you will still be in pain tomorrow. As for her, she would remain at home, monitoring the school forum. It is fortunate that there is no homework this week, or else she would be burdened by assignments. And Rand then queried, Su, you should recall that this game involves 5 players, yet thus far, only the 2 of us have encountered each other. Should we seek out the other 3? Upon this statement, Su slung her backpack over her shoulder, and after exchanging contact numbers, she exited the convenience store. The convenience store outside the school was the only one of its kind, positioned directly opposite the entrance to the small garden. Thus, as soon as Su and Rand emerged, they made a beeline for the store. The figure concealed behind the tree did not hesitate, directly trailing Su. Whether it was Su's heightened sensitivity or the individual's unusual demeanor, she soon sensed something was amiss. Just as Su hesitated on how to proceed, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Guess what I'm doing right now? Hearing in Rand's excited tone, Su instantly understood, laughing. Could it be that you are the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow oriole lies in wait? And Rand paused, exclaiming, how did you guess that? My beastly intuition tells me that ever since I exited the convenience store, someone has been following me, and when I left, you had not departed. Now you're calling me, which indicates that you must have seen someone tailing me, and thus you followed suit. Do you not require my assistance? Su was momentarily taken aback, pausing for 2 seconds before continuing forward. I am a champion in Sonda. What need have I for the help of a novice? And Rand responded with a laugh. Indeed, this was her boastful confidence. Though she lacked the imposing appearance of a tattooed brute, her true capabilities were not to be underestimated. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Su, reassured that the other party would not be at a disadvantage, decided to let it be. All right. I have reached the bus station. Ah, the bus is arriving. I must be on my way. Hurry along. Ending the call, Su wasted no time in swiping her card to board the bus. As she moved toward the rear seats, she caught sight of Rand subduing the individual who had assaulted her, forcibly dragging them into a neighboring alley. Susucheka quite efficient. In the alley, as she pinned the person against the wall, and Rand beamed with delight. It was you, wasn't it? The one who struck me earlier. I know it was you. So do not deny it. The individual pinned against the wall found herself rendered speechless. After a few futile attempts to wriggle free, she surrendered to her predicament. Her gaze was fixated on Anrin with a fierce intensity, as if she harbored a desire to rend her asunder. Yet, Anrin, having undergone a transformation, was hardly intimidated by such hostility. She first released her grip on the woman's mouth, only to ensnare her hair, forcing her face into proximity. An immediate shock coursed through her upon recognizing the visage before her. It was none other than Aining. Anrin let out a derisive laugh, grasping Aining by the shoulders and turning her to face her before delivering a resounding slap across her cheek. Aining, clutching her face in disbelief, exclaimed, "You struck me. Do you even know who I am?" Of course, Anrin knew. Had this been the real world, she would not have dared to act so brazenly. However, within the confines of this virtual realm, fear held no sway over her. Moreover, she had subtly disguised her identity prior to striking. And given that this was a blind spot for surveillance, what could Aining do to disavow her? I know not, but I am certain that violence bears consequences. You and your companion were the ones who assaulted me, were you not? As a champion of martial arts, Anrin was acutely aware of the human body's vulnerabilities, understanding precisely where to strike to inflict agony without leaving visible marks. Thus, she directed her blows to those tender spots. Listening to Aining's anguished cries, Anrin eventually relented, thinking to herself that she had expected more resilience. It was all rather underwhelming. After discarding Aining, Anrin sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. In agony and unable to rise, Aining watched Anrin's retreating figure, suddenly bursting into laughter, her voice laced with resentment. "Just you wait." Upon returning home, Anrin promptly recounted her triumph to Susu, taking a moment to commend her intellect. You cannot fathom how exhilarating it was to strike back. Those individuals lacked any finesse in their attacks, unlike me, who knows precisely where to hit to elicit pain while leaving no evidence. She tossed her backpack aside and collapsed on her bed, continuing with a grin. Do you have any idea how remarkable you are? Your deductions were astoundingly accurate. This affirmed that her reasoning was sound. By following this line of thought, they were unlikely to stray off course, bringing them closer to their goal. Fortunately, at that moment, the school forum bore no peculiar posts. However, with Susu's reminder, the earlier excitement had evaporated, prompting Anrin to inquire, Are you free tomorrow? Perhaps we could find a place for a drink. But we're still minors. What are we drinking for? Susu replied. Anrin awkwardly clarified, Coffee. What else could we possibly have? All right, I have no plans tomorrow. Just let me know when you wake up. Then, upon awakening from her slumber, she discovered not only her phone buzzing incessantly, but also the school forum ablaze. When Susu answered Anrin's call, she asked, What is the matter? My phone is nearly dead. My photos have been posted on the school forum, and it's gone viral. The post was made in the early hours, but due to its sensational nature, the administrators quickly pinned it to the top. What should I do now? How many posts are there about you? Susu rushed to her desk, opening her computer. After refreshing the forum, she looked perplexed. I don't see any posts. Clicking through each page, she found nothing but her own nude photographs, an utterly distressing sight that, even for someone with a resilient psyche, required a moment to process. Susu yawned. Wait a moment. I don't recall the system notification mentioning that a player could delete forum posts. Indeed, there was no such mention, Anrin replied. Are you suggesting that this person could be a player? Perhaps they're also engaged in a quest. That seems likely, and judging by their actions in deleting the posts, they likely aim to alter your fate. Interestingly, Susu had considered this method early on, but it was not particularly clever. Once the photos were in someone else's possession, they could post them at will, and the duo could only wait for the post to appear before attempting to delete them. Acting after the fact would only allow others to view the posts before they could be retracted, rendering their efforts somewhat futile. However, the revelation of the other player's identity presented a significant advantage. If they could ascertain who it was, they might be able to collaborate on their quest. That should be simple enough. Let's post an invitation to meet. After all, we had planned to meet at the CAF, Susu suggested. Susu rubbed her temples, exasperated. But what if everyone who sees the post shows up? Then we simply send a message that only players can understand, Anrin urged. Get up quickly. Let us meet at the CAF on the 5th floor of the mall at 11 o'clock. All right. Once Susu had finished her morning routine and refreshed the forum posts, she was genuinely taken aback by the message Anrin had mentioned. The title of the post read, Central Building. Upon opening the thread, Anrin anonymously posted, At the central building near the school, let us have a drink at the 5th floor cafeteria. See you at 11. The explanation was straightforward. A nearby mall. 5th floor, for drinks, at 11 o'clock. Regardless of whether the average person could comprehend it, the post was as bewildering as it was nonsensical. Strangely, however, it did not disappear into obscurity. Instead, it was elevated by bored classmates and even marked as pinned. Susu, perplexed, wondered aloud, is it because they had no homework? Is that why they have time to engage with this ridiculous post? After shutting her laptop and placing in her bag, she headed out. The only CAF on the 5th floor of the mall near the school was well known. Susu arrived just on time. As soon as she stepped into the CAF, Anrin, seated near the entrance, waved her over eagerly. Yet before Susu could reach her, she noticed two familiar faces beside Anrin. The shock on her face was unmistakable. Xiang Wenrui and Zhang Wei. What are you two doing here? Xiang Wenrui, a renowned player they had met after exiting the novice game, needed no introduction. As for Zhang Wei, he was none other than the infamous ponytailed boy. This was utterly baffling. Susu turned to Xiang Wenrui, asking, Didn't you say that the probability of encountering familiar faces in a game is a mere 5? This was originally a 5-person quest, and yet here we are, 4 familiar faces. The odds are closer to 80. Actually, it's 100, Zhang Wei interjected. The tattooed guy is here too. We encountered him earlier. Xiang Wenrui then clarified. In over 3 years of gaming, I have never experienced anything like this. I was just as astonished when I arrived at the CAF. Susu took a seat next to Anrin, unpacked her notebook onto the table, and inquired, What about the tattooed guy? Did he not come because he didn't see the forum post? Suddenly, she realized something was amiss. Wait, the Starting Women's Academy is an all-girls school. How did you see the school forum? Anrin chuckled because they aren't actually students. They're just hanging around the school. Zhang Wei explained. I'm a physical education teacher. He, Xiang Wenrui, teaches computer science, and the tattooed guy is the security guard. At that moment, haha was insufficient to express Susu's utter disbelief. Let us leave quickly. If someone figures this out, they might come looking for us. Since we all know each other, we might as well gather to discuss the quest. The security office was naturally located at the school entrance. As their school was a private high school, it was relatively upscale, and thus the security office was considerably more luxurious than those of other institutions. The outermost room was a standard security office, yet it was significantly larger than those found in typical schools, with an overall decor that appeared much more refined. As one ventures further, a small door is set into the wall of the guardroom, featuring a folding door. Behind this folding door lies a modest lounge consisting of a room, a hall, and a bathroom, furnished with 2 single beds intended for the rest of the 2 guards. The school provides meals, allowing them to dine together in the cafeteria. The shopping mall is conveniently located not far from the school. The 4 of them swiftly hailed a taxi and soon reunited with the tattooed brother at the guardroom. The tattooed brother, named Ji Yanli, possesses a name that exudes an air of a domineering CEO. However, his appearance and demeanor are entirely incongruous with such a title, and he is, in fact, quite young. Upon arriving at the guardroom, Su teasingly remarked, "Wait, you're only in your 20s. Why have you chosen to work as a guard?" Unfazed, Ji Yanli replied, "The pay is good, the job is close to home. Who wouldn't he love that?" Noticing their arrival, Ji Yanli promptly gathered all the chairs in the guardroom, and once seated in the lobby, Xiang Wenrui was the first to speak. "This game is designed for 5 players, and now that all 5 of us are here, I believe we can discuss our next steps." Before Xiang Wenrui could elaborate further, his phone rang incessantly, as if it were a harbinger of doom. "Take the call first, and after you're done, turn it off," Su suggested, noting that Xiang Wenrui's phone had been incessantly buzzing since their meeting earlier that day. According to him, it had been nonstop since Ran's photos surfaced on the forum the previous night. Naturally, their personal tasks took precedence over schoolwork. Xiang Wenrui accepted the call, exchanged a few words, and promptly turned off his phone. Once seated again, and Ran continued from where Xiang Wenrui left off. Su and I have identical tasks, and we had already compared notes last night." Just as Ran was about to disclose her task, Su interjected, "Senior, may I pose a question? Speak your mind. What is on your mind?" The initial impression of Su's appearance is one of quietude and gentleness. Yet anyone who has interacted with her would soon discover that her personality starkly contrasts with her outward appearance. Her sudden politeness caught Xiang Wenrui off guard. "Based on your past experiences, have you ever encountered a situation in the same game where players had entirely different tasks, or even opposing objectives?" There is no such setting in this game. Once you enter, all players share identical main quests. Of course, I'm referring to the primary missions. Side quests must be initiated by the players themselves. Whoever initiates them will earn the items and points. Xiang Wenrui explained, "However, my remarks pertain solely to the game's mechanics. If players harbor personal grudges against one another and find themselves in the same game, while the likelihood of that is low, the consequences are unpredictable. The central building has its own regulations. No violent incidents are permitted there. However, the game is a different story. Many players inadvertently forge enmities, and there is an unspoken understanding to resolve these conflicts within the game world. As long as one remains alive, they can exit when the game time concludes. Yet, those who perish will remain trapped indefinitely. But didn't you say the chances of encountering one another in the game are slim? With a probability of 5. It should be quite difficult to seek revenge," Su pointed out. "There are team cards available, which can be obtained as side quest items. Although they are scarce, can't one purchase blind boxes at the shop? You could draw them as well. Sometimes, when you want to eliminate someone, you want to mind how many points you spend," Xiang Wenrui stated gravely. "I am not jesting. All players participate in the game as their real selves. If one dies in the game, they truly vanish. So remember, never make enemies. If you do, resolve it swiftly, or you might be the one who ends up dead." "Well, that's rather ominous." Su laughed. "Perhaps you should all share your main quests. After all, this is our first official game, and it would be reassuring to confirm our alignment." The 3 exchanged smiles, and after revealing their main quests, they felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, they all aligned, and Ran sighed in relief, asking, "Then what about my photos? Who deleted them?" Xiang Wenrui, a computer science teacher at the school, remarked, "Given my background in computing, deleting a post shouldn't be too difficult. However, I'm not particularly skilled. I'm merely the administrator of the school forum, and the principal granted me the authority to delete posts." As he spoke, Xiang Wenrui opened his laptop and pointed to one of the posts, saying, "Interestingly, Just before stepping out, I noticed an anonymous post related to Enran on the school forum, but my permissions do not allow me to delete it. Enran glanced at it briefly and asserted, it must be AI Ning or someone from her circle. The culprit 1T escaped justice. She recounted their encounter with AI Ning the previous night and how she had been dealt with. Xiang Wenrui stared in disbelief. You're all so reckless in the game. You Haven T even gathered all the information, yet you just went ahead and attacked someone. Do you know AI Ning's background? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Ji Yanli nodded. Yes, that aligns with our style. However, I'm not foolish. Before I struck, I concealed my appearance in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Though AI Ning knows it was me, the cameras didn't capture anything, so there is no cause for concern. And do I leave evidence when I fight? And Ran replied proudly. Let us just say she is likely to find no trace of me now. AI Ning, on the other hand, seethed with anger, discarding her mouse and grabbing her phone to make a call. Where are the posts? Why are there only these few? She fumed. One post is insufficient. Set all the permissions for every post. I want to ruin her reputation. I want every student in the school to see these photos and know how shameless she is. With a forceful slam of the phone, she hurled it away in frustration. After numerous moments of astonishment from Xiang Wenrui, the matter of violence was finally brushed aside. After a pause, Su Su spoke. Senior, you've been playing games for over 3 years. Do you have any gaming wisdom to share with us? Although Xiang Wenrui had previously mentioned this, no one knew if he might hold back information. Now that they were all in the same game, cooperation would be the most prudent course of action for survival. Yet, when it came to gaming experience, he had little to offer regarding this new dungeon. However, he could elaborate on the game's original conditions. I can only say that each player in this game will not find themselves in dungeons they have previously played. Additionally, this game is a blend of mild horror and suspense, as you all are aware. The system prompt distinctly divides it into 2 segments. The suspense mode refers to the main quests, which are inherently mysterious and require players to solve puzzles to complete them. The mild horror mode pertains to side quests, which serve to increase the level of each game dungeon. The higher the game level, the more terrifying the side quests become. Naturally, as the game level increases, the difficulty of the main quests escalates as they are interdependent. In this game, the level is set at a high standard, making the difficulty of both main and side quests quite apparent. Xiang Wenrui cautioned, the main quest is the backbone of the entire dungeon. If it collapses, who knows what measures the system might take to complicate our experience in an effort to restore the game. Therefore, while playing, we should strive not to jeopardize the main quest. How should we discuss the side quests? If we had known in advance, we could have avoided engaging in them, as completing the game is defined by traversing through the main storyline. While side quests do offer rewards and items, they do not influence the completion of the main quest. Thus, in the face of particularly challenging dungeons, many players opt to steer clear of side quests altogether. Regarding game levels, the easiest dungeon is classified as level 1, followed sequentially by levels 2, 3, 4, and finally, hell level. However, the number of hell level dungeons is scarce. Otherwise, the survival rate would plummet, and those players would have been wiped out in droves. Thus, apart from a few hell level dungeons, level 4 dungeons represent the highest difficulty and are relatively more frequent. This implies that we have fortuitously encountered one of the most challenging dungeons, correct? Ji Yanli felt somewhat fatigued, yet he was reassured by the presence of Su Su and Zhang Wei in their team, so he wasn't overly concerned about failing to clear it. My thoughts are still tangled, so whatever you all decide to do, I will follow suit. Su Su had no objections, having grasped the general situation. Since we are at school, let us revisit the locations of the 3 murder cases before proceeding further. Are you seeking clues? Ji Yanli asked, somewhat puzzled. The most recent case aside, the previous 2 occurred nearly half a month ago. Will we still find any clues if we go back? It is not impossible, Zhang Wei replied. However, according to the game's logic, the crime scene will invariably contain something for the players to discover. Otherwise, how could the game continue? Listening to their seemingly self-evident conversation, Xiang Wenrui was at a loss for words until, just as they were preparing to rise, a conspicuous gurgle emanated from Enran's stomach, disrupting the moment. She offered an apologetic smile. I haven't eaten since this morning. How about we have lunch first? We still have ample time. As they ate, Enran remarked, it's surprising that meals at the central building are complimentary, while here we have to pay. Susuchekith, I thought you would point out that we actually need to eat in the game world. The game world simulates reality. Feeling hunger is entirely natural. After all, the food consists merely of data, so there is no concern about weight gain. You all should eat as you please, Xiang Wenrui added, then inquired. There are 3 crime scenes. Which one do you plan to visit first? Perhaps subconsciously, everyone's gaze turned towards Su, feeling the weight of their stares. Su coughed slightly. Why are you all looking at me? Typically, at times like this, we would defer to your judgment, and Rand stated without a hint of embarrassment. In response to Xiang Wenrui's puzzled expression, Su contemplated briefly before making a decision. Let us head to the equipment room first. Tianyi passed away in there at 1304 due to asphyxiation, and since we are close to that time now, any developments could be more revealing. After finishing lunch, the five of them proceeded to the gymnasium adjacent to the school playground. Indeed, the equipment room was situated within the gymnasium, and to access the sports equipment within, one must first enter the gym. The gym is perpetually locked, but fortunately, the guard's office had a spare key. Jianli approached and promptly unlocked the door. With a click, the gym door swung open, and at that moment, a system notification illuminated before their eyes. And Rand questioned, why did the system announce the time by itself? This indicates we are in the right place, Zhang Wei replied. Wait a moment. The game wouldn't give us the time for no reason. Could it possibly be a countdown? Indeed, the thought of a countdown had become a psychological shadow for this group of newcomers. Upon seeing the time indicated by the system, their bodies involuntarily tensed, and their steps faltered at the entrance. After a brief moment of anticipation, the anticipated countdown did not materialize. In the midst of their confusion, Xiang Wenrui explained, not every game features a countdown. In the many games I've played, I've only encountered one instance during that massive raid. So, do not be overly anxious. If you're constantly on edge, the game's difficulty will escalate dramatically. No, we're just overly tense. After all, we began our journey in a hell-level dungeon. It's hard not to feel on edge, one of them remarked. Xiang Wenrui took 2 steps forward and pushed open the gym door. As the 5 of them stepped inside, the system notification quickly appeared before them. When the notification mentioned the word grievance, a chilling sensation crept from their feet to their heads. Meanwhile, outside, the bright sun that had shone moments before had abruptly transitioned into the depths of night. What happened to the daylight? And Ran asked, bewildered. Su and the others quickly accessed their floating panels to check the time, only to find further confusion. The time had not changed. It appeared to be precisely 1304, the moment of Tianyi's demise. But why had time seemingly frozen at this point? There's a scenario that can lead to time being suspended, Xiang Wenrui explained, his expression grave. That would mean we have entered a binding space. The term binding connotes restraint. The so-called binding space is a separate realm born from the grievances within the dungeon. One could say that they have now entered the grievance space conjured by Tianyi. However, should the players fail to complete the dungeon, they would be eternally trapped within, enduring the torment inflicted by the very grievance itself. Naturally, death is an exception, as once one has perished, nothing remains. Contemplating the terrifying nature of the binding space, Xiang Wenrui tightened his resolve, stating, I have previously encountered binding spaces, though not often, and each experience was distinct, so I lack any wisdom to impart. But I must stress that this space is perilous. A player's life is singular, regardless of location. Therefore, cherish your existence and proceed with caution. Yet, 3 individuals have perished in this dungeon, so it stands to reason that there should be 3 side quests. The first side quest pertains to the binding space you mentioned. The remaining 2 side quests likely will not be less challenging. Certainly not, which is precisely why Xiang Wenrui's expression was particularly grim upon entering the binding space. In ordinary level dungeons, having 1 or 2 side quests is already considered abundant, yet this dungeon features 3 side quests while also being in binding mode. For players who have never experienced a binding space, they remain blissfully unaware of its dreadfulness. What's more, among the 5 players for novices, with only Xiang Wenrui possessing experience, the prospects appear bleak. Xiang Wenrui gloomily speculated, am I destined to perish here? Jianli was taken aback. Is it truly that terrifying? It's merely a level 4 dungeon. I doubt it could be worse than a hell level 1. Xiang Wenrui retorted, that is precisely the danger. Underestimating it could be fatal. Do not blame me for not warning you. If something goes awry, I may not have the chance to save you. Protect your own lives. Just as the 4 of them stood in bewilderment, a crisp crack echoed within the gymnasium, resonating clearly in the otherwise silent space. The noise heightened Zhang Wei's vigilance, and he cautiously inquired, so what exactly is binding? Even if it varies in each dungeon, surely there are some commonalities? Xiang Wenrui cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring the area was temporarily secure before he whispered in explanation. The bindings are manifestations of resentment. Within this space, Resentment exists in both spiritual and physical forms, each possessing formidable aggression, targeting only players like us who have entered the game. Concurrently, both the resentment within the bindings and we, as players, share a limitation. We are unable to leave the confines of the gymnasium. Since the equipment room is part of the gym and Tian Yi is situated there, the space ensnared by the bindings encompasses the entirety of the gymnasium. Similarly, if a person were to perish in their own home, the entire building would become part of the bindings. In essence, it expands a certain perimeter, thereby increasing the difficulty for players. No wonder it is called bindings. Both the resentment and ourselves are trapped in this locale, unable to escape. Aaron grasped the concept, yet seemed somewhat confused. Nevertheless, her impulsive nature compelled her to kick at the air outside. Just as her words faded, a resounding noise erupted from within the gym, seemingly alerting them to the presence of someone inside, causing the 5 individuals still at the entrance to shudder in fright. What was that sound? Aaron inquired, her voice laced with caution. It sounds like something being shut, Xiang Wenrui replied. Is it a door? Regardless of what door it might be, I must ask, are we going in or not? Ji Yanli's patience appeared to be wearing thin. Su Su craned her neck to peer inside, asking, where are the lights? We should turn them on. How can we navigate in this vast darkness? As a physical education teacher, Zhang Wei was naturally well acquainted with the gymnasium. No sooner had Su Su voiced her concern than he promptly made his way towards the light switch. But halfway there, Xiang Wenrui halted him. What are you doing? Your words are unnecessary. Shouldn't we turn on the lights? Su Su countered. If there is indeed something inside the gym, having the lights on would better enable us to defend ourselves. Though initially hesitant, Zhang Wei decisively approached the switch and flipped the lights on. The sudden illumination of the gymnasium dazzled their eyes, prompting the 5 individuals at the entrance to instinctively shield their eyes with their arms. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though something darted past them, and just as they strained to see clearly, there was a click and the lights extinguished. Why did you turn off the lights? Su Su asked. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Wei replied, it seems my method of activation was flawed. I believe I saw something just as I turned the lights on. And I was not mistaken. I too glimpsed something flash by, but when I prepared to look again, the lights went out, Aaron remarked. You need to turn the lights back on. Whatever it is, we must confront it. Xiang Wenrui's voice trembled slightly as he interjected. I don't know whether to commend your fearlessness or criticize your recklessness. Why persist in turning on the lights at this juncture? As a computer science teacher, you should know this is not your first day at work. You must have some awareness of the gymnasium's dimensions, he continued. Without the lights, we wouldn't even know where to run. We can't just remain at the entrance and wait for misfortune to befall us, Su Su absurdly retorted. Their school's gymnasium was renowned for its vastness within the city, with the expansive ground floor divided into basketball, volleyball, badminton, and table tennis areas, all merely separated by rope nets, creating an overall large open space. Additionally, the first floor housed a swimming pool, distinctly partitioned, yet merely separated from the main area by a corridor and an additional wall. There was also a modest office and a reasonably spacious equipment room to accommodate the numerous sports apparatuses required for such a large area. The gymnasium comprised 2 stories, with the second floor featuring various divisions, including a lounge for elite students, a general athletes lounge, a referee lounge, a conference room, a drug testing room, a broadcasting room, electrical room, and both male and female changing rooms, as well as washrooms, aptly catering to the diverse needs of all students. Su Su's mind conjured images of the gym's immense expanse, prompting her to ask, physical education teacher, may I inquire about the gymnasium's actual area? The investors aimed to showcase their wealth, though Zhang Wei refrained from mentioning this. The first floor was so spacious that if an incident were to occur, there would be no place to hide. Moreover, it would be best to avoid the equipment room and swimming pool, as both seemed perilous. Therefore, after the lights were turned on, we should head to the second floor, Su Su suggested, but her statement was interrupted by Xiang Wenrui. No. What are you planning to do? Hide. We're not simply going to wait at the entrance to meet our demise. The second floor has numerous rooms, and surely some useful items can be found within. We should seek refuge and gather tools to defend ourselves, Ji Yanli clarified, understanding Su Su's intention. The earlier fleeting shadow served as a warning. Although its nature remained unclear, it was evident that this place was not suitable for prolonged presence. With that, at Su Su's command, Zhang Wei pressed the button to turn the lights back on. As the lights illuminated the space, just as the 5 were poised to sprint, a shadow darted swiftly before them, forcing them to halt in their tracks. The shadow emanated a dark energy that resembled death itself, instilling immediate trepidation in the hearts of those present, prompting them to instinctively step back several paces. Upon closer examination of the shadow's form and outline, it was unmistakably Tianyi. At that moment, Tianyi appeared devoid of expression, her skin a sickly shade of blue, with her black pupils consuming her entire gaze. The skin hidden beneath her uniform was marred and bruised, suggesting immense torment prior to her current state. Initially alert, Susu suddenly recalled a detail. Had there not been two distinct sounds resonating within the gym earlier? The initial crack resembled that of a lock being turned, while the subsequent thud echoed the sound of a door slamming shut. The gym's vast emptiness, coupled with their previous conversations, had obscured their ability to hear clearly. If her deductions were accurate, combining these two sounds indicated that Tianyi, confined in the equipment room, must have sensed the commotion at the door, prompting her to open it and step out. However, the necessity to open the door implied the presence of physical resentment, as Xiang Wenrui had previously mentioned. How do we deal with this physical resentment? If the opening act is this significant, there shouldn't be anything else left after dealing with her, right? That seemed plausible. Otherwise, it would be illogical for the initial encounter not to include minor obstacles to challenge them. Yet, could this be the correct interpretation? Shouldn't the initial focus be on the increased difficulty right from the start? Xiang Wenrui, weary of reiterating the obvious, merely cautioned, do not engage with Tianyi. The resentment radiating from her will deplete our health points. However, before he could finish, Tianyi lunged towards them, though the five skillfully evaded her assault. The lingering resentment emanating from her did not require physical contact to inflict harm. Merely brushing past them was sufficient to inflict immediate injury. Ji Yanli, standing at the forefront of the group, felt a slight decrease in his health points due to the encounter. However, after several days of recuperation in the central building, once all players' health points were restored to a full 100, they finally entered the game. Thus, a mere reduction of 1 point hardly warranted alarm. However, remaining stationary was absolutely out of the question. Zhang Wei shouted, "Run, scatter!" At the sound of his command, they instinctively dispersed towards the interior of the gymnasium. Although the five fled in different directions, Tianyi, as if fixated on Su, unhesitatingly followed closely behind her. Tianyi moved with remarkable speed, and before Su could take more than a couple of steps, he had already caught up to her. In order to evade his impending strike, Susu was compelled to adapt continuously. As she ran, her gaze swept past the soft partition nets that divided the gymnasium, and she suddenly exclaimed, "The resentment is tangible. Encase it within the net, quickly." No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Wei and Ji Yanli, not far away, received the signal and hurried to the nearest partition net. The two of them had no time to dismantle the supporting poles. They clutched them and dashed towards Su's direction. The net, which had ensnared Tianyi, finally provided some distance between them. Just as Su breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look back, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Her eyes widening in shock as she shouted, "You too, let go and run." However, before she could fully contemplate her next move, as soon as she had relaxed, the partition net that had ensnared Tianyi began to emit thick white smoke. Along the ground where it had been dragged, remnants of charred strand from the net lay scattered, and although there were no visible flames, the net appeared frayed and on the verge of breaking. In this dire situation, Susu had no time for excessive explanations. As she raised her voice, the two instinctively released their grip. Simultaneously, the net strands were completely severed by the resentment emanating from Tianyi. The ensuing events unfolded without the need for Su to utter another word. As Tianyi charged toward her, and Ran and Xiang Wenrui had already prepared a new partition net to cover him anew. Concerned that Ran's strength might be insufficient to restrain him, Zhang Wei quickly took her place, determined to hold him back. After releasing the net, and Ran, feeling somewhat flustered, asked, "Though it seems ineffective, can it buy us some time? You all need to come up with a plan, whether to evade or to attack. I'll follow your lead." As Su scrambled to her feet, she began surveying the gymnasium for anything useful. While scanning with her eyes, she suddenly noticed something she had previously overlooked. It was quite normal for the gymnasium to have fire safety equipment, but the sheer number of fire extinguishers scattered across the floor seemed excessive, almost suspicious. When did our school acquire so many fire extinguishers? Su scratched her head, realizing something was amiss. In an instant, an irrational thought struck her. Although the resentment on Tianyi was not actual fire, it could burn through the ropes. Perhaps within this peculiar binding space, she could extinguish the flames of resentment with a fire extinguisher. While this idea defied logic, this world was inherently abnormal. So why not give it a try? Fire extinguisher. Su shouted as she dashed towards the nearest one. Coincidentally, Ji Yanli, having discarded the previous partition net, found himself beside a fire extinguisher. Upon hearing Su's call, he swiftly grabbed one and brought it crashing down onto Tianye's head. The muffled thud resonated through the space, startling not only Tianye, but also Su, who had been a moment late with her own approach. Did she intend to strike? Just as she was on the verge of laughing, Su quickly urged, "Spray it, spray it." Ji Yanli realized his mistake and promptly repositioned the fire extinguisher, then aimed it at the now struggling Tianye. As the dry powder rained down upon Tianye, she let out a chilling, high-pitched scream that echoed throughout the gymnasium. The sharpness of her wail was disconcerting enough to rattle them, even in the real world. And within moments, all five found themselves momentarily incapacitated by the sound. Su grasped the nozzle, blinking as she desperately sought Tianye's mouth. Upon locating her target, she immediately directed the dry powder into it, swiftly silencing the piercing screams and replacing them with a series of coughs. After a time, the coughing subsided into mere whimpers, and they finally returned to normalcy. However, wasn't the dry powder supposed to be white? Why was it red? It was evident that something was amiss. Yet at that moment, such concerns were trivial. As long as the dry powder proved effective, it sufficed. Once Ji Yanli had exhausted the contents of the extinguisher, and Ran quickly took her place. Soon, Tianye, now covered in dry powder, began to falter and ultimately collapsed to the ground, her body enveloped in resentment. Without needing to further restrain Tianye, Xiang Wenrui and Zhang Wei promptly joined in the effort to spray powder. They ceased only when the floating panel before them illuminated. At that moment, the five of them stood at the entrance of the gymnasium, blinking at one another in bewilderment. And Ran, feeling slightly embarrassed, asked, "Weren't we told that binding was supposed to be difficult? It seems we haven't been inside for long at all, and yet we're already out?" It felt as though they had just begun, only to have it inexplicably conclude. Zhang Wei earnestly inquired, "What was the challenge?" "This seems comparable to intermediate-level instances. After all, our health points were diminished without even encountering her. But where lay the difficulty?" Yet these were not the crux of the matter. Xiang Wenrui turned to Su and asked, "What made you think to use a fire extinguisher against Tianye?" "I was just guessing. Since the resentment on Tianye can burn the partition ropes, it naturally implies that the resentment is akin to fire, and fire extinguishers are designed to extinguish flames, right? That's not all. Our gymnasium does indeed have numerous fire safety devices, but the sheer number of extinguishers seemed abnormal. I figure it was worth a shot." "Worth a shot?" Xiang Wenrui replied incredulously. "What if it didn't work? Then I would have smashed it." At the mention of smashing, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha!" Ji Yanli, feeling somewhat embarrassed by their mirth, added, "I didn't think it through at the time. I just assumed the weight of the extinguisher would elicit some reaction. Who knew I was supposed to spray it? After all, the resentment she harbored was an actual fire. This is my fault. I take full responsibility," Su quickly conceded, promising to be clearer next time. However, having completed the side quest, did they still need to enter the gymnasium? Zhang Wei remarked, "No need. We've already experienced what we needed to. But why did we exit after only completing half of the side quest? Because we've only finished half of our task. In the novice missions, when we complete them, the progress bar displays a percentage, indicating gradual advancement. However, in the binding space, the task is simply completed in halves. If I'm not mistaken, the resentment within the binding space has dissipated, but the other half concerning the real world cannot simply be disregarded due to the binding. Therefore, we must wait until the entire instance concludes, and those who harmed her face their due consequences before this side quest is truly complete," Su explained. Xiang Wenrui elaborated. "The resentment within the binding space represents all the dark aspects within the victim's heart. Thus, once forcibly eliminated, it's as Su mentioned, half the task is completed. The other half naturally involves bringing the perpetrator to justice in the real world. Therefore, even if the victim suffered greatly, they will not transform into a vengeful spirit. This is essentially the nature of binding." After finishing, Xiang Wenrui inquired, "Do you know what that red substance sprayed from the fire extinguisher was?" "Cinnabar," Su remarked. "Just before departing, I caught a glimpse of the dry powder within the fire extinguisher, which was none other than the vermilion that dispels grievances. Otherwise, how could we have made our escape?" Speaking of vermilion, Xiang Wenrui found it even more peculiar. What was such a substance doing in a binding space? Zhang Wei explained. Perhaps it is due to the principle of mutual generation and restriction among all things. Although this is a game world, it cannot be designed without logic. Even a labyrinth necessitates an exit. It is unreasonable for there to be no solution here. However, the placement of the vermilion is both conspicuous and concealed. Who would have thought to hide it within a fire extinguisher? Had it not been for Su's sharp mind, they might not have exited the side quest so swiftly. Xiang Wenrui furrowed his brow, pondering for quite a while, yet he still felt that something was amiss. In such a pressing situation, why were they able to contemplate so many matters? And Rand eagerly interjected, I cannot do it. During the novice dungeon, I was unable to. So our success then was entirely due to Zhang Wei and Su. Ji Yanli concurred. Indeed, it was their guidance that led us through and throughout. We suffered no harm. Thus, Su smiled and said, I have addressed this issue before. I am merely a struggling author specializing in mystery novels. To study the plot, I read and watch such narratives daily, which makes me familiar with the usual tropes. Zhang Wei added, I enjoy playing games and I understand the common mechanics as well. Therefore, their collaboration is indeed like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, one cannot overstate this. After all, they had only completed a single novice task, albeit a hell-level one, so it is not prudent to boast excessively. However, having traversed this binding space, he seemed to have grasped some of its mechanics. Zhang Wei inquired. The binding space differs from the dungeons. In dungeons, we adhere to the rules of the real world and must navigate the challenges appropriately. Yet, in the binding space, such constraints do not apply. It is inherently a virtual realm, where any actions taken to incapacitate an opponent are permissible. My understanding should be correct, right? Indeed, that is largely accurate. Observing Xiang Wenrui's somewhat dejected demeanor, Su asked, Are you feeling a bit down? Why do you even ask? It is no wonder Su posed the question. Since they met Xiang Wenrui in the central tower, he had consistently looked after them, sharing countless game rules along the way. Yet in the binding space, even after entering, he had not uttered a word about its regulations. Of course, Xiang Wenrui may not harbor ill intentions. As a veteran with over 3 years of gaming experience, he likely sought to establish an authoritative image before the group of newcomers, which they could understand. However, they had unexpectedly turned the tables, and such a situation would be disheartening for anyone. Sister, did you not just get beaten yesterday? Are you not satisfied to be pursued today? And what about the naked photos circulating on your school forum? Su said helplessly, pulling and ran toward the guardroom. Although the delay was brief, the posts about and ran on the forum were inundating, and Xiang Wenrui still lacked the authority to delete them. Oddly, I am clearly the administrator. Why can I not remove the posts? Moreover, those highlighted and pinned posts are supposed to be set by the administrator. Yet they were not done by me. Amid Xiang Wenrui's bewilderment, and Rand forcefully brushed the matter aside. As they prepared to leave, Xiang Wenrui asked, Is there anything else? May I boot up the system? This inquiry reminded Su, who said, Hold on, I have a question for you first. Your questions seem rather numerous. However, I have already shared everything I know, and further inquiries will yield no additional information. Xiang Wenrui replied, still disheartened. No, I'm not asking about that. Su clarified. Our player system panel contains a warehouse section, correct? I recall the novice manual mentioning that items placed in the player's warehouse would accompany them into various dungeons and be available for use. So, if I purchase items in a dungeon and store them in the warehouse, can they also be taken into any space, such as the central tower? If that is the case, I could spend currency from this world to acquire essential supplies, storing them for future use in the game. After all, when we disengage from the game world, the game will archive and restore, so the money we spent will also be reverted. Why not take advantage of the game world to exchange for useful resources, thereby conserving points in the central tower? In Xiang Wenrui's incredulous gaze, Ji Yanli instantly grasped her meaning and burst into laughter. You're a genius. This system warehouse can indeed be utilized in such a manner. The cigarettes in the central tower are purchased with points. I wouldn't dare smoke too much, fearing the cost will be deducted from my points. But if I can buy them in the dungeon, it becomes trivial, as my expenses would merely be from my salary. The crux of the matter shifted once more. For the player's system panels truly allow for the storage of items from dungeons. Those who remained in the office watching the live stream, the 7-member group, also found Su's idea ridiculous. Who knows? We've never tried it ourselves, and we haven't paid attention to other players who may not be as exceptional. However, players have their own channels for information. If someone had attempted this, it should have circulated privately, and we ought to have received word. So, no one had tried it before, correct? Why is your tone so excited? Someone nearby asked. He replied, don't we have a team card? I want to play the next dungeon with Su Su. You want to play? Does she agree? So, a forced initiation? Su Su and the others were originally the type to act decisively. Now, with such a brilliant plan in mind, they naturally sought to implement it immediately. There's no better time than the present. I will be attending school every day thereafter, and my time may be limited. Why not complete everything today? And Rand suggested, let your phone wait a bit longer to boot up. Xiang Wenrui sighed, rubbing his temples. I must remind you, the school has surveillance, especially in the guardroom. Although it lacks audio, it wouldn't be wise to appear overly cheerful. Su Su teased, no worries. Just say she learned that her naked photos are widespread on the forum, causing her mental state to falter. A teenage girl struggling to accept such a reality is entirely normal. And Rand nodded in agreement. Exactly, just say that. It's merely an inventory check. After discovering a satisfactory figure in her bank balance, Su Su remarked, being a child of wealthy parents is truly delightful. With this pocket money, I can buy whatever I desire. Additionally, if it falls short, I could potentially use the car my family provided, though it would reveal transaction details. Whatever I purchase will be visible to my parents. If it involves something inappropriate, they might question me, so it's best to avoid using that card if possible. And Ran's family circumstances may not be particularly affluent, but they are engaged in business, and having tens of thousands on hand is not uncommon. I still don't know what to buy, or if it will be sufficient. We can discuss it later if it's not enough. As for the other three, they're already employed, so they need not worry about her, and Ran. Ji Yanli stated, I cannot leave my job here. Just let me know what you need to buy, and I trust your judgment. I will transfer the funds directly to you. As long as it's not an excessively large quantity, I can afford it. As for the remaining funds, he naturally intended to purchase more cigarettes. Anrin, who was aware of the other person's thoughts, reminded gently, don't forget to grab a lighter when purchasing cigarettes. This item is consumable. The more you use, the fewer you have. It would be a pity to have a mountain of cigarettes, but no means to ignite them. I know. All should hurry along, came a reply. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xiang Wenrui's vehicle came to a halt at the school entrance. Once the group boarded, their first shopping destination was an outdoor equipment store. The store boasted an array of outdoor gear, jackets, trousers, footwear, and camping supplies. However, the owner discreetly peddled items of a more perilous nature, which is precisely why Xiang Wenrui was a frequent customer. Otherwise, the proprietor would hardly have acknowledged their presence. Even now, the owner, with a bemused expression, inquired, aren't you all still students? Are you certain you want to bring them here to purchase such things? If something goes awry, don't drag me into it. No, they won't be using them themselves. They're gifts for someone who does engage in these activities. With that, Xiang Wenrui quietly explained, I have no choice. My younger sister is quite insistent, and the elders have given their consent. Upon hearing that the elders had agreed, the owner's demeanor softened somewhat, yet the plethora of crossbows, knives, and various dangerous items in the basement prompted Su Su, with a hint of curiosity, to ask, are such stores present in every world? They are undeniably practical, yet undeniably hazardous. Xiang Wenrui reassured her, fear not. Ordinary individuals cannot access these items. Not only are they prohibitively expensive, but one cannot enter without a familiar face to vouch for them. As the owner was called away, Xiang Wenrui hastily elucidated. I once acquired a knife of considerable length during a side quest. When not in use, it is stored in a warehouse, and I can retrieve it at a moment's notice. However, as you know, items typically appear in blind boxes, and who knows which box might contain such a treasure. If what you suggest were feasible, purchasing a few to take with us would indeed be far more convenient than redeeming points. So if funds permit, let us buy a few more. Very well, since we're here, Su Su replied, not fully grasping the intricacies, but reasoning that selecting items with a high danger quotient couldn't be amiss. If they can indeed be taken, I shall owe you a great favor. As for the rest, she contemplated procuring some protective charms, such as vermilion and peach wood, just in case they might come in handy. After all, hadn't they proven useful previously? Aaron chuckled. By your logic, I should also consider purchasing a black donkey's hoof. Zhang Wei interjected. That is unnecessary. Surely, we won't have to raid a tomb for the next quest, given our current experience. We'd likely be wiped out before even reaching the entrance. As the conversation meandered further off course, Xiang Wenrui urged, let us find a shop and make our purchases. We've been out all day, and night is fast approaching. We have school tomorrow. He then led them to an incense shop in the city. Such shops exist in every world, though in times of peace, few venture near them. The group felt somewhat out of place, as they prepared to buy these items. But they pressed on. After selecting a few essentials based on their available balance, they finally felt a sense of relief as they settled back into Xiang Wenrui's vehicle. Once the car was in motion again, Xiang Wenrui posed the question he had asked several times throughout the day. My phone should be able to turn on by now, right? It's been most of the day, and I suspect the principal is losing his mind. I'm not worried about facing consequences. Rather, I dread the prospect of being put on leave and the tasks that would entail. That's of little concern, Anren replied, maintaining a remarkably calm demeanor. You can simply state that you were with me. I learned from the class monitor that you are the administrator of the school forum, so I reached out to you for assistance in deleting a post. I was distraught the entire day, threatening to take drastic measures, and could not bear the ringing of the phone, hence the enforced shutdown. We've tried all day without finding a solution. Susu added, the surveillance in the guard's office can corroborate your explanation. After all, we were all present there, and we even had a meal together, with the PE teacher accompanying Anren for the shopping. Plus, you did log into a computer to demonstrate that the post indeed could not be deleted, so it's fine. The principal will likely only admonish you a couple of times and advise against such actions in the future. You won't face any punishment. Her words flowed with an air of casual familiarity, as if she were accustomed to frequent missteps. It was truly a narrative fit for a novel, easily conjured from thin air. Susu huffed in irritation. I shouldn't have bothered with you. The vehicle arrived at the entrance of the subway station, and Susu and the others disembarked as Xiang Wenrui interrupted. Principal, please allow me a moment to explain. His fervent elucidation effectively quelled the principal's ire. So, you were with Anren and Susu all day? Yes, and also with teacher Zhang from PE. It would have been appropriate for me to meet with two girls alone, so I invited teacher Zhang along. Susu is the class monitor, and as Anren found herself in such a predicament, she sought out Susu. Since Susu knew I was the forum administrator, she brought Anren to me. Xiang Wenrui continued. However, principal, I've already deleted all the posts I could. Those that remain are beyond my authority to remove. By then, a day had passed, and the principal was already aware of this information. I understand. How is Anren holding up? Not well. When we met at the mall, she was in tears, distraught, and threatening to take extreme measures. Thankfully, Susu managed to restrain her. But principal, it seems this issue has escalated beyond mere posts. Something significant has occurred with Anren. Oh, by the way, you haven't informed her parents, have you? Anren is too frightened to tell them, and has asked us to keep quiet. No, I haven't, the principal replied lethargically. The primary reason being that today is the weekend. They haven't seen Anren. If we need to reach out, it will have to wait until Monday. Where are you now? I'll call a meeting with all faculty at 8 p.m. tonight regarding this matter. I'm near the school. We'll meet tonight. The following day, a chorus of derisive laughter and whispered speculation filled the air. The principal, already anticipating this outcome, found fault with everyone he encountered. As he grew increasingly anxious, he was finally met by the exemplary student, Susu, whom he promptly led to the guard's office. Susu, I'm aware of yesterday's events, and I'm heartened by your assistance to Anren. However, what is her current state? Both your phones have remained off, and your homeroom teacher has been unable to inquire about your situation. We've already spoken with teacher Xiang, who mentioned Anren is doing well, but I have yet to see it with my own eyes. When the principal remarked on the duo's phones being powered down, a flicker of reproach crossed his gaze. After all, with such a situation at hand, it was vital to gather information from them. Yet, Susu remained unfazed, pretending not to hear as she regarded the principal with an impassive expression. Well, she hasn't arrived yet, but I expect she'll be here shortly. Observing Susu's calm demeanor, the principal pressed, is she fit to come to school? Have you not advised her to rest at home for a few days? Anren had not confided in her parents, and staying at home left her uncertain on how to explain the situation to them. Moreover, this matter was unlikely to resolve itself without consequence. Yet, some challenges must be faced head-on. Evasion is not a solution. Thus, after careful consideration, Anren resolved to attend school as scheduled. Her parents remain unaware. The principal inquired, nodding in approval, pleased with her decision. Yet, was that truly his sentiment? Given the gravity of the situation, no matter how one adjusts and accepts reality, returning to school amidst such turmoil is akin to stepping into a storm. As a senior student, the pressures were already overwhelming, and with this new development, could Anren genuinely bear the weight? Was it not wiser to take time to recuperate before returning to school? The principal furrowed his brow and remarked, yesterday was a holiday, and the school has yet to address certain matters. Anren has come to school amidst this chaos. and I worry whether she can withstand the potential raucous remarks from her classmates. With this thought, Su sensed a discrepancy in the principal's concerns. It was not merely about Anren's ability to endure, but rather his apprehension about how to account to that person's father if a situation were to escalate. Su, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Of course. I advise her to lay low for a few days, suggesting she refrain from attending school until the storm blows over. After all, this incident will be spoken of for years to come, and avoiding attention for a few days would have little effect, thus making a leave of absence seem rather unnecessary." The principal, rendered speechless by her reasoning, recognized that while her perspective was valid, very few would be inclined to act upon it. Yet, he couldn't help but worry about the emotional turmoil that could arise among the students. "How about this? You and I can persuade Anren to stay home for a while." Before he could finish his thought, Su noticed Anren, who had just entered the school grounds, being surrounded by a throng of teachers. Su quickly called out to Anren, interrupting her conversation with the principal. In a situation akin to Su's, Anren sought an escape from the encroaching crowd of educators, initially considering enlisting the help of Xiang Wenrui and Zhang Wei. To her relief, Su's timely intervention provided the breakthrough she needed. Anren cheerfully responded, "I'm right here." Although they had established a connection, Anren's current exuberance raised doubts in Su's mind about whether she truly intended to take drastic measures yesterday. It was as if nothing had transpired, and the normalcy of her demeanor struck Su as rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to the principal, the academically gifted Su seemed oblivious to his underlying concerns, which was perhaps for the best, as he intended to speak directly to Anren himself. When Anren, appearing in high spirits, met Su and greeted the principal with calmness, the words that had been on the principal's lips suddenly caught in his throat. Principal, Su, we're going to be late. Let's hurry to class," Anren urged. Seeing her attempt to leave, the principal insisted, "Anren, please wait a moment. I'd like to speak with you for a few minutes." Anren paused, glancing at Su, but did not acquiesce to his request. Following her gaze, the principal suggested, "If you're concerned, you may have Su wait outside. It won't take long." Su nodded at Anren and stepped out of the security office to join the other teachers. Their homeroom teacher, Ms. Qian, immediately grasped Su's hand upon her exit, anxiously inquiring, "Su, what happened with you two? Why have you been unreachable? Do you have any idea how many times we've tried to contact you over the past couple of days?" The urgency in her tone lacked genuine concern and was instead tinged with reproach. Su's account aligned with what Xiang Wenrui and Zhang Wei had previously conveyed, so there were no further questions to be asked. Consequently, the group lingered awkwardly at the entrance of the security office. The principal's smile, however, indicated a sense of relief, as if he had been unburdened. "All right, you two should head to class. Early study has commenced," he announced. Anren replied, "I'll go to the restroom first. Su, accompany me. We're already late." The principal made no objections, observing Anren and Su depart amidst the puzzled gazes of the faculty. Once they arrived at a small grove near the restroom, Anren playfully taunted, "Do you know what the principal said to me?" It was unlikely to be anything kind, given that he had pulled her aside to inquire about the situation without offering any comforting words. Regardless of what Anren was about to divulge, she felt it necessary to explain her side first. "You know," Anren began, the principal's words were laced with veiled threats. "He must be aware of who is behind this incident. After all, it's been long enough that ignorance would be difficult to maintain, and yet he still seeks to shield that person. Can you believe he told me not to report it? Not only would it be futile, but my parents' business could also suffer consequences." As she spoke, Anren suddenly burst into laughter. "But I had no intention of reporting it anyway. If this were the real world, I'd utilize the law to safeguard my rights. But this is merely a game world. Who would want to engage in such a lengthy and arduous process?" "What do you mean?" Su inquired, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "What are you planning to do?" Xiang Wenrui mentioned that as long as we don't disrupt the main storyline, we're fine, right? But what constitutes a disruption? To what extent must we alter the narrative before it qualifies as such? As long as I keep my boundaries within that range, I should be able to act freely. Su pondered. The so-called disruption of the main storyline likely extends beyond just the plot. If the storyline remains unchanged, how can we alter Anren's fate while adhering to its framework? Thus, alterations in the plot are inevitable, but they must not exceed a certain threshold. Furthermore, from our limited experience with the novice quests, it seems that the structures within the school also fall under the purview of the main quest. Anren nodded, encouraging her to elaborate. For instance, regarding the plot, We need this group to advance it, so they can sustain injuries or act freely, but they must not die. If they do, the consequences would either lead to the collapse of the main storyline or introduce further challenges into the game. Yet, you have encountered Eining, right? That was a plot point that didn't originally exist. However, given our current situation, it seems inconsequential. Susucheket softly. As for the other aspect concerning the school's physical structures, they likely cannot be destroyed as in the novice quests. After all, the buildings in the previous instance were almost entirely obliterated, while here, we lack the capacity to destroy the school. However, these are merely my personal speculations. Whether they hold true remains to be seen. Many truths can only be unearthed through experimentation. Xiang Wenrui had spent over 3 years ensnared within the game, and they couldn't possibly extricate themselves from this predicament overnight. Rather than timidly navigating each game cycle, it would be more prudent to probe its limits from the outset. If they could assert some level of authority during their gameplay, perhaps their survival rate would improve. Moreover, her conjectures were not unfounded. Setting aside her system-assigned intelligence rating of 85, her extensive exposure to suspense films and novels made it relatively easy to draw conclusions about these matters. Honestly, my assertions have been quite conservative. We could certainly explore the boundaries of this quest, Su concluded. With Su's words hanging in the air, Anren erupted into laughter, her eyes sparkling with defiance, stirring excitement within Su, for they were on the brink of something exhilarating. As the bell rang, signaling the conclusion of early study, the previously quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony of noise, the students unmonitored by any teachers. However, all commotion ceased as they noticed Anren striding confidently through the school corridor. Initially, the students were taken aback, unable to comprehend how Anren could return to school after such an incident. Yet, witnessing her poised demeanor caused an unsettling feeling to ripple through the crowd. Did this girl truly possess no sense of shame? The audacity of her returning to school is truly astonishing. Is she not ashamed? Perhaps she simply does not care. Could it be that she is willingly subjecting herself to this? Surrounding classmates gathered in hushed tones, though their whispers were loud enough for Su and Anren to hear distinctly. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, Anren calmly approached her seat, as if nothing had transpired, leisurely placing her backpack down. Following the triumphant gazes of AI Ning and her friends, she glanced over at them. Then, with a broad smile directed at the group, she genuinely bewildered AI Ning and her companions. Is this person truly without shame? How is she able to smile at a moment like this? However, Anren's subsequent actions left everyone even more flabbergasted as she walked right up to AI Ning, flashed a grin, and then delivered a resounding slap to AI Ning's face. The sharp crack of the slap stunned not only AI Ning, but nearly all the students in the class. Covering her face, AI Ning stood up, seething with rage as she confronted Anren. How dare you hit me? It was indeed you who I struck, Anren retorted without hesitation, lunging toward AI Ning. Being a champion in martial arts, Anren found it effortless to handle a few girls, which explained why she initiated the conflict, while Su chose not to intervene, confident that Anren could manage the situation without any repercussions. The 4 girls, who she assumed would assist AI Ning, promptly distanced themselves as soon as the altercation began. Upon witnessing AI Ning pinned to the ground, their expressions betrayed a mix of mockery and amusement. From their glances, Su detected a hint of vindication. Vindication? Su pondered. Could there be some underlying animosity among these 5? But that seemed implausible. AI Ning had only transferred this semester, and it was far too soon for such enmity to develop. With AI Ning lacking any fighting prowess, Anren swiftly subdued her, yet confusion began to creep in. Were the others? She had prepared for a brawl, but the other 4 were nowhere to be seen. Observing the 4 girls standing back without any intent to help, Anren quickly realized they were merely fair-weather friends. Indeed, they had only known each other for a few days. How strong could their bond be? And thus, the matter concluded without further incident, leaving AI Ning unable to rise. After some time, as classmates finally reacted and approached to check on AI Ning, Su stepped in front of them, stating, Anren has been in our class for nearly 3 years. When have you ever seen her so agitated? Clearly, there was more to this situation than met the eye. Is she okay? She didn't get hurt too badly, did she? Susuesid discmate whispered inconcern. Reassured, they relaxed. After all, Su had served as class monitor for over 2 years, excelled academically, and maintained good relationships with her classmates. They trusted her judgment implicitly. When the onlookers from other classes, including Teacher Chien, arrived, they were met with a rather leisurely scene. Had it not been for AI Ning still lying on the ground, Teacher Chien might have thought the student who informed her was playing a prank. Rushing to AI Ning's side, Teacher Chien helped her up and asked, AI Ning, what happened? Can you stand? AI Ning, who had been feigning unconsciousness, immediately exclaimed upon seeing Teacher Chien, Teacher, she hit me. In response to AI Ning's outcry, and Ran chose to disregard her, tossing a half-eaten egg into her mouth, chewing nonchalantly while ignoring the gazes of her classmates. After finishing the remaining half of her soy milk in one gulp, she casually disposed of her trash in the bin before returning to her seat, awaiting the start of class. And Ran's composed demeanor only served to infuriate AI Ning further. Enraged, AI Ning shouted at Ran, what? You dare to strike me, but refuse to admit it? Do you really believe that acting as if nothing happened will allow you to escape the consequences? I can admit it, but are you willing to? And Ran shot back. Let me ask you, after class on Saturday night, when you and your 4 friends assaulted me, do you dare to confess? Do you dare to acknowledge what you did afterward? If you want to make a scene, I have no objection to escalating this. But let us see if you have the courage to do so. And Ran's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Clearly, someone had orchestrated this incident. But who could it be? It was unlikely that anyone would suspect the newly transferred student. Yet, the current situation suggested that this new arrival might indeed be at the center of it all. Why, though? As the classmates contemplated, their gazes toward AI Ning began to shift, igniting her fury. You're framing me, and Ran. Don't think that just because you're underage, you can escape accountability. Our classroom has surveillance cameras. The footage will prove that you hit me. With so many witnesses, how can you claim I assaulted you? How can you be so certain that the footage doesn't exist? What if it could be reviewed on site? Is deleting surveillance footage such an easy task? If that were the case, it would be a serious matter indeed. So, wasn't Rant's recent behavior a result of discovering a secret about AI Ning and being bullied? Hearing this, AI Ning panicked. What are you all talking about? I was the one who got hit. What are you implying? Remarkably, before she transferred here, it seemed that such severe incidents had not occurred in the school. After only a few days, could this school truly continue to function? As the situation escalated, Teacher Chien became increasingly anxious. She quickly addressed the students. What are you all saying? Quiet down. Class is starting. We're in our senior year, so stop daydreaming. AI Ning and Ran, come with me to the principal's office. Everyone else, self-study. With that, she led the two out of the classroom. The principal's office was located in the same building as the teachers' offices, situated at the rear of the teaching block. The first floor of the adjacent teachers' building housed the school infirmary. Upon arriving at the infirmary door, Teacher Chien sternly instructed and ran to wait outside while she ushered AI Ning inside. After closing the door, Teacher Chien immediately reassured AI Ning, just treat your injuries here. I'll take and ran to the principal's office. We will ensure this matter is resolved. Teacher Chien's courtesy toward AI Ning stemmed from her knowledge that AI Ning's father was a wealthy benefactor who had contributed to the construction of the school. Setting aside the influence behind AI Ning, even within the school, and Rant's actions were serious enough to warrant significant consequences. Those with any sense would understand whom to support at this moment. Hearing Teacher Chien's words, AI Ning's impending outburst was somewhat quelled as she obediently replied, all right, I'll wait for the teacher's news. Exiting the infirmary, Teacher Chien shot a fierce glare at and ran and commanded, you, come with me upstairs. In the principal's office. After recounting the incident to the principal, Teacher Chien found herself at a loss for words. She was unsure of how to address Ran, who had seemed so compliant and understanding moments before, but had transformed entirely upon leaving the room. The principal inquired Ran, if you didn't intend to agree with me earlier, you could have simply declined. Why agree and then go back on your word? Anran stated with an air of nonchalance, I haven't changed my mind, principal. You advised me against calling the police, and I haven't. But you never said anything about seeking revenge. The principal, visibly agitated, responded, is that really how you interpret this situation? Anran, incredulous, retorted, Principal, I have endured such tremendous injustice. Do you truly believe that a mere handful of flippant words could brush this matter aside? The principal, with deep concern, implored, do you comprehend the gravity of the person you are dealing with? Anran, you must understand that AI Ning is not to be trifled with. The principal's concern is not for anyone else, but for your well-being. Not to be trifled with? Why? Is it because she is the daughter of one of our school's investors? Or perhaps because she exerted influence to have the surveillance footage deleted? As for the reasons behind the deletion, there is no need to articulate them so plainly. Upon hearing these words, the principal grasped the implications. You. How do you know this? Sir, the entire school is aware. If I do not resist, I will inevitably become the fourth victim. Do you honestly believe I would comply without question? Anrin smiled wryly. This is not something I alone am privy to. My classmates are aware, many of the teachers know, and even a security guard isn't on it. So, Principal, do you wish for our school to witness a fourth tragedy in such a short span of time? If she continues to enjoy her privileges, I will not be the last, and the reputation of this institution will be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, the principal remained reluctant to accept this reality, questioning, so many are aware, yet we could pretend not to. Principal, I trust you understand how to resolve this matter today. Truth be told, I have no desire for a mutually destructive confrontation. Furthermore, if I did not possess evidence, I would not dare speak to you in this manner. So refrain from testing my resolve. Anrin, exuding an air of intimidation, hardly resembled a mere 17-year-old. However, if she could merely navigate this situation, the ensuing challenges would become manageable. Although she was uncertain about the specifics of what needed to be managed, the recent turmoil had indeed begun to alter Anrin's destiny. The soundproofing in the principal's office had been specially treated, not out of necessity, but rather due to sheer affluence. Consequently, during its construction, every aspect of the principal's office was designed with the most opulent equipment available, which resulted in Teacher Chien being unable to overhear any part of the conversation between the two individuals inside, even while standing at the door. When Anrin emerged, one might have expected her opponent to appear tearful, yet the individual bore the same calm demeanor as before, leaving Teacher Chien thoroughly bewildered. What is this? Was there no warning? After Anrin's brazen departure, Teacher Chien re-entered the principal's office, observing the principal's despondent expression, and inquired, Principal, what has transpired with Anrin? The principal abruptly lifted his gaze and interjected, You should focus on soothing AI Ning. As for Anrin's incident, we shall not pursue it for the time being. Not pursue it? AI Ning was beaten so severely by Anrin. How can we not address that? The principal, appearing flustered, responded, This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. I will explain it to Director AI. You may leave now. This will not implicate you. Just attend to your responsibilities. Simultaneously, Anrin made her way to the corridor to contact their computer science teacher, Xiang Wenrui. Upon the call being answered, Su Su promptly declared, I have sent you the names of 4 classmates. Could you please investigate their backgrounds? Xiang Wenrui, exasperated, replied, I still have classes to teach. I cannot spare the time for this. Su Su countered, I'm not asking you to go out and investigate. You can access the information directly on your computer, can't you? Xiang Wenrui sighed, You really watch too many movies. This is illegal. Su Su retorted, We are not in the real world. We have but one goal, to survive and obtain points and items. So what if it's illegal? She added, As long as we are not caught, what's the harm? Xiang Wenrui, feeling a headache coming on, remarked, I am truly amazed by you. How do you know I can do this? Just because I teach computer science does not mean I possess those skills. Because when I asked you, you were only concerned with the legality of the matter, not whether you could do it, so I assumed you could. Now, enough chatter. I need all their information within 3 minutes. Once she finished speaking, she promptly hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, as soon as she placed her phone down, she turned to see Anrin appearing at the end of the corridor. You are quite speedy, Su Su commented, smiling. Have you resolved everything already? So soon. Without much conversation, Anrin approached her, brimming with excitement, and whispered, You are clever. In just a few words, you managed to connect so many threads together and bring them to light. You should have seen the principal's expression when I mentioned how many people were aware of this matter. Wait, what is your plan? Do share, but do not act recklessly, Su Su cautioned. If this can escalate while simultaneously causing them to falter, and if we can connect all the dots and bring everything to light, that would be ideal. After a moment of contemplation, Su Su leaned in and quietly shared her thoughts. Upon hearing her proposal, Anrin exclaimed, Is it permissible to say such things? Won't that cause problems? Su Su replied, Anything is better than acting recklessly. If problems arise, what of it? You're only concerned with surviving, are you not? However, I assure you, I will not lead you astray. This approach could indeed alleviate some pressure. As for whether it is worth risking lives, I can't help but feel that everyone is in danger. Despite her apprehensions about the consequences, they could not afford to lose momentum. With newfound determination, the two of them marched confidently toward the teaching building. Su Su remarked, It seems that the students have already begun to piece things together, and I suspect there is something off about those 4 individuals around AI Ning. I just contacted Xiang Wenrui for assistance in investigating. Oh, so he can do that too? Clearly, the computer teacher is worth his salt, Aaron replied, although she then added with disdain, if he can do that, why hasn't he deleted the posts on the forum for me? Su chuckled. Did you not claim not to care? Moreover, even if he could, he shouldn't delete forum posts in front of the school staff. If something goes wrong, you'll be the first one they come after. But this is a game world. Why be afraid of such things? Aaron jested. You still have to stay until next Monday. You won't actually get locked up for a few days, would you? That would be a tremendous waste of time. Compared to that, our tasks take precedence, Su whispered. Besides, we're not exceptionally close. It is perfectly normal for him to conceal some personal skills. Had I not pressed him, he likely wouldn't have revealed anything. Fair enough. Since no one is available to pick you up in the real world, experiencing the game world is not such a bad idea, Aaron teased. Seriously? With your beauty, you don't have someone to escort you? Firstly, I do not have a partner. Secondly, as a struggling full-time author, I have no need to go out. The morning dragged on torturously. The classes were unbearable, and the scrutinizing gazes of their peers were equally oppressive, even when the spotlight was not on them. At last, lunchtime arrived. Originally, Su had intended to eat outside, but Aaron, undeterred, led her to the school canteen to queue up for takeout. Just as they began to order, the results of Xiang Wenrui's investigation arrived. Upon reading the reports, both of them gasped in disbelief. What the hell? Is this real? Can this be true? As Su stowed away her phone and set down the plates for the two of them, she swiftly dialed Xiang Wenrui's number while making her way out of the cafeteria. The moment they exited, Xiang Wenrui answered the call. Before Su could speak, Xiang Wenrui inquired in bewilderment. How did you know that these four individuals were problematic? Yeman stun, Su replied. It was merely their odd reactions this morning when the commotion began that piqued my interest. They were originally just catalysts in the unfolding narrative. Naturally, I intended to investigate further, yet I never anticipated that they would be linked in such a manner. Xiang Wenrui felt a sudden pang of disbelief. You're not alone in this. When I uncovered this information, I nearly shattered my computer in shock. From what we can ascertain, this situation is likely far more intricate than we initially envisioned. Intricate? Su paused, questioning, isn't the revelation of these findings simplifying matters? How could this possibly complicate things? Xiang Wenrui responded incredulously. How could it not complicate things? Suddenly, we find ourselves with an influx of illegitimate daughters. This cannot possibly simplify matters. Indeed, the four young women associated with A.I. Ning were all the illegitimate daughters of wealthy businessmen. A.I. Ning, whose surname is A.I., took her father's name, while the four illegitimate daughters took their mother's surname. Moreover, given their somewhat dissimilar appearances, it is hardly surprising that no one would suspect the hidden connections among them. Yet, the question loomed. Was A.I. Ning aware of this secret? If she were, why would she associate with these illegitimate daughters, being the legitimate daughter of a wealthy businessman herself? It was assumed that the three preceding homicides were the work of A.I. Ning. But was she merely acting under the influence of these four illegitimate daughters? Or was she inherently malicious, orchestrating schemes to ensnare them, or perhaps inciting them to act on her behalf? Thus far, 3 homicides had occurred. If we included Ran, the 4 sisters corresponded perfectly to the 4 murders. Such coincidences are difficult to dismiss. However, if A.I. Ning was oblivious, then these 4 women must have approached her with their own hidden agendas. Could these 4 murders have been committed by them to gain A.I. Ning's favor? Or could it be that A.I. Ning herself was responsible, with no connection to the 4? One thing was certain. These 4 were acquainted with A.I. Ning. After all, as illegitimate daughters, especially those of affluent families, how could they not harbor disdain for the children born of legitimate unions? The A.I. family is immensely wealthy, and the peculiar gathering of these 4 raises suspicions. To validate these speculations would not be arduous. The school surveillance cameras have no blind spots. As long as we recover the deleted footage, the truth shall be unveiled. This is why Su asserted that the situation had become simpler. After hearing Su's reasoning, Xiang Wenrui fell into a contemplative silence, remarking, "How can you be so certain that events will unfold as you predict? What if other scenarios arise? What other scenarios could there possibly be?" Su countered, "It's implausible that the legitimate daughter of a tycoon is not truly his, while the illegitimate daughters are. If that were the case, their attempt to get close to A.I. Ning would be meaningless. They could simply disclose the findings. A man of such wealth would never allow a child not of his blood to reside within his household, nor would he permit them to manage his affairs." Su asserted confidently, Regardless of whether AI Ning was the perpetrator, all 5 individuals are inextricably linked to this matter. It does not matter whom the tycoon aids. He is undoubtedly involved. Teacher Xiang, could you retrieve the previous surveillance footage, even if it has already been deleted? Xiang Wenrui said hesitantly. Infiltrating another's computer is not particularly difficult, and recovering deleted footage is also manageable. The challenge lies in concealing one's tracks from subsequent scrutiny. I am not adept at that. Su paused. Then how did you manage this? Surely you didn't provide me the data, only for it to be immediately exposed? I may not be able to hide my tracks, but I can alter them. I changed my address to that of the principals, which serves as a temporary disguise. However, it cannot remain concealed for long. It is clearly a frame-up. And Rand chuckled. No worries, as long as you can clear yourself, it will be fine. After all, this will all revert to normal in a few days. Why fret over it? Thus, Xiang Wenrui proceeded with the task, only to feel helpless afterward. Zhang Wei was already aware of the situation, and Ji Yanli was still at work. I was just about to inform him. Where are you? All right, we haven't eaten yet. Su replied. After hanging up, Su and Rand ventured to a convenience store, procuring provisions for all 5 individuals. Under the curious gazes of many, they retreated into the guardhouse, where they began to eat and discuss. Xiang Wenrui succinctly recounted the investigation's findings, after which Su promptly shared her analysis. Good, and Rand laughed. I was worried you would make me hold it in. Thankfully, I do not have to. Zhang Wei queried. We will follow the main storyline for now. But what about the subplots? When shall we commence those? Without offering any input, Ji Yanli interjected. Let us not delay. Let us begin today. I have a day off tomorrow, and by the time I return to work the day after, I will be on duty. That would mean waiting several more days. Let us choose either the pond or the library. Both are conveniently close enough to tackle together. All right, let us begin at the pond. As it was the site of the first homicide, and it occurred quite some time ago, Zhang Wei reminded. However, do exercise caution. The pond and library are adjacent. We must avoid inadvertently entering the library's subplot. We should first have dinner and stagger our timing before embarking on the subplot together. Initially, when they thought they understood the mechanics of entering the subplot, they were in for a surprise. Upon arriving at the pond at the designated time, they received no indication of a subplot. After several minutes had elapsed, they exchanged bewildered glances. What is going on? Did we miscalculate? Is entering the subplot not merely a matter of arriving at the crime scene at the right time? And Rand questioned, wasn't the tea when Xiao drowned in the pond? Does that mean we need to enter the water to trigger it? That thought jolted them into realization, but did it truly require all 5 to jump in? Wouldn't that be overly absurd? Su remarked, given the series of homicides that have occurred, no student dares approach this area. While jumping in may seem harmless, the time has likely passed. Would it still serve a purpose now? In late October, the water in the pond is not merely cool. Diving in would certainly lead to illness. Moreover, the pond is not shallow. It could easily submerge them entirely. Regardless of what others might think, Su felt this idea was rather excessive. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Wei suggested, why don't we give it a try? What if? If it doesn't work, we can always rush to the swimming pool for a warm shower. It's not merely about showering. The distance is too great. If we are soaked and go there, we will undoubtedly attract attention from our classmates, Xiang Wenrui replied. Could it be that our method of entry is fundamentally flawed? Ji Yanli tossed the cigarette he had been holding aside, stating, we must try it regardless. Jump in. Even if time had elapsed, they must attempt it. With that, under the insistence of Zhang Wei and Ji Yanli, the 5 of them stood at the edge of the pond steps, exchanging reluctant nods before leaping into the water. With a resounding splash, the 5 entered the water simultaneously, causing great waves and noise. Yet, despite their shivering in the frigid water, they still awaited the arrival of the subplot prompt in vain. After lingering in the pond for quite some time, they resignedly emerged. Well, jumping in was futile. Zhang Wei lamented. Su let out a cold snort. All 5 of us are drenched. What excuse can we concoct for taking leave? Should we claim that Rand attempted suicide and we leaped in to save her? We might as well skip class altogether. After all, the gatekeeper wouldn't obstruct us. The pond and the library are on the same path. To reach the pond, we must first pass through the library. As the doors swung open, the once cacophonous school fell into an immediate hush. Before the 5 could react, a floating panel illuminated instantly. When the panel extinguished, the twilight sky above, painted with the hues of sunset, transitioned abruptly into night mode, and the wet garments adorning Su and Rand were replaced by the previously acquired items, a powdery pink outfit and a green dress. Strangely, however, The clothing of the other three remained unchanged, still dripping water as before. Upon glancing at her attire, Susu suddenly grasped an unsettling realization. Wait a moment. Have we truly entered the binding space? Why then does the system prompt indicate the need to resolve the grievances of Wen Xiao and Jiang Xie? We haven't even entered the pond or the library. I don't know. Let's quickly check if our items have been brought in, Ji Yanli said with a hint of excitement. Thankfully, all their belongings were intact within the confines, bringing them some relief. Shi Wenrui surveyed their surroundings and suggested, I propose we explore the boundaries of this instance while the grievances haven't yet emerged. Agreed. Let's not split up, Zhang Wei promptly replied. Yet, splitting up was not an option. Standing at the corridor outside the library, they could see the entire area, but in reality, they were confined to the vicinity of the library entrance. As they divided into two teams to venture towards either side of the library, barriers manifested from the walls, obstructing their passage. How peculiar! The only structure in this instance is the library, yet why are their grievances attributed to two individuals? Susukwidi Basev. Could it be that when Xiao, who supposedly drowned in the pond, actually perished in the library? Please refrain from suggesting such terrifying notions, Shi Wenrui replied with a shiver. Dealing with one grievance is already challenging enough. Facing two simultaneously could indeed trap us here. But the proximity of the library to the pond makes such an occurrence plausible. Zhang Wei reminded them. However, since this binding space is situated within the library, I must caution you all to prioritize safety and consider our escape. Why is that? And Ran inquired. The library spans over 10,000 square meters and comprises 12 floors. Each floor is primarily filled with bookshelves and study tables, interrupted only by a few support columns. The library lacks partitions, featuring staircases and elevators, with the basement housing a cafeteria. An unsettling feeling washed over her. Why would the school construct such an expansive facility for no reason? My stamina isn't particularly robust. If something were to happen, how could I possibly navigate such a vast space? Shi Wenrui asked, what is your stamina value? 53, she replied. In reality, the system had assessed her stamina at 29, a figure reflecting her exhausted state after previous gaming sessions. After resting in the central building for several days, this value had naturally returned to her usual state of 53. Nevertheless, a stamina value of 53 was hardly impressive, and had it not been for her courage during the last hell level instance, she might not have succeeded at all. Ultimately, Susu was more concerned about her own capabilities than anyone else's. Regardless of past discussions, they were now ensnared within the binding space. There was no turning back. Susu's hand rested on the doorknob, and just as she prepared to push the door open, a ghostly hand swiftly emerged from the gap, reaching out towards her. The moment the ghostly hand appeared, Zhang Wei, with sharp eyes, quickly noticed it. Before Susu could react, he deftly wrapped his arms around her, pulling her back, and seized the doorknob, pinning the ghostly hand in the door's crevice. Zhang Wei possessed considerable strength. In response to the pain, the ghostly hand emitted a wailing cry. What on earth is that? Ji Yanli exclaimed, rushing forward to assist. What a long set of nails. Shi Wenrui remarked, that must be a ghostly hand. Isn't Jiang Xie trapped inside? However, if Jiang Xie was indeed within, could there be another ghostly presence of Wen Xiao outside? After Ran voiced her concern, she glanced nervously behind her, only to find nothing. Her realization struck her. No, wait. Wen Xiao drowned in the pond, yet the binding range doesn't extend to the pond. Why then, are these two individuals in the same instance? Surely, both cannot be dead within the library. Let us save that discussion for later. That thing nearly harmed me, and I want let it go unpunished. With that, Susu retrieved the kitchen knife she had previously acquired and, crouching low, wedged herself between Ji Yanli and Zhang Wei, striking down at the four fingers extending through the door. This was a ghostly hand, and with a single stroke, she severed it as if slicing through cabbage. It was astonishingly fragile. The ghostly hand screamed in agony, its wails reaching a deafening crescendo, nearly shattering the eardrums of the five. Zhang Wei and Ji Yanli, unable to withstand the noise, inadvertently loosened their grip on the doorknob, causing the five of them to retreat further in response to the piercing sound. The library's grand double doors, crafted of wood with an ornate design, exuded an air of opulence. However, with two resounding thuds, the absence of a door revealed the true form of the grievance before them. To their surprise, the face of the grievance was not Jiang Xie, as they had presumed, but rather Wen Xiao, who they believed had drowned in the pond. If their conjecture held true, Wen Xiao's presence here would indeed imply that she had perished in the library and was subsequently cast into the pond to fabricate the illusion of drowning. With the door no longer obstructing her, Wen Xiao did not rush forward as before. Instead, her gaze flickered among the five of them until it landed upon Su Su and the knife in her hand. It was as though she had finally found her target, and with a fierce glare, she lunged towards Su Su. Wen Xiao's grievance manifested as a corporeal form, her shape indistinguishable from that of a human, yet possessing the traits of a grievance. Her movements were nearly silent, swift as the wind, and her strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. "Su Su, watch out!" Zhang Wei shouted. Without hesitation, Su Su swiftly aimed for Jiang Qia's neck with her knife. With a thud, the head fell, rolling around their feet. They had expected Wen Xiao's line to conclude with the loss of her head. However, grievances do not simply dissipate with the severing of the head. Wen Xiao's body stood firm, while her head, still spinning around them, continued to stealthily drain their life force. Zhang Wei scratched his head and asked, "Your knife is different from ours. What have you done?" Su Su glanced at the rolling head, stepping on it before looking down at Wen Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I used black dog blood. Last night, I pondered how to combat these entities and decided to spray the black dog blood onto my knife to see if it would work. It seems that the black dog blood is indeed effective. Black dog blood is said to ward off evil and dispel grievances. But perhaps due to the limited amount she applied to the knife, while it could wound a ghost, killing one remained a significant challenge." Almost simultaneously with her words, the other four retrieved the expensive black dog blood from their supplies and sprayed it onto Wen Xiao. The grievance that belonged to Wen Xiao finally shattered into fragments before their eyes, dissipating into nothingness. The floating panel illuminated once more. The five at the entrance finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Truth be told, grievances are rather easy to dispel as long as one has the right tools. And Ran remarked. Su Su chuckled softly and asked, "Indeed, quite easy to resolve. We dealt with grievances in the last instance, and we purchased vermilion. Why is it that none of you seem to recall this?" As the crowd collectively gasped, the reality set in. During the previous instance, they had successfully employed vermilion to dispel the lingering grievances. Yet in that moment of urgency, amidst the presence of four individuals, none had the foresight to recall its use. "Your words suggest that we can effortlessly carry these items beyond this realm, which is rather misleading." Xiang Wenrui exhaled heavily and inquired, "So, shall we proceed inside now? There is still one grievance that remains unresolved." "Wait a moment, let's first apply some black dog blood to our weapons," Zhang Wei suggested, spraying the dark liquid onto his knife. He then added, "By the way, didn't we purchase other items as well? Perhaps we should test them shortly? It will be prudent to assess their compatibility. I acquired a peachwood sword, which was more expensive than both the black dog blood and the vermilion. I intend to wield it," Su Su remarked. Aaron chimed in, "Indeed, I procured one as well. If it's effective, it could prove to be a formidable weapon." "Yes, with such destructive potential, why did no one think to utilize it when it was needed?" Su lamented, not holding any resentment towards her companions, but recognizing the reality that they could not linger indefinitely within this instance. While she was present, she could offer reminders. But what if she were absent? Would they remain idle? Even if they did not, injuries would be detrimental. Su Su glanced at her personal status panel and stated, "I am down to 73 health points. How many do you have left?" The grievances in these two instances had been predominantly directed at her, and even without direct contact, their health had significantly diminished. "I have 94, Ji Yanli replied. Aaron stated, "I am at 87. Zhang Wei chimed in with 96. Xiang Wenrui concluded, 85. "All right, we can manage through another side quest. Although my health is low, I can endure one more instance." Just as Su Su was about to speak further, several tendrils of black smoke surged through the library walls, swirling ominously above their heads. "It can pass through walls," Aaron exclaimed in bewilderment, but upon uttering those words, the five of them instinctively raised their weapons in defense against the encroaching black mist. "What is that?" The only one with a modicum of experience, Xiang Wenrui explained. "This is the spirit grievance I mentioned before. The previous two were corporeal, and I had thought this instance would be devoid of spiritual entities. It seems I was mistaken. Is it dangerous?" Su Su inquired. Xiang Wenrui nodded. "While corporeal grievances can be evaded by finding shelter, the spiritual grievance is merely a wisp of black smoke. As you can see, it can traverse walls, which means that no corner offers safety. The spiritual grievance can effortlessly invade a player's body, gradually sapping their health. Although each depletion may be minor, If left unchecked, it can persist until the player's mental state crumbles and their life extinguishes. Thus, compared to corporeal grievances, spiritual grievances are entities we are far more reluctant to confront. Zhang Wei curiously asked, "How did you resolve it when you encountered it before?" Spiritual grievances are spawned from corporeal ones. Much like before, once we eliminate the corporeal grievance, the spiritual one will dissipate. At this juncture, Xiang Wenrui felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. When I first entered instances, there weren't so many complexities. New players might have limited options, but seasoned players with the right tools can still find a way out. We cannot simply resign ourselves to being trapped within this instance. We must fight back. Su Su queried, "When you previously encountered this black mist, did it also swirl above your heads? When does it attack?" Based on my past experiences, oh no, from novels and films, Black Dog Blood, Peachwood Swords, and Vermilion are indeed effective. However, encountering spiritual grievances for the first time warrants a cautious approach. Regardless of whether they attack, we should take the initiative. With that, Ji Yanli raised his Peachwood sword and swung it at the grievance hovering above. As the black mist approached the sword, it immediately dispersed, seemingly fearful of their presence. "Is it ineffective?" Anrin asked. "So it fears us, then? All right, let's proceed. If it comes, we will deal with it," Su Su declared. She continued, "By the way, in the previous instance, we missed some opportunities. So I suggest that if we find tools like Vermilion in this instance, we should collect them. After all, they are provided by the system at no cost. So why not?" "System? When did I ever provide that? A capitalist wouldn't allow you to exploit them like this, especially not in dire times." Anrin chuckled. "But I enjoy it." Xiang Wenrui urged, Let us move. We can discuss this later." Although the five appeared relaxed, their inner turmoil was palpable. After all, the binding space was neither the real world nor a mere instance, and all that surrounded them was danger. They had seen nothing thus far. At that moment, as if reading Su Su's thoughts, Zhang Wei began searching for the switch at the entrance. With a loud click, the dark library was suddenly illuminated. Having spent an extended period in darkness, they were momentarily blinded by the light, but as their eyes adjusted, they cautiously stepped inside. Upon entry, Ji Yanli exclaimed, "Wow, there are many fire extinguishers in this library. Could there be Vermilion among them? Let us test it." Su Su responded, while the grievances remained dormant. "Let us scour this side quest for other tools. If we find any, we can store them." Xiang Wenrui laughed and said, "This isn't merely resourcefulness. It feels as though you're treating this space as your home. You may desire them, but can you truly take them? Whether we can take them or not is uncertain, but if we don't claim them, they will remain here forever," Su Su replied. At that moment, Ji Yanli deduced, indeed, it is Vermilion. The label on the container confirmed it, and the powder that emerged was unmistakably red. Ji Yanli excitedly proclaimed, "This floor is stocked with numerous extinguishers. Hurry, let us collect them all." On the top floor, a vivid crimson figure rose from the ground, barefoot and slowly making her way to the glass railing overlooking the atrium, observing the five individuals below engrossed in their tasks. In an instant, the red figure revealed a sinister smile and, with a delicate lift of her toes, leaped from the top floor. The red shadow, as a corporeal entity, soon caught the attention of the busy five under the lights. When they looked up, despite having braced themselves mentally, they were still taken aback by the sight. "What on earth is that? It looks deadly," Anrin exclaimed, triggering alarm among them all. The Vermilion was already in their possession, and in an instant, they readied themselves for confrontation. Yet, just as they all prepared, the descending red figure suddenly halted mid-air, staring intently at them. The face of the red figure was unmistakably Jiang Qi's, yet her current appearance left the five utterly astonished. If the previous encounters with Tian Yi and Wen Xiao were mere manifestations of ordinary black grievances, then Jiang Qi embodied the most intense and vivid crimson hue of grievance. A single glance revealed that her school uniform, irises, and nails appeared as if stained with blood, instilling a profound sense of dread in any observer. Moreover, her skin, devoid of all color, was as pale as if coated in a layer of white powder, starkly contrasting with the dark bruises that marred her body. Surrounding her was an eerie aura of swirling red and black, further enhancing the already terrifying presence of Jiang Qi with an otherworldly and sinister quality. Su Su remarked, "Typically, malevolent spirits are adorned in crimson attire, yet I perceive her to possess a far more formidable presence than any of those spirits." In that moment, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Zhang Wei, who was in close proximity to Xiang Wenrui, hastily inquired upon hearing Su Su's words, Have you encountered such a phenomenon before? She appears markedly different from the previous two. Do you possess any solutions? It is evident that the entity before them, Jiang Xie, must have endured immense suffering in her past life. Otherwise, how could she have transformed into this formidable figure? What shall we do now? Should we attempt to subdue her forcibly, or is there an alternative method to resolve this? Ji Yanli asked. This query left the group in a state of perplexity. After a prolonged silence, Su suggested, let us first attempt to subdue her. We must be decisive, as she does not seem amenable to resolution. However, they faced a considerable challenge, for Jiang Xie, much like the dark mist, floated high above, refusing to descend. Xiang Wenrui proposed, shall we ascend to the upper floor? It is best to avoid that, Su countered. Based on my extensive experience with films, a design such as the open space in the center of a library is the most conducive for discreetly pushing someone off the edge. Su shook her head, adding, moreover, she can fly. Even if we were to ascend, she would merely rise higher. The group turned their gaze once more towards Jiang Xie, noting the increasing malice reflected in her eyes, which sent shivers down their spines. This is untenable. She seems intent on not letting us go unless we confront her. I would relish the opportunity to engage her in combat to subdue her, and Rand declared. Though the distance is considerable, should we not test our might first? I believe striking first is undoubtedly prudent, Ji Yanli suggested, raising the vermilion powder in his hand. This substance can be sprayed from a significant distance. It might indeed prove effective. Then give it a try. With unanimous agreement, Ji Yanli leaped and sprayed the vermilion powder into the air, which ascended without obstruction. The red powder soared high, and the shadows and dark mist seemed unaware of its contents, appearing bewildered as Ji Yanli raised the nozzle. Once the powder was released, it was too late for Jiang Xie, who was already hovering above a dense cloud of black mist, while she remained unaffected. The layer of dark mist below her dissipated instantly under the onslaught of the vermilion powder. As the powder filled the air, it quickly descended, obstructing their mouths and noses, rendering their eyes unable to open. Fortunately, since vermilion powder is traditionally used to ward off evil, it may not eliminate the red shadow, but would ensure they remained unharmed. With this thought, they felt a semblance of reassurance. Once the air was clear of vermilion, they realized Jiang Xie had vanished. Where has she gone? And Rand wondered aloud. Oh no, where's her malice? This is not a favorable omen. Let's not scatter too widely. We must regroup, Xiang Wenrui advised. Given the current circumstances, it is clear Jiang Xie fears the vermilion powder. Otherwise, she would not have disappeared. Our primary concern now is our own safety. Indeed, we must not become isolated and must remain vigilant of our surroundings, Su cautioned. And Rand added, if the vermilion is effective, it suggests that the items in our storeroom may also hold value. My greatest fear is that Jiang Xie may choose to remain hidden if she continues to evade us. How shall we exit? Although time stands still in the binding space, who would wish to linger in such a foreboding environment? Xiang Wenrui replied, you have clearly never faced challenges in a side quest. When I previously entered the binding space with other players, we would have preferred the malice to remain dormant, giving us more time to hide or prepare. You seem eager for an encounter, which is rather reckless. That is because you possessed nothing but system-provided items. While those items may prove effective over time, they do not address the core issue, thus necessitating more effort on your part. And Rand chuckled, but we're different now. We possess everything we need. Why waste time? Let us locate her and resolve this swiftly. Very well then, let us devise a strategy to draw her out. Su was equally disinclined to linger idly, though her attire had transformed into game-like gear. Since Jiang Xie's disappearance, she felt an unsettling presence nearby, as if Jiang Xie had never truly vanished. Moreover, since Jiang Xie's emergence, Su had experienced a chilling sensation atop her head, intensifying as if an enormous ice block were gradually encroaching upon her. After a lengthy pause, the system prompt suddenly illuminated Su's realization. Perhaps Jiang Xie had never truly disappeared. She had merely utilized her current advantage to cloak herself in their midst. Otherwise, why would their life force be diminishing even without sight of Jiang Xie? My life force is dwindling. She's among us, Su exclaimed. To her surprise, and Rand echoed, mine too is diminishing. Ji Yanli, perplexed, remarked, I feel no change. My life force remains stable. Zhang Wei had a sudden epiphany and shouted, you too. Crouch down and spray above your heads. Quickly. Almost instantaneously, Su pulled and ran down. However, when the three directed their hoses towards Su and ran, the diminishing life force alerts ceased immediately. Yet in that moment, Su and Ran were unable to alert one another. Once the 3 bottles of vermilion powder were expended and the powder settled on the ground, Su and Ran finally had a moment to catch their breath. Are you trying to ensnare us? I was waving my hands about for ages. Did you not see? Su replied incredulously. We did, but we were unsure of your intent, Xiang Wenrui said apologetically. I thought you were signaling for help, Ji Yanli added with a light cough. Su shot a glare at the 3 opposite her, gently brushing the vermilion from her clothes as she analyzed. Jiang Xie fears the vermilion. Otherwise, she would not flee upon its application. However, her speed of movement is formidable. We can eliminate her with the vermilion, but only if we can immobilize her. Before Su could finish her thought, and Ran, who had been standing to her left, suddenly lost her right arm without warning. The severed limb was thrown to the ground by an invisible force, and the warm blood that spurted forth splattered across Su's face. As Su watched in horror, and Ran clutched her shoulder and collapsed to the ground with a thud. And ran. Su hurriedly crouched down to assess Ran's condition. Noticing the blood pouring from her wound, she quickly retrieved a hemostatic agent and bandages from the storeroom to staunch the bleeding. Anxiously, Su looked to Xiang Wenrui, asking, "What about Ran?" Furthermore, after exiting, it might require some life force to restore her arm, but in comparison to the loss of her arm, that concern was minimal, which was why he did not elaborate. Upon hearing Xiang Wenrui's words, not only did Su feel relieved, but so did everyone else. And Ran trembled, stating, "In that case, do not worry about me. Focus on eliminating her. Now that Jiang Xie has made her move, she will not target only me. You all must be cautious." No sooner had she finished speaking than Ji Yanli winced in pain in his arm, exclaiming, "Ah, my right hand. Why is it always the right hand that Jiang Xie targets? Does she wish to prevent us from wielding our weapons?" Su remarked, "No. We have all been touched by some vermilion. Even if we clean ourselves thoroughly, there will be some residue. Could it be that Jiang Xie is not afraid of the vermilion at all? But that does not make sense. If she is not afraid, why would she not evade it? After all, it cannot harm her." Su engaged in a stream of fragmented musings as she analyzed the current predicament. After a flurry of thoughts, her mind swiftly pivoted. Vermilion, exorcism, and defense against deceit. These elements were undoubtedly accurate. Otherwise, they would not have been able to contend with Tianyi and Wen Xiao previously. However, Jiang Xie was exceedingly formidable. Relying solely on the power of vermilion seemed insufficient. After all, how could one explain Jiang Xie's audacity to linger nearby without daring to approach them directly? Yet, Xiang Wenrui had previously mentioned that these entities would flit about chaotically in the presence of players, previously due to the black dog blood. Black dog blood, yes. That was the answer. Su proposed if black dog blood is ineffective, let us combine it with vermilion and apply it to our blades or our bodies. She recalled having seen a similar method in a film, believing that a fusion of these 2 elements should prove effective. With that thought, Su hastily mixed the black dog blood with the vermilion on the ground, just as she intended to blend the 2 substances. An imperceptible ripple suddenly surged through the air above her. Zhang Wei reacted swiftly, spraying the black dog blood towards Su's head. Although the spray bottle's range did not compare to that of a fire extinguisher, it could still reach a considerable distance without obstruction. Due to his quick reflexes, a few droplets landed on Jiang Xie almost instantaneously. In agony, Jiang Xie finally revealed her true form amidst a cacophony of eerie wails. At that moment, she hovered directly above Su's head, her proximity dangerously close to depleting Su's life force. A mere inch forward would expose Jiang Xie to Su. Yet, she managed to maintain that precarious distance, indicating that the red specter possessed a certain acute awareness of safety. The pain inflicted by the black dog blood twisted Jiang Xie's visage into a grimace, yet it did little to instill fear in them. For her reaction signified that the black dog blood was indeed effective against her. Recognizing its efficacy, they could no longer remain stationary. Zhang Wei first sprayed a couple of bursts of black dog blood onto his hands and then dashed towards the still motionless Jiang Xie. Thus, without her having the chance to evade, Jiang Xie was dragged onto the ground strewn with vermilion. With a resounding thud, the haunting cries escalated once more, while Xiang Wenrui seized the opportunity to continuously spray black dog blood at Jiang Xie. Amidst this struggle, Jiang Xie's malevolence ultimately dissipated before their eyes. Before they could utter a word, the floating interface illuminated once again. Both were momentarily taken aback, directing their gazes at Xiang Wenrui, puzzled as to why healing wounds would still incur a deduction in life force. After all, limbs were indeed part of one's life force, and to restore them would inherently require a reduction in vitality. Xiang Wenrui explained, "This was something I intended to elucidate during the side quest, but it seemed unnecessary. Your arm is severed. Whether I explain or not is inconsequential. Upon your emergence, the system will directly restore it. It is akin to the phantom limb sensation experienced by some healthy individuals post-amputation. The loss of your arm is a reality, and your awareness of its absence while still feeling it necessitates time for adjustment." "Very well," and Rand conceded resignedly. A gust of autumn wind swept through, and the fleeting joy of having escaped from the inferno was abruptly snuffed out by the unbearable chill of their damp garments. Su remarked, "Let us depart and change our clothes swiftly. I have yet to feel warm throughout this ordeal." "Indeed, I am quite cold as well," came the agreement. Just as the five prepared to rise and leave, the gatekeeper, who had taken over from Ji Yanli, hurried over with a group of school officials. Upon spotting the five sitting on the ground, the gatekeeper excitedly pointed at them, exclaiming, "It's them. These five are playing in the water on such a frigid day. Are they unaware that this place has seen fatalities?" A profound silence enveloped the scene, for none had anticipated that the gatekeeper would perceive their actions as mere play. Su, feeling exasperated, mused, could it be that Ran attempted to take her own life, and we came to her rescue? The gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback by her words. How shameless, he thought. He had witnessed their antics on the surveillance footage. They hardly resembled individuals on the brink of suicide, but rather, they appeared to be frolicking in the water. Did he think him blind? Nevertheless, among the five present were two teachers and a gatekeeper who had just completed their shift, making it somewhat unreasonable to describe the situation as playing in the water. It seemed he was merely fabricating nonsense. Yet, the school officials had already summoned him, and under the current circumstances, whether they were indeed playing in the water fell outside his jurisdiction. The school leaders would inquire themselves. They could explain their actions to the officials. After all, they had emerged from the water, and that fact was indisputable. Particularly, Teacher Qian had invested considerable effort to stabilize AI Ning and prevent any disturbances in class. She had almost prostrated herself to ensure AI Ning remained calm. And then there was Ran, who had audaciously jumped into the water. What prompted her to do so? What reason did she have to leap into the depths? Meanwhile, the principal, though differing slightly in perspective from Teacher Qian, found himself at odds with the five, or rather, with Ran specifically. Ran, he questioned with palpable anguish, "Did I not already grant your request today? Is there something still amiss?" Ran was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained her composure. "No, I am quite satisfied. I merely acted impulsively. It's nothing, really. Tomorrow will be better." "Oh, tomorrow will be better? Then what about today? Were you hoping to issue a warning, to serve as a cautionary tale?" The principal felt utterly exhausted. A powerful gust of cold wind swept over them once more, causing not only the five drenched individuals to shiver, but also leaving the principal and teacher Qian trembling in its wake. With that, she grasped Su's hand, leading her away from the scene. As for Zhang Wei and the others, there was no need for her to concern herself with them. Observing Ran and Su's departing figures, the principal inquired, "What is the situation, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Xiang, and Gatekeeper Ji? Why are you three accompanying these children in their antics?" Xiang Wenrui twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, "Ran is causing a ruckus. We are left with no choice. Next time, we will certainly keep a vigilant eye on her to prevent any further mischief." Zhang Wei added, "Principal, Ran's behavior is actually a good sign. At least she isn't contemplating suicide alone. We are all together, which allows us to intervene. Today, nothing unfortunate occurred, did it?" With that, the three hastily departed the scene. After they left, Teacher Qian turned to the principal and said, "Principal, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. And Ran doesn't seem like someone who would attempt suicide. Yet, it was already late October, and they've been playing in a pond on school grounds where a death had previously occurred. Who would believe such a tale?" After enjoying a warm bath at home, Su took out her phone and created a group chat for the five of them. Once the chat concluded, it became Xiang Wenrui's turn to take the lead. Just as he had stated, recovering the deleted videos and copying them separately was not particularly difficult. However, concealing his traces proved to be a far more complex endeavor. With Xiang Wenrui's technical prowess, locating the videos went smoothly. By the end of the group chat, he had managed to secure 4 videos. including the one depicting the assault on Enran. Yet, as he prepared to erase his tracks, he realized that someone had discovered him. Xiang Wenrui hastily reset the settings back to the principal's office. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to cleanse himself first. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, the other party had already been aware of his actions while he was retrieving the videos. Strangely, the man at the computer remained completely still until Xiang Wenrui had copied all the videos, at which point he finally revealed his presence. With his computer skills, tracking Xiang Wenrui's movements and erasing the videos would have been a trivial task, yet he refrained from doing so. Instead, after failing, he whimsically dialed AI Ning's number. "Hello, a computer expert has infiltrated my system, not only restoring the deleted videos, but also copying them." As AI Ning was still attending evening self-studying class, she stood up in disbelief and shouted, "What?" When all eyes turned toward her, she promptly exited through the back door of the classroom. "What's the situation? Didn't you say your computer skills were exceptional? I paid you handsomely. And this is how you conduct your business? I have no choice. My computer skills are indeed remarkable, but there are always greater heights to reach." As the words fell, the person on the other end of the computer smirked. After hanging up the phone, AI Ning, infuriated, hurled her phone down the corridor and into the stairwell, while the 4 illegitimate daughters in the classroom wore satisfied smiles. In the dead of night, believing she had evaded the hacker's pursuit, Xiang Wenrui immediately forwarded the 4 videos to their small group after scrutinizing them. 2 hours later, the group chat buzzed again. Within minutes, the evidence was posted on the school forum. Since students often burned the midnight oil, many swiftly noticed and shared the post as soon as it was published. "Damn, we need to share this quickly." Before dawn, the entire faculty and student body had seen the post on the forum. By the time the principal was awakened from his slumber, the situation had spiraled out of control. The principal hastily dialed Xiang Wenrui's number. Teacher Xiang. The school forum. "I know, principal, but it's strange. I can't delete it. No matter what I try, I can't remove it. It's the same as in Rand's post. I lack the authority to delete it." The principal, incredulous, inquired, "How can you not delete it? Aren't you the forum administrator? How could an administrator lack permissions?" "I don't know," Xiang Wenrui replied innocently. All the teachers reconvened in the middle of the night for an emergency meeting. The principal stood at one side of the conference room, heartbroken, asking, "Does anyone know who did this?" Teacher Qian, who had suffered indignities from AI Ning the previous day and was already displeased with Enran, suggested, "Could it be that Enran did it? Her video is still on the forum, and perhaps she had someone else post another video to divert attention." Xiang Wenrui glanced at Teacher Qian and explained to the principal, "Principal, I don't believe it was Enran. If she had that capability, why wouldn't she just delete her own video? After all, she's just a teenager, and I've sensed that she hasn't been quite herself lately, so I doubt it was her." Teacher Qian retorted, "If it wasn't her, then who could it be?" And Ran accused AI Ning of this yesterday, and today we have a video of AI Ning hitting someone released. Who else could it be? Zhang Wei silently raised his hand and remarked, "Aren't we missing the point? The students AI Ning and the others assaulted are precisely those 3 students at our school. This implicates AI Ning directly." Silence ensued. In the school meeting room that night, the principal, fully aware of the connection between the 3 assaulted students and AI Ning's group, felt helpless. Was his educational career truly reaching its end? Yet Teacher Qian continued to defend AI Ning, arguing that hitting someone was just that, an act of hitting. If the 5 of them were truly responsible, why wouldn't they have released a video of murder instead? Since no such video was released, it implied their innocence. "These 5 are my students. I don't want anyone to wrongfully accuse them without evidence. They are merely teenagers. And Ran is also just a teenager. So can she be casually wronged?" Xiang Wenrui interjected. "Teacher Qian, you can't let your biases cloud your judgment. When this incident occurred to Enran, you didn't defend her like this. She is also a student in your class." Xiang Wenrui spoke from the heart, but Teacher Qian felt personally insulted. "Teacher Xiang, what do you mean? Is it wrong for a class teacher to protect a new transfer student from bullying? If I don't stand up for her, who will?" Zhang Wei chimed in. "Is it because she's a new transfer that you're so protective of her? We all know the truth. Teacher Qian, stop pretending." As tensions rose among the teachers, the principal, overwhelmed, interjected, "Enough. I called this meeting to resolve issues, not to create more. If this continues, then..." The principal sighed, handing over his notebook. "Teacher Xiang, show me how you manage the forum." Taking the computer, Xiang Wenrui logged into his administrator account and explained, "See, principal, I have the power to delete many posts, but in Ran S and AI Ning's posts show no signs of deletion. Although I am a computer teacher, I can't handle the hacker's tricks, so I simply cannot delete them. The principal finally understood that Xiang Wenrui genuinely lacked the ability. Gazing out the window as dawn broke, he sighed again, realizing how many had viewed the posts. Every student must have seen them at least once given the traffic. Upon learning about the incident in the group chat, Su was at a loss for words. The phrase great righteousness seemed to waver between sarcasm and mockery. But regardless of the perspective, it was certainly not a compliment. The autumn wind blew chillily. As Ran tightened her collar and entered the school, she suddenly noticed the gazes of others upon her had shifted. She tugged at Su's arm and whispered, "It's strange how people shift their focus so easily. Just one night, and I'm no longer their center of attention. Are you feeling a bit regretful? Why not delete the video and put yours back on top?" Su suggested. Indeed, after half a night of student engagement, Ran's post had fallen behind AI Ning's group in prominence. However, the five of them did not possess Ran's audacity. Following the Night S events, AI Ning immediately contacted the computer expert to resolve the issue. "What school? Do you expect me to attend classes under such scrutiny? I don't have an Ran-esque calm demeanor." After waiting for a long time, the conclusion she received was, "Sorry, I can't delete the post. The individual S skills surpass mine, likely belonging to the same group that previously hacked my computer." AI Ning asked, "What do you mean?" The implication was that the video was merely the beginning. There would likely be further developments. As for what those developments entailed, AI Ning didn't need to inquire further. With a smile, she thought, "It's not my doing, so why should I be anxious?" After all, it was merely an incident of hitting. As the daughter of a wealthy merchant, didn't her father have the means to protect her? Worst case, she could flee abroad to escape the storm. Having grown up overseas, did she truly believe her father could imprison her? With this thought, AI Ning relaxed, but when she considered the other four, she feigned intentionality and switched off her phone. The other four, having received AI Ning's notice, expected her to resolve the issue. But when they didn't hear back and tried to inquire further, they found she had turned off her phone, inciting their anger. "Are we being played by her?" Lin Sikyong questioned. "We were foolish. She orchestrated everything, yet the video captured only our actions. Her few hits could easily be spun as us coercing her." "How stupid." Yu Tingwan lamented. "What do we do now?" Su Wanru asked anxiously. Yi Nanqing said, "Do not be anxious. What difference does it make if the video is released? We are all our father's daughters. Surely, he could not bear to send us away, and he will certainly devise a way out." Su Wanru retorted with bitterness. "You speak so easily, yet you are the only one among us who did not take action. When the time comes, you will find a way to extricate yourself. So do not play the virtuous one now. Is this my fault? You all insisted that to gain her trust, we must stoop to her level. It was not that I was unwilling to act. Rather, you three were eager to act first, leaving me without my turn. Can you really blame me for this?" Yi Nanqing's words dripped with grievance. Yet deep within her heart, there was a flicker of relief for being the last to act. Had the video surfaced and their father seen it, even if they were rescued, she would still earn his disdain, complicating her quest to claim her rightful inheritance. The four sisters gathering quickly disbanded after a few exchanges, their camaraderie shattered as discontent brewed among them. Each was unwilling to remain in the company of the others. And soon, they parted ways. However, the aftermath of this disbandment left no one at ease. It was not until noon that AI Ning, having meticulously planned everything, opened her phone to summon her four companions for a meeting. "Let us convene and discuss this matter thoroughly. I assume none of you desire for it to escalate further, do you?" To the four, who were utterly at a loss, AI Ning's proposal was impossible to decline. Once the five gathered in a CAF, AI Ning spoke first. "You have all seen the video circulating on the forum. Haven to you? It is not just our footage of assault. They possess the footage of us striking as well." Upon hearing this, the sisters became visibly unsettled. Before they could voice their concerns, AI Ning continued, "It is not that I failed to intervene. Rather, the opposing party hired a computer expert who exceeds my capabilities, leaving me powerless." Yi Nanqing frowned and replied, "You imply that this is the work of Ran. But if she knows such a formidable computer expert, why did she not have him delete the post from the forum first? This does not add up." AI Ning was momentarily taken aback, fully aware that her reasoning was flawed, yet she had an instinct that Ran was indeed behind this. Furthermore, did it truly matter whether it was Ran or not? Shifting the blame onto her to avenge their own grievances seemed perfectly reasonable. And was Ran truly innocent? Given today's events, AI Ning found it hard to believe that Ran had no hand in it. Had she known Ran would be so troublesome, she should have taken action immediately, rather than waiting for another opportunity. Steadying herself, AI Ning countered. Then who do you propose did this? Apart from Enran, who else would commit such an act? I refuse to believe there exist altruistic souls, especially at such times. With this question posed, the sisters fell silent again. Yu Tingwan inquired, so, gathering us here, do you have a solution? AI Ning replied nonchalantly, I am indifferent. After all, the content of any video bears little relevance to me. However, I cannot disregard your predicament, so you must decide. After a brief discussion among themselves, they acquiesced to her plan. At this juncture, Lin Xiqiong put forth a stipulation. Among us, only Yi Nanxing has not participated in the violence. She must take the lead in this. Indeed, her intentions were sinister, aiming to drag someone else into the fray. Upon hearing this, Yi Nanxing cursed Lin Xiqiong internally for her lack of decency. Yet, what choice did she have? She could not simply disregard them and part ways. Should they unite and pin the blame on her? To whom could she turn for justice? Fine, it's just fighting. It's not as if I've never done it before. Meanwhile, Enran had spent a peaceful day at school, finally hearing the bell for the end of evening study. As she exited the school, she hooked her arm around Su Su's shoulder and remarked, Thank goodness we do not have to take the college entrance examination. With my limited knowledge, I surely would not qualify for university. Even so, you ought to be mindful of your sleeping habits. I had no idea you snored. Su sighed, aware that Enran was exhausted, having not slept well the previous night. Yet it was rather inappropriate to snore during class. If not for the posts on the forum still being up, their teacher would have certainly found it intolerable. Unfazed, Enran smiled and said, Are you hungry? Let us grab a late-night snack. We must go out later, after all. Let us eat first. All right, Li Gu is on duty tonight. Let us buy some food and chat while we eat. I'll also message Teacher Zhang and Teacher Xiang. After saying this, Su began rummaging for her phone in her pocket. However, just a few steps later, several shadowy figures appeared before them, blocking their path. When Su looked up, she realized it was none other than AI Ning and her 4 companions. Enran smiled and said, Oh, AI Ning, why weren't you in school today? Our class had several empty seats. An empty classroom is truly dreary. AI Ning shot her a glare before turning to Su with a smile. Dear class monitor, I wish to have a private conversation with Enran. Would that be possible? Of course, if not, we can all talk together. Turning back to Enran, she added, You go to the convenience store and buy some snacks. Also carry my backpack. Su glanced at the group and quietly asked, Are you sure you can handle this? There are 5 of them. Enran scoffed. Can I handle it? Who dare say I cannot? With that, she tossed her backpack onto Su and turned to embrace AI Ning's shoulders. As if they were old friends, chatting merrily as they walked towards the grove opposite the convenience store. Should one follow this group into the grove, it would be evident that Enran stopped precisely at the spot where she had previously been attacked. AI Ning noticed this as well and chuckled. Enran, your memory is quite impressive. You chose this location. It was just days ago. As a senior, I hardly could have forgotten this place. Enran surveyed the group and said, So, shall we go in together or one by one? This time, I will not hold back. With Enran fully aware of their intentions, the 5 no longer pretended. After exchanging glances with Yi Nanxing, she took the lead and charged at Enran. Now it transformed. Enran was not one to be trifled with. She swiftly countered, sending Yi Nanxing crashing to the ground. The sight left the 4 onlookers dumbfounded. Yu Tingwan stammered. Yu Enran replied, nonchalantly, What are you babbling about? You knew you were coming to fight me. Did you expect me to stand here and let you hit me? You're rather naive. Stop wasting time. Come at me together. After her words, the 4 remained immobile, all eyes turned toward AI Ning. Enran was not the type to refrain from action just because they hesitated. With a smirk, she declared, Since you're not moving, do not blame me for being ungracious. That night in the grove, the air was filled with anguished cries, continuing until Su, who had gone to fetch snacks, shook her head in disbelief at the horror she witnessed. It was truly tragic. As she approached, carrying 2 large bags of food, Ji Yanli and the others hurriedly took the bags from her. However, when they glanced back, they saw only Enran's backpack slung over Su's shoulder. With no sign of Enran herself, Zhang Wei curiously asked, Where's Enran? Where did she go? Everyone present knew Enran was a champion in martial arts. Thus, the unfortunate individual could not possibly be her, and they had no inclination to inquire further. As Ji Yanli busily ushered everyone into the inner room, they settled down to avoid being seen outside, lest it become difficult to explain later. Once inside, after unpacking the snacks that Su had purchased, Ji Yanli inquired, Are we heading to the instant shop today? It's getting late. If we have a late-night snack before going, will they still be open? Xiang Wenrui replied, no worries. I made a reservation for 11 o'clock after leaving my number last time. We'll finish our snack just in time. Zhang Wei added, today is practically over. Not counting today, we still have 6 days left on our mission deadline. What should we do next? As soon as he finished speaking, and Ran entered with an excited expression, exclaiming, hey, what are you all chatting about? Seeing her vibrant demeanor, it was clear she was not involved in anything troublesome. Susu opened a packet of snacks and asked, did you finish? Yes. And Ran laughed. It was exhilarating, without any concerns about the consequences. The four of them chuckled, and Xiang Wenrui remarked, we were just discussing our trip to the incense shop. We still have money, right? We prepared in advance. We should have completed all the side quests for this instance. So our visit to the incense shop is primarily to stock up for the upcoming tasks. We should aim to buy and store as much as possible, though they remained uncertain about what they could bring back. I got a generous allowance from my family, enough to buy plenty, Susu said. You all are working class. You don't need to worry about us. After a simple late-night meal, armed with GM's salary card, the group set off for the incense shop. The shop was familiar, but their mindset this time was entirely different. The owner, Mr. Zhang, upon seeing the 5 familiar faces, remarked, what's up? Didn't you have enough last time? Want more? Yes. We hope you have sufficient stock this time. We want to buy more, Susu replied. Also, about that peachwood sword, it's not exactly a quality item. Susu refrained from outright calling it a counterfeit. After all, the wood might be genuine, but it certainly wasn't struck by lightning, thus its quality was rather mediocre. Mr. Zhang, upon hearing her comments, simply laughed, you should have guessed that when you bought it. The price difference between that peachwood sword and other items is quite significant. But by the way you talk, I almost thought you'd already tried it. All right, as long as there's business to be done. Besides, this is a legitimate incense shop. I don't sell counterfeit goods. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have any. He continued, just a moment. I'll prepare it for you. In the end, they purchased vermilion powder, black dog blood, and the relatively expensive peachwood sword. Additionally, they acquired 5 pendants filled with vermilion powder, ensuring the trigrams on them were aligned correctly, and received a string of talismans made of dog blood and red string to be intertwined with the pendants. Susu felt uncertain about whether they had been deceived, but wearing the items gave her a sense of security. Nevertheless, they realized there was only so much they could buy, as they were not well versed in this field. Thus, they ensured they had ample supplies of what could potentially save their lives. As they prepared to pay, Susu noticed Mr. Zhang retrieving a yellow paper from beneath the counter. She inquired, how much for this? It's for drawing talismans, right? Do you sell talismans here too? Mr. Zhang shook his head. You won't have a use for these. If you need them, just come find me. Even if I sold them to you, you wouldn't know how to draw them, so there's no point in wasting your money. That's all right. Just sell me some anyway. My family is quite wealthy. I just want to buy them for fun. Do you have books on talismans? Mr. Zhang chuckled. I can sell you the yellow paper. But talismans are usually passed down through families. Ordinary folks can't easily acquire them, and even if I had them, I wouldn't just give them to you. Then forget it. Just sell me some paper and a set of pens for drawing talismans. Upon her request, Mr. Zhang indeed assembled a set for her, and after settling the bill, the group exited the incense shop. Hearing this, and Ran realized Su was up to no good. All right, I got it. As Su had anticipated, those who had committed misdeeds lacked the audacity to report their beating to the teacher, especially since the video of the 5 of them attacking was still circulating on the school forum. Afraid of drawing attention to further complications, they lacked the courage to act. However, this time, the 5 had grown wise. Even without bringing reinforcements, each was armed. After temporarily diverting Su, the 5 headed towards Ran's direction with their items. Yet, they soon discovered that the distance between them and Ran was not merely defined by their weapons. Amidst a chorus of continuous wails, the 5 were once again brutally beaten, unable to rise. Ran, with a smile, addressed Ai Ning, classmate. I have something to discuss with you privately. Whatever, Ran replied, feeling exasperated. Let us talk tomorrow. However, after the group left, Ran had to wait 3 days. Until Saturday arrived, they could no longer postpone. Xiang Wenrui blacked out the computer again and uploaded the video of Ai Ning and her Group S attack to the school forum. In an instant, the post spread like wildfire throughout the school, and Ran observed the fervent discussions among her peers, feeling a sense of satisfaction. They should experience what it feels like to be the subject of gossip. Yet, the 5 of them were truly cowardly since that incident. They hadn't shown up at school, nor had they sought her out after classes. The crucial issue was that their absence was causing anxiety for the others. The main quest was almost delayed. Thankfully, there was a backup plan. Releasing the video would not only reveal the truth, but also compel them to confront her. To be honest, she was quite eager to see AI Ning lose her composure. Speaking of the main quest, Su felt assured that they had undoubtedly altered Ran's fate. Whether from the school's perspective or in Ran's own mindset, she was fearless. Coupled with the emergence of new posts, the once gossiped about in Ran would likely fade into obscurity after today, with Ran no longer troubled. The tragic event in Class 12 of the third year would naturally no longer occur, although it was set to happen the following Monday. She felt as though she had accomplished a significant portion of it. The remaining task was to ensure that the true culprits of the 4 incidents faced due consequences. Truthfully, Su did not believe AI Ning would remain oblivious to the forum. Even if she did not monitor it, she was certain someone would inform her. Therefore, after school that day, AI Ning and her group would undoubtedly confront Ran. At that moment, she would reveal the truth about being an illegitimate child. If AI Ning knew, then that would be the end of it. But if she were unaware, the situation would escalate to another level altogether. As for whether they would meet again, that remained uncertain. As Su had predicted, after the video was released, Ran successfully found AI Ning waiting for her at the school gate. As she linked arms with Su and stepped outside, Ran feigned surprise, saying, "Oh, it's you. Were you hoping to chat with me alone?" AI Ning glared at her, exasperated. "No need." Turning her attention away, Ran cheerfully greeted her friend. "I missed you after not seeing you for a few days. By the way, where are your 4 little followers?" AI Ning shot her a displeased look and retorted, "How dare you ask? That video was posted by you, right? Now no one dares to go out. You did this on purpose." Hearing this, Ran felt a tinge of disappointment. Clearly, they had not been apprehended. She shook her head, saying, "Yes, I did it deliberately. Who told you not to come find me for several days? I missed you, you know." AI Ning, upon hearing this, could hardly suppress her eye rolling. "What do you want? Just delete the video, and I'll agree to your demands. I'm not asking for anything. I just wanted to tell you something. Since you didn't come to find me for days, I wanted to share something with you last time." As she reached this point, Anren took a step forward, closing the distance between herself and Ainung, and whispered softly in her ear, "Are you truly intent on rescuing those 4? Are you certain? Do you share such a strong bond with them? What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? If you agree, then agree. If not, so be it. My father possesses ample capability. As long as I wish to protect someone, there is no one he cannot safeguard. Indeed, who is your father, after all?" Anren chuckled lightly, responding, "After all, she's his own daughter. Even if you, his biological child, have committed no wrongdoing, you cannot simply disregard the 4 others he has raised. Can you?" Ainung, initially filled with indignation, suddenly froze in place upon hearing Anren's words. Once she regained her composure, she exclaimed, "What are you babbling about? That is my father. I know, but he is also the father of those 4. Anren retorted, her expression exaggerated as she added, "Oh, truly? You were unaware? Ah, yes, you were oblivious. For I uncovered this in my investigation." With that, Anren flung several documents she had previously obtained from Xiang Wenrui into Ainung's arms. Ainung, who had been skeptical, found her expression falter as she glanced at the documents. Disbelief etched across her face. "This is impossible." After casting a resentful glare at Anren, she turned and left. Anren stood, dumbfounded, watching Ainung's retreating figure. Is she leaving just like that, without a fight? Having played the role of a mere bystander for a while, Su interjected, "Well, Ainung is now aware. Our task for Sunday is to transfer those videos to the local authorities and disseminate them across various platforms. Ultimately, we must ensure their reputations are utterly tarnished, while they pay the price they deserve." Ainung, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Mom, Dad has an illegitimate daughter. My father actually has an illegitimate daughter." Ainung's mother tightened her grip on the handrail and hurried down the stairs, asking, "How you know? Who told you?" Initially, Ainung believed her mother was unaware of the situation and wanted to inform her immediately, hoping to prepare and vent her emotions. However, her mother's tone suggested otherwise. "Mom, are you aware of this matter? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Those children are as old as I am." Ainung exclaimed incredulously. "What difference would it make if I had told you earlier?" Ainung's mother, fully aware, knew that her husband had children outside of their marriage, several of whom were even older than Ainung. Observing her mother's expression, Ainung understood all too well. "Mom, how could you permit Dad to act this way? Where is it my place to manage him?" Her mother replied, recognizing Ainung's character. She then questioned, "Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Can't you be honest? Do you wish to hand over our family's wealth to others? With your brother in the current state, he is, who else can I rely on but you? Feeling guilty, Eining insisted, Mom, I haven't caused any trouble. Her mother, skeptical, pressed her to speak. Eining had no choice but to recount the events that transpired since her transfer to the school. Her mother's anger was palpable as she listened. How was I to know? But, Mom, this time I didn't initiate any violence. I merely retaliated a few times. They acted first. It had nothing to do with me. I don't want Dad to protect them. What then? In that moment, Eining suddenly recalled a detail. When the school discovered the video, she had thought her father was merely trying to protect her by demanding its removal. It dawned on her that even if she hadn't sought his assistance, he would have intervened, for those four were also his daughters. She felt like a mere puppet, ridiculed not only by her father, but likely by those four illegitimate daughters as well. Realizing the foolishness of her actions, Eining could no longer contain herself and erupted in the living room, venting her emotions. Once her temper subsided, her mother consoled her, saying, All right, knowing this now, isn't too late. You claim you didn't act violently, right? Then this matter doesn't concern you. Just shift the blame. While your father is away on business, we must ensure they are all incarcerated. Regardless of whether they can be released later, having a record is beneficial. It serves as a warning to those outside. Does that mean Dad has so many children outside that he completely disregards you, me, and my brother? Mentioning the three of them stirred feelings of grievance within Eining's mother. It's my failure as a mother for not managing you well, and since the last incident, your brother has remained in a coma. As her words trailed off, she feigned composure and added, Let us not dwell on that for now. To avoid your father's ire, we cannot act overtly. Didn't you mention those who released the videos despise you? Let us use them. Publicize the videos. And if your father wishes to assist those daughters, he must consider his company's reputation, as the videos are irrefutable evidence. Even if your father refuses to help you, I will ensure your release. The mother-daughter duo of the AI family deliberated on their subsequent plans, intent on utilizing Su and others to ensnare the four illegitimate daughters. By morning, as they scrolled through their mobile devices, both Su and Eining witnessed the desired outcome. The ongoing issue had always been a matter of societal interest, and these videos rapidly garnered attention from the relevant authorities, leading them to identify the individuals involved. By noon, the group was taken from their homes, while Eining remained calm. The four sisters were not so fortunate. Except for Yi Nanxing, who had refrained from violence, the others had indeed committed heinous acts. Under pressure, they divulged everything, resulting in Yu Tingwan, Lin Xiqiong, and Su Wanru being promptly detained. The wealthy businessman received news of his five daughters' troubles late at night. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, he succumbed to a heart attack and was rushed to the hospital. Onlookers were naturally uninterested in the unfolding drama, and the matter came to a halt at the businessman's end. Eining and Yi Nanxing were later bailed out by Eining's mother, who took Yi Nanxing directly to the AI family. This was far from over. The following day, the entire student body buzzed with gossip during class. Meanwhile, a delayed Eining and Yi Nanxing exited their family car, where Eining mimicked Anren and draped her arm over Yi Nanxing's shoulder, whispering menacingly, Do you remember what I said? Yi Nanxing, with a sorrowful expression and trembling voice, replied, Dad won't let you off. That's my father, Eining asserted. Yet he's also my father, Yi Nanxing retorted, a tear escaping the corner of her eye. However, Eining remained unfazed, asserting that an illegitimate daughter could never compare to a biological one. But if you can accomplish what I've instructed, you'll be able to live with me in the AI family. Wouldn't you want that? Yi Nanxing, seated in front of Anren, caught her attention immediately upon arrival. And Anren sensed something amiss. To put it plainly, the girls' school was an elite institution where textbooks were stored in personal lockers, rendering their backpacks mere decorations. Even shoulder bags were typically light. Considering the events to unfold that day, Anren felt a twinge of unease and promptly pulled out her phone, alerting their group with her suspicions. The escalating drama was set to unfold during the break following the third class. Ignoring everyone else, she closed the classroom doors and windows. Indifferent to the number of students present, whoever was caught in the flames would simply have to face the consequences. With a bewildered expression, Anren soon brightened with a smile and promptly followed suit. In the classroom, Yi Nanxing did not cast a glance at the two individuals from beginning to end. Only after most of the students had exited did she lock the back door and extract 2 bottles of alcohol from her bag, pouring the contents onto the floor and desks. Just as AI Ning was observing Yi Nanxing's preparations with intrigue, Some of the alcohol accidentally splashed onto her. AI Ning immediately admonished her, "Be careful." Yi Nanxing paid her no mind, and, after emptying the 2 bottles, swiftly retrieved a third. Before the crowd could express their alarm, the fiery figure rushed towards AI Ning, enveloping her in a tight embrace. A considerable number of onlookers gathered at the entrance of Class 12. Yet when it came to opening the door to offer assistance, none stepped forward. In the corridor, a classmate from the adjacent room exclaimed, "Su Su, your class is on fire." Su Su and Enran's hearts sank, prompting them to dash back to their own classroom. Su Su, speechless, seized the fire extinguisher at the corridor's end and smashed the door open. Noticing Enran's hesitation, she urged, "Go inside and see what is happening. Don't just stand there." Enran quickly joined in, and after a few attempts, managed to pry the door open. Upon entering, the scene in the classroom was truly horrific. Even Enran could not contain herself and hastily grabbed the extinguisher to combat the flames. Once the fire was entirely extinguished, the suspended screen flickered back to life. Looking up at the familiar ceiling, Su Su sprang up from the ground and shouted, "Quick, check the storage room." Regardless of whether the others had regained their senses, they instinctively summoned the props storage panel upon hearing her command. Upon seeing the neatly arranged props within the panel, everyone suddenly snapped back to reality, scrambling to their feet, exclaiming, "It's all here. We've got everything. Wonderful. This must save us a fortune in points. Su Su, you're brilliant," Ji Yanli exclaimed with palpable excitement. The group, initially caught up in their exhilaration, quickly took a moment to compose themselves. Zhang Wei assessed the situation and remarked, "Look, we have 15 days. This time, the break is a full 15 days. Xiang Wenrui noted, "The rest periods are random. We've been fortunate. As long as this instance isn't particularly challenging, we'll have plenty of time to recuperate." "Not particularly challenging?" Enran chuckled. "In this instance, you'd rather recite from start to finish to warn us against complacency. And now you claim it's not that hard?" Glancing at the categories of points, Su Su inquired, "Strange, why is there such a disparity in points compared to the novice tasks? Each instance operates under different mechanics, which leads to varying point totals. It's all random, but after the novice tasks, the final scoring is quite clear. Main quests yield points, while side quests grant items." At this juncture, Xiang Wenrui interjected, "We haven't opened our prop blind boxes yet. I have 3. How many do you all have?" "Exactly. But speaking of tasks," and Ran questioned, "Wait, something doesn't add up. Our task completion states 100, yet to alter the fate of Class 12, although I didn't do it. Wasn't it Yi Nanxing who completed it?" The more Su Su pondered, the more she felt it made sense. Otherwise, the situation would be inexplicable, and the game's completion rate wouldn't be at 100. After their analysis, Zhang Wei urged, "Let us open the blind boxes. I'm so eager. What do you think we'll find? Stamina cards? Why are they cards and not items?" Su Su pointed to her attire and continued, "Moreover, these prop blind boxes seem peculiar. Last time, they all contained designated items." Xiang Wenrui explained, "That's because you completed the designated tasks, thus receiving corresponding items. Generally, most items we acquire in the game are cards, but it's not impossible to obtain other types. It's just that cards are more prevalent." And Ran remarked, "I suddenly feel this game isn't worth it. You fight tooth and nail, only to end up with a few cards." She displayed her open blind box cards to the group. Stamina card, upgrade card, function card. Nothing useful, no items at all. Xiang Wenrui responded, "You can only use item cards if you possess items. Isn't your outfit an item obtained from the previous game? You can use it. A stamina card adds 5 stamina, and a function card can replicate the effects of any card. If your stamina is maxed out, the extra cards can be traded with others. Nothing will go to waste." "Oh, I see. So, can I use this function card to turn it into an upgrade card and elevate my clothing item by 2 levels? And Ran earnestly inquired of Xiang Wenrui. "Sure, but I suggest you hold on to it. It may have other uses. You want to only play this game, and it's unlikely that every game will lack other items." After this discussion, the group resumed opening their blind boxes. After Xiang Wenrui and Ji Yanli completed their openings, they both received only item cards. Meanwhile, Su Su and Zhang Wei, aside from acquiring 2 cards each, also obtained 1 item. Zhang Wei received an artifact known as the Black Dragon Bracelet. The bracelet, adorned with a black gem that occasionally gleamed with golden light, resembled a dragon coiled around it, exuding an exquisite appearance. According to the panel description, it possessed dark powers that could safeguard its owner, but being a basic model, It only held this singular capability and required upgrades for additional powers. Susu, on the other hand, acquired an artifact named the Flower Goddess Umbrella. When opened, the umbrella resembled ancient designs, yet when closed, it was comparable in thickness to a wooden stick. The umbrella was pink, matching Susu's attire, albeit the combination was somewhat incongruous. However, the essence of the matter was not to be dismissive of items. The handle featured a pink gem, and the canopy was adorned with numerous white feathers. When the wind blew, a floral fragrance seemed to envelop her, an enchanting yet slightly mismatched charm with Susu. This umbrella symbolized the blessings of the flower goddess, granting its holder the ability to connect with nature and communicate with flowers and plants. Nevertheless, it was also a beginner item, and further functionalities would only be revealed upon upgrading. Among the 5, 2 received items, and despite not being their own, everyone still felt a surge of joy. To prevent others from coveting their treasures, they stored the items in the warehouse. Zhang Wei then announced, "I received a team card. Since we all have a 15-day break, why don't we tackle the next task together?" They naturally had no objections, agreeing that familiar faces made for smoother operations. The odds of survival in perilous games significantly increase with familiar companions. In the office, the 7 staff members were buzzing with excitement, exclaiming, "They're out. They really made it out. Look, Su and Zhang Wei have both obtained 2 items. Although they're basic, upgrading them will greatly enhance their chances of survival." Equity Frid. Did they just say the break is 15 days? Knowing the player's tendencies, they won't enter the game until the last day. We have plenty of time to get close to them. Did you hear? Susu has also obtained a soul fragment. I was puzzled last time. What even is that? How come we've never received it? Nor has anyone else? Let us get familiar with her first. We should form a team and see if there will be soul fragments in the next game. Resolute in their intentions, the office staff prepared to cultivate a rapport with Susu. However, the group ended up sleeping for 2 days straight, only roused by Xiang Wenrui, who called several times before they finally made their way to the cafeteria. In the third-floor cafeteria, Xiang Wenrui sat alongside his friends Dong Yuchu and Cheng Jing. Although they had never played an instance together, they had already established a sense of camaraderie. The group exchanged warm greetings. "Long time no see." Indeed, it's been a while. The passage of time within the instance mirrors that of the central tower. Thus, while 9 days have elapsed in the game world, the same duration has transpired in reality. In our previous instance, we were fortunate to achieve a swift clearance, resulting in an extended period of rest as a reward. Cheng Jing remarked, "Lao Xiang mentioned that you all plan to form a team for your next foray into the game. Why not include us as well? We are seasoned players and could significantly contribute to your progression." And Rand paused, inquiring, "How many days do you intend to rest? Is that feasible within the time frame?" While she harbored no objections to participating in the instance together, her primary desire was merely to extend her rest. Dong Yuchu chuckled, "A month." Zhang Wei, astonished and envious, exclaimed, "You are exceedingly fortunate. However, forming a team is perfectly acceptable. As veteran players, we can share invaluable insights with you." Cheng Jing interjected, "Do you still require insights? We heard from Lao Xiang that your experience in the game world has been remarkably effortless." At this juncture, Ji Yanli suddenly posed a question. "By the way, can the phones we brought from the instance be used? Have you tested them?" When they initially procured supplies, Xiang Wenrui had equipped himself and 2 friends with phones, 3 in total. However, the outcome was disappointingly negative. They were inoperable, as phones require signal towers, which are non-existent in the game world. Surprisingly, walkie-talkies proved functional, allowing them to communicate even from different floors. "If you ham your walkie-talkies, I can set them all to the same channel for easier communication," he suggested. "Sound good." Upon this agreement, they each retrieved their walkie-talkies from their respective inventories, observing one another effortlessly accessing their inventories to utilize items. Dong Yuchu felt an overwhelming sense of envy. "How have we been so foolish? We've traversed numerous instances and encountered pay-to-play scenarios in the storyline. Why didn't we think to purchase and store items in our inventories? We've squandered such precious resources. Next time. Initially, we were uncertain if we could bring anything out. It requires a process of experimentation. You can bring supplies next time," Ji Yanli consoled, before inquiring, "Do you smoke?" Noticing their bewildered expressions, he promptly retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his inventory, along with a lighter for each. After a moment of confusion, both of them exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. Are you serious? This is possible?" Yi Yanli, with a hint of pride in his tone, responded, "Thanks to Su. After buying supplies, all my remaining funds are here. It's a pity I'm just an ordinary worker. Otherwise, I could purchase more. With a hint of regret, Ji Yamli lamented, I should have thought to use a credit card instead of just focusing on my savings. Susu laughed heartily. My apologies. As the daughter of a wealthy family, I have no need for a credit card, and thus I never thought to remind everyone. Next time, make sure to buy more. Xiang Wenrui sighed with a wry smile. All right, enough of this. These two are going to hit a wall. Cheng Jing declared, next time, should I encounter an instance, I will undoubtedly fill my inventory. Dong Yuchu agreed. Yes, me too. In the central tower, it was rare for players to gather and share laughter. The sounds of their merriment soon attracted the attention of several others in the cafeteria. Some expressed annoyance, pouting and frowning, while others appeared genuinely curious about the lively atmosphere, occasionally glancing their way as if intently listening to their conversation. Before long, a few individuals approached their table, carrying trays, and inquired, "What are you all discussing so joyously? May we join?" "Of course, but it's merely casual chatter. Feel free to sit," Zhang Wei replied. The latest batch of players to enter the game comprised these individuals, and anyone present here was considered a veteran by their standards. Thus, these newcomers had no reason to refuse. However, once they settled in and Xiang Wenrui scrutinized them for a moment, he curiously asked, "Are you all veteran players? You seem rather unfamiliar." The newcomers were initially taken aback by Xiang Wenrui's question, but quickly took their seats. The man leading the group introduced himself. "I'm Xu Cheng, and beside me is my twin sister, Xu Yuan. The young lady next to us is Su Ran." The four remaining young men introduced themselves in turn. "I'm Yi Qinghuai, Yi Mishinan, Su Qi, Lu Ming." This group of 7 was quite talkative, and they quickly found common ground, with no trace of animosity among them, making the process of forming friendships remarkably smooth. At this moment, Susu suddenly understood Xiang Wenrui's earlier feelings, and she began to regard these individuals with newfound importance. After the 7 departed, Susu, with a serious expression, asked, "How did you discern they were veteran players? Didn't you mention they seemed unfamiliar?" "It's in their eyes," Xiang Wenrui replied. "When you last visited the cafeteria, I could immediately tell you were novice players by the clarity of your naivety and your cautious curiosity toward everything. Otherwise, as a veteran player, I would never allow others to approach so easily. Though newcomers can be troublesome, what they truly fear are the underhanded tactics of seasoned players. Hence, they are naturally more inclined to approach newcomers like Su and her friends. Little did they know that their subsequent participation in the game would yield such delightful surprises." Upon hearing Su's doubts, the ever-curious and Ran asked, "What is the matter? Do you think there is something off about those individuals? It seems overly deliberate. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but I feel they might be intentionally drawing near to us. As novice players, what could we possibly offer that would entice their interest?" Susuk wished, perplexed. Ji Yanli felt a sudden jolt of apprehension and quickly asked, "Did I inadvertently expose something by retrieving my items?" "I didn't speak loudly. It shouldn't be an issue. It's not because of that. The items can be purchased at the shop upstairs. I suspect they must have some other agenda," came the reply. Meanwhile, the group of 7, back in their office, immediately accessed footage of Su and the others after their departure, eager to learn what the latter discussed after their exit. To their surprise, they found the newcomers to be exceptionally vigilant. Xu Cheng remarked, "This is quite something." Yi Qinghuai reassured, "It's fine. We aren't scheming anything. They need to eat every day, and we should just draw closer to them." However, Su's right. "I too feel our approach today was somewhat conspicuous." Su Ci added, "Let us be more cautious next time." The initial attempt by the office's 7-member group to connect with Su ended in failure, yet the journey ahead was long, and they held on to the hope that their efforts would eventually bear fruit. The central tower exists as a sanctuary for players to rest. Since their last separation, Su and her companions had returned to a life of leisurely eating and sleeping. Looking at her fully restored health points, Su couldn't help but reflect, wishing her stamina could reach such heights. In truth, her stamina was not particularly high, restoring only to 53. Should she encounter a chase-type game again, she might not endure for long. And Rand suggested, "Haven't you used your stamina card yet? Why not give it a try and broaden our horizons? None of us have dared to use our cards." "All right," Su agreed. After retrieving her stamina card, she used her will to activate it. Instantly, her stamina surged from 53 to 58. It worked. "I now have 58 stamina. The effect is astonishingly immediate." She continued, "I also possess a level-up card. Where should I apply it?" After much contemplation, she resolved to use the card on her attire. I can scarcely imagine the effect it would have when applied to clothing. I shall be the first to experiment with it, and once I have utilized the item, I will consider how to enhance it further. Anrin nodded repeatedly, affirming her decision. The item of clothing is meant to be worn, and as Su activated the card, a flash of white light enveloped her garments, instantly upgrading them. At that moment, the floating panel revealed that her clothing was now at level 1. However, the upgraded outfit appeared unchanged. Puzzled, Su inquired, "Is that all? I saw it level up, but I don't sense any difference." Anrin hurriedly replied, "Let me give it a try, just a moment." She retrieved an upgrade card from her inventory and immediately upgraded her own clothing. A flash of white light signaled its elevation to level 1. Yet like Su's, her outfit exhibited no visible alterations. Xiang Wenrui remarked, "I lack a clothing item for upgrades, and my other items have similarly shown no change after leveling up. We will need to observe what effects they have in the dungeon. It seems we cannot discern their purpose here." Anrin retorted, "Why didn't you mention this crucial detail earlier? I presumed clothing would differ from other items, hence my silence. I didn't anticipate that items would be so alike." Xiang Wenrui explained, rationally, leading the group to cease their deliberation on the matter. With that, they reconvened at the large table in the cafeteria. Even though it was not mealtime, the cafeteria, open 24 hours, provided a welcoming space to enjoy a cup of coffee and engage in pleasant conversation, making it a favored gathering place for them, nearly occupying half their day outside of sleep. As their presence in the cafeteria increased, so too did their encounters with other players, such as Shu Cheng and his companions, who approached them with evident intent. Su, believing herself to be a novice with little to attract attention, found the motives of Shu Cheng and his group glaringly transparent. Each meal brought a sense of familiarity, as if they were old friends, sharing endless, intriguing topics. Yet, the unusual intimacy between strangers raised alarm bells for Su. She could not comprehend why these players were so keen to associate with them, especially when they, as new players, seemed to hold little interest for others. Xiang Wenrui pondered, "Who can say? I can feel that these 7 are not approaching us for my sake." Anrin, ever carefree, suggested, "Why worry? We should remain vigilant. But since we haven't offended them during our novice tasks, their intentions shouldn't pose a significant threat." "Fine, I find it rather bothersome, but if you insist, what more can I say?" They swiftly shifted the conversation back to their dungeon tasks. Meanwhile, the office group of 7 observed the live stream with a mix of emotions. Shu Cheng, rubbing his weary nose, noted, "Su's intelligence is at 85. While not exceptionally high, she is a person who frequently exercises her mind. Her thoughts are agile, allowing her to approach problems from multiple angles. It's no surprise she navigates the dungeon with ease." Yet, they had harbored suspicions about their intentions from the outset. Yi Qinghuai frowned, stating, "In my opinion, you should have been forthright from the beginning, disclosing our purpose to them. This feigned closeness only complicates matters." Shu Yuan sighed. "Who could have foreseen it would unfold this way? Perhaps being straightforward would be counterproductive. Instead, as we previously discussed, we could engage in a game together. Just like Xiang Wenrui, such camaraderie would surely foster closer ties." Looming interjected, "But they intend to use a team card for the next game. They may not include us, considering our initial ulterior motives." Shu Yuan countered, "Why must they be the ones to invite us? Why can't we take the initiative to bring them along? We initially planned to enforce a mandatory start, did we not?" Shinnon expressed his dissent. "That would imply we might have to use 2 team cards simultaneously, which could lead to severe repercussions. If we do not take risks, how can we forge alliances? We still lack clarity on the nature of the soul shards Su possesses. I've noticed that in this crazy town game, only Su has acquired such a shard, which does not appear to be categorized as an item, but rather seems integral to the main storyline," Shu Qing observed. "However, this necessitates a deeper understanding of the situation." After a moment of hesitation, Shu Cheng concluded, "Let us monitor these individuals closely. As they prepare to enter the game, we shall enforce a forced team-up." Thus, the plan was set in motion. As Su and her companions, weary from their rest, felt a sense of lethargy, the time finally arrived. Day 14. 13 hours and 45 minutes. Aware of the dwindling time, they gathered with familiar faces and enjoyed a delightful meal on the 4th floor before taking the elevator to the 2nd floor game lobby. Dong Yuchu remarked, "It doesn't matter how many enter the game. We have a team card, so we won't be left behind." To their surprise, just as he finished speaking, Shu Qing's group of 7 emerged from the elevator. The 7 greeted Su and her companions warmly, engaging in conversation. Yet they did not express a desire to join them in entering the dungeon. Just as Su began to doubt her initial suspicions, she felt a sudden weightlessness. And after 2 flashes of white light, the group found themselves within the new dungeon. The Heavenly Melody Amusement Park was established in June 2019. During pre-opening tests, all equipment functioned normally. But on opening day, for reasons unknown, every ride malfunctioned simultaneously, resulting in a tragic incident where thousands were injured and several lost their lives on the very first day. As Su and her companions slowly rose from the ground, they gazed at the flashing floating screens, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she voiced her apprehension. "I have a foreboding feeling." Enrin echoed her sentiment. "I feel the same. Considering the game level and the number of players, it bears an uncanny resemblance to a novice task." This was not a good sign, as they had not forgotten how players were manipulated during their initial quests. Before anyone could voice their agreement, the floating screen illuminated once more. Almost instantaneously, a series of sharp sounds erupted from the crowd. Those bewildered individuals, in a frantic search for answers, seemed as though an invisible force had struck them from above, resulting in a gruesome display of bloodshed. Witnessing players who had been lively mere moments ago collapsing before their eyes, the stunned onlookers could no longer contain their screams. Amidst the cacophony of rising panic, the system panel immediately displayed the decibel levels of the players' own cries. When the black line reached the 30 decibel threshold, this group of players, much like the previous victims, succumbed to a fatal blow and fell lifelessly to the ground. As the shrieks escalated, the number of fallen players increased. And in this crowded space, everywhere one looked, there were bodies strewn about. Many players, overwhelmed by the horrific scene, found their legs give way, collapsing onto the ground. As the floating screen dimmed, Su had been pondering the source of the emitted decibels, questioning the significance of the 30 decibel mark when the players unwittingly provided her with the answer. They were essentially proving her analysis correct. It was indeed the players themselves producing the sound. Yet, if it was merely sound, then it should be manageable. Su swiftly gestured for silence to those around her, urging them to refrain from speaking, and squatted down alongside the other players to survey their surroundings. Initially bewildered, the group gradually regained their composure after Su's reminder. And, through keen observation and analysis, they began to grasp the situation. Fangwei, Bisait Susu, Guispert, Gudnis. How many people are going to be eliminated right from the start? What kind of gameplay is this? Upon hearing Zhang Wei speak, Ji Yanli quickly tugged at his sleeve, puzzled as to why he would dare to speak after they had just been warned that talking would result in elimination. Zhang Wei shook his head, whispering, "As long as we keep it under 30 decibels, we're fine. Our virtual screens can monitor the decibel levels we emit, so we'll just be cautious." Su nodded in agreement, reassured by Zhang Wei's words, yet she chose to remain silent. She considered that while 30 decibels is indeed a low sound level, if not properly managed, it could lead to dire consequences, so it would be wiser to refrain from speaking altogether. As a new dungeon, the group, including Xu Cheng, had been in a state of confusion since entering the game. It was only after receiving Su's prompt that they began to regain their senses. However, once they quickly grasped the situation of the surrounding players, they soon developed a newfound respect for Su's intelligence. Yet, their circumstances had drastically changed. They found themselves in a game world where they started from the same point as ordinary players, without any advantages. In their panic, could they maintain their composure? The answer was no. At least half of their team struggled to do so, as even Xu Cheng had felt disoriented upon entering the game. He self-deprecatingly remarked, "It's been far too long since I last played a game. I can't believe I'm so careless in such a perilous moment." The thought of losing his companions sent a shiver down Xu Cheng's spine. "What?" Xu Yuan, beside him, asked softly, having not heard clearly. Xu Cheng sighed and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing." Yi Qinghuai quietly questioned, "Is it truly a new dungeon? Could the simultaneous use of 2 party cards have caused this side effect?" Just as Lu Ming was about to speak, Xu Qing mimicked Su's gesture for silence. He wasn't overly concerned about his teammates whispering, but he feared that in such a quiet environment, they might inadvertently reveal something that should remain concealed. As the news of silence spread further, and after a significant number of players were eliminated, the amusement park finally fell silent. Once it seemed that no further eliminations would occur, the floating panel lit up again. Look at that. They're already indicating the number of survivors. How is this any different from the beginner tasks we've experienced before? While managing decibel levels is certainly easier than controlling the fear induced by terror, fundamentally, there is no essential difference. Otherwise, so many would not have been eliminated right at the start of the game. The players who had just experienced loss, even feeling safe at the moment, were hesitant to act recklessly. For them, still trying to fully comprehend the decibel mechanism, any sound they made could become a weapon leading to their own demise. However, lingering at the entrance was not a viable option. They were unaware of the amusement park's vastness, the number of attractions it housed, or whether, after midnight, the park would cruelly shut down the power, preventing them from enjoying their time. Therefore, during daylight hours, wouldn't it be prudent to partake in as many attractions as possible? After some hesitation, Su resolved to act. She slowly stood up from the ground, confirming that this movement did not pose any risk before signaling to the familiar players around her to rise from the crowd as well. Once everyone had stretched their limbs, Su whispered, "I have a task for you. Since we know this decibel level is a requirement for players, what about the attractions and devices within the amusement park? Will the sounds they produce be counted against us? If they are, when the system indicates a decibel level of 0, we would need to remain motionless, or the players currently engaged in the game would be eliminated on the spot." Su felt this scenario was unlikely, but confirming everything in advance is always prudent. Hence, many amusement parks provide solar-powered electric cars for visitors, allowing players to navigate freely within the park. Su thought, if these vehicles were unavailable, it would be one thing, but if they could be used and someone else claimed them, she would certainly feel vexed. Thus, seizing the opportunity before anyone else reacted, she hurried to reserve a few vehicles. Indeed, relying solely on her stamina for 24 hours would be exhausting. Having a tour vehicle would be immensely convenient. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously, then glanced around. Since the players had entered the game, all 1,000 of them had clustered at the commercial district constructed at the amusement park's entrance. Looking around, there were approximately 20 large, exquisitely decorated shops within the commercial area. However, perhaps due to them being closed, the interiors appeared desolate, giving the impression of long neglect, failing to ignite any excitement among them. The car rental location Su had in mind was not far from the entrance. After Zhang Wei took a couple of steps, he spotted the parking area for the solar-powered cars just around a corner. The parking lot housed about 30 small electric cars, each with keys already inserted, but their sizes varied. There were 2-seater, 3-seater, 5-seater, and 7-seater options, with Su's team, including Xiang Wenrui, totaling 7 individuals. They could easily fit into the largest vehicle. Xu Cheng's team, who had been following them, also had 7 members, so they too would fit in one car. Additionally, due to the large scale of the game, Su and her group encountered some players from the novice dungeon, who, when combined, totaled 5 people. Thus they settled into a 5-seater electric car. Finally, after Zhang Wei personally tested the vehicles to ensure they wouldn't affect the players' decibel levels, the group swiftly entered the main area of the amusement park. As soon as Su and her companion's vehicle crossed the threshold, the floating screen illuminated once more. 60 decibels. Is that not the volume of normal conversation? Zhang Wei mused, experimenting with his voice to confirm it was indeed the sound of typical speech, and promptly exclaimed, "Does anyone have paper and a pen? We should jot this down." Just as Zhang Wei finished speaking, Su interjected, "Wait, back up. There's a map of the amusement park over there. Let us take a look first." Zhang Wei quickly reversed the vehicle, responding, "No need to take notes. Everyone should just be mindful of their volume while speaking. You can't really record this stuff on paper anyway." "Well, suit yourselves as you find convenient," Su replied. As they spoke, the 3 cars came to a halt in front of the large directional sign at the entrance of the amusement park. Su glanced at it and remarked, "This park is truly vast. Thank goodness we have cars, or we would be utterly exhausted by the end of the day. By the way, is there a food court? How do we manage meals for 24 hours? Xu Cheng replied dryly, "There may not even be any staff inside. Where would the food come from? Not to worry about food. We've stocked up on plenty of supplies in our warehouse and used to sneak some food from the cafeteria to store there, anticipating situations like this. We have more than enough food to sustain so many people for 24 hours, Su reassured him. "Actually, there is." Su pointed towards the entrance of the roller coaster. "Look over there. There are staff members." Su spoke. Everyone's gaze turned towards the direction she was indicating. Indeed, at the entrance of the roller coaster attraction stood a young lady in a uniform. As their eyes fell upon her, the floating screen activated once more, and then it ended abruptly, without even introducing her name. Perhaps they've been gazing in that direction for too long. The roller coaster attendant swiftly noticed their attention and warmly greeted them, exuding an inviting aura that urged them to approach. A chill ran down their spines. Just a fleeting glance had raised goosebumps on their skin. Something felt amiss. Her smile seemed far from ordinary. The speaker was Shun Kei, the driver of their vehicle, who had been trailing Su Su and Zhang Wei since the novice dungeon. Due to the subsequent events of the dungeon, they had been separated, but Shun Kei considered them acquaintances and expressed his thoughts. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously in agreement, voicing his concerns about the disquieting atmosphere. Before he could elaborate, several electric cars zipped past them at the entrance of the amusement park, followed closely by a stream of hurried patrons rushing inside, prompting a palpable tension among the group. After Su captured a photograph of the park map on her phone. She promptly suggested, "Let us drive and observe as we go." To the astonishment of those around, Zhang Wei resumed driving, aligning their vehicle with the throng. However, as they prepared to pass the roller coaster attraction, the previously cheerful attendant suddenly positioned herself in front of the crowd, declaring, "There are no patrons for the roller coaster. Please queue here first." The man at the forefront, irked by the abrupt stop, cursed audibly, "Damn it, can't I just skip this?" Who jumped straight into such thrilling rides upon entry. The attendant remained unfazed, her tone adopting a more authoritative edge as she insisted, "There are no patrons for the roller coaster. Please disembark and queue immediately." Faced with her rebuttal, the man resorted to further insults. "What are you going to do if I refuse to queue?" "Damn." Before he could finish, the attendant maintained her smile, yet her voice turned icier. "If you continue to insult the staff, you will remain here forever." With a swift motion, she pointed her right hand at the man's forehead, and within 3 seconds, his head exploded in a violent burst. Blood sprayed across the nearby players, who were caught completely off guard, erupting into panicked cries. Though they had not been in the amusement park long, the rules of the game had already ingrained themselves into every player's mind. Fearing that their shouts might provoke disaster, they instinctively covered their mouths, narrowly avoiding breaching the game's decibel limit while escaping the gruesome fate that had just unfolded. Appearing satisfied with their reaction, the attendant nodded and retrieved a walkie-talkie from her waist, summoning the park's maintenance crew. 2 male maintenance workers soon appeared, almost immediately after she set down the walkie-talkie. However, the landscape offered no refuge for the 2 adult men. The expansive area before them could hardly allow for the men to reach the scene within 5 seconds. Indeed, the workers had come to clean up the aftermath. Ignoring the players entirely, they approached the man's vehicle, transferring him from the driver's seat to their cart before unhurriedly retrieving cleaning supplies to tidy up. Throughout the process, the maintenance crew spoke not a word, utterly absorbed in their task, treating it as an entirely mundane duty. Once they completed their work, they departed, leaving the players in stunned silence, too terrified to utter sound. Eventually, Rand could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, "What do you think they plan to take the body?" The other players cast her incredulous glances, their expressions saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Is that even a coherent thought?" Yet Su was not being fanciful. Based on her years of experience, she surmised it was likely to be used as food. Before the others could inquire further, the system panel illuminated before them, revealing an invitation to grandly celebrate the successful opening of the amusement park. A barbecue party will be held tonight at 8 p.m. at the food street. To express gratitude to players for their trust in the park's attractions. All players receiving this invitation are required to arrive by 7:30 p.m. Failure to arrive on time will result in consequences. Su shook her head. "No, it was just a guess." And this game is being launched for the first time. Thus, she spoke no falsehood. She had indeed never played it before. And Rand draped her arm around Su's shoulders, smiling brightly. "Impressive. You managed to deduce that." Zhang Wei chuckled wryly. "You can still laugh? What do you think they LL be grilling at that barbecue party? Can't you connect the dots?" Ji Yanli, perplexed, questioned Zhang Wei's anxiety. "What's wrong with just not eating?" Shu Chang smirked. "Look at the situation. It's likely they 1T afford us the luxury of declining. And that invitation? It certainly doesn't grant us the option to refuse. If we don't partake, we might end up like that unfortunate man." With the clock still shy of 7:30 a.m., Ji Yanli remarked, "Let us discuss the matters of 12 hours from now later. We should focus on what to do now. What else can we do but play the game?" Knowing her moment to shine was approaching, the attendant seized the spotlight again, donning her professional and affable smile as she invited the players. "The roller coaster currently has no queue. Please prepare, as the first round of the game will commence shortly." The precedent of the man's fate loomed over them, and faced with the attendant's enthusiastic invitation, they dared not refuse. In a daze, the more compliant players obediently formed a line, Seeing the players no longer causing a ruckus, the attendant was visibly pleased. However, those still seated in the electric car showed no signs of disembarking. She stepped closer, inquiring, "Aren't you going to queue?" Although the line was lengthy, the roller coaster ride wouldn't take long. They could easily wait their turn. Moments later, Su spoke up, "Miss, I would like to explore the park a bit before deciding what to play. The roller coaster seems terrifying, and I'm somewhat afraid. So can I take a look first?" At the back of the small electric car, someone scoffed quietly, muttering as if they would agree to that. Do they really play nice? Though the voice was faint, Su caught wind of it. Nevertheless, she had merely been testing the waters for communication. If they agreed, it would be a welcome outcome. If not, she would simply have to disembark and queue for the ride. It was better to ask than to remain silent. Thus, she departed. The exchange between Su and the attendant left the onlookers dumbfounded. Is it really possible to interact like that? Why hadn't we thought of this approach before? If that man had been a bit more courteous, he wouldn't have met such a grim fate. It served as a reminder that civility is essential in dealings. Wouldn't you agree? Listening to the players' discussions, Shu Chang smiled wryly. While civility was indeed vital, they were all too aware that manners held little weight in the game. Yet he could not help but acknowledge that Su and Zhang Wei were formidable presences in their own right. In that moment, he felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of the dungeon's narrative. Though Shu Chang's words were vague, his companions, who had been together for several years, understood his sentiment. The group shared smiles, yet remained silent. In the midst of Su's and others' puzzled gazes, Zhang Wei asked, "Are we waiting for them to finish their turn before we proceed?" "Yes. I'm curious to see how this game kills its players." Aaron chuckled. "I dare say that when the roller coaster descends, the system's decibel level will undoubtedly switch to a minuscule value, leaving this group of players in a state where they wish to scream, yet find themselves unable to do so. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Of course, if it were me playing, I would certainly be cursing." Su, however, held a different perspective, not necessarily. Upon hearing Su's words, Ji Yanli immediately chimed in. "Then I bet it won't happen." As for the rationale behind this, all eyes turned towards Su. Yet before she could articulate her thoughts, Zhang Wei preemptively explained, if only one attraction were activated at a time, it could effectively stymie the players. However, with all attractions operating simultaneously in the amusement park, what if one simply cannot hold back? Wouldn't that lead to immediate failure? There would be no need for a full 24 hours. Therefore, I believe the time-limited decibel won't change, but what chaos may ensue during gameplay is truly uncertain. Do you all remember Eagle Catches Chicks? Although he hadn't participated in that game, it didn't prevent him from using it as an analogy. Hearing this explanation, Anrin promptly reconsidered. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Let us renegotiate the bet." Just as Anrin was about to finish her sentence, a long beep resonated overhead, and the player's attention was gradually drawn to the roller coaster that had begun to move. Observing the roller coaster filled to capacity with players as it ascended the tracks, it eventually paused for a few seconds before plunging downward. A collective gasp escaped the players, a mere instinctive reaction. However, they quickly stifled their cries due to the decibel constraints. Having finally embarked on the game, no one wished to meet an untimely demise right at the beginning. The attractions at Tianlai Amusement Park were far more perilous and thrilling than those in the real world. Despite the many twists and turns, not a single player among the throng made a sound, earning the admiration of the onlookers outside. Aaron remarked, "These individuals are truly impressive. I wouldn't necessarily be able to hold it in." "Not necessarily. Everyone is fighting for their lives." Yi Qinghuai glanced at Anrin and asked, "Do you really want to be stuck here?" Anrin replied with conviction, "Of course I don't." Su Ran inquired, "The current decibel level is 60. A soft shout shouldn't pose a problem, right? It's better to vocalize than to remain silent throughout. If we continue like this, how will we manage the next attraction? Players can endure one, but not countless others." Shun Kei shook his head, displaying disagreement. A soft shout might seem harmless, but what if the system suddenly alters the decibel level? Plus, we must be cautious about the decibel value when we shout. If we inadvertently lose our lives at that moment, it would be truly unjust. Thus, I believe enduring in silence is the wisest course. Regardless of whether they agreed with Shun Kei's viewpoint, it was evident that shouting was not a sagacious action. Surprisingly, when the roller coaster, fraught with undulating terrain, completed its circuit, neither of the unexpected outcomes speculated by Su and Zhang Wei materialized. Observing the players' relieved demeanor as the game concluded, Su found herself perplexed. "Is that it? Did I overthink it? Is the amusement park as challenge truly this simple, merely testing decibels? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei grew serious. What if it's random? In my previous gaming experiences, there were often unpredictable mechanisms. Even in the same scenario, surprises wouldn't occur every time. This was indeed a possibility. Xu Cheng inquired, should we linger here to observe longer, or take a tour and return? Xu Cheng's gazet then towards Su. Zhang Wei's gaze followed suit, and soon all surrounding players were looking at Su. Feeling unnerved by their scrutiny, Su asked, why are you all looking at me? Anren smiled, you decide. We've always entrusted decision-making to you. Su shot them a glare, exasperated. Let us stay put and observe for now. Once we comprehend the rules of one game, the others will follow suit. Besides, we have a complete map of the amusement park. There's no rush to explore right away. The group nodded in agreement, and the occupants of their 3 vehicles decided to remain. As if anticipating a lengthy wait, Zhang Wei was the first to turn off his electric car. Xu Cheng and Shun Ke followed suit, extinguishing their vehicles to closely scrutinize the rules of the roller coaster game. However, among the players present, not everyone was aware of Su and Zhang Wei's capabilities. Seeing everyone heed her, some began to feel discontent. Initially, observing this group rushing to enter the park, one would assume they were a team of courage and intellect, but it was absurd that they had relinquished their decision-making to a young girl. The girl, clad in a delicate pink dress, was indeed more refined than the other players, yet one must consider the precariousness of their situation. Who had the luxury to admire her beautiful attire? In essence, she bore a face that inspired complete distrust. Despite the apparent strength and intelligence of those in the 3 vehicles, it was bewildering that they chose to heed a mere child in such critical matters. This left them utterly perplexed. The man who had previously scoffed shifted his vehicle from the back to align with theirs, casting a long, contemplative glance at the group before sighing and driving away. Ji Yanli watched the electric car's retreating figure, momentarily bewildered by the man's actions, pondering why he seemed to lament as if they were on the brink of disaster. Surely, he must think that among such a large group, they appeared entirely normal. Yet why did they choose to listen to her? Su was confident that she had discerned this sentiment in the man's gaze. Yet, Su felt the urge to remind them, you all shouldn't lower your guard just because Zhang Wei and I are here. During our last encounter in the binding, Zhu Sha was indeed usable. You all knew that and had it available, yet it required a reminder. I know you're not incapable of thinking. Rather, with us around, you completely let your guard down. This is unacceptable. Although our life values can repair bodily damage upon exiting, what if our life values are insufficient? During their rest days, they had contemplated this issue, albeit without voicing it. Since Su had brought it up, they naturally became more vigilant. Aaron assured, rest assured, we have thoroughly reviewed our past mistakes. Such an incident will not occur again. Ji Yanli nodded repeatedly, affirming his commitment to remain vigilant, but Xiang Wenrui sighed, this is truly challenging. Su smiled, you just echoed my words. I spoke on your behalf, and am I not struggling as well? Xiang Wenrui sincerely inquired. Before Su could respond to Xiang Wenrui, the decibel level plummeted to 20. What does 20 signify? It is even quieter than the initial whisper of 30 decibels. Who would dare risk a head explosion to chat on the ride? Thus, in that instant, everyone obediently sealed their lips. With conversation curtailed, all gazes shifted to the impending second round of the roller coaster. While players had managed to emit some whimpers during the first round to ease their anxiety, in the second round, not a single breath dared to escape. Just as the roller coaster, which had been smoothly traversing the track, encountered a turn and began its descent, it suddenly halted mid-air, leaving the passengers suspended. Observing the roller coaster, which was sparking and teetering precariously, the players aboard were momentarily caught off guard. But among those waiting in line, a young girl could not contain herself and let out a startled scream. In a fleeting instant, before the crowd could even turn their heads to discern the source of the commotion, a resounding bang echoed, and the young girl collapsed onto the ground, while the surrounding individuals were almost entirely splattered with blood. The roller coaster, suspended in midair, gradually resumed its motion, albeit at a pace far less frantic than before, now meandering along at a steady, slow speed, as it navigated a slope and then a curve, approaching the entrance of an artificially constructed cave. The players aboard the roller coaster let out a chorus of anguished cries before even entering the cavern. The entrance of the cave stood in stark contrast to their line of sight, leaving them no time to assess the situation within. The roller coaster had already begun its slow descent into the darkness. The oppressive silence of 20 decibels forbade any such mournful sounds, yet Almost immediately after, a series of muffled thuds echoed ominously within the cave. Though these sounds seemed faint in the stillness of the amusement park, they rang out with unsettling clarity. The roller coaster did not cease its journey. It emerged from the cave, only to reappear drenched in a pool of blood. The air now thick with a nauseating scent of rust. Just when it seemed that all aboard had perished, Zhang Wei's gaze fell upon the last row of seats, where something appeared awry. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the moving entity was indeed a living person, diligently wiping away the blood. Small in stature and gentle in motion, it was difficult to perceive her presence. Zhang Wei, upon witnessing this scene, became animated, gesturing wildly to those around him. Yet none comprehended his meaning. It was only when the floating screen illuminated once more that, as the 3-second countdown concluded, he nearly shouted, "Look, there is still someone alive up there." His sudden exclamation startled the already stunned players, causing them to flinch. Had there not been a railing nearby, they might have tumbled to the ground. But what had they just heard? There was still a living person on the roller coaster? Instantly, all eyes shifted toward the last row of seats. Indeed, there was someone who was still alive. She seemed almost childlike. Wait. He recalled that there had indeed been a child in line just moments ago. This game had initially summoned a handful of children, yet only one, named Yin Xiaoya, had survived to this day. Yin Xiaoya was remarkable. Having entered the game at under 9 years of age, she had navigated through challenges and survived for over 4 years. Now, barely 12. If one were to deem her fortunate, it would be a profound understatement. However, mere luck was insufficient in this realm. Thus, whispers of her extraordinary intelligence and ruthlessly cold demeanor abounded. Regardless of the speculation, after much conjecture, Yin Xiaoya had become a figure shunned by all. A mere glance from her was enough to silence the murmuring players. While others might not comprehend her, Xu Cheng and his companions were well aware of her capabilities. Like those with Su Su, when Yin Xiaoya had consistently excelled and survived, he had indeed contemplated inviting her to join their team. They were utterly oblivious to what assistance she might offer or what knowledge she possessed. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they could only continue to observe her from a distance. Watching Yin Xia disembark from the roller coaster with an impassive expression and calmly seek an exit, Zhang Wei found himself intrigued by her composure. This was the same little girl he had mentioned upon their first meeting. In a real-world scenario, she would have likely been in tears, yet here she remained unfazed, showcasing remarkable fortitude. A good memory indeed. That S. Her, Xiang Wenrui remarked. In this game, one cannot persist without strength of character. Just look at her. She clearly bears the weight of many experiences. With that, the group's attention once again turned to Yin Xiaoya. After she exited, she paused at the doorway, seemingly lost as she gazed at the bloodstains on her attire, her expression one of ineffable distress. Su Su called out, "Yin Xiaoya. If you walk about 100 meters ahead, there is a restroom. Every restroom in the amusement park is equipped with washing facilities, likely for this very purpose. You can clean yourself there." And Ran added, "Do you need us to escort you?" After a brief pause, Yin Xiaoya shook her head and proceeded in the direction Su Su had indicated. As she left, a large contingent of cleaning staff was summoned, swiftly tending to the bloodstains on the roller coaster and within the cave, preparing for the next group of passengers to board. Naturally, this was due to the park's stringent queue regulations, which prevented players from leaving or cutting in line. Otherwise, during the initial muffled sounds in the cave, everyone would have fled the amusement park, disregarding any instructions. Observing the impending launch of the third round of the roller coaster, Xu Qing asked, "Shall we watch?" Su Su replied, "Let us see. If another incident occurs, we'll leave." Her words left the others puzzled. Another incident? What does that mean? Is this ride not going to have an accident? True to her word, this roller coaster proceeded without incident, and remarkably, the subsequent ride also passed without any mishap. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief at its normalcy, a substantial group boarded for the fifth round. As the roller coaster reached the end of its course, Su Su declared, "Let us go, time to explore the amusement park." They walked past the restroom Su Su had pointed out, as well as various attractions, the free-fall tower, the swinging pendulum, the carousel, the Ferris wheel, the log flume, the hurricane chairs, the pirate ship, and a food street. Additionally, the park featured claw machines, shooting galleries, and an abundance of blind box stores and eateries. Ji Yanli mused, "This game truly loves blind boxes. They're everywhere." Zhang Wei remarked, "But have you noticed a peculiar trend? All the prizes are stuffed animals like cats, dogs, and rabbits. Not only the rewards, but the entire theme of the amusement park revolved around these creatures. Ji Yanli shrugged. Isn't it normal for a theme park to embrace nature-loving animals? What is so strange about that? And Ran interjected, normal yet not quite. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something feels off. As the small electric car completed its circuit, Su urged, let us park at the food street. We'll head there first. Zhang Wei inquired, what is the plan there? Su responded nonchalantly, breakfast, of course. It's nearly 8 o'clock. It's time to eat. The incredulity of Shu Cheng and Shun Ke nearly caused them to veer off course. They exchanged bewildered glances, asking, breakfast? Su, equally perplexed, retorted, what? Don't you eat breakfast? Moreover, they had already traversed the area, and the breakfast establishments were all still closed. Where would they find food? Shun Ke chuckled. Su, are you serious? Of course, she replied. With that, the 3 vehicles parked within the food street area, and as they joined tables together, they truly witnessed the breakfast provisions that Su and the others had retrieved from storage. And Ran explained, we often pilfer from the cafeteria. After all, it's free. Why not keep some for emergencies? We can't really go 24 hours without eating, can we? Realizing that the food from the cafeteria was free, everyone felt at ease and began to partake in their breakfast. However, the notion that one could store cafeteria food in the warehouse left Shun Ke and the others somewhat incredulous. How had they not thought of this before? The previous necessity had simply not arisen. Had it not been for their experiences in the last instance, they would have remained oblivious to the capacity of the warehouse to hold all the items they had purchased. But with breakfast consumed, what lay ahead? Su Ran from the Shuqing team inquired, what is next? After breakfast, shall we enjoy those amusement facilities? They appear quite exhilarating. I hope we won't end up feeling nauseous. Shu Yuan, who was gnawing on corn, suddenly hesitated, unsure whether to continue eating. With a poor sense of balance, she easily succumbed to nausea at the slightest jolt. Gazing at her corn, she asked, should I eat or not? Eat. Shuqing laughed as he turned to Su, querying, do you have other plans? Zhang Wei nodded vigorously, having intended to pose the same question, only to have it preempted. Su replied with a smile, worried about feeling sick? Then simply don't ride. Not ride? A girl from Shun Ke's team, named Fu Shiqing, interjected, but how will we clear the level? Isn't the main task to experience all the attractions in the amusement park? But I don't want to play, Su stubbornly proclaimed. Just as Ji Yanli was about to ask for clarification, the decibel rules descended upon them once more. What does 0 decibels signify? Silence? Who can achieve that? As the countdown concluded, everyone dared not breathe, adopting a pose they found comfortable, resembling statues as they leaned back in their chairs, motionless. Yet, those fortunate enough to sit could endure for as long as they wished without consequence. In contrast, those who were standing or moving, caught unawares, faced a different reality. They could hold out for a second, a minute, perhaps even 10, but could they last longer? No. Before a minute had even elapsed, they received notifications of various deaths. Watching the incessant alerts of demise, the group felt as if time had stretched into eternity, yet they had no recourse. It was only after 15 minutes that the restrictions were once again altered. Ji Yanli sighed in relief and spoke in a normal tone. Finally, we can move. 15 minutes. On the dot. Is it always a 15-minute interval for rule changes? No, Shuqing replied. I've observed that it's random. Shun Ke shook his head. If 0 decibels were to last for half an hour, it wouldn't just be a few people who perished. Being seasoned players, they were all quite astute and disregarded the others. Yi Qinghuai asked, Su, what did you mean by not playing the game? We can't clear the level without playing. Su continued, another objective is to escape the amusement park within 24 hours. This main task implies that after 24 hours, the system might directly expel us from the game, so we must devise a plan. Typically, where there's a main quest, there are also side quests. Might our solution be hidden within a side quest? Thus, our primary goal should be to unlock the side quest. Su's perspective was rather unconventional. But given that the game was tied to the players' lives, could such recklessness be permissible? Zhang Wei and the others were inclined to follow Su after her explanation. They had no inclination to argue. Shu Cheng, having watched Su's gaming live streams, was familiar with her unique viewpoints and had accepted them before. However, experiencing the game firsthand was vastly different from observing it from behind the scenes. While he found the situation absurd, he resolved to follow Su's lead this time. After a moment of silence, Shu Cheng conceded, all right, your explanation is quite ludicrous, but truth be told, I'm not particularly eager to engage with those amusement facilities either. I trust your judgment. Su chuckled, your trust leaves me speechless. But it matters not. Even if you don't believe me, I feel no difference whether we part ways or stay together, as I perceive your approach towards me is driven by ulterior motives. Though Shun Ke had witnessed Su's abilities, her words stirred some inner conflict within him. Observing the uncertainty among the other 4 team members, he proposed, "We would like to discuss among ourselves." "No problem," she replied. "I'm not your captain, and you need not heed my words. Your lives should be treated with caution." After finishing their breakfast, Shun Ke's team decided to part ways with them. Ji Yanli remarked, "You ought to listen to what Su has to say. Many people believe in her theories, and it's just us who don't." "What of it?" Su shot them a glare and said, "Are you implying you believe my words are mere nonsense? Yet I assure you, I share my analyses only after thorough contemplation." Having completed their meal, the group set off on their leisurely stroll once more, but this time with an added mission to seek out side quests. However, as their vehicle traveled a short distance, they encountered a group of players obstructing a 2-seater electric cart, and upon closer inspection, they recognized the cart's occupant as the young girl Yan Xiaoya, who had survived earlier. At that moment, Yan Xiaoya had cleaned herself up, appearing fair and delicate, rather adorable. Witnessing this scene, Anran suddenly became invigorated. Even before the vehicle passed, she shouted, "What is going on? A bunch of adults bullying a little girl. How shameless." After her boisterous outburst, she turned to her companions, declaring, "I can't stand such scenes. Wait for me, I must show them a lesson." With that, Anran leapt from the vehicle and dashed toward Yan Xiaoya. Su barely had time to react before Anran was out of sight. "Well, I should see what is going on too," she thought. Zhang Wei interjected, "Aren't you just adding to the chaos? There are enough people over there. She can handle it alone. But if you go, will she protect you or you protect her?" Zhang Wei sighed. "Just don't go adding to the mess. Let us focus on figuring out the side quest instead." Just as he finished speaking, a series of anguished cries echoed from a distance. When they looked back, the players who had surrounded Yan Xiaoya were already sprawled on the ground, incapacitated by Anran. Listening to their groans of pain, Su quickly counted the downed individuals, 9 in total. 9 people, and in less than a minute, it seemed Anran had subdued them with only 2 or 3 exchanges. One couldn't deny her strength. However, Su was left speechless. "Anran, couldn't you have clarified the situation before resorting to violence? Why the rush to strike?" Yet, Anran, feeling lighthearted after the scuffle, replied, "Regardless of the reason, it's wrong for adults to gang up on a child. Is it wrong for me to uphold justice?" But was Anran truly so righteous? It seemed she merely relished the opportunity to exert force in a game where violence bore no consequences, all while cloaking it in a facade of justice. Naturally, the 9 defeated players were unwilling to let the incident slide. As they rose from the ground, they sought retribution from Anran. "On what grounds do you strike us?" one asked. Anran retorted, "On the grounds that you bully children. Just that alone justifies my actions. Do you even know why we confronted her? It's not us bullying her. She is the one who has been bullying us." Yet, was Anran a reasonable person? To an outside observer, it was a clear case of a group of adults targeting a single child. How could a child possibly bully so many adults? "Are you trying to scare us?" Among the group, a girl of similar age to Anran spoke up. "This cart was originally claimed by my friend and me, and she took it while we weren't looking. We are part of a team. They came to help me retrieve it." "What's the issue with that?" Su remarked, "Each vehicle is accompanied by a key, which features a wristband that one can wear. Once the key is detached, no one else can drive the car away. If you leave without taking it and she drives off with the vehicle, then it is indeed your misfortune. The car bears no name, so naturally, whoever is driving it claims ownership." As soon as Su concluded her statement, Yan Xiao interjected, "This car was originally mine. They simply wished to steal it from me." If that were the case, their demeanor was even more inappropriate. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that it is you lot who lack shame. After casting a scrutinizing glance at the group, Su was genuinely taken aback by the depravity of some players participating in the game alongside her. However, considering there was also a thoroughly malicious individual in the beginner's dungeon, it seemed reasonable that a variety of characters would exist within the game. Standing at 172 centimeters, Su possessed an inherently soft and innocent visage, coupled with the fact that this type of game did not necessitate specific attire. Her pink dress made her appear as the most vulnerable person in the crowd. Human nature tends to lean towards bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Although Anran appeared to be just another young girl, she was capable of fighting. Consequently, Su, who approached to reason with them, naturally became their target for aggression. As soon as Su finished speaking, the 9 players, having just risen from the ground, lunged towards her with the intent to strike. Before Ran could react, Ji Yanli sauntered over, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He pointed towards the 9 players and bellowed, "Hey, you think it's all right to bully children and women?" The extent of Ji Yanli's fighting prowess remained uncertain until he made a move, but judging by his tattoos and muscles, he was not someone that ordinary individuals would dare provoke, whether in reality or within the game. The group was visibly intimidated by Ji Yanli's roar and began to retreat, with a few of them displaying sheer terror as they stammered. "What do you want? Murder is against the law." Ji Yanli scoffed derisively. "Do you see any law that can restrain me right now?" Almost immediately, the 9 players, frightened by him, turned tail and fled. Watching their hasty retreat, and Ran shrugged. "How cowardly." She then turned to Yin Xiaoya and inquired, "Is this car yours, or did you steal it?" Yin Xiaoya glanced at her and suddenly smiled. "I did steal it, but it wasn't theirs to begin with. 3 people were previously in the car, and while on the roller coaster, I seized the opportunity to take it. When they saw me with the car, they attempted to reclaim it from me, but I obviously refused to part with it." Before encountering Su Su and her companions, she had already wandered around the amusement park for quite some time, yet she never expected to be cornered by this group. Yin Xiaoya was uncertain whether they would disapprove of her candidness regarding her actions, but in the world of the game, if one did not possess a ruthless heart, they would have long since perished, and she certainly would not have survived to this moment. To her surprise, Su Su and the others not only did not mind, but they also burst into laughter, with Zhang Wei exclaiming, "Well done. What you have taken is yours. If you are unwilling to share, no one can take it from you." Yet, only Xiang Wenrui lamented, "You all are truly something else. Don't you remember what I said earlier? In the dungeon, we should avoid making enemies. If we do, we must be sure to eliminate them. Otherwise, wisan fast. That will only matter if they manage to survive until then. I truly believe they won't make it out alive." "I share your sentiment," and Ran cheerfully replied. "For whatever reason, how could we allow our enemies to leave this dungeon?" Zhang Wei shook his head in exasperation and asked, "Do you want to join us? If you wander off alone, those people may come after you again." After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiaoya responded, "Are you asking me to follow you because you want to know what I saw on the roller coaster?" "No need." Su Su smiled. "You need not divulge anything. We have no intention of engaging with any of the rides in the amusement park." Yin Xiaoya was taken aback. "Not playing? Don't you intend to complete the mission?" she queried. Shu Cheng replied, "Of course we will complete it, but there is someone in our group with a rather unconventional approach. We may, perhaps, find an alternative way to clear the game." Yin Xiaoya had never heard of alternative methods for clearing a dungeon. Yet seeing that they did not appear to be joking, she pondered for a while and decided to join them. She was curious to witness what other methods of completion they might employ. "I will accompany you," she declared. Shu Qing nodded and then turned to Su Su, asking, "What is our next destination?" Su Su took out her phone and began analyzing the amusement park's layout, stating, "We have all seen large attractions like these in the real world. Aside from randomly eliminating players, there is nothing particularly special about them." Before she could finish her analysis, the time-limited rules descended once more. With a virtual screen illuminating, Su Su resignedly closed her mouth, fearing that the noise from driving might inadvertently exceed the 25 decibel limit and lead to their demise. With no other option, Su Su silently conducted her analysis in her mind and determined their first destination, the claw machine. She believed she had visited numerous amusement parks, but claw machines were nearly non-existent in most of them. However, at Tianlai Amusement Park, not only were there claw machines, but the establishment also boasted an area of nearly 200 square meters filled to the brim with them, and every corner was crammed with plush toys. The store's decor and the toys within exuded an unsettling aura. To begin with, the design of the store was noteworthy. Every surface that could be painted was entirely black, both inside and out. In addition, there were large transparent glass panels embedded throughout. The store lacked any particularly unique design elements. Yet the intricately carved flowers flanking the central sensor-operated double doors were impossible to overlook. Frankly, anyone who laid eyes on it would feel as if they were gazing upon a funeral parlor, a stark contrast to the overall theme of the amusement park. Now, regarding the interior of this establishment, not only were the corners overflowing with claw machines, but the toys inside were markedly different from those in the real world. This is precisely why Su Su insisted on referring to them as toys rather than dolls. All the toys in the machines were crafted in pure black, with life-sized images of real-world animals printed atop them. While this may not be unacceptable on its own, when placed within a dungeon that resembled a funeral parlor, it undeniably instilled a sense of dread in anyone who beheld it. Thus, if one were to claim that this store harbored no peculiarities, then it would truly indicate a flaw in their reasoning. As the time limit of 23 minutes elapsed, Su commanded the group to head towards the claw machine store. Although the amusement park was vast, the distances were significantly shortened with their little electric car, and within just a few minutes, they parked beside the claw machine. Once the vehicle was properly parked, the group made their way towards the entrance. As they approached, the sensor doors opened automatically, and an eerie chill enveloped them, sweeping over their bodies. After the draft passed, Ji Yanli remarked, "This feels off." Zhang Wei immediately concurred, "Indeed. Do not blame these two for their excitement. After all, if a side quest were to truly activate here, completing it would yield them items, and even if there were no items, obtaining an item card would still be a worthy prize. There was no reason for them to complain. "Let us go in," they said, and without hesitation, the group stepped forward with eager strides into the store. Upon entering, the anticipated side quest did not materialize as expected. After being chilled to the bone by the air conditioning, Su recalled with a pang of regret that she had previously discerned the necessity of triggering a specific event to embark on the side quest, rather than merely crossing into the designated area. She had erroneously assumed that entering the establishment would automatically lead to the side mission. Anren, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, "I forgot too. I was mentally prepared, yet here we are, standing idle." Shu Cheng and the others, well aware of the game rules, remained silent, merely sharing in the awkwardness alongside Su. As seasoned players of over 4 years, Yan Xiaoya, after a brief observation, remarked, "It appears that the only attraction here is the claw machine. It seems that this machine is the key to initiating the side quest. With our numbers, let us split up and try our luck. If we manage to snag a toy but fail to unlock the side quest, we'll simply move on to the next machine until we succeed." "Agreed," Zhang Wei replied, curiosity piqued. "But I wonder if these machines are complimentary or if they require payment." Su, naturally, presumed they were free, as all attractions in an amusement park typically are included within the ticket price. Shu Yuan chuckled. "However, since we are participating in a dungeon, we might not need a ticket at all. It's possible they actually charge a fee. If coins are necessary, where would we exchange them?" Shu Yuan countered. "But we are participating in the dungeon at the cost of our lives. Charging a fee would be unjust. It must be free." "Enough arguing," Zhang Wei interjected. Pointing to the nearest claw machine, "It doesn't require coins. It accepts points instead at a cost of 20 points per attempt." "What?" Everyone's eyes widened in shock at such an exorbitant price. Shifting the conversation, Su added, "However, if we successfully complete the side quest, we can not only earn some points but also gain blind box items, so it's not entirely unworthy." Shinnen quickly interjected, "Brother, it's not easy to win at a claw machine. In reality, I often spend dozens or even hundreds on a single try. Who knows what the odds are like here? Even that amount of points may not suffice." Fuming, Su exclaimed, "What nonsense! Are you all obsessed with points? Let's just smash it." Everyone froze in disbelief at her words. "Smash it? Are you serious?" Ji Yanli inquired, incredulously. "Yes, let us destroy it. A machine that consumes points like this isn't worth playing. Rather than suffering through it, let us just break it," Su insisted, pointing at the machine Zhang Wei had just examined. "Let us start with that one." As soon as destruction was mentioned, Anren and Ji Yanli rolled up their sleeves, eager to participate. "We want hold back." Of course, such vandalism couldn't be done with mere hands, but fortunately, they had plenty of treasures in their warehouse. For instance, a solid steel baseball bat with spikes. Just holding it exuded a sense of reliability. Su was unsure where it had come from, but it was clear that Xiang Wenrui had provided these weapons to them and his 2 companions, ensuring that they could face any situation with confidence. Yan Xiaoya, witnessing the emergence of such items from the warehouse for the first time, was astounded. Has the game evolved to this point? Is this how we can play now? The reason for her astonishment was that Shu Cheng and the others had already witnessed this scene during a live stream, even privy to truths unknown to Su and her companions. However, regarding this turn of events, he could only shake his head in resignation, noting how unexpectedly chaotic the dungeon had become so soon after starting. In an instant, the 2 spiked bats struck the glass surface of the claw machine, and upon hearing the shattering of glass, a blinding light flashed before the eyes of all present players, illuminating a hovering screen. As the screen faded, they recognized their surroundings once more, confirming after a moment that they were still within the original funeral hall. Realizing that the side quest had indeed commenced, albeit not in the same manner as the bound space. This indicated that their side quest would unfold directly within the dungeon. Xiang Wenrui suddenly cautioned them, "Pay attention. Don't make any reckless moves that could destroy the dungeon." Su replied, Why destroy the dungeon? Just demolish this shop instead. Ah, well, it wasn't as difficult to comprehend as it might seem. How do we demolish it? Cheng Jing inquired, somewhat puzzled, wielding the baseball bat. Are we to smash it by hand? He didn't mind the effort, but it felt as though the side quest shouldn't progress in this manner. Dong Yuchu chuckled. Are you suggesting we smash it by hand? Do you expect us to blow it up? We don't even have explosives. Why the violence? Can't we simply use a key to unlock it? As the group looked on in astonishment, Su explained. My earlier aggression was prompted by the machine trying to deceive me out of points. With so many machines, how could we possibly dismantle them all by hand? Even if we took turns, it wouldn't suffice. Therefore, the first step should be to locate a key to unlock the door directly. That would be the most efficient approach. That makes sense, but what if we can't find a key? Yanli queried. Just then, Yin Xiaoye retrieved a key from the warehouse and stepped forward to unlock one of the claw machine's doors. However, despite successfully opening the machine, there was no system notification. After pondering for a moment, Su suggested, let us try removing all the toys from inside. Once the claw machine was emptied, a task progress bar appeared before them. Seeing the notification, everyone's anxieties were alleviated, and Aaron exclaimed, You really came through. Hurry, let us clear out all the toys. Su followed closely behind Yin Xiaoye, watching her open the claw machine while also surveying the other machines in the store. However, based on the probability of completing a task for each empty claw machine, even if they cleared out the entire store's toys, the completion rate still fell short of the requirement. Looking at the toys strewn across the floor, Su instructed, A few of you gather the toys on the ground and take them outside. We need someone to keep watch to prevent other players from stealing them. Shu Qing asked, What is the issue? The progress bar and completion rate don't match. Each claw machine counts as one completion rate, and in this 200 square meter store, I estimate there are only about 50 machines, which means a completion rate of 50. What about the remaining 50? Indeed, Shu Qing confirmed. I noticed the data seemed off as well. What is your plan now? Rescuing the animals? It seems unlikely that merely retrieving toys from the claw machines will suffice. It's simple, we'll burn it down. Any animals trapped within those machines are certainly not living creatures. They are likely manifestations of resentment, appearing entirely black. I have a feeling that something about this situation isn't right. It feels as though there's a hidden secret lurking beneath the surface. Shu Qing pressed, What secret? Is it related to this dungeon? Not just the dungeon, but the entire game. Su began but suddenly fell silent, deciding it prudent not to voice her speculations. Let us focus on completing this dungeon first. The group exchanged glances, understanding each other without the need for words. Yet, it was astonishing that they had perceived something amiss in the game after only a few dungeons. For a moment, Shu Qing felt he might be overthinking it, muttering, Surely I must be mistaken. Can this person truly be so astute? Perhaps so. They would see once they emerged. The toys from the 50 claw machines were swiftly relocated to the entrance by their group of 15. The amusement park was vast, yet it wasn't devoid of players wandering about, and thus their sustained and peculiar actions had already attracted the attention of passing players, many of whom paused to observe, eager to satisfy their curiosity, until all 15 of them had busily arranged the dolls at the entrance. Yanli withdrew a lighter and set the mound of dolls ablaze before them. The materials of these dolls seemed to be crafted from highly flammable substances, igniting almost instantaneously upon contact with the spark. As they beheld the thick, swirling smoke rising rapidly, they were still processing the astonishing speed of the flames when the dolls, engulfed in fire, emitted piercing, shrill cries, as if they were being subjected to unspeakable torment, chilling the hearts of all who listened. It was only when the flames consumed the last of the dolls that the anguished cries finally ceased. Fortunately, the fire raged quickly and with the rising smoke. The ashes dissipated before their eyes in mere 5 minutes. The holographic screen illuminated. The side quest was initiated by whoever triggered it, granting them system notifications upon its completion. Despite the envy of curious onlookers, it was impossible to glean any information from the impassive expressions on their faces. Observing the now emptied claw machine store behind them, the disgruntled players immediately voiced their discontent. Isn't this a side quest? You complete your task and clear out the store, leaving no chance for others to play? How selfish can you be? Why didn't you come earlier when the store was unoccupied? Now that we've completed the task, you show up to snatch it away. This feels deliberate, and Rand provocatively remarked. To their surprise, the opposing players were incensed, and after exchanging glances, they quickly formed an alliance, charging towards them with an air of intent to settle the score. Among the 15, aside from Yin Xiaoye, Only Su bore the most innocuous visage, and, given her proximity to the group, it was evident that she had become their prime target. Witnessing the fierce demeanor of the approaching players, Su felt a surge of anger and promptly retrieved a half-arm-length watermelon knife from the warehouse, shouting at them, "What do you want?" This watermelon knife, along with a kitchen knife, had been treated with black dog blood and vermilion by Su during a previous side quest. As soon as she brandished the knife, its glaring red blade caused the group to recoil in fear. "What do you intend to do?" one of them demanded. Su scoffed, "Isn't it obvious enough?" At that moment, her teammates had rallied to her side, shifting the balance of power. Any further aggression towards her would require careful consideration. The leading man, begrudgingly, remarked, "Did I say something wrong? You can engage in side quests, but why destroy all the dolls? Could you not leave some for others?" Another chimed in, "Your hearts are too wicked. After you ruin this place, others are left with no opportunity to acquire items. Your actions are exceedingly selfish." Ji Yanli laughed in disbelief. "Are you attempting to moralize us?" He had items, though not many. Chung Jing interjected, "The side quest is right here. You walked back and forth without participating. Are we not allowed to do so? Furthermore, the quest explicitly requires the destruction of all dolls for completion. How could we possibly leave some intact? Why bother explaining so much to them? Can't you see they are deliberately—" Ji Yanli's words were abruptly cut off when a nearly 200-square-meter claw machine store behind them suddenly vanished. Not long after, the eerily quiet store reappeared before them, appearing as if it were brand new, with all the machines and dolls they had previously destroyed restored to their former glory. This turn of events left the provokers in an awkward position. Is the side quest resettable? They pondered, realizing they had unnecessarily antagonized a group of people who seemed formidable. Did you know this would happen? Why didn't you say anything? In the end, they were simply too self-centered. Listening to the opposing team incessantly criticize others while failing to reflect on their own behavior. Su sighed. Regardless of whether they were aware of the quest's reset capability, players within the instance had always been focused on their own pursuits. When had they become so united? Just as everyone anticipated further conflict, the earlier leader demonstrated flexibility. Immediately apologizing, "My apologies, the earlier incident was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Su stepped forward, scoffing, "I don't believe you. If I hadn't brandished my knife, what would you have done to me?" This was indeed difficult to articulate. However, the others perceived her as having taken advantage of the situation. Stepping forward with a hostile tone, "We've already apologized. What more do you want? With your current demeanor, are you determined to prevent us from engaging in this side quest?" "But just now, my innocent heart was greatly wounded by your actions," Su declared, raising the watermelon knife. "Let us make this a heist. Hand over your vehicle." Su's unpredictable actions invariably surprised everyone. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, both Ji Yanli and Ran succumbed to laughter. Listening to their mirth, Xiang Wenrui could only facepalm. At this moment, he could hardly pay attention to the astonished Dong Yuchu and Chung Jing, instead tugging at Zhang Wei's sleeve, whispering, "Don't just watch the spectacle." Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei replied nonchalantly, "I can't stop it, and if we yield today, we might find ourselves underfoot later. So, staging a heist is quite clever. I understand that better than you. I'm not suggesting we concede. I just think we should tread lightly. What if they rally all the players in the amusement park against us? You should give a heads up. Don't worry. Su knows her limits. Let us observe for now." When they glanced back, the opposing players had already begun to stir again. "Do you have no shame?" one shouted. "Exactly. What gives you the right? We haven't done anything serious. We merely challenged you verbally. Was it necessary to steal someone else's vehicle?" They had spoken so grandiosely, yet their underlying meaning remained unchanged, revealing their pettiness. Amidst the conflict between the two teams, players who had arrived late through the smoke caught wind of crucial keywords in their dialogue. Side quest, obstruct. Did this imply that someone had already completed the side quest? The speed was astonishing. Upon recognizing the faces of Su and Zhang Wei, who had previously helped her clear the novice task, it all began to make sense. But what was happening now? Were they attempting to prevent others from engaging in the side quest? These individuals did not perceive Su's group as the villains, considering that during the novice task, Su and Zhang Wei had guided them to success, protecting them till the end. How could they now be accused of obstructing others from participating in the side quest? Gaining some courage, a few stepped forward to inquire, "Excuse me, is the room behind here the side quest? Can we enter?" Don't waste your breath. They barricaded the entrance after completing it. So how could they possibly let you in? One person instigated. "If you wish to partake in the side quest, You should join us. The more people we gather, the better our chances to retaliate against Su and her group. Did Su and her friends pose a threat to them, or could they truly intimidate all the players in the amusement park? Unexpectedly, Su responded kindly, of course. This side quest is quite simple. Once inside, just open each claw machine's door, remove all the dolls, and set them aflame outside. As for how to open the doors and ignite the fire, that will require your ingenuity. Thank you. Having spoken, this group of individuals completely disregarded the kindness of their counterparts and proceeded into the claw machine store, observing that the subsequent players hastily embarked on side quests. This group of players became increasingly agitated. Hey, wait a moment, we arrived first. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Even if it's a side quest, we should be the ones to play first. Calm down, side quests can be reset, we can play them later. The leader of the group reassured them. After all, they couldn't block the entrance indefinitely until the entire dungeon concluded. However, at that moment, Shu Yuan coolly remarked, side quests can indeed be reset, but one cannot ascertain whether this unscrupulous game allows for infinite resets or has a stipulated limit. What if the players, who had just been calmed, became agitated once again upon hearing her words? The leader genuinely considered approaching them, ignoring his fellow players, and turned to discuss with Su. What happened earlier was our fault, but is it too much to ask us to relinquish our vehicle? Aren't our apologies enough? Am I negotiating with you? Su's tone was icy. Yet, despite her stern expression, it was difficult to intimidate her adversaries merely with her words. But what bolstered her resolve was the reliability of her teammates. Hardly had her words faded when they swiftly brandished solid spiked clubs from their storage. The effect of their threats magnified, instantly instilling terror in the group of players. Quickly, hand it over, Yanli Belovet, causing many players to drop to the ground in fright. As the claw machine store refreshed once more, the latecomers began to stir with anticipation. Witnessing the man's actions, those behind him, in resignation, could only throw their keys as well. Surely, this would allow them entry. Just as the keys hit the ground, the long-absent time-limited rules descended upon the amusement park. Players who initially sought to rush into the store were left with no choice but to proceed cautiously, inching forward. When they finally reached the entrance of the claw machine store, only a step away, a new time-limited rule was imposed. Truly, nearly everyone felt the urge to curse. A mere 1 decibel, the sound of the wind was louder. Those who understood the torment of a 1 decibel limit knew well how excruciating it was. Yet, to their astonishment, it stretched on for a grueling 40 minutes before passing. Goodness, I'm exhausted. My legs are cramping, and Ram lamented, disregarding her image as she collapsed onto the ground. Once her limbs regained their strength, she lamented, why did I only think of sitting before? I should have considered lying down. There was hardly enough time, was there? Lu Ming had initially intended to lie down, but the 3-second countdown provided insufficient time for him to reach the ground, which was incredibly uncomfortable. Previously, during their dungeon run, Tom had not felt so unbearable. While discomfort was indeed palpable, the intensity of it eventually faded. However, for those facing 3 time-limited rules and still wishing to enter the side quest, tragedy awaited them. As they prepared to enter, they were abruptly met with the realization that they could not. The double doors, which would automatically sense and open for incoming players, did indeed swing open as they approached. Yet an invisible barrier seemed to prevent them from crossing the threshold. What is going on? Why can't we enter? How is that possible? The first man who had entered quickly attempted to test the door. For him, it functioned perfectly well, but the players outside could not step inside, no matter what. Just as the man was losing his temper, Shu Chung pondered for a moment and explained, this is a side quest to the main storyline. It appears that the time gap between the earlier man and the players behind him entering the store was too long. Exactly, Shu Yuan added. The system likely recognizes this side quest as belonging to the players who entered earlier, and the newcomers will have to wait for that man to complete his side quest before they can proceed. Upon hearing such an explanation, Su and her companions could only utter, well done on the time-limited task. After all, a side quest that seemed straightforward could prove to be quite challenging for an individual to complete entirely. First, without the necessary items or equipment. Attempting to destroy all 50 claw machine doors within a short time frame was no small feat furthermore. One would need to transport all those toys outside without the risk of others snatching them away and then set them ablaze. Did he possess a lighter? It was not that borrowing was impossible, but rather the attitude of the individual in question. Typically, one might not be inclined to lend it. Observing the group engage in their discussion, the players left outside shamelessly inquired, how did you manage to open the door earlier? We have items. We can choose to destroy or open it, Sue Ran retorted. You don't have the audacity to borrow items from others, do you? Do you really think that is feasible? Thus, even with their thick skins, this group of players hesitated to speak. Susu had little interest in the trials faced by others, fearing that the longer they lingered, the greater the trouble they would encounter. Picking up the keys from the ground, she handed 3 of them to the players who had just completed the side quest. Do you need vehicles? 3 should suffice for you. We don't require so many. This group had 5 7-seater electric carts. Of course, they had not filled all the seats, but they could accommodate a fair number of individuals. As they gratefully accepted the keys, one girl eagerly asked, "Hello, my name is Sang Cha. We participated in the beginner task together before. You may not remember me, but I would like to ask if I can join you." Much to her surprise, Susu replied with a smile, "I do remember you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you the keys." However, Zhang Wei continued her thought. However, we might not follow the same approach to completing tasks as other players, and we're uncertain if our method will work. Originally, Shun Ke was with us, but he probably left because he found it unreliable. You might want to reconsider, but I don't intend to refuse you. You can accompany us, he added. You've said enough. What more can others say? And Rand chuckled. Susu nodded in agreement. You can think it over, or you can follow us. After all, this amusement park isn't very large, but we're not forming a team. In reality, their group had not formed a team. Everyone had naturally gathered together. And when the time came to part ways, they would do so just as naturally, without any need for force. Subsequently, everyone boarded their vehicles and swiftly departed. The deserted food street was temporarily designated by Su as their resting base. Although the preceding side quest had been relatively effortless, it did not prevent them from pausing to replenish their energy. Once seated, Shannon took the initiative to inquire of Su, "Are you contemplating the next side quest?" Judging by the exterior decor style, the expansion pavilion appeared to be designed in the style of an aquarium, painted entirely in blue and adorned with various fish illustrations. Coupled with the terrestrial version indicated in parentheses during the previous side quest announcement, they could roughly deduce the nature of this amusement project. However, when it came to the ocean, swimming in water inevitably came to mind, which posed a dilemma for Su, as she not only could not swim, but also suffered from seasickness. "I've finally found a kindred spirit," Shu Yuan laughed. "I'm the same. I feel dizzy at the sight of water. When I used to visit the beach, I couldn't even stand upright. The moment the waves crashed, I would topple over." "Oh dear, you're even worse off than I am. Is our situation manageable? What could possibly go wrong? If you 2 girls can't walk, the rest of us men can carry you," one of the boys remarked. As Zhang Wei's words fell, he sank into contemplation. Yet he feared that the circumstances within were not particularly favorable. At the very least, we should secure a safety rope. It would be unthinkable to have the auxiliary line delivered right before us and refuse it. Indeed, he spoke truthfully. The auxiliary line serves as a tool. And how could I possibly disregard it when it lies within my reach? After Su spoke, she turned her gaze toward Shu Yuan and inquired, "Will you participate?" Shu Yuan replied with enthusiasm, "Absolutely. Although there may be issues from the past, I believe they will pale in comparison to the tool." With no dissent from the others, they simply supplemented their supplies of food and water before setting off towards the expansion hall. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the hall, they were greeted by a faint sound of water. Shu Chung remarked, "From the sound, it seems the water inside is quite turbulent." Su Ran dismissed the notion. Considering the modest size of the hall, how turbulent could it possibly be? Surely, there couldn't be a water turbine beneath the hall, stirring everything into chaos. Understood. Su interjected. "That sound of water seems perilous. Who would be careless?" Having mentally prepared themselves, the group officially entered the expansion hall. The building was designed as a confined space, with a small entrance and narrow corridors that could only accommodate 1 adult at a time. The dim yellow lighting made it difficult to see upon entry, but soon the floating screen illuminated the surroundings. As the floating panel flickered to life, the gentle sound of flowing water resonated in their ears. Indeed, they had not erred, but did the design of these 2 auxiliary lines seem overly simplistic? Luwu queried. Su concurred. "Exactly. I hadn't considered it before, but I just realized that this amusement park lacks a haunted house. How could a game of this nature possibly omit such an essential feature?" Dong Yuchu, her voice trembling, implored, "Please don't frighten me. We haven't even passed this auxiliary line yet." "Indeed, let us focus on overcoming this challenge first. There is plenty of time," Shannon said, glancing at the virtual screen, which displayed that it was already past 10 o'clock. The sound was growing louder. "Let us complete this task before discussing anything further." With that, The group of 15 traversed the narrow path, one by one stepping onto the platform outside, finally gaining clarity on the entirety of the expansion hall's interior. Yi Qinghua exclaimed, "Goodness, is this expansion hall truly that expansive? The area inside is astonishingly vast. To describe it as merely large would be an understatement." The expansion projects before them could easily be likened to a child-sized amusement park. The design was divided into two sections, one featuring free slides and swings, while the other comprised paid climbing activities for children, resulting in a moderately sized play area. However, what was alarming was that both the base and facilities of this amusement area were constructed entirely of glass. At first glance, within this seemingly limited space, the ocean churned violently. Should the glass beneath them shatter, the raging waters would offer no mercy. Astonishingly, amidst this tumultuous water, numerous fish leaped and rolled about. The variety was abundant, and Su, with a single glance, confidently declared, "It appears to be a hodgepodge of data-generated creatures. Saltwater fish, freshwater shrimp, and even tadpoles and frogs. Surely, isn't that an excessive assortment? Who could say?" All they knew was that it appeared utterly chaotic. After a moment's contemplation, and Rand was the first to speak. "Why are we dawdling here? Let us proceed and clear the level." "How do we clear it?" "Our task is to rescue the fish in the water. Based on the previous scenario, we probably need to enter the water and extract them. But with this water," Xiang Wenrui pondered. Shu Cheng observed the surroundings for quite some time before excitedly exclaiming, "Look over there, in the middle of the amusement facilities. There's a red button. Perhaps pressing it will trigger a response? I've noticed that this seems to be the only button here. Regardless of whether it is or not, we can simply go over and test it. Can't we?" Su Ci suggested. "If we were to pass this auxiliary line, then remaining stationary is not an option." Yet was the glass path truly safe? With more than a dozen of them, could it bear their collective weight? Shu Cheng asserted, "I'll go first." As soon as Shu Cheng placed his foot on the glass, it shattered with a resounding crack. "Be careful." But in truth, Shu Cheng had no reason for concern, stating, "I barely applied any pressure. It shattered the moment I set my foot down." Shannon contemplated, "Surely, they can't prevent us from crossing. Otherwise, how would we press the button in the middle? There must be a way. We just haven't discovered it yet." Susu recalled her prop, the flower god umbrella. When opened, it functioned as an umbrella, but when closed, it resembled a somewhat thick pink stick. She could prod the glass with it. If it shattered, it would indicate it was unsafe to tread upon, while if it remained intact, it would be safe. "Didn't you say the glass shattered as soon as you stepped on it? If it is that fragile, anything that touches it should cause it to break. Let us give this a try." Su jabbed her prop next to the section of glass where Shu Cheng had stepped. Remarkably, the glass did not shatter, but instead produced two solid thuds. Well, it didn't break. Shu Cheng eagerly placed his right foot onto the glass that Su had just prodded, then stood firmly upon it, discovering that indeed, the glass remained intact. This indicated that the glass, which shattered upon contact, was indeed fragile, while the stable glass would hold firm underfoot. However, Xiang Wenrui felt that proceeding in this manner might be overly simplistic. It was prudent to exercise caution, as a fall could be fatal. Su recalled, "I remember we purchased slingshots. Does anyone know how to use one? If we can strike that red button from a distance, would that work?" Naturally, it would be unwise to rely solely on that, but using the slingshots to test the path ahead would be beneficial. The group exchanged glances until Shu Cheng suggested, "It seems we lack that particular skill. Perhaps we should just shoot the marbles directly onto the glass beneath us." They could first determine which paths were traversable by testing with the marbles, then choose the optimal route based on their findings. Each of the 7 members had multiple slingshots, and they had acquired marbles in bulk. After all, for children from affluent families, they were hardly considered expensive. Each of them retrieved a slingshot, distributing a small box of marbles to those without, and began to spread out and probe the surroundings. Those nearest to the glass used sticks to tap, while those without sticks relied on their companions for support, tapping with their hands, as marbles were limited. No one dared to waste them. When the first marble was launched and shattered the glass, it bolstered their confidence in this method. "It's effective. Quickly, let us shatter all the nearby glass. I have a feeling this glass won't allow us a straightforward path." With that, everyone launched a vigorous assault on the glass before them. Once they had shattered all the glass they could traverse, Su's words were validated. In certain areas, although the glass path appeared clear, proceeding further was nearly impossible. In other sections, the route seemed treacherous, yet retreating was entirely feasible. Ultimately, After much deliberation, they managed to identify a slightly more navigable route. Shu Cheng proclaimed, "I'll go alone. With so many of us attempting to cross together, even if the glass is sturdy, it may not withstand our collective weight." Shu Yuan initially intended to intervene, yet at this moment, Su Su remarked, "It is perilous for you to venture alone. Find someone to accompany you. I have safety ropes in my warehouse, and we shall serve as your support from this side. Should any mishap occur, you should not plummet to the ground." Upon hearing this precautionary measure, Shu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, alleviating her concerns for her brother. "Very well, that is acceptable." After some deliberation, the chosen individuals for the expedition were Shu Cheng and Xiang Wenrui. Shu Cheng volunteered out of his own accord, while Xiang Wenrui was selected for his slender and agile physique, which would significantly mitigate any potential damage to the glass as they traversed. Once the safety ropes were secured, the duo set forth. As they embarked on their journey, trepidation gripped them, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. Surprisingly, their passage was remarkably smooth. They made it across without incident. Shu Yuan called out to them, "Be cautious as you proceed. Our marbles have only tested this route, and we have yet to explore the amusement park as facilities." Xiang Wenrui responded, "I have a stick in my warehouse. We can strike together as we go." Thus, they advanced, striking as they walked. However, after only a few paces, the previously dormant amusement devices sprang to life simultaneously. Their movements were erratic, yet all were designed with a singular objective: to thwart their approach to the central red button. Yi Qinghuai shouted, "The more chaotic it becomes, the more vigilant we must be, especially regarding our footing." Their ropes were sufficiently long, yet the fear remained that the animated apparatuses might ensnare them, necessitating a calm and composed approach, devoid of frantic movement. Before them loomed a seesaw, extensive in length, which swayed to reveal a vast space beneath. The two managed to slip through the gap, advancing forward. Next, they encountered a swing. Unlike ordinary swings that merely oscillate back and forth, this one swung side to side and twisted erratically, rendering passage nearly impossible for the duo. Try climbing beneath. It seems to lack downward motion, and there is space for you to crawl through. They promptly lowered themselves, inching their way beneath the swing. Further ahead lay an entire shopping mall's climbing structure. Shu Yuan expressed her concerns. "This apparatus cannot accommodate the ropes. If either of you find it cumbersome, you should tie the rope to the glass column. As long as it remains intact, even if danger arises, you can drop to the rope. Alternatively, consider whether the rope can be taken inside." After prolonged observation, Shannon concluded that the rope could indeed be brought inside, although he had not ventured to verify it himself. Soon after, Xiang Wenrui declared, "We can bring the rope inside, as long as we exercise caution." With that, the pair made their way towards the entrance of the climbing apparatus. The amusement park's climbing structure posed no significant challenge. At a modest height, they successfully reached the apex where the red button awaited. The moment Shu Cheng pressed it, a cacophony of snapping sounds erupted, and in an instant, the entire glass amusement park shattered. Shu Cheng and Xiang Wenrui, already elevated, plummeted into the raging waters below. A gasp of anguish escaped them, an indescribable torment that was utterly excruciating. The players holding onto the safety ropes were not faring much better, despite having mentally prepared for this outcome. The sudden drop of the two startled them, and they strained with all their might to secure the ropes attached to their bodies. However, in their earlier navigation of the climbing structure, the ropes had been extended considerably. As they descended, their bodies collided violently with the wall, producing a resounding thud that halved their health points. Their inverted heads nearly grazed the tumultuous water-esque surface. A slight slack in the rope could have resulted in them being swept away, leaving them with little chance of survival. In the urgency of the moment, they recalled the system's imposed time constraints. Shu Yuan urgently whispered, "Pull upwards quickly." Yan Xiaoye, still a child, did not account for her share of the effort. Seeing everyone in a frenzy, she hurriedly leaned over the edge to assess the situation below, then whispered, "It's all right. They are still here, but they seem to have fainted." Just then, the once turbulent water began to recede rapidly. Yan Xiaoye exclaimed, "The water level is dropping swiftly. It's gone now, and the ground is covered with fish and shrimp." Su Su declared, "You all pull them up? I'll take a look." Upon approaching, she confirmed Yan Xiaoye's observation and quickly instructed, "Hurry and pull them up while the water is clear. We need to send someone down to incinerate these creatures." As soon as he landed, Shu Cheng regained consciousness. Just as he was about to speak, Shu Yuan swiftly covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, 35 decibels. Shu Cheng nodded vigorously, murmuring, "What is happening? The water below has receded. We plan to gather the fish and ignite them," Shu Yuan explained. "All right." Shu Cheng attempted to rise, but the earlier fall had rendered him unable to do so. Shu Yuan quickly retrieved a beverage called supplement solution from her warehouse and fed it to him. In an instant, Shu Cheng was restored to full vigor. Ji Yanli inquired curiously, "What is this?" "It works instantly." Upon learning of its rarity, Dong Yuchu hesitated, uncertain whether to accept it. "This is so hard to come by. We might struggle to find a replacement for you." Shu Cheng interjected, "Just mark it as a debt for now. It is barely before 11 o'clock, and we have over 10 hours until the game concludes. With health points depleted to this extent, we cannot continue with the game. Moreover, we must act swiftly. I fear the water level may rise again." Upon hearing this, Dong Yuchu no longer hesitated and promptly administered the remedy to Xiang Wenrui. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Su Su and Ran, Yin Xiaoye, and Su Ruan would descend, securing ropes around their waists, with the players assisting them. The rationale was twofold. The girls were lighter, allowing the male players to lower them with relative ease, and in the event of danger, the male players could swiftly pull them back up. Shu Cheng confirmed, "You all have fire-starting tools, correct?" "We certainly have lighters, but the fish are too scattered." And Ran replied, but upon seeing the time constraints change, she raised her voice, "We need something to gather them together, like a broom, something large." "Yet, who stores a broom in their warehouse?" "Forget it. Let us descend for now. We can ignite the larger fish directly and use our feet to corral the smaller ones. Otherwise, we have no other options." With that, the four girls were gently lowered to the ground. Upon landing, Su Su quickly instructed, "Start in each corner, using every means at your disposal to gather the fish and shrimp, then set them ablaze. I have an uneasy feeling about this place." They complied, armed only with their bare hands and feet, having no other tools. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Su. These creatures were easy to ignite. If she set fire to a piece of clothing and waved it over the fish and shrimp, perhaps she could incinerate them without needing to gather them. With determination, Su Su halted her movements, retrieved a piece of clothing from her warehouse, and ignited it with her lighter. She waved the flaming garment over the fish and shrimp on the ground, and indeed, it readily caught fire, consuming them with surprising ease. "Quickly, you all try this too. Do you have any clothing?" Su Anran did, but Su Ruan and Yin Xiaoye did not. Su Su swiftly handed over clothing from her warehouse to the two girls. The exhibition hall is confined in size. No matter how much the area beneath expands, it remains within certain limits. The four of them combined their efforts and swiftly burnt through the fish and shrimp below. A luminous screen suspended before all players flickered to life, signaling the completion of another side quest. However, as the floating screen vanished, the water that had previously receded from the ground surged upwards from below with astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, it rose to their calves. Above, Ji Yanli urged, "Quick, pull up, hurry." Yin Xiaoye was the first to be hoisted up, expending almost no effort, and in a mere moment, they could only gaze upwards. Soon after, Su Su and Ran and Su Ran also quickly ascended from the ground. Yet, the water level was rising too rapidly. Even as the three were continuously pulled upwards, the water surged higher, reaching just below their calves. "Su Su Xiaotith, hurry and get out. Those without a rope, move quickly." Shu Cheng immediately grasped Su Su's intention and exclaimed, "Those without a rope, get out quickly. The entrance is too narrow. If we wait too long, we'll be unable to escape." "All right, let us go now. You all be careful," he added, understanding the gravity of the situation. Those without ropes did not hesitate. After rescuing Yin Xiaoye, they left Ji Yanli, Shunan, and Shu Cheng behind and fled. Next were Su Su and Shu Cheng. Almost as soon as Su Ran ascended, Su Su followed suit. However, the two did not rush to depart. Instead, they exerted strength on the rope held by Ji Yanli. Once all four had climbed up, they practically waded through the water, hastily escaping through the narrow passage. As their speed increased, the sounds of their labored breathing echoed louder in the corridor, until they finally emerged into the light after passing through the darkness, escaping through the small entrance. Aside from their visibly disheveled appearance, they felt as if they had survived a catastrophe. After exchanging glances, they all burst into laughter. Yet, once the laughter subsided, they realized that many players around them were observing intently. Among the crowd, Sang Cha squeezed her way to the forefront and inquired, "Did you just complete another side quest? How was it? Was it difficult?" "Anedo escape, Susu Chekiv. I suggest you avoid this one." Sang Cha exclaimed incredulously, "Oh, you all found it challenging too?" Their disheveled appearance was proof enough. Ji Yanli exhaled a deep breath, adding, in short, a moment's inattention could cost you your life. I sincerely advise against attempting it. Whether or not to heed this warning was beyond their concern. Upon hearing this advice, many novice players began to murmur amongst themselves. However, seasoned players scoffed. If it's so difficult, then why hasn't anyone perished? Exactly. It seems you simply don't want others to acquire items. No, that is not what I meant. Sang Cha was about to retort when Shun Ke also pushed through the crowd, saying, if they wish to play, let them. Why stop them? Besides, can you really prevent them from doing so? But then, Sang Cha began to reconsider her thoughts. Although Su Su and her companions were indeed impressive, they were still merely newcomers who had experienced 3 dungeons. Among the onlookers were many players with far more experience. Perhaps they didn't find it daunting at all. Why should she interfere? It would be akin to creating trouble out of nothing. I spoke out of turn. Feel free to play as you wish. I certainly can't stop you. After taking a moment to catch their breath, Zhang Wei spoke up. Food Street? After all this time, I could really go for some instant noodles. I've digested the last dungeon's meal. Yin Xiaoya pointed to the side, saying, the restroom has washing facilities. You don't need to undress. Just step in, and there are machines to dry you off. The seawater from the previous side quest was quite salty. If I don't wash it off quickly, it could be bad for our skin. All right, let us wash up before indulging in instant noodles. After experiencing the convenience of washing and drying without changing clothes, when they arrived once more at the food street, Shen Ke and Sang Cha had already settled into their previous seats. Since Zhang Wei had expressed a desire for instant noodles, they naturally wouldn't impede him. Once those with stoves and ingredients had each taken their share, they began cooking. Shu Qing accepted the disposable bowl and chopsticks, smiling. You've come well prepared. Of course. The main warehouse has plenty of slots, so it's wise to stock up, came the response. Looking towards Shun Ke and Sang Cha, Su Su handed them bowls and chopsticks while inquiring, what is your situation? Where are your teammates? The two exchanged awkward smiles, admitting, we were abandoned because we trusted you too much. Haha, parting ways is fine. It saves us from being stabbed in the back when real danger arises, Ji Yanli chuckled. By the way, has anyone entered that dungeon since we left? And Ran remarked nonchalantly, of course, many must have entered. Just while washing up, I received notifications about several players who perished. Sang Cha added, we watched for a while. The first batch of players was wiped out quickly, and then the side quest reset. The second batch hadn't returned when we left, but judging by the system notifications, they likely met the same fate. That was fast, but it shouldn't be, as they were all seasoned players and shouldn't have been so reckless, Shu Yuan lamented. But they refused to heed the warnings. We can't do anything about it. It's unfortunate that so many have perished, even if they weren't teammates. After all, once a player dies in the game, it feels as though they vanish in real life too. And Ran was indifferent to the fates of others. Seeing the noodles were ready, she urged, quick, the noodles are done. Let us eat. It's already past 3, and we might have another intense battle tonight. We need to conserve our energy. Upon mentioning the evening, Xiang Wenrui curiously asked, do you have any clues about tonight's task? Are there other side quests in this park? There are creatures on land and in water. I believe there should be something flying above as well, though that's not certain. As for tonight, before Su could finish her thought, Zhang Wei and Shu Qing interjected simultaneously, a haunted house. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged knowing smiles. Shu Qing was the first to speak. Of course, this is merely conjecture. Generally, amusement parks include a haunted house, yet we explore the area and haven't seen one. The game can't be designed this simply, so I suspect the haunted house does exist, but only appears at specific times. Zhang Wei concurred exactly. I suspect that once night falls, the entire amusement park will transform into part of the haunted house dungeon. The barbecue party at 7:30 might be the catalyst for its activation. Su Su nodded. That seems likely. However, I have a serious concern. Do you remember our novice task? After players die, when night falls, all those corpses might rise as zombies and attack us. If tonight's design indeed revolves around a haunted house, could those who perished rise with vengeful spirits to attack us? Yet, after expressing her concerns, Su Su continued to savor her meal. Noticing everyone had paused, she urged, eat up. Why are you staring at me? And Ran replied, how can we eat after hearing that? Su Su reconsidered. I'm merely speculating. It may not necessarily happen, but I think you might be onto something, Shan Ke remarked. A silence fell over the group. Shu Yuan shifted the topic. What about the flying creatures? We have land and sea covered. Adding something in the sky seems quite reasonable. Su Su remarked, we have already explored the dungeon, yet I have not encountered any side quests soaring above in the sky. Did we perhaps overlook them? How about we finish our instant noodles and take another stroll around the amusement park? Certainly, responded Shu Cheng. However, could those flying attractions be interpreted as the amusement rides within the park? Yin Xiaoya suggested, perhaps that is a valid interpretation. When I rode the roller coaster and entered that cave, I witnessed some illusions that indeed related to things soaring aloft, yet did not trigger a side quest. After passing through the cave, there was nothing left. Then there is no need to search anymore. We should replenish our energy with our noodles and brace ourselves for the impending battle tonight. As dusk gradually descended, the amusement park's night lights suddenly illuminated the surroundings. The lights sparkled like stars in the night sky, dazzling and magnificent. After a prolonged rest, the group finally proposed, let's venture out. This place might not be safe at any moment. They decided to take another round in the amusement park, hoping to uncover any clues along the way. The 35 decibel sound level did not hinder the players from driving. However, navigating through the brilliantly lit yet desolate amusement park felt distinctly eerie. And Rand quietly inquired, hey, aren't there still over 300 people? We've made a small circuit, yet we haven't seen a single soul. Suran replied, indeed. Many have yet to engage in the side quests. Perhaps they are all over there. After several groups had ventured near the ocean-themed side quest by the food street, they finally heeded Su and others' warnings and dared not proceed further. The remaining side quest in the amusement park was the land-themed one. And after riding around in their small electric car, they unexpectedly encountered a large crowd of players gathered by the claw machine store. Amidst the throng, Susuk Wayetlim youth. With over 300 people, they must all be here. Although this assertion held some truth, it was perplexing. Having already completed the side quests, why were they still congregating here? Shannon jumped a couple of steps, but could discern nothing clearly. After pulling Lu Ming from the vehicle and climbing onto his shoulders, he finally grasped the reason for the crowd's gathering. Earlier, there was only one man who entered to play the side quest when we left, and he is still inside. The group was momentarily astonished, but quickly resumed their composure. After all, while the side quest appeared straightforward, it was indeed challenging for him to complete it without any tools. Others were unwilling to assist, and the ocean-themed side quest was essentially deemed a lost cause, making it entirely reasonable for the crowd to be stuck there. Regrettably, that man's inability to clear the quest had inadvertently trapped everyone else as well. And Rand glanced at Su and asked, are you concerned? Su responded incredulously, do I appear to be someone who meddles in such matters? No. I was wondering if you had a way to resolve this. We still need to pass through, and there's another area we haven't driven to yet, and Rand explained. But isn't there a way to circumvent that area? The amusement park is sprawling. Wouldn't taking a detour be exhausting for you? Just then, the time limit of 35 decibels was about to elapse. The return to a normal volume of 65 decibels would undoubtedly allow them to make a typical ruckus. Zhang Wei and the drivers nearby quickly pressed the horn of their small electric cars as the data resumed, emitting a long series of honks, which soon forced a passage through the densely packed crowd. As the decibel level normalized, the players, startled by the honking, expressed their displeasure. Could you not take a detour? It's not as if there aren't any vehicles. Why must you head into a crowded area? We already took a detour. We just haven't navigated this last part. Could you not back up a bit? It's not as if you lack legs. Can't you move to an open space? Confronted by their overwhelming numbers, the players glared at them, but ultimately parted to create a path. As they departed, Su shot a glance at the claw machine store and remarked, what's all the fuss about? Can't we just dismantle this claw machine store? After all, it's just one person, whether it's a teammate or not. With that, the small electric car departed quietly. Yet those left behind suddenly had an epiphany. Could this side quest be dismantled? No. It was already designed to refresh and reset in place. So why couldn't it be forcibly removed? The player monopolizing the side quest had long since incited the ire of all the players, who would genuinely care for his survival. Only in Rand teased with a smile. I didn't realize you had such a mischievous side. It's been a while, yet you haven't forgotten. Hey, what are you saying? I look so easy to bully. How could I possibly be up to no good? I merely offered a sincere suggestion to the players. Su lamented, attempting to defend herself, but regrettably, none of those present believed her whimsical words. At that moment, Su and the others were still at a distance from the claw machine store, and unable to see clearly, they could not discern how the man had been dealt with. Nonetheless, once he was taken away, the claw machine store successfully refreshed and reset. Now, the players united in purpose. Upon the store's reappearance, everyone entered together, each assuming responsibility for whatever they could contribute, and within mere minutes, they collectively cleared the quest. Observing the claw machine store that had reset, Ji Yanli inquired, Shall we head to the food street? Yes. I'm curious to see if our speculations from this morning hold any truth. I quite want to verify. The food street was a slight distance from the claw machine store, taking approximately 2 to 3 minutes by electric car, while walking would likely take at least 5 minutes. While en route, all players received another system notification. Upon reading the message, Shu Yuan chuckled. It seems they fear we one team make it. Thus they provided us with a hint. What do you think they are enforcing? I suddenly feel a bit anxious, Su Su said, placing her hand over her heart. Zhang Wei pondered and asked, are you worried that like the novice tasks, if time runs out and we don't enter the food street, those players will face dire consequences? Not to mention, given the distance, those without cars truly cannot reach it. As Zhang Wei spoke, their electric cars finally parked in the designated area of the food street. After they parked and approached the entrance of the parking lot, the hovering panel lit up once more. With a click, the only previously unlit area in the amusement park suddenly blazed with light, and the place that had appeared deserted a mere second ago was now teeming with people. As everyone stood in astonishment, Shinkei pointed to a figure in the food street and, trembling, exclaimed, isn't that my former teammate? But he clearly passed away. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Shinkei emphasized, I swear, I saw him perish right before my eyes, and I witnessed the cleaning staff carry him away during the car theft. As he finished speaking, Sang Cha suddenly pointed to someone in the food street, exclaiming, that's my companion. She died in the first roller coaster game, sitting right beside me. I confirmed she was lifeless. How could she possibly be alive now? Something felt amiss. The expressions of everyone turned grave. Shu Yuan inquired, is this what you refer to as the haunted house quest? While they did not yet perceive anything terrifying, the strangeness was undeniably present. Su Su shook her head. This scene is entirely different from what I had envisioned. Although I was merely speculating before, I never anticipated it would manifest in such a manner. As they spoke, several others driving small electric cars arrived a moment later. Upon parking their vehicles and noticing that Su Su and the others had not yet entered, they curiously asked, why are you standing here without going inside? Of course we're going in. Zhang Wei nonchalantly remarked, our task is to attend the barbecue party. It would be unwise not to participate. However, I implore you to refrain from consuming anything here. Despite the outward appearance of the tables laden with chicken, duck noodles, and fruit juice, he found something unsettling about it all. The individual who had questioned him earlier scoffed in disbelief, and, after a mocking retort, proceeded with 2 girls into the food street. To their dismay, merely a moment after entering, their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror as they screamed and fled. The surrounding players were utterly bewildered. How could they, having just stepped inside, suddenly react as though they had encountered something frightful? Yet, the moment they crossed the threshold of the food street, the 3 collapsed to the ground. A hovering screen illuminated, revealing 3 death messages. Who else could they be but those who had just fallen? Ji Yanli turned to Shun Kei and Sang Cha, inquiring, is what you said earlier truly the case? Did you really see your teammates, who have already perished, within? Both affirmed with resolute nods. Well then, it is evident without further elaboration that there is something sinister at play here, he concluded. The presence of malevolence was certainly not a favorable omen. Casting another glance at the 3 lifeless bodies, and noticing the janitor's indifference to their fate, Zhang Wei asked, shall we proceed inside? It appears the system is not compelling us to enter. Could it be that we are not obliged to go in? No sooner had he spoken than the system seemed to resonate with their thoughts, prompting a notification. Sang Cha, her voice trembling, queried, what do you think will happen if I choose not to enter? Xiang Wenrui speculated, it is likely a dead end. Whatever lies within, we should venture in. They perished because they fled. If we stay put, we should be safe. Su Su took a deep breath and said, let us move. The entrance is too narrow, and soon we will all be jostling for space. With that, Su Su was the first to push through the throng and step into the once serene food street she had occupied for an entire day. However, the moment she set foot inside, the scene transformed dramatically. The vibrant and bustling food street was shrouded in darkness, with flickering candles bearing mourning symbols casting an eerie glow. The familiar faces of players who had once been her acquaintances now stood as spectral apparitions, their appearances indistinguishable from the living, yet unmistakably marked by their gruesome demise. The seemingly normal food items she had seen earlier had morphed into grotesque piles of flesh, heaped behind each vendor stall, emanating a nauseating stench. To her horror, upon entering, all eyes within the food street turned towards her, and despite having watched countless horror films, she found herself trembling at the palpable dread. Fortunately, This scenario did not rely on a fear meter. Otherwise, she too might have succumbed to despair. After a tense moment of silence, when Su offered no further reaction, the crowd resumed their previous activities, allowing her a moment to breathe. Outside, Ran had been calling for her. Su, what is wrong? Why aren't you moving? Are you stuck? The atmosphere was terrifying, leaving them with no choice but to proceed. Ran had steeled herself for the experience, yet upon entering the food street, she was so startled that she fell to the ground, exclaiming, "What on earth?" Indeed, what you see is accurate. Rather than a food street, it is more akin to a market of horrors, Su remarked. Ran, helped to her feet by Su, expressed her relief. Thank goodness this isn't a beginner-esque dungeon. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. As the others, Zhang Wei, Ji Yanli, and Xiang Wenrui, entered, they too were taken aback by the bizarre spectacle. What the hell is this? They exclaimed in unison, overwhelmed by the unsettling atmosphere. Perhaps due to the influx of newcomers, those who had previously stared at Su appeared disinterested after casting a glance and ran, diverting their attention elsewhere. After a flurry of exclamations, Shu Qing and others, including Yin Xiaoye, Shun Ke, and Sang Cha, joined them in the food street. Su had initially worried the scene might frighten the young Yin Xiaoye into tears. But to her surprise, the child simply stumbled before regaining composure. Sang Cha promptly assisted her, voice shaking. "This is too frightening. Quickly, get up." Seeing that the four of them were merely startled but not overly shaken, the remaining players cautiously began to step inside. Yet, their concerns were met with indifference. Gazing at the fallen bodies, Zhang Wei crouched down, covering his face. He felt no sorrow for the departed players. Rather, he feared that these souls might return in a different form within this dungeon. The scene here is terrifying, yet we have no option but to enter. Grit your teeth and bear it. If we flee, we may truly lose our lives. Zhang Wei kindly warned the players trailing behind him. But if they chose to ignore his advice, he would have no recourse. Finally, as players began to prepare mentally to enter, the entrance became densely packed. Just as the countdown hit its final second, all players successfully entered the food street. Su marveled at how she had not realized the entrance could accommodate over 300 individuals. Zhang Wei commented, "Did you not notice? The food street dungeon is evolving. Or rather, it seems all the dungeons in the amusement park have transformed since the food street opened at 7:30 p.m. Su was astounded and quickly retrieved a telescope to investigate. However, as she brandished the telescope, the countdown reached its conclusion, and the floating panel illuminated with a new system prompt. Players were left bewildered by the latest notification. Zhang Wei sighed. "Why is it that we have barely entered? And now we are being instructed to find an exit? Moreover, it appears the food street has its own side quest." And Ran laughed. What side quest can possibly be completed in 20 minutes? Clearly, they don't want us to leave. Xiang Wenrui remarked, "I'm not saying this lightly. But even if we wish to exit, it won't be simple. Just look around. The food street has likely expanded to encompass the entire amusement park." Shu Yuan queried, "Brother, does that mean this is the haunted house dungeon? It appears at night, enveloping the entire amusement park. Yeah, I can't shake the feeling that it's more complex than it seems. The soaring version of the side quest is quite intricate. Surely it doesn't expect us to fly into the sky." Su shook her head. That won't happen. This quest is likely concealed within the food street, subtle yet right beneath our noses. In a hushed tone, Su asked Ji Yanli, "Could you lift me up?" Shu Cheng lent a hand as well. "I want to see what the food street has become." The three made their way toward the corner, but as they paused, the players entering behind them urged, "Why aren't you moving? Aren't we supposed to leave quickly? Hurry up." Zhang Wei, without a second thought, noticed Su and her companions leading the way and quickly made way for the players behind them, saying, "You go ahead, we'll follow at a leisurely pace." However, it became clear that this was not their intention. Su and her group had entered first, aware that there were no dangers lurking behind them. Yet they had already scouted the entrance. Who could know if the interior was safe? The other players clearly wanted them to lead the way, to scout a safe path forward. Upon witnessing that this group of individuals had no intention of departing, a malicious soul promptly began to voice grievances. "But you were the first to arrive. It is only fitting that you leave first. What if it becomes perilous inside? Yet, we have no desire to leave at this moment. Why the insistence on our departure? Are you suggesting we pave the way for you?" Zhang Wei quickly understood the situation, responding with indignation. "If you wish to leave, do so on your own. If you are so cowardly, you should never have entered in the first place. We only entered because you beckoned us in. If it weren't for your words, we would not have ventured into this dreadful place. Feel free to stay or go as you please. Zhang Wei scoffed. I truly am laboring for no reward. If I continue to concern myself with you, I might as well be a dog. In any case, I shall not take this path today. If you have the gall, remain eternally at the entrance. Xiang Wenrui tugged at Zhang Wei's arm, whispering, be cautious. There are too many people over there. If they band together, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. After a moment, Su Su finally pointed to a certain direction, exclaiming, over there. Almost instantaneously, the group of players surged towards the direction Su Su indicated, as if possessed. To be honest, witnessing the scene left Su Su somewhat bewildered, and only after being placed on the ground by the two did she inquire, what is happening? Weren't we just reluctant to leave? But did I say that was the exit? She clarified, no. I merely pointed out that there is a stall selling items that seem different from the others. I suspect that may be the key to unlocking the soaring version of the dungeon. Upon hearing her words, everyone froze in place, and, after a moment, they could not help but burst into laughter. Su Su, you truly are something else. While everyone else is searching for an exit, you are seeking a dungeon. There's still 20 minutes left, she reasoned. Moreover, I've observed that there is no exit set within here, leading me to believe the exit must be concealed within a side quest. Otherwise, the game would not have placed them together. However, at that moment, Xiang Wenrui felt compelled to correct her. There are not 20 minutes left. There are 16 minutes remaining, and we must hurry. With that, the crowd followed closely behind Su Su, weaving through the throngs of people towards the stall she had observed. Some timid individuals, despite having moved early, had not ventured far. Upon seeing Su Su and the others catch up, they quickly trailed behind them. As they ran, the time-limited rule descended upon them. The moment the countdown began, they slowed their pace. Ji Yanli lamented, is there truly a time limit even in a haunted house? Shu Cheng replied, I fear it will follow us until the very end. The heavenly melody signifies sound, which represents the associated time-limited rule. This understanding implies it must accompany us until the conclusion. And Ran, hurrying behind, cautiously inquired, how much farther? This pace is too slow. Just ahead, stay close behind me. Do not stray past. It is not at the legitimate stall, Su Su instructed. The group paused, taken aback. However, the volume of the time-limited sound was too faint, and the bustling food street was noisy. Though they felt perplexed, they refrained from asking too many questions, diligently following Su Su to avoid falling behind. Yet, their slowed pace only served to swell the size of the crowd behind them. Eventually, a large group arrived at a corner in front of the food street, where Su Su disregarded the players in front and directly made her way between two adjacent stalls. Upon looking back, a brand new stall, distinctly different in style from the legitimate ones outside, suddenly appeared before them. No one tended to this stall, and the cooking station behind it bore no signs of prior use. However, the table before them was overflowing with food, piled high like a small mountain. Su Su stood beside it, the heap towering above her by an entire head. Do not look, she cautioned. A moment later, as Su Su gazed upon it, all the players curiously glanced over. The more timid players gasped audibly, while those with slightly more courage felt nauseated by the sight of the contents in the bowls. Yet, with the time-limited decibel level at 25 still unpassed, the girl who had screamed earlier collapsed instantly. The players hurriedly reminded one another, do not scream, whatever you do. Ji Yanli covered his face, asking what is going on. It is burnt, was the response. The animals in the first two dungeons were also incinerated. This dungeon should hold no exceptions. There is no need to worry about whether it will ignite. Almost instantaneously, as Ji Yanli flicked the lighter, the table full of soaring version small animals was instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Data reconstituted, and the stall disappeared from their view. However, just as the stall vanished, a grand door glowing with white light suddenly appeared before them. Without hesitation, Su Su led the group through it. We are out. We are out. This is what they call joy turning to sorrow, Ji Yanli remarked quietly, but one must admit, Su Su was indeed impressive. Now that we are out, what do we do? What to do? There are only so many of us who escaped, 53 in total. Whether the remaining 300 survive is uncertain. To the parking lot. Let us circle around the food street. I wish to see what has become of the amusement park. All right. As she finished speaking, the remaining few dozen individuals cautiously asked, can we accompany you? That is up to you. Zhang Wei, who had been backstabbed previously, cast a glance at them. However, we have a car. If you lack one, you may struggle to keep up. Not to worry, we can squeeze in. System notification, time 2000 hours. Two prompts appeared almost simultaneously. The once eerily quiet food street erupted with terrifying screams. Uh, uh, uh. The 33 individuals who had just boarded the small electric car found themselves forced to shut down before it even departed. Zhang Wei curiously asked, "Do you think they're cheering for the food feast? Or have they seen something truly horrifying?" "How can we know?" Su replied. "If it weren't for the powerful filter from the outside, the food here appeared quite appetizing despite the grease. However, for those who had removed the filter, merely thinking of the scenes inside was enough to induce nausea. There was not a hint of deliciousness to be found. Furthermore, having played games all day without consuming a single bite, even if they wanted to vomit now, it would be impossible." After the small electric car had traveled through the amusement park for a while, Su finally understood. "So it is like this. The original amusement park equipment was powered down, and the food street must have some sort of visual obstruction that led me to believe the original equipment was gone. The food street did not occupy the original positions of the amusement facilities. It merely occupied the pathways we walk. What is crucial is that they left a small area for us to traverse, which led to our imagination running wild. Wait, something feels off. I suspect this dungeon is not over yet." The players trailing behind inquired in panic, "Why is it not finished yet? We completed the main quest, and we have also finished this side quest. Shouldn't we just wait for dawn to escape?" "Not quite. The side quest in the food street ends precisely at 2400 hours. We still have a full 7 hours ahead of us. Do you think the game would allow us to waste time?" Su responded. "But having escaped the side quest, we will at least be safe during these 4 hours until 2400 hours. The players behind expressed that they found no comfort in her words. Instead, they were struck with fear at the thought of those 7 hours of uncertainty. "So what do we do now?" they asked. Suddenly, Zhang Wei chuckled. "Let us bid farewell to our companions." Initially, they struggled to comprehend the essence of Zhang Wei's words. However, as they navigated their small electric vehicle through the instance, witnessing waves of players succumb to an invisible demise, the meaning dawned upon them. Indeed, bidding farewell encapsulated a far deeper significance. A trembling voice from one of the players inquired, "Though we remain oblivious to their fate, would our outcome mirror theirs had we not embarked upon that side quest?" Uncertainty lingered. Su hesitated to elaborate, sensing that if it were merely a scare tactic, she might not share their grim fate. The food street was, in essence, a haunted house side quest, designed to frighten rather than harm. Shu Chang furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "But Su, you previously mentioned alarming scenarios. What if they all perish in the upcoming instance?" "There's little we can do," Su replied. "After all, they offended us from the outset. Otherwise, how could we have exited without them?" Xiang Wenrui added, "Moreover, we've already left. Discussing it now seems futile. Our survival in the next instance is contingent upon our luck." "Young man, your words carry a tinge of melancholy," Ji Yanli remarked with a smile. Though he harbored concerns, he felt reassured. They had faced hundreds of zombies before, so what was there to fear? After circling the food street twice, they had gained a comprehensive understanding of both the food street and the amusement park. Continuing their exploration seemed redundant. "Let us rest by the food street. We should rotate shifts. It's prudent to have someone watch over it, as I fear unforeseen events may arise," Shu Chang suggested. "Agreed." Observing the dwindling numbers, Su pondered aloud. Could it be that before the party concludes, all these individuals will perish? Should have maintained a positive demeanor, replying, "That one tea happened." Among the players remaining here, there are certainly seasoned veterans with years of experience. Even if they were momentarily caught off guard, they won tea succumb so easily. Shu Yuan turned to Yin Xiaoye, asking, "Little you, if you were in the street, what would you do?" "I would adhere to the rules. If the time comes and I can exit, then I shall," she responded. Over the years, this was how she had navigated game levels, occasionally employing subtle strategies, though they paled in comparison to Su's tactics. After all, Su and her companion's actions were indisputably against the rules. She glanced at Su and queried, "Haven't you all tried the amusement rides? Aren't you concerned that your analysis might lead to complications? What if not participating prevents us from clearing the game? What else can we do? We'll perish here," Su replied nonchalantly. "However, I maintain that my analysis is sound. The game's backend is not oblivious. I refuse to believe that our gameplay process goes unmonitored. If it is indeed being observed, why shouldn't I exploit it? Furthermore, they are unaware of the modifications made. So whose fault is it that they do not learn from prior experiences?" When Su mentioned surveillance, a fleeting awkwardness crossed the faces of Shu Cheng and the others, but it quickly passed, unnoticed by others. Yet, The question of whether the game was a product of natural formation or human design remained unresolved, leaving them pondering if Su Su shared doubts in this regard. Shu Cheng, intrigued, inquired, "How do you know someone is watching us play?" It's a logical inference. Everything that exists has its significance. On a smaller scale, each of our births carries meaning, does it not? On a grander scale, regarding the game itself, if it lacks meaning, then why does it exist? Su Su asserted, it cannot merely be a population control initiative due to the overpopulation of Blue Star. That would be termed a human eradication plan, not Madtown. Thus, I believe that this game harbors a specific purpose behind its creation, one that remains undiscovered by us thus far. Just as Su Su concluded her thought, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the amusement park sky, momentarily transforming the tranquil night into a scene akin to daylight, causing players' hearts to race with trepidation. Lightning. Does that mean rain is imminent? One player ventured. It doesn't seem so. The flash appeared and then faded. Shu Chang glanced at the unchanging sky, his expression darkening. It was indeed not a precursor to rain. Rather, the lightning seemed to resonate with Su Su's words, striking a chord deep within. Birth? Significance? What, then, is the meaning and purpose of this game that has ensnared them here? Originally intending to take a brief respite in the parking lot, the group found it impossible to relax. The intermittent flashes of numbers, coupled with death notifications, felt blinding to their eyes. "Can't we disable this notification?" Su Su inquired. "No, we can't," Shu Cheng replied, hesitating multiple times as if to speak, yet ultimately falling silent. Su Su noticed but chose not to provoke trouble, feigning ignorance and continuing her moment of stillness. Suddenly, Ji Yanli expressed concern. "Isn't it possible that, with this number of players, the party could conclude and they might all perish?" Zhang Wei sighed. "There's nothing to be done. After 2000 hours, the side quest Su Su led us through vanished, meaning the door is now inaccessible. They can't see what's happening outside, and even if we inform them, it will be futile." The food street functioned as a standalone side quest with an independent space. While they could observe the entirety of the food street and the symptoms of those nearing death, the players inside were entirely oblivious to any external occurrences. Zhang Wei discovered this when he roamed the outskirts of the food street in his electric vehicle, encountering those players seeking trouble. No matter how he provoked them, they acted as though he were invisible. "Su Su, after 2 laps, did you find any other exits?" And Ran inquired. "Su Su so fifth. No. Perhaps those inside may discover something, while we outside cannot. Maybe the side quest we exited is invisible to us, but visible to them. In any case, I'm unsure. From the outside, nothing seems apparent." As soon as Su Su finished speaking, the timer reset to 0. Now, everyone felt a chill of anxiety for those inside the food street. They had been able to speak, but now silence reigned, and they could only wonder how many would perish. Watching the incessant death notifications, even those typically indifferent could not help but close their eyes. Fortunately, the 0 decibel limit did not linger for long. It concluded after 5 minutes. Fewer than 100 players remain, and among them, we number 53. Cheng Jing remarked with surprise. After all, they had been discussing seasoned players, yet even the experienced had stumbled here. Turning to Su Su, Zhang Wei, and Shu Cheng, Cheng Jing's expression shifted dramatically. These individuals possess formidable intellect. Perhaps the weaker players had indeed been filtered out, leaving those who could endure in the food street for an extended period. Watching the dwindling numbers, the waiting Su Su and her companions could not help but feel anxious for these players. "There are indeed survivors," they affirmed, realizing that regardless of the circumstances, as long as there was no demise, there must exist a means of escape. Gazing at the death notifications before them, the group lamented, "We were so close. But just moments ago, there had been a long stretch without any deaths. Why, as time runs out, have 2 perished?" Perhaps their mental state faltered, with a resounding clap. As the virtual screen dimmed, all the lights of the amusement park structures illuminated. Without time to admire the dazzling scene, Su Su quickly warned, "Everyone be cautious. The number of players emerging does not align." "What do you mean by not aligning?" Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating the discrepancy in the numbers. He distinctly recalled the system indicating that there were 79 survivors, and despite the subsequent demise of 3 individuals, that should have brought the count to 76. How then? Could there be 77? Something must be amiss among this group of players. They were all strangers to one another, making it all too easy for deception to lurk among them. Shu Chang spoke gravely. "Moreover, this entity can impersonate players, substituting itself for the count provided by the system. That is the crux of the matter. Regrettably, the sheer number of players in this game meant that familiarity was scarce. Even those who had spent time together could hardly remember each other's faces. Once the players began to merge into one another, who could distinguish one from another? Even with only a little over 70 present? What do we do now? And what is this blood carnival nonsense? Oh, why is the food street deserted? One player exclaimed, pointing at the vacant culinary avenue. All eyes turned toward the food street, and before they could react, the surviving players who had been ejected from the street rushed towards Su in a fit of fury. That place you pointed out was never an exit. Were you deliberately misleading us? Is this some sort of game to you? Do you realize how many lives have been lost due to your reckless directions? Have you all been out for some time? The man confronting them was none other than the one who had previously irked Zhang Wei by suggesting they explore ahead. Zhang Wei himself was taken aback by the fact that this man had managed to survive until now. Before Su could act, Zhang Wei had already drawn his solid wolf fawn club from the warehouse and swung it in the man's direction. The man recoiled in fear, yet continued to taunt. What's wrong? Now that you've committed vile acts, do you wish to silence us? If you have the courage, eliminate us all. Otherwise, when I escape, I will certainly spread the word about you. You're putting the blame on us, are you? We are not your teammates. Why should we be responsible for your fate? Zhang Wei scoffed. Had I known better at the entrance of the food street, I would have never invited you in. Let you remain outside, and perhaps we would have avoided this mess. Zhang Wei's sudden outburst unnerved the players who had intended to ally with them, leaving them hesitant to approach. Ji Yanli had never seen Zhang Wei in such a state and murmured, "It seems that his anger has truly reached a boiling point. This is the first time I've seen him so agitated." Su remarked, "He must first find a way out. While I do not particularly care for my reputation, being spoken ill of does irk me." Yin Xiaoye, who had been quiet throughout their journey, suddenly spoke up, "You need not worry. With him in such a frenzy, no one will want to team up with him. The remaining 7 hours will be tough for him. He likely won't be able to escape." Enrin glanced at her and inquired, "Do you have a grudge against him? You've never spoken up before when discussing other matters." Yin Xiaoye met her gaze and pouted. "Well, we played the same dungeon before. Even though there was no competitive relationship, he backstabbed me, causing me to miss out on the side quest item card. I nearly perished inside." She felt a mix of anger and helplessness, being just a child without allies to seek vengeance. Yet, witnessing Zhang Wei's current state alleviated some of her pent-up frustration. "Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's deal with him." Ji Yanli commanded, "Go, Anrin, and give him a beating. This time, we shall not interfere." "Wait, why am I being directed to attack him?" Anrin protested. Yet a smirk had already crept onto her lips, and she had stepped off the vehicle, jogging toward the man. When she reached Zhang Wei's side, she whispered, "Don't act. Let me handle this." With that, she unleashed a flurry of punches. There is an undeniable satisfaction in resolving matters through force, especially when there are no reservations involved. After a thorough thrashing, although the man remained alive, he was in a state of near collapse. Zhang Wei could not help but comment, "You've struck rather hard. I merely intended to intimidate him, yet you took it seriously." Shaking his head, he mused, "But this is sufficient. After all, we are law-abiding citizens. Given his condition, survival beyond this point is improbable. I know, but that doesn't mean we should relent. One can only wonder how this person manages in the real world. It must be quite constrictive," Ji Yanli remarked. The term blood carnival was ominous, and while it was supposed to have commenced, it was yet to manifest any response. Su noted, Shu Cheng had just been examining it for a while. He stated, "This blood carnival should be the final task of this dungeon, regardless of how it revels. Those 2 system prompts are undoubtedly crucial. I can understand the directive to avoid harming staff," Shu Yuan interjected with a furrowed brow. "But what does the other instruction, 'Do not embrace any living beings,' mean? Everything within this realm is abnormal, under normal reasoning. How could one even consider embracing the entities here? Since the system had issued such a warning, it was clear there must be a motive behind the desire to embrace. Yet the potential consequences of such an action piqued my curiosity," Shannon analyzed. Ji Yanli immediately asked, "What do you mean by the reason for embracing?" The response was elusive. "Brother, this game is so unpredictable. How can I even provide an example? If anyone is concerned, why not conduct a little experiment to clarify the consequences? Those still alive could serve as test subjects." Just then, a rustling from the nearby bushes disrupted the momentary calm. "Meow. Woof. Akat. A dog?" Sheng Jing inquired. "Did any of you hear those animal sounds? Surely, this game dungeon couldn't possibly include stray cats and dogs. That would be absurd. We spent the entire day in the amusement park and saw not a single animal, yet now they appear at night." Lu Ming speculated. Could the blood carnival refer to small animals? Their attack power can be formidable, especially when agitated. Unbeknownst to them, the game had yet to reveal its true design. And no matter how they reasoned, the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable. The rustling grew closer, and the eerie atmosphere began to instill fear in many players, leading some to weep in terror. However, when a swarm of small animals burst forth from the bushes, their expectations were quickly dashed, and instead, they were overwhelmed by the adorableness of the creatures. Meow, woof. After a cacophony of noise, the players soon confirmed that the small animals posed no threat, and a wave of relief washed over them. Oh my gosh, you have no idea how terrified I was that a dog would leap out and bite my leg. I was bitten as a child and have been afraid of dogs ever since. Same here. My cat used to scratch me while I slept, and I've developed a fear of cats. I can't believe they didn't attack us. Not only did the animals remain non-aggressive, but they approached the players, curiously sniffing their scents. Before long, a little kitten leapt beside Sue Ran, seemingly eager to climb on her lap. Having not encountered small animals in a long time, Sue Ran exclaimed, "Oh my, this kitten is so adorable. It's practically flirting with me." Just as she was about to scoop it up, Shu Chung hurriedly interrupted. "Wait, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the system's warning? I just reminded you." "Warning?" "Right, we cannot embrace any living beings. Small animals are still considered living beings. If I pick it up, it would certainly end up in my arms, which counts as an embrace, doesn't it?" Su Ran realized the system is quite cunning, placing my favorite animals right before me to tempt me. "Even if you're tempted, you must resist," Zhang Wei remarked. "Simply grasp it by the scruff of its neck with one hand and toss it out of the vehicle. A one-handed grip hardly constitutes an embrace, so there is no cause for concern." The car ISN T2 elevated, and at 1T suffer any significant fall. Su Ran, seizing the small cat in her grasp, was about to place it upon the ground when she added, "Aren't we conducting an experiment? Let us use this little feline." As she spoke, the kitten in her hand let out an adorable meow, undeniably too charming to resist. No, I cannot bear the thought of the cat being sent off right under my watchful eyes," she lamented. Were it not for the memory of Shu Cheng's words, she would have almost placed the kitten back into her embrace. Zhang Wei, however, harbored no such reservations. He picked up a white kitten resting by his feet and approached the man, depositing the creature into his arms, concerned that merely placing it there wouldn't suffice. He even fashioned the man's dangling arm into a makeshift cradle for the kitten. Almost instantaneously, the seemingly lifeless man appeared to revive, abruptly sitting upright. Yet, his expression had transformed entirely. He opened his mouth and emitted an innocent, soft meow. In that moment, not just Zhang Wei, but everyone else was left utterly bewildered. The crucial point was that the man did not possess the countenance of a cat. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Wei barely restrained the impulse to strike the man. Shu Cheng, observing the situation, promptly interjected, "He must have exchanged souls with the kitten. It appears to be a soul swap. An embrace must facilitate this exchange." The man, whose essence had already transitioned into the kitten, remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. However, upon hearing Shu Cheng's explanation, he swiftly darted away on 4 small legs, vanishing from their sight. By the time Zhang Wei attempted to catch the cat, the little white creature had already dissolved into the throng of animals, becoming indistinguishable. Before anyone could process the situation, a flurry of flapping sounds echoed from above, soon accompanied by a cacophony of various bird calls. Illuminated by the lights, they quickly identified the swirling forms overhead. Shu Cheng harbored an ominous suspicion and urged, "Zhang Wei, do not concern yourself with him. Hurry into the vehicle. I wish to circle the amusement park once more to validate my hypothesis." Su chimed in, "There is no need for validation. Your intuition is evidently correct." Shu Cheng fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Ji Yanli, bewildered, queried, "What are you two implying? Please speak plainly. I am utterly lost." Su elucidated these cats, dogs, and birds are the very creatures from our side quest earlier today. Land, sky, and ocean. Shu Cheng merely wishes to ascertain if there are any traces of fish in the water areas of the amusement park. If the birds do not appear, we can investigate further, but seems unnecessary now. These animals are undoubtedly those from our side quest. As they conversed, among the players emerging from the food street, a man clad in black fixated his ambiguous gaze upon each of them. Just as he was about to approach, one of their teammates cautioned, "What are you doing? You aren't considering approaching them, are you? Those individuals do not appear trustworthy. It's best we avoid entanglements." The man replied with a smirk, "I'm hardly a paragon of virtue myself. Moreover, I overheard your analysis. There's a considerable chance of exiting this game. Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? Of course not. But if we approach them, do you think they will allow us to join? They seem to form a cohesive unit, likely acquainted with one another. Wouldn't it be preferable to integrate ourselves among them? It's improbable that such a large group is merely a coincidental assembly, he continued, striding towards Su and her companions, interrupting their dialogue. Greetings, we've just escaped from the food street. May we join your group? His actions were not particularly surprising, for previously, Shunkei, Sang Cha, and other players had joined them in a similar manner upon exiting the food street. However, upon realizing the discrepancy in numbers on the opposing side, such an invitation raised suspicions. There was no need for Su and her companions to voice their opinions. The players beside them expressed their reluctance, saying, "No, neither do I." They were not foolish enough to openly declare their apprehensions. To offer a plausible excuse, one astute player inquired, "Do you have a vehicle? Our car is full. If you lack a vehicle, how can we form a team? We can't simply follow you on foot." Another player echoed, "Exactly, I don't wish to walk. If I have a car, why should I walk? If you don't have a vehicle, even running 1T suffice." But there were 1,000 players when we entered, and now only 77 remain. Shouldn't we aid one another? Together, our odds of survival would increase, one implored. To be frank, those sentiments were used to morally manipulate us at the onset of the game, and Ran replied with a smile. "It's futile. We are not persuaded by such tactics. If you have a vehicle, then join us. If not, we cannot assist you." Ultimately, if vehicles are available, abandoning them for foot travel is simply out of the question. With that, without needing further encouragement, Zhang Wei activated the power, and after a brief honk, the small animals immediately scattered, clearing a path. As the vehicle roared to life, the players beside them swiftly pursued in their own small electric cars. However, just as their little vehicles began to move, the man in black leapt onto Yin Xiaoya's electric car, settling himself comfortably. Yin Xiaoya was driving a two-seater vehicle, the front and back rows separated. Due to the widespread terror surrounding her notorious reputation within the central building, many players harbored an innate fear of her, naturally refraining from sharing a vehicle with her. This inadvertently provided the man with an opportunity. Observing the man's departing figure, the players expressed their ire. How could he just leave like that? What now? What are we to do? What do you mean, what to do? We proceed through the dungeon, as we always have. Does the absence of others mean we cannot clear it? Having said that, he ignored the crowd and turned to leave. Nearby players quickly intervened. "Wait, where are you going?" "To continue the dungeon, to search for clues. We can't merely stand idle. Clues 1T fall from the sky." After a brief moment of contemplation, they hastily pursued the figure. "Let us stick together. In such an expansive place, one cannot clear it alone. We should form a team," the man in black remarked. "I'll join your team. There happens to be an empty seat, seemingly prepared just for me." Su remained silent, but as she glanced at the man, his face appeared somewhat familiar, prompting her to ask, "What is your name?" As she spoke, the man's floating panel illuminated, revealing his basic information. Name, AI Huayan. Identity? After completing the novice task, players could view each other's basic information via the floating panel. The information was straightforward. Players could only see each other's name and identity. The name was self-evident, as each individual possessed only one. However, the identity could vary considerably, encompassing titles such as player and staff. All information was automatically generated by the backend, rendering it impossible to fabricate. Thus, when they beheld AI Huayan's identity marked as, there was no doubt that he was the enigmatic entity that had emerged from the food street. But how had this identity come to be? Was it possible that, like the cat, there had been a soul swap, intertwining player identities, hence rendering it unviewable? Alternatively, one might assert that it does not belong to any of the aforementioned categories at all. What, then, is the reason and purpose of its presence here? Is it to thwart their escape from the amusement park, or does it yearn to flee as well? Moreover, is the surname AI appearing with excessive frequency within the game? Su and her companions have only engaged in 3 games, yet each one is inescapably intertwined with the affluent merchant and the name AI. From what is known in Starting Point Girls Academy, the wealthy merchant bears the surname AI. Therefore, the question of whether these 3 affluent merchants are, in fact, the same entity warrants further investigation. Unobtrusively, Su retrieved paper and pen from the storage, jotting down notes before briefly reviewing her written observations, after which she stored the stationery away once more. Zhang Wei, intrigued, inquired, "What have you noted down?" "Oh, far too much," Zhang Wei lamented. though the crux of the matter had yet to be broached when the floating panel illuminated once again. In an instant, Zhang Wei and the throngs of small electric carts behind him found themselves halted in the midst of the moving path. As the players swiftly assumed the most comfortable positions, they sat in place, awaiting the conclusion of the time-limited rules before proceeding. An ominous laughter echoed around them. So close it felt as if the source were standing right beside them. The timid players trembled at the sound, their bodies quaking with fear. The absolute silence of 0 decibels forbade any movement. Even the players dared not breathe too forcefully, and one unfortunate soul lost their life due to a sudden shudder. 2 consecutive death notifications compelled them to furrow their brows in concern. Yet, the horror did not cease there. The sinister laughter continued unabated, soon frightening the once innocent creatures into a state of alarm. Before long, a mouse scurried onto the lap of a player in the back row. "Ah!" they cried out, caught off guard. Quickly, they noticed that not only mice but also snakes, frogs, chickens, ducks, cats, dogs, and various creatures from above were all slowly encroaching upon the stationary players. At the last row of the electric cart, a green caterpillar crawled up the pant leg of one player. The player glanced down, nearly shrieking in fright, ultimately opting to close their eyes to stave off the overwhelming dread. However, no matter how slowly the caterpillar moved, it could not resist the agonizing passage of time at 0 decibels. The player could no longer contain a gasp. In the act of screaming, their mouth opened wide, allowing the caterpillar to tumble inside, and before they could react further, the floating panel illuminated once more. At 15 decibels, minor movements were permissible. Once the players could respond, they immediately turned to see the caterpillar still writhing within the player's mouth, nearly causing them to retch. Zhang Wei, his complexion pale, questioned what is going on. Shu Cheng replied, "We must leave this place. Have you noticed that since the laughter began, the animals have grown increasingly agitated? There are far too many creatures here, and should they lose control and attack us, we would be utterly defenseless." Yes, we must hurry." Su Ran's voice trembled with anxiety, prompting them to realize the gravity of the situation. Almost instantaneously, the electric cart sped away from its position. Zhang Wei drove the cart, while simultaneously honking the horn. The surrounding electric carts joined in, creating a cacophony of sound in an attempt to scare off the encroaching animals. Yet, rather than retreating, the creatures became even more irate. As they moved, the animals followed suit, their frantic cries echoing, and some of the faster beasts darted ahead, positioning themselves to obstruct their path. Ji Yanli frowned, declaring, "These animals are behaving oddly. We must charge through. Now is not the time for hesitation. Arm yourselves." All players, except for the driver, retrieved any available weapons from their storage. Without hesitation, Su extracted the unused flower god umbrella from her inventory. Once it was in her grasp, amid the sounds of animals and horns, she discerned voices conversing. Branches? Breaking? Su suddenly recalled the introduction she received upon acquiring the umbrella, which claimed it allowed her to hear the voices of flowers, grass, and trees. Could the voices she heard moments ago belong to the flora surrounding them? But was this not a dungeon? Could it be that the trees within possessed souls? Such a notion seemed absurd. The idea of data acquiring sentience was laughable. As Su listened to the whispered conversations of the plants, she suddenly grasped a crucial point, urgently signaling for the players to halt their attack and stop the cart. The 15 decibel limit restrained her from speaking loudly, but her shushing gestures quickly subdued the players' movements. Once the cart came to a standstill, the group turned to Su, puzzled, and asked, "Why have we stopped? Are we not going to charge through?" Su waved her hand, insisting, "Do not collide." Just as she finished speaking, she overheard yet another round of dialogue. Su twitched her lips in exasperation at the curious flora surrounding them, unsure of how to respond. Noticing her silence, and Ran anxiously asked, "What is it? Why have we stopped? What do we do now?" In a hushed tone, Su explained, "This umbrella allows me to hear the plants speaking. They warn that we must not collide with the animals, or they will go berserk." Of course, this assertion was not something all players were inclined to believe. Coupled with the predatory gaze of the surrounding creatures, the players found the situation increasingly absurd. Surely you're not suggesting that fear has led you to fabricate an excuse to brush us aside? Indeed, if you are frightened, simply admit it. We won't mock you. But look at the state of these animals. Can we survive without charging forward? I, too, find your rationale lacking. You may be clever enough to have navigated the side quests, but since we joined you, what have you accomplished? It is clear you have merely wasted time. I even suspect you stumbled upon the last side quest by mere chance. Does it concern you whether we did or did not? And Rand scoffed. From the outset, we did not invite you to follow us. You insisted on tagging along. Furthermore, we have never been allies. Should you choose to leave now, we would not impede your exit. But scarcely had the words left her mouth when Zhang Wei suddenly realized. You do not harbor the same intentions as those before us, do you? You wish for us to clear the path for you. Though the others did not protest, their evasive glances spoke volumes. In the silence that followed, a small white kitten suddenly leaped from the throng of animals, landing atop the cart of a nearby player. With a swift swipe, it left several scratches on the player's skin before bounding back into the crowd of creatures. Oh, that hurts. You little. I'll crash into you. The man, in pain, had been seated in the driver's position, and upon seeing the cat dart away, he accelerated the small electric vehicle towards the direction of the tiny kitten. The animals within the vicinity exhibited no inclination to evade. Upon colliding with the small vehicle, all the players aboard let out blood-curdling screams. As they witnessed their flesh being swiftly stripped away, organs and blood splattered across the ground. Stunned and bewildered, they had no comprehension of what had transpired, only to find the players collapsing lifelessly before them. Observing the fallen players, those who had yet to react were filled with terror, exclaiming, "What on earth just happened?" Those animals were completely still, weren't they? How could they? Wait a moment, what did Su just say? Is this the dreadful thing she was referring to? Though both the animals and the players stood motionless before them, the humans had perished right before their eyes. Could it be that she truly heard the voices of flowers and grass? As this group of players whispered amongst themselves, the surrounding flora continued their chatter. Su felt as if her ears might burst from the cacophony, and with a fervent shout, she commanded silence. This outcry rendered all, players and plants alike, utterly astonished. Fortunately, her ears were finally at peace. Seeing everyone gazing at her in confusion, Su smiled and explained, "It was too loud. I simply couldn't bear it." Zhang Wei hesitated briefly before tentatively inquiring, was it the flowers and grass that were too noisy? After all, we players didn't make much sound. Su nodded affirmatively, indeed. And it seems they can perceive things beyond our sight. I shall inquire further. Descending from the vehicle, Su approached a low tree, grasped a branch, and forcefully pulled it down, inquiring, "Tell me, what did you witness just now?" She quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Copying? To label it as mere cruelty would be an understatement. After a moment of contemplation, Su softly asked, "Is there something particularly special about the man in black clothing in our vehicle that you can sense?" "Certainly not," replied the tree. Su probed, "Can you communicate with the small animals? Could you assist us in conversing with them?" Upon returning to her team with an unaltered expression, Su calmly asked, "What happened? Did you glean any information?" Su responded, "No, the volume of information is overwhelming. I need to process it." She required time to contemplate the causal relationships involved. With composure, Su traversed the cluster of small vehicles as if nothing had transpired, maneuvering around Yan Xiao's vehicle to return to her own. Just as everyone assumed she would simply re-enter the car, she unexpectedly turned and yanked Yan Xiaoya from the driver's seat. In that moment, Yan Xiaoya was bewildered, yet given the knowledge that AI Huayan posed a threat, she did not resist and jumped down from the vehicle as Su tugged her. Su's teammates, well acquainted with her temperament, required no invitation. Instantly, all weapons were directed at AI Huayan. AI Huayan seemed taken aback, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor as he asked, "What are you all doing? It appears I haven't done anything wrong. Do we lack even this modicum of trust among teammates?" "We were never teammates," Su retorted. "You were the one who inflicted cruelty upon them, weren't you?" AI Huayan's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure, smirking as he asked earnestly, "Can you truly hear the voices of the flowers? Is that what they told you? Stop evading the question. We're not falling for that. Quickly confess. Were those injuries inflicted by you?" AI Huayan burst into laughter, adopting a defiant posture, arms crossed, leaning back as he arrogantly replied, "What evidence do you have? You can't condemn me based solely on the words of some flowers and grass, can you? What is your true purpose in approaching us?" His demeanor only solidified the suspicions against him. The remaining question lingered. What was AI Huayan's motive for getting close to them? According to the identity conditions provided by the system, if AI Huayan bore no advantages, why was he trapped here? Are you attempting to use us to escape the amusement park? So you are unable to leave on your own? With each question, she probed deeper into AI Huayan's psyche. His previously nonchalant attitude shifted to one of malice as he glared at Su, asking, "So you intend to stop me?" Before fully understanding the situation, Su would not jump to conclusions. Yet it was certain that AI Hawaiian was not benevolent. Is that not permissible? She inquired. That depends on whether you possess the capability. Upon uttering this, the once brightly lit food street abruptly dimmed, vanishing from their sight due to AI Hawaiian's influence. The souls of deceased players, previously hidden after fleeing the food street, now swirled ominously above them. The laughter they had heard moments ago belonged to these souls. They had been so near all along. The players, unaccustomed to such a sight, were immediately gripped by terror, crying out in panic, "Ah, ghosts!" Their screams echoed with palpable dread. Su and her companions were not frightened by the vengeful spirits, but rather unnerved by the players' reactions. However, there was no time to chastise. Survival was paramount. Su pushed Yan Xiaoya towards and ran and retrieved the vermilion fire extinguisher she had smuggled from the previous instance, spraying it towards the vengeful spirits in the air. Her movements were swift, and the extinguisher's pressure was formidable. The spirits had no time to react before dissipating into nothingness. As the vengeful spirits vanished, even AI Hawaiian, who had previously seemed unfazed, began to exhibit signs of anxiety. How did you obtain vermilion? Such a thing does not exist within this amusement park. Due to his presence, all items detrimental to him were absent in this instance. Observing the spirits above dissipate, Su retracted the hose and, brushing off the fallen vermilion powder, smiled. "Oh, this was simply a precaution I took." As Shu Cheng descended from the vehicle to stand beside her, Su instinctively handed him the remaining vial of vermilion, then retrieved a large cleaver coated with both vermilion and black dog blood. Instantly, the vengeful spirits, who had been baring their teeth and threatening to advance, recoiled in fear at the sight of the knife. Seeing the spirits retreat, the players curiously asked, "What is that?" Why do they shy away upon seeing it? Vermilion mixed with black dog blood is a powerful talisman. It is indeed strange for vengeful spirits to approach, AI Hawaiian remarked with a smirk. "Truly, you are a promising team, one capable of potentially leading me out of here. However, you are far too disobedient. As such, I shall expedite the progress of the Blood Carnival task, allowing you to swiftly experience the consequences of your actions. Yet, I still hope you will find the correct escape route before dawn, so as not to disappoint my expectations of you." With a snap of his fingers, AI Hawaiian vanished from their sight. The once fearful spirits, now devoid of their apprehension towards Su's knife, surged towards them with reckless abandon. The vermilion fire extinguisher was not solely in Su's possession. Aware of the shift in the spirit's demeanor, the teammates equipped with extinguishers hurriedly leaped from the vehicle, spraying the vengeful spirits in the air. While ordinary spirits could be dealt with using vermilion, another matter loomed that was far less optimistic. The presence of resentment in the amusement park is determined by the number of deceased players. This game accommodates thousands, yet it has dwindled to a mere 48 participants, signifying that there are over 900 manifestations of resentment. Zhang Wei scratched his head in exasperation, lamenting, "I warned you all from the very beginning that we shouldn't have so many players. Now, look at the consequences." However, they did not heed our warnings. What could we do when they sought us out? Ji Yanli responded calmly, though he coughed for a considerable time after inhaling the cinnabar dust, and Ran interjected, "Stop your idle chatter. We do indeed have cinnabar, but 900 manifestations of resentment require an immense quantity. Can we not escape? Those creatures are encircling us. How can we flee?" Xiang Wenrui remarked. Although not everyone was spraying cinnabar simultaneously, the sheer number of those who did was overwhelming. Each person contributing was akin to a torrential downpour. Even with the flower god's umbrella shielding her, Su was still blinded by the powdered cinnabar. The aim was merely to deter their approach. It was best not to spray all at once, as such a valuable resource should not be squandered within a single instance. Heeding her advice, the rain of cinnabar finally subsided appropriately. Cough, cough. What shall we do next? Su gently brushed away the powder before retracting the flower god's umbrella and stated, "AI Hawaiian has departed. The small creatures remain, yet they no longer seem as ferocious as before. Given this, let us analyze this instance right here." "Analyze the instance?" And Ran inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing Su's intention to analyze, Shu Cheng and the others hastily gathered around. He asked, "What have you discerned? Pray, share your insights." AI Hawaiian is undoubtedly a nefarious entity. Based on our current circumstances, he has likely committed numerous vile acts and find himself trapped here. The contents generated within this instance are inextricably linked to him. AI Hawaiian's identity seems neither that of a player nor a staff member, yet curiously, upon his arrival. The system not only failed to issue any alerts, but also categorized his identity among that of the players. There is certainly something amiss here. Thus, I believe he is pivotal to this instance, albeit not essential for our completion. Whether we include him or not is inconsequential. My suggestion is to leave him behind. What if he does not appear in the central tower? That would only exacerbate matters. Zhang Wei concurred. I share your sentiments. So let us refrain from meddling and avoid unnecessary troubles. By the way, what did the flora convey to you? Did they mention his deeds? Shu Cheng asked. No, but piecing their words together, it seems AI Huayan is a madman, Su Su replied. The wounds on the small creatures must be his doing. As long as we do not harm them, we should be safe. Yet, should we inflict harm, their injuries will transfer to us. Those players who ran over the small creatures met their demise in precisely this manner. A classic example. Their fates were so grim. What are those small creatures? Thus, AI Huayan likely holds countless lives in his grasp, Su Su articulated. From this, we can deduce that the side quests we undertook, land, ocean, and aerial versions, were manifestations of their resentment, merely unfolding through different encounters than we previously faced. Otherwise, these small creatures would have long since lost their rationality and attacked us. Shu Cheng remarked, based on my gaming experience, your analysis seems to be correct. However, it is precisely because it is correct that this game will veer towards an uncontrollable trajectory. He sighed. Shu Yuan followed suit with a sigh. Soon, the entire team joined in the collective sigh. Su Su found their behavior amusing. What are you all doing? We have yet to reach a dead end. Why the sighing? It feels as though we are trapped. Yet, they might not be lamenting this at all. Zhang Wei glanced at Shu Cheng and the others, smiling wryly. Though no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding hung in the air. Shu Cheng stated, let us discuss this outside. Once we are free, I have matters to address with you all, but I suspect what you intend to say will not be pleasant. In truth, I'm not eager to hear it. He continued, so what shall we do now? How do we progress in this game? Noticing the atmosphere had grown tense, Xiang Wenrui hastily changed the subject. Zhang Wei replied, it's quite simple. As I mentioned before, we must escape the amusement park. As long as we leave before 7 a.m. tomorrow, we can flee. Nearby players queried, but how do we escape? Did you not already know the method of departure? Why then linger here for so long? While she had not followed them throughout, she had observed their leisurely exploration of the amusement park all day. If you wish to leave, then depart. Why urge us? We remain for our own reasons. And Rand stated, though she was unsure of the exact reasons. Hearing this, the players suddenly realized, you don't mean to suggest you wish to achieve a perfect ending, do you? Have you lost your minds? In such a perilous game, why not hurry to escape? In the game, a perfect ending referred to a flawless conclusion. Yet this particular game, Crazy Town, lacked a definitive ending. Its conclusions were determined by percentages, much like their previous two instances, which had both achieved a 100 completion rate. However, fundamentally, both concepts were synonymous. Yet, truth be told, Su Su indeed harbored such thoughts. Regardless of the difficulty of this instance, she was not alone in her participation. As the old saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. There were indeed many clever individuals within their team. Why not experiment further? Su Su understood herself well. She possessed neither a spirit of adventure nor a tendency toward perfectionism. Yet, points and items were of paramount importance in this game. Given the uncertainty of how long they might remain trapped in the game, why not seize the opportunity to earn more points and items while trust was abundant among them, paving the way for their future gaming endeavors? Even in gaming, one should not focus solely on immediate gains. Clinging to a handful of points and items while navigating future instances plagued by anxiety over losing their lives was a far less prudent course than simply finding a suitable place to settle. You are free to seek your own exit. We are not compelling you to follow us. Su Su stated, her tone devoid of emotion, which only fueled the ire of the previously vocal player. You. Just as she was about to retort, another player beside her intervened. Enough. We have come this far. Let us leave together. Do you wish to remain here forever? Indeed, I have never achieved a 100 completion rate in an instance. Today is a perfect opportunity for that. Naive, let us see if you can survive to speak of it. The players who were joining Su Su in her quest to complete the instance had no objections to her intentions. Earlier, when in the central tower, they had communicated all necessary matters. Moreover, at the onset of the game, Zhang Wei had already proposed a plan for leaving the amusement park. Since they had not chosen to leave then, it stood to reason that they would not bear any resentment now. With no dissent from their teammates, the complaints of others became less significant. However, Having faced setbacks, Zhang Wei felt a simmering frustration and resolved, I shall never again engage in acts of kindness. Ji Yanli chuckled softly. You've learned your lesson. Haven to you? You now comprehend the consequences. Indeed, some may be saved, yet others deserve their fates. Nonetheless, Su Su gazed at the small creatures that had encircled them in layers and remarked, Now, seeking to exit may not be as simple as we hope. And Ran inquired playfully, Is there anyone among you who can converse with the small creatures? Inform them that we are not allied with AI Hawaiian. Could you please release us? Not to mention that we lack such peculiar abilities. Isn't there a stipulation in the system that you seem to have forgotten? No harm shall come to the staff. Although we have yet to see any staff members, it is likely that these little creatures are also off limits for harm, Zhang Wei remarked. After all, we have already incited their resentment. If we were to harm them further, how would we differ from AI Hawaiian? Shu Chung added, Indeed, we cannot treat them this way. I fear that if we harm them, we would be unable to leave. Zhang Wei, distressed, scratched his head and said generally, Dogs possess a certain empathy. Do you think we could communicate with them directly? Ji Yanli chuckled, Certainly. However, since it was your suggestion, why don't you take the lead? Zhang Wei hesitated. I'll go first then. He stood up and surveyed the surrounding animals, noticing that a particular border collie seemed to be the leader of the group. Cautiously, he approached it. During his movement, although the animals reacted, they showed no signs of aggression, giving Zhang Wei the courage to speak. We have an inkling of the situation you find yourselves in, but it does not concern us. Could you allow us to leave? The half-man-high border collie barked loudly at Zhang Wei, its tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. However, being a perceptive creature, the border collie did not attack. Recognizing this, Zhang Wei summoned his courage to inquire, Do you have any demands? Or is there another reason you cannot allow us to leave? Shu Chung pondered. Could it be that releasing us would also mean releasing him? A Samoyed beside the border collie barked softly, and everyone understood. Shu Chung stepped forward to communicate with the border collie. You must have heard our previous conversation. We had no intention of releasing him. However, if we do not depart by 7 a.m. tomorrow, we will remain here indefinitely. Thus, could you provide us with a means to prevent him from leaving? The animals exchanged glances, but after a series of barks and meows, no one comprehended their meaning. Just as the players were growing weary of the cacophony, and Rand suggested, Su Su, why not compromise? You communicate with the flora and fauna first, and let them guess the animal's intentions. If they do not oppose, then that is settled. You truly have no concern that the flora might misinterpret. They lack a common language. Yet, Su Su offered no rebuttal. She quickly retrieved the flower god's umbrella, and soon the sounds of plants and flowers began to chatter. Su Su was astonished. What are you saying? Is AI Hawaiian nearby? Oh no, he has gone into hiding. Noticing Zhang Wei and the others on guard, Su Su reassured them. No need to worry. He fled at the mere mention of his name. With AI Hawaiian gone, the little creatures became less vigilant than before. However, after another round of barks, everyone still struggled to understand their speech. Through the layers of animal walls, Su Su suddenly spotted a blind box store not far away. She proposed, Hey, we haven't opened any blind boxes since entering the amusement park, but their boxes look identical to those in the central building shop. Do you think if we buy and open one now, we might find tools related to animal language? That notion is rather naive. If I were the game designer, I would certainly not place any animal language tools in this scenario. Shu Chang sighed. That would be blatantly facilitating someone's victory. Furthermore, although their packaging is identical, I can assure you that no such items exist within. There's been no precedent for such in previous games. Very well, Su Su replied, somewhat disappointed. Then let us consider other options. Before long, Su Su indeed devised a plan. The blind box door. We may not purchase tools, but we can confine the animals inside. Upon hearing Su Su's words, the surrounding animals all took 2 cautious steps back, and some larger creatures even bared their teeth in her direction. Su Su explained, Please allow me to clarify. Our objective is to escape the amusement park without harming the staff or embracing any creatures. While we ourselves may refrain from embracing them, it is challenging to prevent AI Hawaiian from doing so. What if he were to switch souls with an animal and escape the park? Thus, our task is to clear the park of all beings except ourselves. The first step is to confine the animals in the blind box door to thwart AI Hawaiian. The second step addresses the possibility of AI Hawaiian escaping through the staff's body. Therefore, they too must be confined. Most importantly, the game stipulates that we cannot harm the staff. Yet igniting the amusement park is essential. How can we burn it down without harming them? Naturally, we must confine them in the blind box door. Zhang Wei concurred. Your plan is indeed sound. It significantly mitigates our risks, but simultaneously places us in peril. Just getting them into the blind box door is quite a challenge. We do not know the exact number of staff. We also lack clarity on the number of animals. If it were not for Zhu Sha occasionally spraying, how could we have conversed here for so long? Nevertheless, while the execution of this plan poses considerable difficulties, it is nonetheless commendable. After some contemplation, Xu Chang decided to implement this strategy. I believe this approach is effective. Confining both the animals and the staff in the blind box door is not only for their safety, but also for our own. Thus, Su Su inquired, "Do you have any applicable tools at your disposal?" Shu Yuan reflected for a moment and replied, "I possess a type of prop card that should be usable." Su Ran asked, "Is it a compassion card?" When activated, all creatures within a kilometer are influenced by this card, becoming obedient to the user for a duration of 5 minutes. However, the backlash after its effect is severe. The love felt initially will turn into hatred, and the intensity of that hatred will be doubled, lasting for 10 minutes. It is usable, but fraught with danger. Do such cards still exist? However, if they're all confined within the blind box store, whether they feel hatred or not may not be of great concern. And Ran inquired, "Do you have many compassion cards? Are there enough? If not, my functional card can assist you. It can replicate any card, cannot it?" Shu Yuan replied, "I have 3. Su Ran added, "I have 5. If that is insufficient, we can leave one for replication." Shu Yuan asked, "Is the decision made? Then I will go first." Shu Yuan retrieved the compassion card from storage, designating the surrounding animals as the target, and the card activated instantly. In that moment, the previously wary animals suddenly softened their gazes, becoming affectionate. Goodness, now this is a domesticated creature. What were those previous expressions? They were frightful. Shu Cheng urged, "Do not waste time. Issue your command quickly." Shu Yuan declared, "Come along, little animals. Let us go visit the blind box door together." Thus, as the little animals obediently parted to create a path, they followed the small electric vehicle to the nearest blind box store. The entire journey took no more than a minute, and soon the entrance of the blind box store was crowded with players and animals. The amusement park's blind box store featured electric double doors, which would only open when someone approached. Shu Cheng and Ji Yanli stood by the sides to hold the doors, watching as Shu Yuan coaxed the little animals inside until the store could accommodate no more. They promptly closed the doors and cut the power. At that moment, the effect of the compassion card ceased. With the power cut, the door could not automatically open, and the amusement park's blind box door was not one that ordinary animals could escape from. Moreover, as Shu Yuan hurriedly took out the second compassion card, the little animals had not yet had time to protest before they immediately calmed down. As the animals fell into silence, the group of players hastily made their way to the second blind box door. With the assistance of the prop cards, the process unfolded seamlessly. However, the sheer number of animals was overwhelming. A total of 8 compassion cards and 12 blind box doors were required to confine all the creatures within. Listening to the heart-wrenching cries of the animals, Shu Cheng calmly inquired, "How many compassion cards do we have left?" "Just 1, and this one was replicated using my function card," Aaron replied. Upon hearing this, everyone began rummaging through their inventories and ultimately found 4 function cards, which they all transformed into compassion cards. Subsequently, Shu Cheng remarked, "Earlier, when the little electric vehicle passed by the blind box door, we observed the staff stationed at the entrance. From the numbers, it appears there are about 100 individuals. While it may seem easy to confine 100 people in the blind box door, it's also quite challenging, given that we only have 5 compassion cards left. It's uncertain whether that will suffice. After all, people and dogs are fundamentally different." Shu Cheng then asked, "How long until dawn?" Time was running short before the game concluded. After a moment's contemplation, Su Su suggested, "To be on the safe side, let us prepare for both scenarios. The majority should accompany you to confine the over 100 staff members into the blind box store, while a smaller group, including myself, will start igniting the amusement park from the rear. I'm uncertain if igniting the amusement park will work the same way as in the instance. So let us separate for now. Once you've secured the people, I'll act immediately on my end. Regarding the 5 compassion cards, they should suffice for a portion of the group. If they prove inadequate, it won't matter if everyone goes over together." Shu Cheng concurred with the plan, agreed. After dividing into teams, Aaron suddenly asked, "What happened to that man we fought earlier? We haven't received any news of his demise. We've been wandering the amusement park for quite some time and haven't seen him at all." Zhang Wei felt a sense of foreboding. "Oh no, isn't planning to enter his body and follow us out, is he? We should have dealt with him back then." "Wait, The soul within that man's body has already transformed into a kitten. I'm certain Ihua and has a way to expel it. But it's too obvious something is amiss. We're not foolish. If we see him, we certainly won't let him accompany us. I'm now concerned he might employ underhanded tactics. Susu had not given much thought to the walkie-talkies, considering they were readily available for purchase in the central building. Furthermore, during their time in the central building, they frequently used them, so if they were attentive, they would surely realize they had walkie-talkies. After distributing the walkie-talkies, the two teams set off. Susu's team comprised Anren, Shunin, and others, while Shuqing's team included Zhang Wei, Ji Yanli, and others. This division completely scattered the team members, but this was advantageous. Only through separation could both sides truly trust the other. Regardless of their intentions, the resentment lingered ominously above them, only occasionally showering them with vermilion dust, allowing them to reach the far end of the amusement park smoothly. Upon disembarking, to avert unforeseen circumstances, Susu suggested, "Let us move out a piece of equipment and see if we can ignite it. If not, we need to devise another plan. We can't confine the staff over there only to find ourselves unable to start a fire here." However, when they brought out a chair from the amusement park's control room to burn it separately, Susu's concerns materialized. It wouldn't ignite. Such chairs should be highly flammable, considering they were filled with sponge foam. Yet, they stubbornly refused to catch fire. How peculiar. One player speculated, could it be that we're not supposed to burn it this way? Just like the side quest in the doll shop. Perhaps we must ignite a specific item to set everything ablaze. Shouldn't have proposed, actually there's another method. Every device in the amusement park has a distribution box, right? If I tamper with it slightly, I can make it explode. Susu asked, "Are you confident in this method?" "Yes, I've done this before. It was in a dungeon long ago, but these mechanisms generally don't change significantly, as dungeons are derived from reality, and this technology does exist in real life." All right. On the other side, after Shu Yuan and Shu Yuan took turns luring the animals into the park, the resentment value could no longer allow them to continue. So Shu Qing took over. With more experience than the previous two, just as Susu and Shun had finalized their plan, over 100 staff members had already been confined within the blind box store. The voice of Zhang Wei quickly came through the walkie-talkie, and before she could respond, she heard him say, "Susu, ignited." Understood. As soon as the words were uttered, Shunin led two male players from the team into the control room. Shunin's intent was straightforward. There were too many amusement park devices for him to tackle alone. It was better to instruct everyone to act together, especially since they had a vehicle. In no time, the amusement devices before them exploded and rapidly ignited. Witnessing Shunin emerge with a beaming smile, Susu praised, "Impressive. Let us hurry and start dividing the tasks." One after another, the designated areas of amusement facilities quickly caught fire. Susu expressed her satisfaction. "Let us go. Our task is complete, and we can report back." The little electric vehicle sped towards the entrance. However, they did not anticipate that the vast expanse of amusement park facilities would ignite so swiftly, and soon, flames began to chase after their vehicle. "Damn! If that fire gets any bigger, I feel like I might catch fire myself," Aaron exclaimed, glancing back at the blaze. "You all need to ignite those facilities faster or run. The fire is spreading rapidly." Aaron relayed the message to the others. "In no more than 10 seconds, we should be able to see you." When they finally appeared, Shuqing immediately sabotaged the power box, igniting the last amusement facility in the process. As they beheld the roaring flames behind them, Shu Yuan chuckled. "Finally, we can leave. Hurry, let us get back to the entrance." But when their vehicle reached the small gate, they were suddenly obstructed by an invisible barrier. "What is happening? Why can't we pass?" A player in the back seat panicked. "We could pass through when we lured the staff earlier. We're doomed. The fire is upon us. We're going to perish here. What is this? We're all going to die here. What use is it to complain now?" "It's too late for that." Susu, Shucheng, and Zhang Wei advanced, pushing against the barrier. Yet to no avail, they truly could not pass. After a moment of contemplation, they glanced at the sky, realizing the dire situation. Could it be that we need to eliminate all the resentment before we can pass? Can you estimate how much resentment remains? Zhang Wei sighed, "At least several hundred. Although we've been eradicating resentment along the way, we never took it seriously, merely eliminating some easy targets. So, our current task is to eradicate all the resentment before the amusement park burns down, correct?" Gazing at the ominous mass overhead, the players fell into despair.